Chapter 1 Rebirth. Hanzhu became a ghost, trapped within the palace for 3 years. 3 years prior, she had been betrayed by her own paramour and met her demise as a rebel within these very walls. Wei Zhao, have you made your decision? In the emperor's study, Wei Zhao knelt on one knee, adorned in gleaming armor, before the emaciated and sallow-faced emperor of the Chu, clad in resplendent yellow. Wei Zhao, tall and robust, bore an imposing presence accentuated by his broad shoulders and the magnificent armor, which was now marred by dark crimson stains. I have made up my mind, Your Majesty. I am grateful for your support. Wei Zhao clasped his fists, his voice deep and resonant. The emperor regarded him for a moment, then coughed a few times, his raspy voice tinged with a mixture of comfort and melancholy. The most prudent act performed by the Duke of Dinghua was bringing you back. You may leave now, I am weary. Upon his dismissal, Hanzhu, who had been lingering nearby, finally reacted and followed him. She floated behind Wei Zhao, observing the familiar yet foreign silhouette, her mind echoing with their conversation. He had spent 3 years on the frontier, narrowly escaping death multiple times while achieving remarkable military feats, yet he sought no rewards, only 2 requests from the emperor. The first was to clear her name as a rebel and restore her title as Princess of Chongning. The second was to change his surname from Wei to Ji, preserving the lineage of the Duke of Dinghua for generations to come. Hanzhu was bewildered. In her previous life, she had believed that Wei Zhao was responsible for her father's death, and thus had antagonized him at every turn, humiliating him and even publicly cuckolding him. Her very existence had been driven by a desire for vengeance against Wei Zhao, which ultimately led to her being manipulated into a path of destruction. Yet now, she realized that her father's demise was not connected to Wei Zhao at all. Overwhelmed by shock, she unconsciously followed him out of the palace, and by the time she regained her senses, they had arrived at the Duke of Dinghua's residence. She then witnessed Wei Zhao enter her former chamber, where he remained locked away for an entire day and night. She listened as he called her by her childhood name, his voice breaking as he repeatedly uttered Zhu. Zhu, the peach blossoms in front of your door have bloomed again. Zhu, your little pony has given birth to a foal. Zhu, I have safeguarded the Duke of Dinghua's residence for you. Zhu, observing such a side of Wei Zhao, Hanzhu felt as though she had never truly known him. Once, he had been the elder brother she cherished and trusted above all else. The following day, Wei Zhao received an imperial edict. He donned a moonlight robe and lay on the bed in Hanzhu's chamber, consuming poison. No, Hanzhu screamed with a heart-wrenching cry, yet no one could hear her. Wei Zhao, please. You can live, well, you ought to live well. As the wind rose, scattering peach blossoms, Hanzhu was swept away by a gust and lost consciousness. Miss, be careful. When Hanzhu opened her eyes once more, she felt a shove, her body losing balance as she tilted sideways. But thankfully, Mo Xia caught her just in time. Mo Xia. As Hanzhu gazed at Mo Xia's worried expression, she experienced a fleeting moment of disorientation. Hadn't Mo Xia already perished? How could she be here? Hanzhu, it would be wise for you to recognize your true identity. The Duke of Dinghua is no more, and his residence exists in name only, yet you still cling to your petty title as a county princess, wielding power here. Indeed, how dare you speak? Back to the princess, Hanzhu. Do you truly believe you are still the former lady of Chongning? Do you know, just moments ago, I saw Hanzhu approach Prince Kong, who merely cast her a cold glance and disregarded her entirely. As the woman spoke, she covered her mouth with a handkerchief, her laughter tinged with a sense of schadenfreude. Hanzhu's eyes flickered, and she felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity in that moment. Turning her head, she beheld the vibrant faces around her, momentarily convinced she was hallucinating. Yet, the stunned and shocked expression on her face only served to deepen the embarrassment of those present. Miss, are you all right? Mo Xia inquired. Noticing Hanzhu's dazed silence and the biting taunts from the others, her eyes beginning to redden. When had their mistress ever endured such humiliation? Yet, the harsh reality remained since the departure of the Duke of Dinghua. No one had stood up for her. Hanzhu regained her composure, glancing at Mo Xia before examining her delicate, fair hands, and suddenly burst into laughter. It was true, she had returned to the age of 16. Surely she hasn't lost her wits over being rejected by the 6th brother? Princess Yongla, Xia Yinyan, furrowed her brow. her eyes betraying a hint of disdain. I suspect it's quite likely. I've heard that Wei Zhao requested a marriage from His Majesty, and Hanzhu still wishes to wed Prince Kong. What a foolish dream. Do you not think the two of them make quite the pair? A woman chuckled, and upon hearing the name Wei Zhao, Hanzhu turned to face the group, her gaze settling firmly on Xia Yinyan, her tone measured yet resolute. Does it concern you whom I choose to marry? Furthermore, you would do well to remember that the Duke of Dingguo's household will endure. Even if my father were to perish, it would be on the battlefield, and without him and those valiant soldiers, you would have long since become mere mud beneath the hooves of horses, trampled at will. Han's fierce retort left Xia Yin and the others momentarily speechless, and before they could collect themselves, she had already turned to leave. As she traversed the beautifully adorned garden and passed through a banquet courtyard, her steps remained unceasing. Hanzhu felt her mind swirling, yet certain thoughts emerged with remarkable clarity. Xia trailed closely behind, struggling to keep pace with Han's brisk pace. "Miss, where are you headed?" Xia inquired, concern etched on her face. Today marked the birthday celebration of General Lin Dong, a former subordinate and close friend of Han's father, and it was only fitting for her to attend. However, Hanzhu had an even more pressing purpose for her present seek out Prince Kong, Xia Qinglin. Following her father's death, she had reached the age of marriageable maturity. Hanzhu was reluctant to wed so soon, yet the collateral branches of the Ji family were ever watchful, eager to exploit her and hastily marry her off to seize the Duke of Dingguo's wealth. In her previous life, Hanzhu had resolved that if she were to marry, it would certainly be to Xia Qinglin. The sixth prince, favored above all, was strikingly handsome and exuded an effortless charm, adored by countless noble ladies. Yet he alone held a special affection for Hanzhu. In her past existence, Hanzhu had believed that Xia Qinglin genuinely cherished her, until the moment she was betrayed, pierced by 1,000 arrows of heartbreak, realizing just how hypocritical and shameless he truly was. His initial interest had merely been in her status as the sole daughter of the Duke of Dingguo. Just as in the present, the demise of her father led Xia Qinglin to believe that she had lost her worth. Consequently, Xia Qinglin had been evading her for some time. In her previous life, she remained oblivious to the true reasons behind this distance, mistakenly thinking that Xia Qinglin was entangled in some troublesome predicament. Eventually, when Xia Qinglin came to console her, she readily succumbed to his charms, only to be manipulated and exploited by him. Hanzhu reflected on the myriad events of her past life and could only feel a profound sense of foolishness. Chapter 2. Those who dare to bully me, as the words of Xia echoed. The two arrived at a martial arts arena, which, though modest in size, was currently teeming with onlookers. Standing at the periphery, Hanzhu could hear the mocking taunts directed at Wei Zhao from the group of young nobles. "Wei Zhao, you're really not that impressive, are you? Surely, those military achievements of yours are mere fabrications." "Exactly. With your eyes covered, even I could easily defeat you. No wonder Hanzhu looks down on you, refusing to marry you and opting instead for my cousin." The jeers grew louder, emboldened by one another's audacity. Hanzhu had endured harsher insults in her past life, yet none felt as piercing as the one she heard now. With a stoic expression, she parted the crowd and stepped forward. Only then did she see clearly. In the center of the arena, Wei Zhao, clad in black, had a cloth obscuring his eyes. He stood barehanded, his garments torn, revealing lean arms stained with blood. Opposite him stood a young noble in resplendent attire, brandishing a sword, evidently the source of Wei Zhao's injuries. This noble was Sun Lu, the grandson of the current Prime Minister's son, Wencheng, nephew of the favored concubine Yu, and cousin to Xia Qinglin. The contest was blatantly unequal, yet no one voiced their concerns. Blindfolded, Wei Zhao could only rely on sound to discern his opponent's position. However, the cacophony of the crowd rendered such discernment nearly impossible. Just moments ago, as Sun Lu mocked him, Wei Zhao, unable to perceive his expression, swiftly advanced towards him. Sun Lu, caught in laughter, suddenly found his mirth frozen as he raised his sword to strike. With a swift kick, Wei Zhao sent the weapon flying from Sun Lu's grasp, then pivoted to deliver a powerful blow to his chest, propelling him several meters away. Wei Zhao had restrained his strength, for otherwise That strike could have shattered Sun Lu's ribs. Taken aback by his unexpected defeat, Sun Lu glared at Wei Zhao, who then retrieved the sword from the ground, deftly wielding it to point directly at Sun Lu, the blade emitting a sharp warning sound. Sun Lu, startled, gasped, his fury evaporating as the surroundings fell silent. At that moment, someone recognized Hanzhu. Isn't that the princess of Chongning? I wonder if she is here to seek out Wang Kong, or to find Wei Xiaowei. The onlookers, reveling in the spectacle, glanced between Wei Zhao and Xia Chenglin, their expressions rife with innuendo. It was then that Hanzhu realized Xia Chenglin was also present. Upon noticing her, Xia Chenlin's smile faltered slightly. His gaze swept over her face before discreetly shifting away, as though she were merely a stranger. Hanzhu let out a cold scoff. Ignoring the crowd, she approached Wei Zhao. As he attempted to remove the blindfold, Hanzhu preemptively took it off herself. Suddenly, the world brightened for Wei Zhao. He squinted, and upon seeing the exquisite visage before him, a flicker of surprise crossed his brow. The youth stood tall and graceful, his stature imposing yet not overly muscular, his countenance strikingly handsome yet aloof, akin to a sword concealed within its scabbard. Hanzhu gazed at Wei Zhao from 5 years ago, observing the vibrant 21-year-old version of him, and her eyes gradually became misty. Wei Zhao's dark eyes flickered. His thin lips parted as if to speak, but he was met with Hanzhu's proud and alluring smile. Wei Zhao, you are truly useless. Wei Zhao initially thought he had misperceived her expression. Lowering his head, he replied in a subdued tone, yes. Those nearby, upon witnessing the interaction between Hanzhu and Wei Zhao, sensed an undercurrent of tension, and upon further listening, they confirmed their suspicions. The one who looked down on Wei Zhao the most was indeed Hanzhu. Consequently, their gazes toward Wei Zhao were laden with disdain and contempt, and their murmurs grew louder. After all, he was merely a beggar picked up by the Duke of Dinghua, foolishly hoping to wed the Duke's only daughter. One could only wonder how furious the Duke would be if he learned of this. Hanzhu and Wei Zhao paid no heed to the scornful remarks. Even in the face of such harsh derision, Wei Zhao maintained an upright posture, his expression impassive before Hanzhu. Meanwhile, Hanzhu turned to survey the crowd, and finally, she removed the soft whip from her waist, weighing it in her hand. Sun Lu, I have heard of your prowess. Let's have a match. Hanzhu approached Sun Lu, her smile radiant. Sun Lu, taken aback, had always had a contentious relationship with Hanzhu and was aware of her skills. He would not be foolish enough to engage in a competition with her. Not interested. I'm tired. Sun Lu raised his chin defiantly, unwilling to admit his fear. Hanzhu narrowed her eyes. Is that so? Then allow me to give you a massage to help you relax. With that, she abruptly swung the whip toward Sun Lu. Sun Lu was stunned, having not anticipated Hanzhu's sudden aggression. Yet she was earnest in her intent, striking with increasing ferocity. Sun Lu dodged and leaped, howling in distress, truly a picture of utter embarrassment. The onlookers were left speechless. They all knew Hanzhu to be notoriously spoiled, but none expected her to be so brazen as to openly lash out at Sun Lu. Wei Zhao was equally taken aback by this scene. Xia Chenlin's expression turned icy as he strode forward, seizing the whip from Hanzhu's grasp, his voice low and stern. Have you caused enough trouble? Hanzhu halted, lifting her gaze to meet Xia Chenlin's, which was filled with warning and disdain. Huh, he can't possibly think I am doing this to attract his attention. Can he? In truth, this sentiment was shared by others present as well. Let go. Hanzhu said to Xia Chenlin, her tone cool and detached. Xia Chenlin's brow furrowed slightly, but Hanzhu exerted a forceful tug, nearly striking Xia Chenlin with a whip before it landed once more on Sun Lu. After delivering that blow, Hanzhu felt a surge of satisfaction. She stowed the whip away, not sparing Xia Chenlin a glance, and turned to Sun Lu, saying, "This is what happens to those who bully me." Sun Lu, taken aback, clutched his injured face and cried out, Hanzhu, just wait. I will report to the emperor and ensure you are punished. Be my guest, Hanzhu replied, raising an eyebrow. Having spoken, she cast a glance at the stunned crowd beside her and declared, word by word, you all listen carefully, from now on. Wei Zhao shall be my husband. Hanzhu. Wei Zhao gazed at Hanzhu, and deep within his indifferent eyes, it seemed as though something desperately suppressed was on the verge of surging forth. He had anticipated that persuading Hanzhu to accept his proposal would be a formidable challenge. Yet he was taken aback by her immediate acquiescence. Or perhaps her consent to this union was influenced by Xia Chenglin. At the mention of this, Xia Chenglin furrowed his brows, remaining silent. Hanzhu paid them no further heed. Instead, she turned her attention to Wei Zhao, her expression resolute and earnest. Wei Zhao, let us depart. Wei Zhao clenched his fists tightly. Inexplicably, a simple statement resonated within him with an extraordinary intensity. This sensation set his blood ablaze. Yet he forcibly subdued it. Perhaps he was merely overthinking. Wei Zhao, from this moment forth, we shall walk together. Chapter 3. As the carriage returned to the residence, Hanzhu rested with her eyes closed, absorbing the clamor of the streets, the sensation of rebirth growing ever more vivid. Sitting beside her, Mo Xia was engulfed in worry. Reflecting on recent events, call Wei Zhao in, Hanzhu spoke, her voice melodious yet profoundly calm. Mo Xia snapped back to reality, acknowledged her request, and alighted from the carriage to summon Wei Zhao. After a brief moment, the curtain was lifted once more, revealing Wei Zhao standing before the carriage, refraining from boarding. Hanzhu lifted her gaze, her tone soft and gentle, inviting him to enter. After a moment's hesitation, Wei Zhao ascended into the carriage and lowered the curtain. This marked the first occasion he shared a carriage with Hanzhu. He sat at a distance, maintaining a straight posture, his hands resting neatly on his knees, embodying decorum. Hanzhu studied Wei Zhao's finely contoured profile for an extended, while before finally speaking. Wei Zhao, you're fully aware that I wish to marry Xia Chenglin. Why then do you seek to wed me? Wei Zhao sensed her gaze upon him, his heart quickening uncontrollably as he struggled to suppress the urge to swallow. Hanzhu's words brought him a quiet relief, yet the question left him at a loss for words. He met her clear eyes, devoid of disdain or hatred, which momentarily stunned him. Pressing his lips together, he appeared increasingly aloof. Wei Zhao, Hanzhu called, the way she uttered his name distinct from before, sending shivers through his ears. Speak the truth. In her previous life, Hanzhu had believed Wei Zhao married her to climb the social ladder. Yet she had overlooked the fact that she was merely an orphan, devoid of familial support. More accurately, Wei Zhao was her sole reliance. Suddenly, he averted his gaze, his long lashes casting a shadow over his emotions. Xia Chenglin is unworthy of you. Having lived again, Hanzhu had surmised the reason. She merely wished to hear it from Wei Zhao himself. Is that so? He is the most favored prince, she replied. Wei Zhao clenched his fists tightly, while Hanzhu awaited his response in silence. He is not as uncomplicated as he seems, he finally articulated after a pause. This answer left Hanzhu feeling thoroughly satisfied. A smile graced her face, bright and charming, her voice light and cheerful. Very well, I shall remember that. Wei Zhao looked at her again, surprise flickering in his eyes before he bowed his head, lapsing into silence. Not only Wei Zhao, but also Xia Yinyin and others noticed that Hanzhu seemed different today. In the past, if they had mocked her in such a manner, she would have fiercely rebuked them, unafraid of her royal status. Yet today, she remained unusually composed, articulating words that pierced the heart and left them without retort. After Hanzhu departed, they followed her to the training grounds. Witnessing the moment, she wielded a whip against Sun Lu. Indeed, she remained the indomitable Hanzhu. As Hanzhu and Wei Zhao returned to the residence of the Duke of Dinghua, standing once more at its grand entrance, a whirlwind of emotions enveloped Hanzhu. From her grandfather's era, the Ji family had been a distinguished lineage, celebrated for their remarkable military achievements, yet never boasting of their accolades, which had fostered discontent among the royal family. Consequently, her grandfather was bestowed the title of Duke of Dinghua, and her father received the honorary title of General of the State, while she herself was graciously granted the title of Princess of Chongning, a testament to their family's illustrious standing. Since childhood, not only had her father showered her with affection, but even the emperor had shown her particular favor. often overlooking the misadventures she found herself embroiled in. She had become the envy of many noble ladies, while simultaneously inciting their jealousy. In her previous life, Hanzhu had failed to comprehend these dynamics, leading her to be exploited by a scoundrel and betrayed by those she considered sisters. Suddenly, she heard someone calling her, affectionately referring to her as Zhu. Turning her head, Hanzhu was met with the sight of her father approaching with a warm smile. She stood frozen, her eyes welling with tears. However, as he drew near, her father vanished, replaced by the obsequious and scheming visages of her relatives. "Welcome back, Hanzhu. My cousin is waiting for you inside." Ji Chunlian stepped forward, attempting to grasp Hanzhu's hand. With a smile gracing her face and a tone of familiarity, one might mistakenly believe they were the closest of sisters. Hanzhu raised her hand to adjust her hairpin, deftly evading Ji Chunlian's grasp. "What are you doing here?" "If I am not mistaken, this is my home," she asserted, her tone laced with authority. The audacity of allowing outsiders within her abode without her consent was evident, revealing their true intentions. Ji Chunlian's expression faltered. "It is merely that my cousin happened to visit the capital, and I thought it prudent for you to meet him. Hanzhu, you have come of age. It is time for you to consider marriage. My cousin from Aunt Chunlian's family is a fine young man, quite distinguished in appearance. As your elder, I shall surely assist you in finding a suitable match." Ji Kuei, her third uncle, assumed the demeanor of an elder, albeit with an air of ridiculousness that was somewhat amusing. "Indeed, Hanzhu, our family has devoted considerable thought to your marriage," Ji Chuanhui interjected, the eldest son of Ji Kuei, who surpassed even his father in matters of avarice and lust. "Since I have reached adulthood, I shall take charge of my own marriage. So there is no need to trouble my third uncle," Ji Hanzhu replied, her voice clear and unwavering. "The Duke entrusted me with the care of the young lady. So there is no need for your concern, third Master Ji." Wei Zhao interjected coldly, his voice sharp and imbued with an underlying authority. Ji Kuei's expression shifted. "This is outrageous. While I may not be your biological uncle, I share the same grandfather and lineage as your father. I would never allow you, a solitary girl, to be bullied." He continued, "And you, Wei Zhao, do not think we are oblivious to your intentions. You bear responsibility for the Duke's demise, and now you seek to control Hanzhu. Truly heartless." Despite Ji Kuei's bravado, there lay an undercurrent of trepidation towards Wei Zhao. Nevertheless, as an elder, he maintained his authoritative facade, especially in front of Ji Hanzhu, for those words had previously been hers. Wei Zhao narrowed his phoenix-like eyes, his hand resting upon the hilt of his sword. Ji Kuei felt a surge of apprehension within him. Wei Zhao was a formidable presence on the battlefield, a veritable reaper, and he enjoyed the utmost trust of the emperor. Previously, only Ji Hanzhu had dared to speak to him in such a manner. Ji Chuanhui recognized that Wei Zhao would not resort to violence. Thus, he defiantly raised his chin and addressed Ji Hanzhu. "Hanzhu, do you see? Wei Zhao still wishes to engage us." Ji Hanzhu cast a glance at Wei Zhao's chillingly handsome face before turning her attention to Ji Kuei and the others. "Wei Zhao, step aside. This is not the moment for confrontation." Wei Zhao's brow twitched slightly, yet he uttered no words. Instead, he relinquished his grip on the hilt of his sword and obediently moved to the side. Ji Chuanhui shot him a defiant look, while Ji Kuei and Ji Chunlian wore expressions of smugness and derision. Chapter 4. The call to action. Upon observing their demeanor, Ji Hanzhu coldly curled her lips. "Are you truly attempting to protect me?" Ji Chuanhui eagerly responded, "Of course, we are family." "Family?" Ji Hanzhu found herself laughing at this. Her grandfather and the father of her third uncle were blood brothers, and while their lineage thrived, her grandfather had but one child, her father, who in turn had only her, born to him in his middle age. However, the Ji family had been modest since ancient times, their current fortune amassed by her grandfather and father. In contrast, that branch of the family clung to them like leeches, relentlessly draining their resources. Now, they sought to marry her off at will, aiming to seize the assets of the Duke's estate. In her previous life, Ji Hanzhu had been entirely consumed with avenging Wei Zhao, indifferent to these familial intrigues. unaware that these individuals not only wished to plunder the duke's estate, but also tarnish her father and Wei Zhao's reputations. Hanzhu found herself increasingly empathizing with Wei Zhao. After much contemplation, it seemed that only his marriage into the duke's estate would be the most prudent option. Kuei perceived Hanzhu's sarcasm, his expression darkening before he feigned the demeanor of an elder, stating, "Traditionally, matters of marriage are dictated by parental consent. We are your elders now. Do you truly wish to shame the duke's estate by clinging to Prince Kong?" A hint of mockery flickered in Ji Chunlian's eyes, which quickly transformed into a fade of concern as she advised. "Indeed, Hanzhu, while Prince Kong may be admirable, he is beyond our reach at present. Even if you insist on following him, you would merely become a secondary consort. Why subject yourself to such indignity? Had the duke still been alive, your union with Prince Kong would have been justifiable, but now, the only daughter of the duke reduced to a concubine. What a laughable spectacle." Ji Chunlian mused that were it not for the duke's inheritance, she would genuinely relish witnessing Ji Hanzhu's fall from grace. Nevertheless, she would soon find herself ensnared in an even deeper quagmire, no longer the haughty county princess she once was. Her third uncle and cousins were clearly invested in this endeavor. It seemed that her cousin was indeed a remarkable gentleman. If that were the case, let her cousin marry him. Ji Chunlian's expression tightened, and she dryly remarked, "I am only looking out for your best interests. I cannot accept your well-meaning intentions, and besides, my marriage is not for you to decide." "What do you mean by that?" Ji Kuei demanded, his face stern. Ji Hanzhu offered a faint smile, raising her hand towards Wei Zhao. He stepped beside her, and Ji Hanzhu naturally took his hand, her laughter exuberant and unrestrained. "I am sincerely sorry, but the emperor has already bestowed a marriage upon Wei Zhao and me, so your concern as elders is no longer necessary." "What?" Upon hearing this, Yikui forcefully pushed aside Yihunian to confront Hanzhu. "The emperor has granted a marriage?" He scrutinized Ji Hanzhu, then Wei Zhao, his expression one of disbelief, convinced that Ji Hanzhu was merely trying to deceive them. "Absolutely true," Wei Zhao affirmed, each word deliberate. Ji Kuei furrowed his brow, understanding that unlike Ji Hanzhu, Wei Zhao was not prone to fabrications. If he acknowledged it, it was likely the truth. His mood plummeted to the depths of despair as he reluctantly gazed at Ji Hanzhu. "Will you consent to marry Wei Zhao?" Ji Hanzhu tightened her grip on Wei Zhao's hand and replied, "Of course." Ji Kuei's calculations were thoroughly shattered, and his expression shifted dramatically. Ji Chuanhui took a moment to comprehend the situation, his voice rising in astonishment. "You intend to marry Wei Zhao?" Ji Hanzhu raised an eyebrow at him, while Ji Chunlian was equally taken aback. They had hoped to leverage this opportunity to manipulate Ji Hanzhu, but to their surprise, she chose to marry Wei Zhao. Although Wei Zhao did not possess the noble status of King Kong, he was not one to be trifled with. Moreover, this marriage had effectively severed their ties with Ji Hanzhu, making it difficult for them to reap any future benefits. As they pondered their predicament, a frivolous voice broke the tension. "Is this the county princess of Chongming? Truly a beauty." It was Ji Chunlian's cousin. He was somewhat presentable, but his greasy demeanor suggested he was well acquainted with the company of women, his eyes lecherously wandering over Ji Hanzhu, both repulsive and disgusting. Wei Zhao, his expression cold, positioned himself in front of Ji Hanzhu, shielding her from that malicious gaze, though the murderous intent in his eyes was nearly uncontainable. "Uncle, I shall marry this county princess and take her home in a few days." The cousin leered at Ji Hanzhu with barely concealed desire. Ji Kuei and the others exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. They wished to intervene as well, but with the emperor bestowing the marriage, they lacked the courage. "Preposterous! How dare you speak so disrespectfully to the county princess?" Wei Zhao unsheathed his sword, placing it directly against the cousin's neck. Startled, the cousin prepared to curse Wei Zhao, but Ji Kuei restrained him, warning, "Do not speak recklessly. The emperor has granted the marriage to the county princess." Disappointment flickered in the cousin's eyes as he turned to Ji Hanzhu, his gaze almost glued to her. Ji Hanzhu furrowed her brow. Wei Zhao sheathed his sword and retaliated with 2 resounding slaps to the cousin's face, leaving him dazed and confused, yet unable to approach due to Wei Zhao's imposing presence. This is the fine family my uncle and aunt sought for me. Truly an eye-opener. Hanzhu stated coldly. I kindly ask the three of you to escort this gentleman away from my home. As for my future wedding with Wei Zhao, you need not attend. The Duke of Dinghua's residence requires no relatives like you. Hanzhu's words were a clear dismissal, severing their ties decisively. Kuei and Chuanhui felt a weight in their hearts as they exchanged glances. Hanzhu was intent on cutting ties with them. This was unacceptable. They were counting on the Duke of Dinghua's residence for their own ascendance. Sister Hanzhu, you misunderstand. Chunlian and Chuanhui spoke in unison, attempting to turn the tide, but Hanzhu offered them no opportunity. Wei Zhao, you may act now. Wei Zhao complied. And this time he did not even need to draw his sword. He effortlessly expelled the four of them, a truly spectacular display. Nevertheless, even after being beaten, they dared to hurl insults and audaciously attempted to persuade Hanzhu not to sever their relationship. Hanzhu paid them no mind, striding directly into the courtyard, while Kuei and his companions became the laughingstock of the onlookers. Upon returning to her courtyard, Hanzhu discovered that her other close maid, Bichio, along with the rest of the household, had been imprisoned. Bichio was deeply concerned that Kuei and his associates might harm Hanzhu, her anxiety mounting until she finally laid eyes on her. However, upon seeing her, tears of anger streamed down her face. How dare they confine us? As if we were nothing, merely to prevent us from seeking our mistress or delivering her messages. Typically more composed than Masha, Bichio was genuinely infuriated by these intruders. Hanzhu and Masha shared in her indignation. Hanzhu recalled a similar incident in her past life. Though at that time, she had been neglected by Xia Chenglin and had little inclination to concern herself with such matters. Had this been before, Hanzhu would have certainly taken a whip to those responsible. However, she had grown somewhat more composed now. Gently wiping Bichio's tears, she offered soothing words, urging her not to cry or be angry, assuring her that she would handle these individuals in due course. Bichio, with her eyes still red, stared at Hanzhu, momentarily lost for words. Hanzhu smiled, her charming demeanor returning. As for you all, it seems you will have quite a bit to attend to soon. Only then did Bichio regain her senses, sniffing back her tears, and asked why. Masha glanced at Hanzhu and cautiously replied, Miss is to be wed to Wei Zhao. Bichio's eyes widened in shock. Chapter 5. The grand wedding. The imperial decree for the marriage arrived the following day, solidifying the union between Hanzhu and Wei Zhao. In her past life, Hanzhu had no part in this arrangement, as all preparations were made solely by Wei Zhao. This time, however, she was more invested, albeit cautious not to raise suspicion with significant changes. Thus, most tasks remained under Wei Zhao's purview, while the Duke of Dinghua's residence prepared for the wedding. Sun Lu reported Hanzhu's altercation with him to the emperor. Expecting a stern punishment for Hanzhu, the emperor merely soothed the Sun family and promised to reprimand her, allowing the matter to fade into obscurity. Consequently, it became evident to many that, even in the duke's absence, Hanzhu was not someone to be trifled with. The wedding was hastily set for 2 weeks later. Despite the tight schedule, Wei Zhao spared no effort in his preparations, even elevating the grandeur of the occasion. In addition to the betrothal gifts from Wei Zhao and the dowry from the duke's residence, the emperor also contributed to Hanzhu's dowry. On that day, the spectacle of the wedding was nothing short of breathtaking. During the ceremony, as Hanzhu beheld Wei Zhao's black boots and the hem of his crimson wedding attire, she found herself unable to recall how he had appeared in wedding garments in her previous life. With the completion of the rites, Hanzhu and Wei Zhao were officially recognized as husband and wife. As she was guided into the bridal chamber, Bichio and Xia accompanied her. Throughout the wedding preparations, Hanzhu maintained a remarkable calmness, refraining from tears or tantrums, which only heightened Bichio and Xia's concerns. They were acutely aware of Hanzhu's animosity towards Wei Zhao and her longing to wed Prince Kong. Her agreement to marry Wei Zhao was merely a result of heartache inflicted by Prince Kong at the Lin residence. Upon hearing the news of the emperor's decree, Hanzhu had immediately sought confirmation from Wei Zhao, leading to an unpleasant confrontation between them. Subsequently, she sought out Prince Kong and finally encountered him at the Lin family estate. Everyone assumed she would never marry Wei Zhao, yet unexpectedly, the marriage came to fruition. Biqiu and Mo Xia felt a pang of sorrow for Hanzhu, who was lost in tumultuous thoughts. In her past life, she had wreaked havoc on the bridal chamber, perhaps becoming the first bride in history to do so. At that time, she had been spoiled and unruly, indulged by her father. Wei Zhao, being taciturn, bore her insults in silence, never once retaliating. Reflecting on her past arrogance and folly, Hanzhu could not suppress a smirk, a mischievous idea taking root. She removed her bridal veil, a playful smile gracing her lips, and prepared to wreak havoc. Biqiu and Mo Xia exchanged puzzled glances. Hanzhu's eyes sparkled with mischief, not resembling a jest, nor did she appear angry. Mo Xia, being more spirited, recognized that Hanzhu genuinely intended for them to create chaos. Without further thought, she seized a nearby wine glass and smashed it upon the floor. As she fell, a sense of relief washed over her. Indeed, the young lady harbored deep-seated aversion towards this marriage. All because of Wei Zhao. With this thought, Mo Xia reached for another wine glass, intent on shattering it. At that moment, Hanzhu's eyes flickered, prompting her to halt. Mo Xia lifted her gaze, her round, dark eyes scrutinizing her. Initially puzzled, she soon comprehended, offering the wine glass back, allowing the young lady to take matters into her own hands. Hanzhu's brow twitched slightly as she accepted the glass, recalling something. Just before her reincarnation, she had learned of Wei Zhao's desire to wed her and had instructed her friend to humiliate him. Reflecting on it, she remembered the night of her wedding in her previous life, where Wei Zhao had been excessively intoxicated. No need for destruction here. Come with me, she declared, placing the red wine glass down. Biqiu and Mo Xia exchanged confused glances, yet they were always obedient. Whatever Hanzhu instructed, they complied. As Hanzhu, adorned in her heavy crimson wedding gown, approached the entrance, a sudden thought struck her. She turned to Biqiu, "Bring the bridal veil." Biqiu paused momentarily, quickly recovering, and retrieved the red veil from the couch. Hanzhu recovered herself with the veil, extending her hands for support from Biqiu and Mo Xia, guiding her to the banquet hall ahead. Had it been in her previous life, Hanzhu would have never donned a veil here. She yearned to humiliate Wei Zhao as much as possible. At present, the banquet hall was populated solely by a handful of young individuals, primarily sons of officials, several of whom shared a closer bond with Hanzhu. The remaining few were Wei Zhao's military allies, each seated in stark contrast to one another. Wei Zhao's friends wore expressions of discontent, their faces betraying a suppressed frustration. "Come now, Wei Yibin, have another drink. Truly, our Wei Yibin is fortunate. Rescued from a pile of beggars by the Duke of the State as a child, and now marrying the most beautiful lady in the capital, the Princess of Chongning. How enviable. Indeed, Wei Yibin, but I've heard this marriage was snatched from Prince Kong. Aren't you concerned the princess might resent you? Oh, what nonsense. Even without this marriage, do you think the princess would ever hold Wei Yibin in high regard? She simply does not fancy him. Thus, Wei Yibin must tread carefully in serving the princess. Should she take offense, your days of bliss will be numbered." Some of Wei Zhao's friends could no longer contain themselves, rising to voice their objections. However, before they could articulate their thoughts, a thunderous crash resonated from behind. A multitude of plates and bowls shattered. The sound drew the attention of all present, who turned to see what had transpired. Biqiu and Mo Xia assumed the young lady intended to smash items before Wei Zhao. Noticing his gaze upon them, they even nodded defiantly at him. "Humph, forcibly marrying our young lady, and you think you will escape unscathed." Yet when Hanzhu spoke, Biqiu and Mo Xia nearly dropped their jaws in astonishment. "You've all had quite enough to drink. It is time to disperse," Hanzhu stated, her voice as melodious and clear as ever, imbued with an innate charm. Upon hearing her speak, the few young gentlemen who were relatively familiar with her were taken aback. Hadn't Hanzhu previously incited them to humiliate Wei Zhao? They had even waited until others had departed to carry out her wishes, seeking to vindicate her. They executed this task with such ease, and yet, just as they had only begun to unfold their scheme, they were abruptly halted. Bai Qiu and Mo Xia were equally bewildered. However, upon reflection, they concluded that their young lady must possess some alternative means to deal with Wei Zhao. Are my words falling on deaf ears? Hanzhu spoke again, her tone laced with a hint of playful reproach. Yet, due to the sweetness of her voice, it did not come across as harsh. Perhaps I shall treat you all to drinks another day, she added moments later, as a form of compensation. Chapter 6. The ties of marriage. At this point, those present were convinced that Hanzhu was not merely putting on an act. They had no desire to provoke this little firecracker, especially after having heard of Hanzhu's recent altercation with Sun Lu. It can only be said that a woman's heart is as elusive as a needle at the bottom of the sea, truly capricious. Thus, despite their confusion, they rose one by one to take their leave. Veiled by her bridal cover, Hanzhu did not perceive the worried glances exchanged among Wei Zhao's friends as they departed. Nor did she notice their expressions filled with dissatisfaction when they looked her way. Once the guests had dispersed, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Still not leaving? Hanzhu glanced toward Wei Zhao's direction, uttering this remark before turning to return to her new chamber. Upon entering, she had scarcely settled when Wei Zhao appeared at the door, hesitating to step inside. Bai Qiu and Mo Xia flanked him, their expressions unfriendly. Gumin. The soft voice of Qing Yu resonated once more. Wei Zhao paused momentarily before finally entering the room. You two may leave now, Hanzhu instructed. Bai Qiu and Mo Xia exchanged glances, complied, and exited. As the door closed, the room was enveloped in an eerie stillness, with only the sound of breathing audible. Time slipped by unmeasured until the dragon and phoenix candles emitted a spark, shattering the tranquility. I am utterly exhausted. Will you not remove this thing from atop my head? Hanzhu mused, realizing it may be somewhat challenging to wait for this wooden man to take the initiative to lift her veil. Thus, she resolved to devise another approach. In the past, she had often commanded Wei Zhao to do her bidding, yet tonight her gentle voice bore a hint of playful sweetness. However, Wei Zhao remained oblivious. Obediently, he stepped forward, raised his hand, paused for a moment, and then lifted the intricately embroidered red veil adorned with dragons and phoenixes. As the light flooded in, Hanzhu squinted slightly, finally catching a clear glimpse of Wei Zhao. He was strikingly handsome, with sharp brows and bright eyes, his features well-defined. Though he exuded an icy demeanor, his robust aura rendered him particularly alluring. Having devoted himself to martial arts, Wei Zhao's physique was characterized by broad shoulders and a narrow waist, contrasting with the bulkiness of many men, as his muscular form remained concealed beneath his attire. Typically clad in black, he now donned a vibrant red wedding garment, which softened his otherwise frosty presence. Upon unveiling her, Wei Zhao was momentarily taken aback. He had always known Hanzhu to be stunningly beautiful, yet he was unprepared for the breathtaking allure she radiated in her resplendent red attire. Gazing into her bright and spirited eyes, he felt his heart race uncontrollably. He greedily etched her enchanting features into his mind before hastily averting his gaze. Lowering his head slightly, as was his habit, Hanzhu offered a faint smile, quickly concealing it, her voice carrying a touch of feigned annoyance. This crown is rather heavy. Snapping back to reality, Wei Zhao's gaze fell upon the exquisite phoenix crown, masking the flicker of disappointment in his eyes. He had prepared this crown and veil for her. Surely, she must detest it. Wei Zhao had always been adept at concealing his emotions. His expression remained impassive as he stepped closer, bending down to carefully remove the crown from Hanzhu's head, cautious not to cause her any discomfort. Once the crown was removed, Hanzhu indeed felt a significant relief. She adjusted her cascading hair and turned her attention to the wine jug and cups beside her, gesturing for Wei Zhao to pour her a drink. Wei Zhao was perplexed by Hanzhu's intentions, yet he poured a glass of wine nonetheless. He noticed the shattered remnants of another wine glass strewn across the floor. Hanzhu rose, grasped the wine glass, and then entwined her arm with Wei Zhao's, taking a sip of the wine. Subsequently, she placed the glass into Wei Zhao's hand, imparting a subtle command for him to drink. Wei Zhao stood momentarily stunned, his thick brows furrowing slightly. The peculiar sensation he had experienced at the Lin residence resurfaced, raising doubts. Was this merely another form of humiliation directed at him? Perhaps she had consented to this marriage solely to provoke Xia Chenglin. However, recalling the words of those around him, he tilted his head back and downed the contents of the glass. Hanzhu appeared somewhat satisfied this time. She released her grip and returned to her seat by the couch, while Wei Zhao remained rooted in place, entranced by the glass in his hand. They had shared the same vessel for their drink. His body tensed at the thought of her delicate, crimson lips, and he felt his throat involuntarily constrict. Wei Zhao furrowed his brow, ashamed of his unclean thoughts. Taking a deep breath, he looked up just in time to see Hanzhu wielding a sharp dagger, poised to draw it across her neck. His breath caught as he swiftly approached her and seized her hand. "Miss, what are you doing?" he exclaimed. He knew he was undeserving, but did she truly despise him so much that marriage drove her to such extremes? Hanzhu blinked, her doe-like eyes bewildered. Wasn't he the wedding night meant for the tying of a knot? Though it was her first experience of such a night, her previous attempt had ended in chaos. And she couldn't rely on Wei Zhao this time either. Reflecting on her past life, where she had been scorned for her lack of decorum and had never known the joys of intimacy between a man and a woman, she felt a profound sense of loss. The tying of a knot? Yes, had they not all spoken of it in such terms? Wei Zhao's mind was in disarray, and upon realizing Hanzhu had no intention of self-harm, he finally released her hand. Hanzhu cut a lock of her hair and handed the dagger along with the hair to Wei Zhao, indicating for him to complete the rest. After a moment of shared gazes, he accepted it. Hesitantly, he cut a lock of his own hair and, with careful consideration, intertwined it with Hanzhu's before placing them into a silk pouch. With this, the ritual was complete. "Wei Zhao, come here," Hanzhu beckoned. Shaken from his reverie, he discreetly tucked away the pouch and took a couple of steps forward. "Bow your head," she instructed, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Wei Zhao, already tall, found Hanzhu barely reaching his chest, especially as she sat. He pressed his lips together and bent slightly. As he drew closer to her cool, elegant visage, Hanzhu recalled the 3 slaps she had delivered to Wei Zhao in her previous life. The first was in anger over her father's death, convinced that Wei Zhao was responsible. The second was on their wedding night, when she had accused him of being heartless, and the final one was before her demise. During their last encounter, Hanzhu snapped back to the present, realizing that having slapped Wei Zhao thrice in her past life, she would return that debt 100-fold in this one. Amidst Wei Zhao's suspicions, Hanzhu unexpectedly pressed her lips against Wei Zhao's fair cheek. Chapter 7. She kissed him. Yet he fled. Wei Zhao's eyes widened slightly, and after a prolonged moment, he turned incredulously to gaze at Hanzhu. Hanzhu's eyes sparkled like stars. Her cheeks flushed with a delicate blush, radiating youthful vibrancy and charm. Observing Wei Zhao's astonished demeanor brought her a mix of amusement and a tinge of sorrow. She realized that beneath his seemingly cold exterior, Wei Zhao possessed a certain intriguing quality. As she smiled at him, anticipating his reaction, Wei Zhao gradually straightened his posture. His gaze dark and intense, fists clenched tightly, veins visibly throbbing on the back of his hands. Finally, with reddened eyes and pressed lips, he turned and strode away decisively. Hanzhu was left in a state of bewilderment. What was happening? She had kissed him, yet he had run away? After a moment of stunned silence, she decided to dismiss it, attributing his reaction to the overwhelming nature of the situation, and resolved not to hold it against him. However, she did not wish for others to speculate. Her trust in Wei Zhao remained unwavering. Subsequently, Hanzhu summoned 2 maidservants to assist her in changing and preparing for bed. Initially, Bai Qiu and Mo Xia believed their mistress had softened her disdain for Wei Zhao, but witnessing his abrupt departure made them realize their assumption was misguided. Oblivious to the thoughts of the 2 young maids, Hanzhu felt fatigued and mentally disordered, longing for tranquility. As she lay in bed, with everyone having retreated, she gazed at the crimson surroundings and still found it somewhat surreal. She had indeed been reborn, reliving her wedding night with Wei Zhao. Yet, she found herself greedily wishing for another year of rebirth, to return to a time before her father's untimely death. Ultimately, she acknowledged her own greed. Now, the loss of her father was irretrievable, and she understood it to be an accident. Her resentment towards Wei Zhao had dissipated. Instead, she yearned to understand him more deeply. Beyond repaying Wei Zhao, she intended to reclaim everything owed to her from her past life. That night, Hanzhu slept soundly, while Wei Zhao clutched the silken pouch, unable to close his eyes. He had tolerated the humiliation Hanzhu had inflicted upon him previously, but her actions today were different. He sensed that she regarded him as having ulterior motives, believing his intentions to be impure, thus resorting to a different method of humiliation. Yet, despite his understanding, he felt a pang of anxiety. He feared he might lose control and surrender his last vestige of dignity before her. On the day following their wedding, tradition dictated that the bride rise early to serve tea to her in-laws. As an orphan, Wei Zhao had no parents and thus no such rituals. The emperor had graciously exempted them from the customary palace visit to express gratitude before their union, allowing Hanzhu to awaken at her leisure. However, just as she rose, Bai Qiu announced the arrival of her uncle, Xiu. Among the Ji siblings, there was also a distant cousin, leading to infrequent interaction due to her distant marriage. Overall, Xiu's family was somewhat better off than Kui's, having benefited from the Duke of Ding's patronage. They were low-key and untroublesome, living a quiet life, which had left Hanzhu with a favorable impression of them. However, after recent events, she realized that a barking dog seldom bites. Previously, Kui had pressured her into marriage, and although she doubted that Xiu and the others were unaware, he had never shown his face. Now that he had arrived, the intentions regarding Hanzhu were abundantly clear. Let him leave. Tell him I wish to see none of the Ji family. Hanzhu declared coldly, her demeanor resolute. Yes. Naturally, Bai Qiu obeyed Hanzhu's command and exited. Mo Xia attended to Hanzhu during breakfast, but her thoughts drifted to last night. Where was Wei Zhao? He had left on his own, and today marked the first day of their marriage. They should be sharing breakfast together. Wei Zhao was likely engaged in morning exercises. Mo Xia thought, not pondering further. Hanzhu set down her chopsticks. Go summon him, and inform him that I await him to dine with me. Mo Xia looked at Hanzhu in confusion, thinking she must have misheard. Hanzhu winked at her, urging her to hurry, prompting Mo Xia to regain her senses and leave. After finishing his morning practice and showering, Wei Zhao was preparing to attend to some official duties when Mo Xia arrived. Previously, due to Hanzhu's disfavor towards Wei Zhao, both Mo Xia and Bai Qiu had shared her sentiments. Now, however, Mo Xia found herself uncertain of Hanzhu's feelings. Thus, she maintained a somewhat cordial attitude. Wei Zhao, the young lady requests your presence for breakfast. Recalling the kiss from last night, Wei Zhao's brow furrowed slightly. I have already dined. Mo Xia was taken aback by his defiance of Hanzhu's wishes, her expression growing colder. The young lady is waiting for you. Even if you do not wish to go, you must inform her yourself, though unaware of what transpired between the two the previous night. Mo Xia noted Wei Zhao's troubled expression upon his departure, indicating that it was likely not a trivial matter. Having delivered her message, she departed. After a moment's contemplation, Wei Zhao proceeded toward Hanzhu's courtyard. Though today was meant to be a day of rest for him, he would still attend to matters concerning the military. Upon reaching Hanzhu's chamber, he found her indeed waiting to share breakfast, prompting him to frown. Miss, I've already eaten. There are matters to address in the military. Hanzhu surveyed him, her smile faltering slightly. Wei Zhao pressed his lips together, aware that Hanzhu was not one to handle anger lightly. However, before he could speak, Hanzhu remarked, I understand, you may go about your business. Wei Zhao hesitated, meeting her gaze. Contrary to his expectations, Hanzhu did not appear angry. Rather, her eyes mirrored the warmth from the previous night, making it difficult for him to look away. After a moment, he finally withdrew his gaze and bid her farewell. Hanzhu flashed him a radiant smile. Take care. Wei Zhao paused, bowed, and then turned to leave. Once he was gone, the The smile vanished from Ji Hanju's face. Quickly, summon Lin Zhao, Bai Qiu, and Mo Xiao exchanged startled glances. "Miss, what is the matter?" "Do not inquire. Just find him," Ji Hanju instructed as she walked into the courtyard. Observing her anxious demeanor, Bai Qiu curtsied and departed. Wei Zhao, having been appointed as the Left Colonel by the Emperor after a victorious campaign a year prior, commanded considerable respect within the military. Yi Hanzhu, seeing him in his military attire, suddenly recalled the pit she had dug for Wei Zhao before her rebirth. In her previous life, Wei Zhao had faced punishment due to this matter. Lin Zhao's father was Lin Dong. Both father and son held positions within the military, and Lin Zhao had grown up alongside her. Setting aside her close friendship with Lin Zhao's sister, Lin Shuiying, she considered Lin Zhao a true companion. Although she now felt a deep aversion towards Lin Shuiying, Lin Zhao remained a friend worthy of her affection. Lin Shuiying, in her past life, she too had been among those who betrayed her. As she reminisced about her former existence, Lin Zhao soon appeared, clad in a neat black uniform. His sun-kissed skin accentuated his bright, handsome demeanor, and his dazzling white smile was undeniably striking. At the sight of his familiar grin, Ji Hanju felt a surge of joy, yet her eyes involuntarily brimmed with tears. Chapter 8. Digging a pit for Wei Zhao, the county lord, newly married. Why is it that on the very first day of her marriage, she seeks me out? Is it that she misses me so terribly? Lin Zhao grinned broadly, adopting his usual carefree demeanor. Ji Hanju shot him a glance of disdain, lacking the time for trivial banter. "You must inform them that the plan is cancelled." Lin Zhao's eyes flickered mischievously as he picked up an apple, weighing it in his hand, and said with a teasing smile, "Ah, no wonder people say that once a woman is married, she changes. Just look at you, and it's only been a day since your wedding. Have you already begun to soften?" Ji Hanju remained silent, suddenly reminiscing about Lin Zhao's sharp tongue from their past lives. "In any case, the plan is cancelled," she declared, narrowing her eyes at him. Lin Zhao had always been resilient. While others feared her, he remained unafraid. Having witnessed Ji Hanju's cunning methods in their youth, he was perhaps the only one bold enough to jest with her, aside from the late Duke of Dinghua. Lin Zhao took a crisp bite of the apple, realizing it was too late. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Wei Zhao would soon be summoned. Ji Hanju inhaled deeply, watching him crunch away at the apple, frustration building within her. She tossed an apple at Lin Zhao and moved aside to eat, asserting, "You must inform me of all matters concerning Wei Zhao, no matter how trivial." Lin Zhao caught the apple, expressing his gratitude. However, he noted that monitoring Wei Zhao was indeed rather tedious, advising her to be cautious, as Wei Zhao was raised by the Duke of Dinghua and held in high regard. Unlike others, Lin Zhao recognized Wei Zhao's talents and the Duke's esteem for him, often reminding Ji Hanju. Yet, in her previous life, Ji Hanju would grow impatient upon hearing such reminders, eventually feeling that Lin Zhao had also been swayed by Wei Zhao, leading to a rift between them. This time, Ji Hanju responded with uncharacteristic calmness, stating, "I am aware. You should focus on your own matters." Lin Zhao glanced at Ji Hanju, choosing to say nothing further, and walked away with the apple. The course of events remained unchanged as Ji Hanju had not intervened in time. As dusk approached, Wei Zhao returned. In her past life, Ji Hanju had anticipated his punishment, standing at the door to mock him. In this life, she awaited him once more. Wei Zhao had endured 20 military lashes, being robust. He had walked back on his own. However, blood was visibly seeping from his back, and his complexion appeared somewhat pallid. Upon noticing Ji Hanju, Wei Zhao hesitated momentarily, instinctively straightening his posture, reluctant for her to perceive his injuries. Wrapped in a cloak, Ji Hanju felt the biting chill of early winter, her delicate face reddening against the cold. "Wei Zhao, come with me," she commanded. Wei Zhao stood there, momentarily taken aback. "Hurry up, it's quite cold outside." Ji Hanju turned, her voice a blend of impatience and a hint of coaxing. "Take off your clothes." Once inside, Ji Hanju insisted that Wei Zhao disrobe. Wei Zhao's brow furrowed slightly. "What is your command, miss? Do you require my assistance in undressing you?" Ji Hanju responded with a trace of dissatisfaction. Wei Zhao's dark eyes lingered on Hanzhu for a moment before he raised his hand to remove his garments, initially revealing only his shoulder. Hanzhu stepped forward and directly pulled down his clothing, revealing a back marred with crimson stains. Wei Zhao, taken aback, instinctively attempted to don his garment once more. But Hanzhu raised an eyebrow, declaring that should he dare to move, she would tend to his wounds right there in the courtyard. Outside, darkness had enveloped the surroundings. Within the room, the candlelight flickered, casting a warm, inviting glow, whilst the flames danced languidly. The atmosphere grew stiflingly intimate, and Wei Zhao felt as though he were being enveloped by the heat, his thoughts drifting in an almost surreal haze. When Hanzhu announced her intention to apply medicine to his injuries, Wei Zhao assumed he had misheard. She gestured for him to sit down, and this time he complied, settling into a chair. Rather than summon a maid for assistance, Hanzhu wrung a cloth with warm water and began to clean the blood surrounding the wound. Accustomed to being attended to since childhood, she found herself unaccustomed to such tasks, especially with Wei Zhao sitting rigidly across from her, his demeanor tense and unyielding. She instinctively moderated her breathing. After considerable effort, she managed to cleanse the wound, only to find herself flustered as she proceeded to apply the medicine and bandage it. Wei Zhao exhibited remarkable fortitude, not even flinching as the ointment was applied. However, when Hanzhu's cool fingers brushed against the skin, his arm involuntarily tensed further. After laboring for what felt like an eternity, she finally completed the task, and upon glancing at Wei Zhao, she noted that his upper body was now swathed in bandages, which, coupled with his frosty countenance, struck her as rather comical. Once finished, she surveyed Wei Zhao with a sense of satisfaction. He had remained perfectly still throughout the ordeal, and as he finally stood up, his fair complexion bore a faint blush. "This injury will heal swiftly. Thank you for your concern, miss," he said, maintaining a respectful distance and a demeanor that was both cool and courteous. Hanzhu, unfazed, nodded, suggesting he take some time to rest in the coming days. "Yes," Wei Zhao replied, donning his clothing before departing. Back in his chambers, he felt somewhat dazed yet increasingly concerned. Since their marriage the previous day, Hanzhu had exhibited peculiar behavior. Having sustained an injury, he had refrained from venturing outside and had neglected his martial training, allowing him a rare moment of leisure. Nevertheless, he had heard that Hanzhu had been quite occupied during these past couple of days. Hanzhu summoned the elderly steward of the estate, Mr. Zhou, who was over 60 and had managed the household affairs during the time of the Duke. Recently, however, he had grown anxious about his declining health, feeling uneasy in trusting the vast estate to anyone else. Although he held a degree of trust in Wei Zhao regarding certain household matters, the latter was still embroiled in military duties and could not be expected to oversee domestic affairs incessantly. This concern had caused Mr. Zhou to develop a couple of blisters on his lips. Upon encountering the young mistress of the estate, he bowed respectfully, thinking to himself that she had likely come to request funds once more. "Uncle Zhou, I have heard that your health has not been quite well these days. Is there something troubling you?" Hanzhu invited Mr. Zhou to sit, her tone warm and inviting. Naturally, Mr. Zhou dared not take a seat. He smiled and replied, "As one grows old, one inevitably encounters minor ailments. Thank you for your concern, County Mistress." Hanzhu held a considerable respect for the elderly steward, and thus she refrained from beating around the bush. "Uncle Zhou," she began, "I sought you out to learn the management of household affairs." The steward was momentarily taken aback, first by shock, then by delight, but soon his brow furrowed in concern. Hanzhu had always been indifferent to such matters and prone to indulgence, which raised his fears that she might squander the Duke's estate. Furthermore, her sudden desire to manage household affairs indeed left him uneasy, as he worried it was yet another ploy to oppose Wei Zhao. Noticing the steward's apprehension, Hanzhu remained unperturbed. "Rest assured, Uncle Zhou, I merely wish to familiarize myself with the routines under your guidance. I will not act recklessly." Chapter 9, Rewarding You, Hanzhu had said, and Zhou Guanjia found it difficult to refuse, thus he acquiesced. Consequently, in the following days, Hanzhu began to accompany Zhou Guanjia in studying the account books and familiarizing herself with the various affairs of the household. Wei Zhao became aware of this development through Zhou Guanjia, who, concerned for Ji Hanju's well-being, urged Wei Zhao to keep a discreet watch over her. Each day, Ji Hanju would pore over the account books until her head ached, yet she still managed to carve out time to assist Wei Zhao with his bandage changes. Initially, Wei Zhao resisted her help, but he found himself unable to withstand Ji Hanju's insistence and ultimately complied. One evening, as Ji Hanju arrived, the sky had already darkened. Wei Zhao, on the verge of changing his own bandages, paused upon seeing her. "Wei Zhao, shall you accompany me for a ride tomorrow?" Ji Hanju suggested during the bandage change. After a brief moment, Wei Zhao nodded, "All right." Ji Hanju smiled, but as she reached for the gauze, her fingers brushed against her own injury, prompting her to wince slightly. "What is it?" Wei Zhao inquired, immediately turning to her. Ji Hanju presented her delicate hand, revealing a crimson scar at the base of her thumb. "I accidentally hurt myself in the storeroom today." Wei Zhao furrowed his brow, rising to his feet. "Allow me to tend to your injury." Ji Hanju suppressed a smile and nodded in feigned reluctance. Having been raised in pampered circumstances, Ji Hanju was unaccustomed to such injuries. And upon witnessing the blood on her fair skin, Wei Zhao felt a pang of discomfort that surpassed his own past punishments. He meticulously applied the medication, his bandaging technique far more proficient than Ji Hanju's. As Ji Hanju observed Wei Zhao, she found herself increasingly captivated by his looks. Wei Zhao, absorbed in his task, did not notice her gaze until he finished bandaging and lifted his head, only then realizing that Ji Hanju had been watching him intently and that he had just held her hand. He parted his lips to speak, but before he could utter a word, Ji Hanju unexpectedly rose on her toes and placed a kiss upon his cheek. "This is a reward for you," she said, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Wei Zhao remained rigid, staring at Ji Hanju while she pressed her hands on his shoulders, gently guiding him back into the chair as she began to secure the gauze around him, his fists clenched tightly in his lap, the initial thrill transforming into a tumult of restraint. He thought to himself that Ji Hanju must be aware of his feelings, and thus she sought to humiliate him in this manner. He would rather endure anything than have Ji Hanju treat him this way out of spite. Believing that Wei Zhao's tense expression stemmed from shyness, Ji Hanju found him all the more amusing. However, the following day, Wei Zhao failed to keep their appointment, departing for official duties in a distant location without a word. Ji Hanju could hardly believe the news, thinking she must have misheard. How dare he leave her waiting? Fuming with indignation, Ji Hanju ordered a carriage to seek him out. Yet before she could set off, Lin Shuiying arrived. As the daughter of a military general, Lin Shuiying was slightly taller and more robust. Clad in a yellow jacket, she exuded an air of youthful vitality. However, having experienced her true nature in a past life, Ji Hanju felt a wave of nausea wash over her at the sight of Lin Shuiying's familiar visage. Lin Shuiying approached Hanzhu, sizing her up before covering her mouth with a light laugh. "Zhu, you seem to have lost some weight these past few days. Is Wei Zhao treating you poorly?" Ji Hanju's pallor was a result of the torment inflicted by the accounts. She regarded Lin Shuiying with a gaze devoid of warmth or kindness, replaced instead by a resigned indifference. Unperturbed, Lin Shuiying assumed Ji Hanju simply did not wish to hear Wei Zhao's name. "Zhu, have you finished the concealed darts we discussed? Prince Kong might be eagerly awaiting them." Lin Shuiying settled comfortably beside her, her expression brightening with a girlish shyness upon mentioning Prince Kong, tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. Indeed, many rejoiced at Xia Chenglin's rejection of her, but none were more delighted than Lin Shuiying. Consumed by jealousy over Ji Hanju's fortune and beauty, her feelings for Xia Chenglin only fueled her bitter remarks. Yet, it was only now that Ji Hanju discerned this truth. Suddenly hearing Prince Kang's name, Ji Hanju's delicate fists tightened beneath her flowing sleeves, her gaze growing increasingly frosty. In her previous life, after marrying, Xia Chenglin returned to woo her solely for her talent in weapon crafting. He disregarded his own reputation, undeterred by the whispers of an affair, all for the sake of exploiting her abilities. The weaponry she forged aided Xia Chenglin in securing half of his military victories. Later, When he covertly instigated a coup and realized his plans had faltered, he placed the blame squarely on her and the fifth prince, Xia Qingyan. In her past life, she not only subjected Wei Zhao to humiliation, but also harmed Xia Qingyan. Contemplating this, Hanzhu inhaled deeply. The intensity of her hatred paradoxically calmed her. Noticing Hanzhu's prolonged silence, Lin Shuiying waved her hand before her. "What's wrong? Did Wei Zhao bully you? But that shouldn't be the case, whatever you do. Wei Zhao can only endure. How could he dare to mistreat you?" Hanzhu snapped back to reality, forcing a smile. "Anyone could bully me, but Wei Zhao would never. As for the concealed darts, I'm not certain I can create them. I merely mention it casually. Do not take it too seriously, especially not to Prince Kong." In her previous life, it was Lin Shuiying who informed Xia Qinglin of her ability to craft weapons and concealed devices. A person of Xia Qinglin's caliber would never waste time on someone he deemed useless. How could you not be able to? The bow you modified before had increased power. And the crossbow. Surely it's not because the prince cannot marry you that you. I merely toyed with it before. As for whether I can produce them, it's hard to say. My bond with Prince Kong was merely a childhood connection, and now I am Wei Zhao's wife. Hanzhu interrupted Lin Shuiying, her tone edged with coolness and impatience. She certainly could create them, and far more than that. In her previous life, the weapons and concealed devices she crafted saved Xia Qinglin considerable manpower and resources, giving him a significant military advantage. In this life, she intended to do the same and would ensure Xia Qinglin recognized her worth, not as a supplicant, but compelling him to seek her out. The current Xia Qinglin masked his true self well. She would make him reveal his true colors. Very well, however, it appears that Prince Kong is rather intrigued by this matter. Given his exceptional talent, even if he harbors no affection for you, he would undoubtedly appreciate your abilities. Zhu, do strive to ensure that the prince is not disappointed. Lin Shuiying endeavored to conceal the delight swelling within her heart, yet her eyes betrayed her. Indeed, she secretly wished that Hanzhu would falter. "I shall do my best," Hanzhu replied calmly. Lin Shuiying had come here precisely to leverage Prince Kang's interest to embarrass Hanzhu. She glanced at Hanzhu's radiant, delicate visage. A flicker of jealousy flashed in her eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by a series of admonitions before she took her leave. Chapter 10. Xia Qinglin's schemes were indeed quite audacious. He must have thought that she still harbored affections for him, and that all her actions were merely to provoke him. Perhaps he was awaiting the moment when she would prepare her concealed dagger and then come to seek his favor. Hanzhu had already devised a plan. While Xia Qinglin was anxious, she remained unperturbed. Her current desire was to seek out Wei Zhao. She recalled that during this time in her previous life, Wei Zhao had also ventured out. A band of marauders had emerged in the south, not far from the capital, and Wei Zhao had been dispatched to quell the unrest, a task far too easy for him, and he would return in just a few days. With this thought in mind, Hanzhu altered her perspective. Since Wei Zhao would be back shortly, she decided to wait for him at home. The day after Wei Zhao's departure, a light snow fell upon the capital, and the temperature dropped significantly. Hanzhu, who abhorred the cold, spent her days indoors poring over ledgers or crafting concealed daggers. Bai Qiu and Mo Xia, observing her tirelessly sharpening and carving with a blade, could not help but worry. After 2 days, Hanzhu's hands bore numerous cuts of varying sizes. In her previous life, it was in this manner that her hands had gradually become roughened. In the evening, as Mo Xia applied hand balm to her injured hands, she lamented, "Miss, why do you engage in such labor? Look at your hands. Not only are they chafed, but they're also marred by several cuts." Hanzhu smiled lightly. "It is but a trifling injury. I must find some means to pass the time." Is it so difficult to occupy oneself? Did you not once take great delight in watching wrestling? "Let's go tomorrow," suggested Bai Qiu, who was tidying the bedding nearby. The wrestling that Bai Qiu referred to was not of the ordinary kind. Initially, the princess, whose husband had died young, had ceased to seek another match. Yet, as time passed, someone had arranged for a selection of strong, handsome men to perform wrestling for the princess's entertainment. The princess grew increasingly fond of these spectacles and began inviting other noble ladies to join her in the viewing. Now, Specialized venues existed in the capital for the enjoyment of these performances, attracting not only the noble ladies but also young gentlemen. Hanzhu had indeed attended a few times in the past, but now the thought seemed rather uninteresting. After all, none of those men, in terms of appearance, physique, or martial prowess, could compare to Wei Zhao. How dull. I shan't go, Hanzhu languidly replied. Without Wei Zhao in the residence, it seems there is little worth experiencing. As 2 more days passed, the snow melted and the air warmed. Hanzhu grew weary of remaining indoors and decided to take Bai Qiu and Mo Xia for a stroll. While meandering through the streets, they purchased some snacks and eventually found themselves in front of the wrestling venue. Bai Qiu looked at Hanzhu, thinking she wished to enter, but to her surprise, Hanzhu did not even glance in that direction and simply turned away. At that moment, 2 young ladies brushed past Hanzhu, seemingly exhilarated and failing to recognize her. Have you heard? A new young lord has arrived here, remarkably resembling the Left Colonel, and possesses extraordinary martial skills. One exclaimed, Is that so? Could he possibly be as formidable as the Left Colonel? The other responded as they entered the wrestling venue, leaving Hanzhu to pause. Resembling Wei Zhao? Now that was a sight she felt compelled to see. It must be said that Wei Zhao holds a significant standing among the young ladies in the capital. His handsome appearance and remarkable abilities, despite a somewhat humble background, do not hinder those maidens from being captivated by his charm. Come, let's go inside, Hanzhu said as she turned and entered the Shanggong Pavilion. The Shanggong Pavilion was bustling with activity, hosting numerous contests daily, each more varied than the last. The venue spanned 2 levels. The first floor featured a grand arena at its center, flanked by spectator seating. The second floor comprised elegant private rooms adorned with gauzy curtains, specifically designed for esteemed ladies and distinguished guests. Hanzhu made her way directly to the second floor, where a server promptly approached her, bowing respectfully as he ushered her into a private room. I have heard that there is someone here who bears a striking resemblance to Wei Zhao. When is he competing? Hanzhu inquired as she settled into her seat. The server smiled and replied, Your Highness, you have arrived just in time. The next match is about to begin. Hanzhu nodded in acknowledgement, while Bai Qiu rewarded the server with a tip, prompting him to depart with a cheerful demeanor. At that moment, the ongoing contest featured 2 robust competitors engaged in traditional wrestling, a spectacle favored by the gentlemen in attendance. Hanzhu observed for a few moments until the server returned with refreshments, prompting her to invite Bai Qiu and Mo Xia to partake as the 3 of them awaited the next match. Following the conclusion of the current contest, a designated individual would introduce the participants of the next match, allowing those inclined to place wagers. This added an element of excitement to the viewing experience. During the introductions, as the competitors took to the stage, some showcased their muscular physiques, while others greeted the audience with clasped fists. However, one individual stood apart from the rest. Clad in black and with his dark hair styled upright and tied back, he exuded a clean and sharp presence, remaining still and silent. Hanzhu noted that, from his profile alone, he indeed bore a resemblance to Wei Zhao. Furthermore, the way he held his sword and his icy demeanor intensified the likeness. Hanzhu signaled to Mo Xia to call the server, inquiring about the man's name and placing a wager of 100 taels on his victory. In the private rooms on the second floor, any bets placed would be announced by the server, albeit only naming the respective private room. Thus, Hanzhu heard that in the room opposite hers, another had wagered 500 taels on a different competitor's triumph. Chapter 11. Perhaps in a few days, you shall find yourself a widow. The contest commenced swiftly. It was a duel of swords, featuring 2 remarkably handsome young men on the stage, drawing the attention of many young ladies. Indeed, some of them seemed to have come specifically for this event. Hanzhu, having lost her mother at a tender age, was raised by her father, a martial general. Although her skills in martial arts were modest, and she possessed merely a smattering of techniques, she could comprehend the intricacies of these martial moves, perhaps even better than the men present. Her father had not anticipated that she could command the scene without wielding martial prowess, relying solely on her delicate hands to wield influence. On stage, the man resembling Wei Zhao was named Qi Xian. His movements were crisp and precise. Yet Hanzhu noticed a growing lack of engagement in his demeanor. It appeared he was deliberately losing, and in an ungraceful manner at that. His defeat was executed with a certain finesse, giving the impression that he was utterly powerless against his opponent, bordering on the embarrassing. The reputation of being on par with Wei Zhao seemed exaggerated at best. Observing his disheveled state, he bore a striking resemblance to Wei Zhao, eliciting a chuckle from her. From the adjacent private room, mocking laughter echoed, halting her tea-drinking motion as she smirked slightly. It was Sun Lu. It seemed that he had finally recovered from his injuries over these past few days. He was, after all, merely a fade, better suited to some other individual. As Sun Lu's words faded, a familiar female voice emerged from another elegant chamber. Hanzhu pondered briefly. It was likely one of the daughters of the literati who associated with Xia Yanyan, named Yang Lanjun. They were decidedly at odds with Hanzhu, who was seen as a rival to Xia Yanyan. Yang Lanjun's remarks were not directed at Wei Zhao, but rather a veiled jab at Hanzhu, insinuating that she was superficial and lacked substance. To outsiders, Hanzhu seemed devoid of any merit beyond her beauty, which they regarded with scorn, deeming her a mere decorative vase. Indeed, the Ji family is akin to a maddened bull. How does it matter that she is beautiful when she still throws herself at others who do not reciprocate? Sun Lu's audacity nearly led him to name her explicitly. However, before his words could fully escape his lips, a small arrow struck the window with a resounding thud beside him. Sun Lu froze, abruptly pulling aside the curtain to glimpse the arrow, his expression shifting in alarm. Who dared to attack in secret? Silence enveloped the room. It is I, the one of the Ji lineage. In the midst of the stillness, a bright, melodious voice rang out, soft yet laced with an air of superiority. As the gauzy curtain parted, Hanzhu sat there, casting a calm gaze towards Sun Lu. Caught off guard for having spoken ill of Hanzhu, Sun Lu swallowed hard, inexplicably feeling flustered at the sight of her, as if she might wield a whip against him at any moment. Observing his dazed expression, Hanzhu rested her chin on her hand, her eyes twinkling with amusement. Why the silence? Did you not speak so fervently a moment ago? With a charming smile, her beauty transformed her into a beguiling enchantress. The animosity between Sun Lu and Hanzhu originated from Sun Lu's initial infatuation with Hanzhu's beauty, only to be met with her scornful humiliation. It seems that possessing beauty does bear some utility. Hanzhu smiled, her eyes brimming with derision. Sun Lu swallowed hard, as if concealing something, and thought to himself, Hanzhu, you truly lack shame. No wonder they call you a mere ornament. You and Wei Zhao are indeed a perfect match. Hanzhu raised her hand, playfully brushing aside a stray lock of hair, and then activated a concealed arrow. This time, the arrow whizzed past Sun Lu, piercing through a tall vase behind him and embedding itself into the wall. Sun Lu gazed incredulously at Hanzhu, astonished that she dared to shoot. Wow, that arrow is astonishing. Before he could fully process the situation, Yang Lanjun, from a nearby private room, let out an excited exclamation, only for her words to be abruptly cut off. Yang Lanjun glared at Li Ruzhu, her expression one of frustration. Li Ruzhu, covidink hermot, hesitanti replied. I didn't mean to. Yang Lanjun, disinterested in arguing with her, considered it a blessing that Li Ruzhu was not a hindrance. Hanzhu, have you lost your mind? The Prince of Kong is right here. Do you intend to assassinate a royal? Sun Lu exclaimed in a fit of anger, speaking without thinking. Xia Chenglin, seated nearby, had no intention of intervening, but Sun Lu's outburst inadvertently exposed him. He cast a discreet glance at Sun Lu, lamenting his incompetence. Upon realizing that Xia Chenglin was present, Hanzhu's expression remained unchanged. Oh, so the Prince of Kong is also here, she remarked. Sun Lu nearly choked on his words at Hanzhu's indifferent statement. Xia Chenglin ignored the exchange between Sun Lu and Hanzhu, standing up to inspect the arrow embedded in the wall. As he withdrew it, his eyes brightened with intrigue. Initially, he believed Hanzhu's claims to be mere fabrications, but now he was amazed to discover that she had indeed improved the design of the concealed arrow. The inherent weakness of such arrows had always been their limited power, yet this modification had significantly enhanced their effectiveness. Holding the arrow, Xia Chenglin lifted the curtain on his side and remarked to Ji Hanzhu, "Your craftsmanship with this arrow is truly exquisite." His demeanor was calm, imbued with an air of assured superiority. He thought that a few compliments would surely elate Ji Hanzhu, prompting her to present the arrow to him with fervor. However, to his surprise, Ji Hanzhu merely sipped her tea, responding nonchalantly that it was merely a trivial creation and that the Prince of Kong was overly complimentary. Xia Qinglin's brow furrowed slightly as he scrutinized Ji Hanzhu. Then he smiled, restoring his serene and poised demeanor. "You are too modest, my lady." Ji Hanzhu fell silent, and although their exchange consisted of only a few pleasantries, it concealed undercurrents of tension. Since Xia Qinglin had refrained from making further comments, Sun Lu could not pursue the matter any further, fully aware that any attempts to do so would be futile. Yet the events of the day, combined with his previous humiliation, left him simmering with frustration. At that moment, Ji Hanzhu stood up, offering no farewell to Xia Qinglin, and departed with her two maidservants. Sun Lu took a deep breath in anger and quickly pursued him. "What are you doing?" Xia Qinglin called out to him in a low voice. Sun Lu turned around, stating, "I merely wish to say a few words." With that, he dashed out. As Sun Lu caught up with Ji Hanzhu, she had just ascended the staircase. He intercepted her, and due to his abrupt and swift movement, Ji Hanzhu nearly collided with him. Gazing at her delicate features, his initial fierce demeanor suddenly deflated. Frustration and resentment coursed through him, and he finally managed to utter, "Ji Hanzhu, you may not be aware, but Wei Zhao has gone south for disaster relief. In a few days, you might find yourself a widow." Chapter 12. Zhao Wan after leaving the martial arts academy. Ji Hanzhu did not return home, but instead made her way to the Lin residence. Following her father's passing, the news from the court was primarily conveyed to her through Wei Zhao. Now that he was absent, she had no choice but to inquire at the Lin family. Initially, Ji Hanzhu intended to seek out Lin Dong or Lin Zio, yet at this hour, both were unavailable. The housekeeper sent for Lin Shuiying, upon learning of Ji Hanzhu's arrival, could not help but show a change in her demeanor. With a heart full of worries, her expression brightened into a smile upon seeing Ji Hanzhu. "Zhu, what brings you here?" Ji Hanzhu's countenance remained cold. "Have you heard anything from Uncle Lin regarding Wei Zhao?" Lin Shuiying genuinely did not know about the matter. What has happened to Wei Zhao? Ji Hanzhu had little hope for Lin Shuiying's insights. "Nothing. I shall take my leave." As Ji Hanzhu turned to depart, Lin Shuiying hurriedly approached her. "Zhu, wait a moment. Since you wish to inquire about Wei Zhao, why not ask Prince Kong? He should be well informed about the affairs of the court. Additionally, if you complete the hidden darts, Prince Kong would surely be pleased." Ji Hanzhu raised her gaze, casting a cold glance at Lin Shuiying. Was Lin Shuiying suggesting that she curry favor with Xia Chenglin through the hidden darts? Or merely testing whether she could indeed craft them? How ridiculous! "That will not be necessary," Ji Hanzhu replied curtly, turning her head and leaving a single remark before walking away. Lin Shuiying stood momentarily stunned, feeling perplexed. During this period, she had not seen Ji Hanzhu often, and each encounter had been met with coldness. Was Ji Hanzhu perhaps venting her frustrations at her due to Prince Kang's rejection? With this thought, Lin Shuiying huffed. Who can you blame for Prince Kang's disfavor? Whose face are you trying to save? With that, she flicked her sleeve and retreated to her own courtyard. Emerging from the Lin residence, Ji Hanzhu's brow was tightly furrowed. "Miss, perhaps we should inquire with Miss Zhao?" Bai Qiu suggested cautiously, observing Ji Hanzhu's expression. Indeed, Ji Hanzhu had considered Zhao Wan. Since her rebirth, her thoughts had often lingered on Zhao Wan. As the daughter of the Minister of Revenue, Zhao Wan had been a close friend since childhood, even opposing Xia Yinyan and her ilk on Ji Hanzhu's behalf. 1 year her senior, Zhao Wan exhibited a composure and maturity beyond her years. Previously, their relationship had been strong, and Ji Hanzhu had been inclined to heed Zhao Wan's counsel. However, following her father's death, fueled by resentment towards Wei Zhao, she had dismissed Zhao Wan's attempts to guide her away from her obsessive thoughts. Zhao Wan had also advised her to distance herself from Xia Chenglin, advice she had stubbornly ignored, leading to a fierce argument between them. In her previous life, their rift had deepened when Zhao Wan married Xia Qinglin and became the Princess of Calm. Now, in this new life, Ji Hanju's feelings towards Zhao Wan were profoundly complicated. Although Xia Qinglin was not a commendable character, she was uncertain whether Zhao Wan's previous warnings stemmed from genuine concern for her well-being or from her own feelings for Xia Qinglin. Moreover, while nothing had transpired between her and Xia Qinglin in her past life, she had indeed borne the title of the third party. Slowing her pace, Ji Hanju contemplated her next steps before finally deciding. Let us go to the Zhao residence. If clarity eluded her, she would seek to uncover the truth herself. Previously, Ji Hanju was a frequent visitor to the Zhao residence, enjoying a closer relationship with Zhao Wan than with Lin Shuiying. Upon her arrival, a young servant greeted her with a smile, noting that the princess had not visited in quite some time. Ji Hanju responded with a smile, inquiring if their young lady was at home. The servant confirmed her presence, stating that their mistress rarely ventured outside, and promptly led the princess to Zhao Wan's quarters. The day was warm, and at that moment, the sun was at its most gentle, with Zhao Wan tending to her sun-dried flowers and herbal teas in the courtyard. Upon hearing the servant announce Ji Hanju's arrival, she turned with delight, her face lighting up with a welcoming smile. Seeing Zhao Wan again before her marriage left Ji Hanju momentarily dazed. Zhao Wan possessed a serene beauty, her demeanor graceful and poised, and her smile radiated warmth. Seemingly imbued with a soothing essence, she epitomized the ideal, noble woman. In her past life, during the years she was the lover of Xia Qinglin, Ji Hanju had encountered Zhao Wan a few times, yet she had never again witnessed such a joyful expression on Zhao Wan's face. You still remember to come? Zhao Wan chided gently as she approached Ji Hanju, her voice soft and melodious. Since their last quarrel, they had not met, not even when Ji Hanju married. Though Zhao Wan's character was gentle, she possessed her own convictions and resilience. She would offer comfort when necessary, yet would not be the first to speak when it was unwarranted. As Ji Hanju gazed at Zhao Wan's smile, the tension within her heart began to ease. Sister, Ji Hanju uttered, managing only these two words. Zhao Wan took her hand, guiding her to a nearby chair, and cheerfully remarked, You need not say more. Do I not know you well? Your marriage to Wei Zhao, along with your public support for him, clearly indicates your change of heart. From now on, nurture your life with Wei Zhao, and the Duke of Dingguo will surely rest easy. Upon hearing these words, Ji Hanju felt a warmth blossom within her. She nodded, her throat tight with emotion. Zhao Wan gently patted her back, saying, It is all right. I did not attend your wedding, but I have prepared a gift for you. Gulme, let us go inside and take a look. Ji Hanju glanced at Zhao Wan, taken aback. In her previous life, Zhao Wan had never gifted her anything for her wedding. Of course, she had never sought Zhao Wan out then. As they entered the room, Zhao Wan's maid, Magpie, was equally delighted to see Ji Hanju, happily preparing tea and snacks for them. Zhao Wan led Ji Hanju into the room and approached her dressing table, retrieving an exquisite brocade box from a drawer. Ji Hanju opened the box to reveal a set of South Sea pearl jewelry, meticulously crafted, with each pearl lustrous and round, a rare find indeed. I recall you mentioning your fondness for South Sea pearl jewelry, and coincidentally, someone gifted me a batch, so I had this set made for you. Do you like it? If not, we can certainly make adjustments. Zhao Wan continued to smile warmly. Ji Hanju truly adored South Sea pearls, though high-quality ones were hard to come by. She was astonished that Zhao Wan had gifted her such precious pearls. I love it, she said sincerely. Ji Hanju's eyes were slightly reddened. How is it that you have become married, yet have grown even more prone to tears? Zhao Wan teased her, adding playful remarks. Ji Hanju chuckled as she adorned herself with a hairpin. It looks lovely. Zhao Wan adjusted it for her, nodding in approval. After a moment of conversation, Zhao Wan remembered, By the way, did you come to see me for a particular reason? Ji Hanju nodded. It concerns Wei Zhao. Sister, are you aware that Wei Zhao has gone to the south to provide relief for the disaster? Chapter 13. Journey south in search of Wei Zhao disaster relief? Was he not dispatched to quell bandits? Zhao Wan expressed her surprise. The moment Ji Hanju heard this, she realized that Zhao Wan was unaware of the situation, indicating that the news had yet to spread. Sun Lu was informed, thanks to Sun Wencheng. Do not fret. My father will return shortly, and we shall learn more then. Zhao Wan reassured Ji Hanzhu. Ji Hanzhu nodded in acknowledgement. A flood had occurred in the south, reminiscent of a similar disaster in her previous life. In that instance, Wei Zhao did not partake in the relief efforts. His involvement this time seemed inconsequential, yet Ji Hanzhu had a nagging recollection that in her former life, the officials sent for disaster relief encountered chaos, resulting in significant casualties, including the death of the supervising official. If Wei Zhao had replaced that ill-fated official, could it be his turn to face peril now? Furthermore, Sun Lu's remarks earlier were peculiar. Why would he suggest that Wei Zhao might die over what was merely a disaster relief mission? As Zhao Wan and Ji Hanzhu conversed, attempting to alleviate her worries, a magpie returned from outside, announcing the arrival of the master. Zhao Wan stood up, saying, "Zhu, sit here for a moment while I inquire." "Very well," Ji Hanzhu replied, contemplating expressing her gratitude to Zhao Wan, but hesitated, realizing that saying thank you might create a sense of distance between them. With Zhao Wan gone, Ji Hanzhu occupied herself by admiring the jewelry Zhao Wan had gifted her. As she gazed, a sudden thought struck her. This set of jewelry was custom-made, featuring a unique design complemented by precious South pearls, thus unlikely to have an identical counterpart. Yet, she vaguely remembered seeing this hairpin in her previous life. Where had she encountered it? Certainly not on Zhao Wan, as she had never adorned herself with South pearl accessories. Ji Hanzhu racked her brain, but could not recall. Nonetheless, she was certain she had seen this hairpin before. Zhao Wan returned swiftly, her urgency evident as beads of sweat glistened on her forehead. "Zhu, I have inquired. Wei Zhao has indeed gone south for disaster relief, and he petitioned the emperor himself." Indeed, Ji Hanzhu thought. "Wei Zhao, are you evading me?" With this confirmed information, Ji Hanzhu felt a sense of calm wash over her. She rose, her gaze earnest and resolute. "Sister, I truly wish to thank you, but I must also apologize. Rest assured, I will remember everything you have told me." Zhao Wan sensed Ji Hanzhu's maturity and composure, smiling as she gently stroked Ji Hanzhu's hair. "I simply hope for your well-being, that you remain as uncomplicated and joyful as before." Upon returning from the Zhao residence, Ji Hanzhu instructed her attendants to prepare a carriage. Wei Zhao would not be returning. It was up to her to seek him out. In her previous life, Ji Hanzhu had been indifferent to court affairs, only to learn posthumously of the emperor's constant worries, both external threats and internal strife. The Sun family had held power in the court for decades. Not only was Sun Wencheng a chancellor, but the imperial harem was also increasingly dominated by the Sun family. The late Empress Dowager had belonged to the Sun clan. Although the emperor was not her biological son, he had been raised by her. Presently, imperial concubine Yu was from the Sun family, and she had a remarkable son, Prince Xia Chenglin. Sun Wencheng had commanded the court for decades, his connections intricately woven, nearly obscuring the very heavens with his influence. Sun Lu's words compelled Ji Hanzhu to ponder deeply. There must be some connection to the Sun family. Steward Zhou, aware of Ji Hanzhu's intention to head south, was greatly alarmed and persistently urged her against it. However, Ji Hanzhu's resolve was unshakable, leaving Steward Zhou with no recourse. The following morning, she set off. Traveling light, Ji Hanzhu brought minimal belongings, and only Mo Xia accompanied her, while Bai Qiu remained behind to assist Steward Zhou in managing household affairs, given her prudent nature. Unable to dissuade her, Steward Zhou arranged for a skilled escort to accompany Ji Hanzhu for her safety. The initial days of travel proceeded smoothly, but Ji Hanzhu worried for Wei Zhao. She instructed the guards to change shifts, pushing onward day and night, resting only for 2 hours in the dead of night. As they journeyed further south, the weather grew milder, yet they increasingly encountered more disaster-stricken individuals. Those who managed to reach this point were relatively fortunate, dragging their families along, their faces haggard, yet still bearing a glimmer of hope in their eyes. As they continued southward for several more days, the number of destitute souls multiplied, their appearances gaunt and ghostly, as if devoid of any expectations for the future. Seated in her carriage, Hanzhu beheld this scene for the first time. Her heart weighed down with sorrow, yet she understood that she could not intervene. The sheer number of these victims made it impossible for her to assist them without risking chaos, even endangering her own party's lives. Fortunately, the presence of armed guards deterred the desperate souls from approaching, although the fearful glances they cast in her direction were unsettling. Throughout the journey, Hanzhu found herself puzzled. Hadn't Wei Zhao come to provide aid? Why was there no relief for the victims in the towns and counties they passed? As she traveled southward, she witnessed both the devastation of famine and the stark realities of human nature in dire circumstances. Despite the trepidation that accompanied her, they reached the severely afflicted Changhe County unscathed. After over half a month of travel, Hanzhu and her entourage were utterly exhausted. The floodwaters in Changhe County had receded, leaving behind a town marred by mud and destruction. To her astonishment, Hanzhu found no corpses in sight. However, there were also no signs of life. This was where Wei Zhao was supposed to be. Had he perhaps gone elsewhere? Aware that her group needed rest to avoid becoming easy prey in the event of any unforeseen circumstances, Hanzhu decided to halt their search for Wei Zhao and allow the team to recuperate in Changhe County. They found a place at the foot of a mountain, where they could rest comfortably away from the heat. Hanzhu instructed her companions not to drink the local water, insisting they consume only what they had brought with them. After a night of rest, she dispatched someone to investigate the surrounding area, but they returned empty-handed, with not a single soul in sight. With no other options, Hanzhu ordered a return to the nearby counties for further exploration. As Hanzhu retraced her steps for a day, she encountered a group of individuals clad in the garb of refugees. Their numbers were modest, perhaps 2 or 3 dozen. At last, she had encountered fellow human beings, prompting her to send someone to inquire about news, only to discover that these individuals were equally ignorant of the whereabouts of Wei Zhao and his entourage. A sense of disappointment washed over Hanzhu as she furtively observed the nearby refugees, noting that they had not ventured far and were also watching them intently. A disquieting sensation enveloped her. "Everyone be cautious," Hanzhu suddenly shouted, her instincts alerting her to an impending threat. Upon hearing her warning, the guards swiftly drew their swords, only to find the refugees revealing their weapons and rushing toward them. With the guards shielding Hanzhu, a fierce battle erupted between the two factions. It was the first time Mo Xia had witnessed such a scene, rendering her pallid with fear. Chapter 14. How could it be him? The group of refugees exhibited considerable agility, and combined with their numbers, the guard accompanying Hanzhu found themselves somewhat overwhelmed. "Your Highness, you should leave on horseback," called the coachman, an elder from the Duke's household, who possessed some skills himself, yet recognized the precariousness of their situation. Hanzhu remained silent, only releasing a concealed arrow that struck one of the refugees squarely in the chest. The refugees, suspecting an ambush, halted and scanned their surroundings. However, upon noticing the single small arrow, they quickly deduced there were no hidden assailants and resumed their assault. Hanzhu emerged from the carriage, seizing Mo Xia and deftly pulling her onto a nearby horse. With a swift slap to the horse's flank, it bolted forward, carrying Mo Xia away with great speed. "Miss," Mo Xia called back, concern etched on her face as she glanced at Hanzhu. Draped in a resplendent red gown, Hanzhu stood atop the carriage, her hand gripping the concealed arrows, resembling a vibrant flame, radiant and intense. She regarded the assailants with a chilling gaze, exuding the authority and presence of one accustomed to high status. "I am the Princess of Chongning. Are you certain you wish to provoke the Duke's household?" The group paused, clearly taken aback by Hanzhu's presence. Their leader, a burly man with a thick beard, furrowed his brow, hesitating. They were well aware of the Duke's reputation, which evidently exceeded their expectations. However, upon observing Hanzhu's stunning beauty, the leader squinted his eyes and declared, "Brothers, seize her alive." Hanzhu tightened her lips, releasing arrow after arrow with unwavering precision. While ordinary concealed arrows lack power and accuracy, Hanzhu's were an exception. Those struck by her arrows fell to the ground, some expiring swiftly, They had not anticipated such formidable strength from a mere concealed arrow, nor the astonishing skill of Hanzhu. With her intervention, the guards gained the upper hand. Just then, a troop appeared from the north, stirring up clouds of dust, evidently a considerable force. Hanzhu's eyes sparkled. It was Wei Zhao. Encouraged by her words, the guards surged with renewed vigor, while the assailants, witnessing the arrival of reinforcements, exchanged glances and began to flee. Hanzhu sighed in relief, her face beaming as she awaited Wei Zhao's approach. However, as the figure drew nearer, she realized with dismay that it was not Wei Zhao, but rather Xia Chenglin. How could it be him? The smile vanished from Hanzhu's face as Xia Chenglin reined in his horse, its front hooves raised high before her. "Are you unhurt?" he inquired, while some of his men had already pursued the fleeing refugees. "I am perfectly fine. We encountered Mo Xia, which led us to understand you were facing rioters." Xia Fengling replied patiently, "Unditeret be Hanzhues frosti de minor." "Thank you, Prince Kong," Hanzhu said rather perfunctorily before addressing her guards. "Everyone, rest in place and tend to the wounded." The guards complied, beginning to administer medicine to the injured. After giving her instructions, Hanzhu said nothing further and returned directly to the carriage. Xia Chenglin pressed his lips together, suppressing the anger simmering in his eyes. "I will leave a contingent to accompany you. I have other matters to attend to," he stated before turning his horse around. Hanzhu remained indifferent to him. Xia Chenglin directed his subordinates and led a portion of his men southward. Hanzhu instructed the driver to assess the condition of the injured. Fortunately, there were no fatalities this time, though several individuals were severely wounded and required urgent medical attention. Once the injured were sufficiently tended to, Hanzhu and her party resumed their journey. The driver inquired with Xia Chenglin's remaining men, who mentioned they had also just arrived from the north and had not encountered Wei Zhao. Not long after heading north, they encountered Mo Xia, who was leading a horseback. Mo Xia was unable to ride, and with Xia Chenglin's group departing hastily, she could not keep up, so she had to walk back with the horse. Upon seeing Hanzhu safe and sound, she was overwhelmed with emotion and embraced Hanzhu, weeping profusely. It took considerable effort for Hanzhu to soothe her. "These refugees are truly terrifying, Mississippi. We should hasten our return," Mo Xia sobbed, still trembling with fear. "They're not refugees." Hanzhu sipped some water. "Though they were the garb of refugees, they are vibrant and capable individuals, clearly trained." Mo Xia was bewildered. "Then why do they attack us?" Hanzhu shook her head, uncertain herself. Initially, she believed they had mistaken her identity, which prompted her to reveal her own in hopes of dissuading them. Yet they persisted in their aggression. Hanzhu's group arrived at a nearby county town, equally dilapidated. Yet they were relieved to discover a refugee shelter there, home to the surviving displaced individuals. Furthermore, officials from the court were present, attending to the injured and providing porridge. Upon their arrival, a soldier from the shelter approached to inquire about their identities. "My lady is the princess of Chongning. We seek Wei Zhao Wei." Mo Xia lifted the carriage curtain and declared. Upon hearing this, the soldier promptly bowed to Hanzhu and reported, "Your Highness, the Zhao Wei is not here. He is in Anha County to the north." Elated by the news of Wei Zhao, Hanzhu expressed her gratitude. "You have worked hard." The soldier bowed again and stepped back. Hanzhu decided to leave the more severely injured guards here for treatment, as there were physicians available, making it the best choice. She then led the remaining members onward, continuing their journey north. During their approach, they had taken the official road and had not traversed these two county towns, leaving them unaware of the local conditions. Now, having encountered people, Hanzhu felt a sense of reassurance. To reach Anha County, they needed to divert onto smaller paths, which would slow their pace, and the rain had begun to fall. This time, Wei Zhao's mission to the south was solely to provide relief to the disaster-stricken, prevent unrest, and protect the Inspector General, Lord Wang, who accompanied him. Lord Wang, approximately 50 years of age, was a man of integrity, even somewhat obstinate in his principles. Whenever the court encounters such significant calamities, it dispatches a censor to investigate. These censors are unbound by any authority, directly obeying the emperor's commands. When confronted with a formidable figure, such as Lord Wang, even the prime minister would think twice before opposing him. This is not Lord Wang's first venture into public affairs. Yet this time he is undeniably incensed. We have scarcely been here for a while, and already we have faced assassination attempts thrice. What could those individuals possibly fear about their nefarious deeds being exposed? Just now, after narrowly escaping death once more, Lord Wang has been thoroughly exhausted, his beard bristling with fury. Wei Zhao, clad in armor stained with blood, bears an expression tinged with lethal intent. Rest assured, my lord, Wei Zhao would stake his life to ensure your safety. Lord Wang gazes upon Wei Zhao's valorous visage and sighs. The captain possesses remarkable capabilities. Should he fall victim to these sordid affairs, it would be a grave sin on my part. Chapter 15. Wei Zhao. I am cold after ensuring Lord Wang's safety. Wei Zhao emerged from his chamber, his expression dark and brooding. He summoned his subordinates, inquiring about the whereabouts of the county princess. His men shook their heads, still unable to locate her. With a dismissive wave of his hand, they retreated. The news regarding Hanzhu arrived through a homing pigeon, and upon receiving it, Wei Zhao's heart sank. He immediately dispatched someone to fetch her. However, days passed without any sign of Hanzhu. Upon returning to his quarters, he removed his armor, revealing a long, deep gash on his left side, a wound sustained during the rescue of Lord Wang. Fortunately, it was not severe enough for anyone to notice. Wei Zhao tended to the injury himself, applying medicine and bandaging it. As he did so, memories of Hanzhu tending to his wounds flooded his mind. Lost in thought, a sudden knock at the door jolted him back to reality. My lord, there are assassins. Wei Zhao's eyes narrowed as he hastily donned his garments and grasped his sword, striding out with urgency. How could they strike so swiftly? Had they dispatched another wave? Or was it two factions at play? Outside, the rain intensified, and the guards were already engaged in battle with the assailants. This new wave of attackers outnumbered the previous ones. Wei Zhao joined the fray, his strikes fierce and imbued with deadly intent. Hearing the commotion, Lord Wang sprang to his feet, startled enough to drop his teacup, shattering it upon the floor. When will this end? At that moment, a soldier rushed in, breathless with urgency. My lord, the captain has ordered me to escort you out through the back. There are too many assassins. Without hesitation, Lord Wang grabbed a nearby bundle and followed, questioning, Is our captain safe? Do not worry, my lord. Our captain is valiant and will surely be unharmed, the soldier assured, only to draw a dagger from his sleeve, lunging towards Lord Wang. Startled, Lord Wang instinctively raised his bundle to shield himself, shouting, Help! Seeing his attack thwarted, the soldier lunged again with renewed ferocity, leaving Lord Wang helpless, staring in horror as the dagger approached. Just then, a sword flew through the air, severing the soldier's arm, blood gushing forth and splattering Lord Wang's face. The soldier, stunned by the loss of his limb, let out a cry of agony, while Lord Wang stood, paralyzed by shock. Wei Zhao, opting not to kill the traitor outright, incapacitated him further by removing his remaining arm and jaw to prevent him from administering poison. Protecting the bloodied Lord Wang, Wei Zhao fought off the assassins while retreating. Suddenly, Lord Wang stumbled over a fallen body and careened towards a nearby blade. Wei Zhao rushed to catch him, but a large sword swung menacingly from the side. In a protective instinct, Wei Zhao shielded Lord Wang with his own body, intending to absorb the blow. A sharp clink resounded as the weapons clashed. Just as the sword was about to strike him, it was deflected by an arrow, veering off course. Wei Zhao swiftly retaliated, delivering a powerful kick that sent the assassin sprawling. Raising his gaze, he was met with the sight of the person he had longed to see. Wei Zhao. Hanzhu waved at him, her radiant smile shining like the sun even amidst the pouring rain. At this moment, she had joined the fray, and the assailants were clearly no match for her, retreating in defeat. Those who could flee did so, while those unable to escape chose to end their lives with poison. Wei Zhao entrusted Lord Wang to a subordinate nearby and strode purposefully towards Hanzhu. She initially intended to show Wei Zhao the concealed crossbow she held, but his cold demeanor and dark, brooding eyes halted her. Why has the young lady come here? Does she not realize how perilous this place is? Hanzhu was momentarily taken aback. This was the first time Wei Zhao had spoken to her in such a manner. Noticing the smile vanish from her face, Wei Zhao suddenly realized the weight of his words. Furrowing his brow, he lowered his head, as if awaiting her reprimand. Observing his demeanor, Hanzhu's lips curled slightly into a smile, and then, in a tone tinged with vulnerability, she said, "Wei Zhao, I am quite cold." It was still raining outside, and her clothes were soaked through. Wei Zhao lifted his gaze and swiftly removed his cloak, draping it around her shoulders. "I can't move." Hanzhu gazed at him with misty eyes, her fragile appearance starkly contrasting with her earlier prowess in archery. Wei Zhao, feeling a stiffness in his body, glanced at her pale complexion and, without further hesitation, lifted her into his arms, striding into the room. Hanzhu clung to his neck, her eyes sparkling like stars as she admired the resolute profile of Wei Zhao. He gently placed her on the bed and handed her a handkerchief. "I will fetch some clean clothes." As Hanzhu dried her hair, her large eyes roamed around the simplicity of Wei Zhao's quarters. Finding a place to rest was not easy, and his room was austere, containing only a bed and a wooden rack with a copper basin. Just then, someone entered. Hanzhu assumed it was Wei Zhao, but it was Emo Xia. Having remained in the carriage, Emo Xia brought clean clothes for Hanzhu to change into. After changing, Hanzhu still felt a lingering chill within her bones. Emo Xia helped her dry her hair, saying, "I'll see if I can make some ginger soup." It would be unwise to catch a chill. Hanzhu nodded, inquiring, "What about Wei Zhao?" "He is dealing with the assassins," Emo Xia replied without much thought. "Please let him know I wish to see him." Emo Xia acknowledged her request. After Emo Xia left to prepare the ginger soup, Hanzhu sought warmth beneath the blankets on the bed, only to find it furnished with a solitary pillow and no coverings. With no other option, she wrapped her arms around herself. At that moment, Wei Zhao returned. "What can I do for you, young lady?" He resumed his earlier demeanor of detached respect. Noticing his clothes were still damp and his hair thoroughly soaked, Hanzhu offered him the handkerchief, saying, "You should dry off." Wei Zhao did not take it. Seeing his refusal, she did not press him, but approached him instead, raising an eyebrow. "Whether you are here to quell bandits or to provide disaster relief, why did you not inform me?" She continued, "Regardless of whether I am the mistress of the Duke's residence or your wife, you ought to keep me informed." Upon hearing the word wife, Wei Zhao's eyelashes fluttered momentarily before he swiftly regained his composure. The situation was urgent, and he had not the luxury of time. "You would have done this on purpose, would you?" Wei Zhao lifted his gaze to meet Hanzhu's for an instant before looking down again, denying it. Hanzhu found his reaction amusing. "I had no idea. It appears you too possess moments of timidity." Hanzhu understood that while Wei Zhao appeared respectful towards her, he was not genuinely afraid of her. Respect and fear are fundamentally distinct. Just like certain matters, if he believed them to be right, he would pursue them regardless of Hanzhu's objections. Chapter 16. Only able to sleep in the same room tomorrow, I shall send the young lady back. Wei Zhao stated, not as an inquiry, but as a declaration. Observing Wei Zhao's cold demeanor, Hanzhu inhaled deeply, declaring, "I will not return. Let us see who can drive me away." Wei Zhao glanced at Hanzhu, his tone unwavering, yet his words offered no concession. "You should rest, young lady." With that, he turned and departed. Hanzhu thought to herself, "Well, he certainly is resolute now." Seated on the couch, she simmered in frustration, reflecting on how Wei Zhao had always been this way. In her past life, she never entertained the thought that he could harbor any affection for her. Had she not lived again, she would never have believed that this icy figure was capable of emotion. Emo Xia entered with a bowl of ginger soup. "Miss, please drink some ginger soup. I hastily came out and forgot to bring brown sugar. Please make do with this." Hanzhu, in a sullen mood, accepted the bowl without complaint and sipped a small portion. The warmth of the ginger soup revitalized her. "Is there more? Save a bowl for Wei Zhao," she instructed Emo Xia as she handed the bowl over. Emo Xia paused. "There's more soup." Hanzhu nodded, and Emo Xia leaned closer, whispering, "Miss, do you wish to add something to the soup?" Hanzhu blinked her long lashes, suddenly understanding. She cleared her throat and replied earnestly, "Of course not. If there is more, Please send a bowl to Lord Wang as well. Mo Xia glanced at Ji Hanzhu, acknowledged her request, and exited. Ever since the young lady married, both she and Bai Qiu had sensed a change in Ji Hanzhu's attitude towards Wei Zhao. In the past, she had never shown him a kind expression. Any semblance of goodwill was merely a trap for him to fall into. Ji Hanzhu chuckled softly at the memory of her previous mischief, recalling how she used to torment Wei Zhao. When Wei Zhao and her father returned from the border, her disdain for him had not yet solidified. She was influenced by others who spoke of Wei Zhao's ambition, including Yang Shuiying, who frequently disparaged him in her ear. Her animosity truly burgeoned when she inadvertently overheard her father discussing plans to adopt Wei Zhao into the Ji family lineage as a son, intending for him to succeed his title as Duke of Dinghua. Ji Hanzhu never belittled anyone based on their status. However, if that person harbored ambitions and posed a threat to her family, she would never tolerate it. Thus, her dislike for Wei Zhao deepened. In those days, she was lively and playful, often playing tricks on him, such as adding excessive salt to his tea or placing frogs in his clothing, among countless other antics. Wei Zhao was always aware of her mischief, yet he never confronted her nor raised his voice. By evening, the rain had ceased, and the sun emerged from behind the thick clouds, painting the western sky in hues of gold. With the rain abated, Mo Xia had the belongings from the carriage unloaded and tidied up the small cottage, making it significantly more comfortable. During dinner, when Ji Hanzhu noticed Wei Zhao's absence, she learned that he had gone to the refugee camp. The refugees in Anhe County were numerous and had been gathered together for easier management. After finishing their meal, the night descended upon them, and Ji Hanzhu, having not enjoyed a restful slumber for many days, lay down and quickly succumbed to sleep. Montak Xia, unable to share a bed with Ji Hanzhu, sat by the bedside, leaning against the bed's frame and dozing off. Time passed, and suddenly a series of footsteps echoed outside, as if someone was standing at the door. Ji Hanzhu and Mo Xia awakened simultaneously. "Who is it?" Mo Xia called out. "It's me," Wei Zhao came to reply. Ji Hanzhu glanced at Mo Xia and remarked, "There are no extra rooms here. You can sleep in the carriage. It's certainly better than sitting here." "I shall remain to attend to you, Miss," Mo Xia insisted, shaking her head. "I have matters to discuss with you. Besides, it would be a problem to let Wei Zhao serve me." Ji Hanzhu's voice rose slightly as she spoke. Wei Zhao, standing at the door, heard her and remained still. Assuming Ji Hanzhu had devised another plan, Mo Xia obediently stepped outside. Once Mo Xia left, Wei Zhao entered. "It seems there is no place left to sleep. It appears you must share a room with me," Ji Hanzhu said, tilting her head with a smile. Wei Zhao observed her. At that moment, Ji Hanzhu donned a delicate yellow gauze dress, her long hair cascading down, her youthful, rosy complexion akin to a lotus blooming from the water, unadorned yet breathtakingly beautiful. With his long lashes lowered, Wei Zhao turned away, sitting on the floor with his back to Ji Hanzhu. "Miss, you may rest assured and sleep. I will keep watch here." Ji Hanzhu had intended to tease Wei Zhao, but was taken aback to find him sitting on the floor. Did he plan to remain there all night? Well, if he chose to sit, so be it. She feared that if she continued to tease him, he might turn and leave. With that thought, Ji Hanzhu wrapped herself in the blanket and lay down. A solitary candle flickered in the dim light, and as Ji Hanzhu glanced at Wei Zhao's silhouette, she felt a sense of comfort. Before long, drowsiness enveloped her once more. She yawned and was on the verge of drifting off when she sensed something stirring beneath her feet. Startled, Ji Hanzhu leaped up, exclaiming, "There's a bug. Wei Zhao. There's a bug." Wei Zhao reacted swiftly, and just as he reached the side of the bed, Ji Hanzhu unexpectedly jumped into his embrace. Wei Zhao was momentarily taken aback, while Ji Hanzhu clung to him like a playful monkey. "Let me take a look," he murmured in a hushed voice. Ji Hanzhu nodded, but remained nestled against him. "Miss, I cannot see like this," Wei Zhao said. Ji Hanzhu paused, realizing her position, and glanced at Wei Zhao's tense expression. She pressed her lips together and returned to the bed, standing on the opposite side. Wei Zhao secretly exhaled in relief, as if nothing had transpired, and lifted the blanket to search. Indeed, there was a large spider nestled within the covers. Ji Hanju recoiled at the sight of the spider. Although she possessed a fair amount of courage, small insects did not frighten her. Her greatest fear was reserved for spiders. Wei Zhao, aware of this, maintained a serious demeanor as he carefully removed the spider. All done. I have checked the bed thoroughly, and there are no more spiders, he reassured her. Yet, Ji Hanju still hesitated to lie down. The spiders here are remarkably large, twice the size of those in Kyoto. Wei Zhao, I'm terrified that another spider might crawl up here. Perhaps you could sleep outside the bed and keep the insects at bay for me. The other side of this bed is sealed with wooden boards, allowing insects to ascend only from this edge. Noticing that Ji Hanju's small face had turned pale with fear, Wei Zhao pondered for a moment before suggesting, I shall have Mo Xia come in to keep you company. Mo Xia is even more frightened of insects than I am. Ji Hanju looked at him with a sense of grievance. After considerable thought, Wei Zhao finally spoke slowly. Very well, I shall sleep outside. Upon hearing Wei Zhao's agreement, Ji Hanju joyfully lay down, creating a space for him while gazing at him with her sparkling eyes. Chapter 17. The resoluteness of Wei Zhao. Ji Hanju remained oblivious to the extent of her influence over Wei Zhao, who, in turn, exhibited no hint of it. With an impassive countenance, he approached, lifted his long robe, and lay down, turning to embrace his sword while presenting his back to Ji Hanju. It was only then that she noticed he had changed his attire, his hair dried, and a subtle fragrance of fresh grass wafted from him. Time passed in silence, with neither uttering a word. Once Wei Zhao had lain still, he held his breath and suppressed his heartbeat, believing Ji Hanju had succumbed to slumber when a delicate finger gently brushed against his face. Startled, Wei Zhao's body stiffened. Ji Hanju prodded his cheek again, saying, Wei Zhao, let me show you something. Turn around. With a silent sigh and a flutter of his eyelids, he acquiesced and lay flat. Ji Hanju presented him with a concealed arrow she had crafted. Wei Zhao glanced at her, and as a realization dawned, he accepted the arrow. The exquisite craftsmanship of the small arrow left him increasingly astonished. It was this very arrow that had saved him today. Did you make this? He inquired, already suspecting the answer. Indeed, do you want it? She replied. Wei Zhao regarded her once more, noting that the concealed arrow was best suited for personal defense, and suggested, You should keep it for your own protection. Ji Hanju did not press further, her eyes sparkling as she said, Very well. I shall craft you an even more formidable bow and arrow in the future. Wei Zhao said nothing, placing the concealed arrow beside her. Ji Hanju, now genuinely fatigued, yawned and snuggled under the covers, saying, Wei Zhao, don't let any spiders crawl over. He responded drowsily. Ji Hanju closed her eyes and soon drifted into a deep slumber. Hearing her rhythmic breathing, Wei Zhao finally turned to face her. Her sleeping visage was adorably innocent, her rosy lips slightly pursed, reminding him of the 2 gentle kisses she had bestowed upon him earlier. At this thought, he inhaled deeply, restraining the emotions and reactions that should not arise, and closed his eyes. Ji Hanju enjoyed a peaceful sleep, and upon awakening, she found Wei Zhao had vanished. The day was bright and clear, the sun having dried the ground significantly by morning. After breakfast, Ji Hanju sought Wei Zhao at the refugee camp, only to learn that the protector left by Xia Chenglin had departed the previous day, leaving her with only her own guard and the individuals Wei Zhao had assigned to her. Among them was Lu Guang, one of Wei Zhao's trusted subordinates, a towering figure with fists as large as bowls, capable of delivering a lethal blow. I have traveled to the southern Changhe County and the northern one. Why have I not encountered any corpses of the afflicted or livestock along the way? Lu Guang pondered. When they passed through from the north, they witnessed plenty, and that area was not the most severely affected. With pride, Lu Guang continued. The captain ordered all bodies to be incinerated en masse, fearing the outbreak of plague. Ji Hanju nodded in acknowledgement. The captain also advised us against drinking from the river. The reason the refugees are thriving on the hillside is twofold. The elevated terrain ensures safety, and there is a clean water source. Lu Guang continued, evidently filled with admiration for Wei Zhao. Unbeknownst to others, he had faced life and death alongside Wei Zhao on the battlefield, who had saved his life on numerous occasions. He was acutely aware of Wei Zhao's prowess and spirit. Hanzhu listened quietly as Lu Guang, despite his imposing stature, spoke volubly about various exploits of Wei Zhao. Upon reaching the refugee camp, Lu Guang spoke with such fervor that he failed to notice Wei Zhao's presence. Hanzhu smiled gently and pointed towards Wei Zhao, prompting Lu Guang to glance in that direction and promptly fall silent. Although this was a refugee camp, the presence of food and clothing had brought a sense of ease to the people's faces, instilling hope for the future. As Wei Zhao accompanied Hanzhu through the camp, many men, women, and children greeted him warmly, expressing their gratitude. Observing Wei Zhao's still aloof demeanor, Hanzhu smiled slightly. At that moment, she noticed a little girl, around 8 or 9 years old, huddled alone in a corner, her face dirty and her hair in disarray. While other orphans played together, this girl remained quietly by herself. Curious, Hanzhu approached her. Upon seeing her approach, the little girl tensed with apprehension. "Do not be afraid," Hanzhu said as she crouched down. "Why aren't you playing with them?" The girl glanced at Hanzhu and then at Wei Zhao behind her, her voice barely a whisper as she replied, "I don't want to play." Hanzhu smiled and asked, "Would you like me to wash your face?" The girl shook her head, not wanting to press further. Hanzhu stood up, intending to leave. At that moment, the girl tugged at Hanzhu's skirt, her round, expressive eyes fixed on her. Hanzhu took the little girl back to her quarters, where she had Xia tailor a simple new outfit for her and helped her wash up properly. Once finished, she realized the girl was quite beautiful. Had it not been for the recent calamity, she would have been a delicate and exquisite child. The girl seemed to lack a sense of security, often clutching Hanzhu's garments, her large, expressive eyes filled with wariness and unease. Hanzhu took a liking to her and resolved to bring her back to the capital. At noon, when Wei Zhao returned, the first thing he did was instruct Xia to pack their belongings. Xia was indeed eager to leave, yet without Hanzhu's command, she would not move. Hanzhu thought that Wei Zhao had abandoned the idea of taking her away, but to her surprise, that was not the case at all. "We've seen the refugee camp. It's time to return." Wei Zhao's tone remained firm. Hanzhu sat down on the couch, declaring, "I said I will not leave." Wei Zhao's brow furrowed slightly. "You are being disrespectful," he stated, striding towards her. Hanzhu blinked in astonishment, taken aback by Wei Zhao's newfound boldness. He lifted Hanzhu in his arms, turning his head to glance at the stunned Xia. Caught in Wei Zhao's gaze, Xia instinctively began to pack their things. Hanzhu struggled, but Wei Zhao held her tightly, refusing to set her down regardless of her protests. If the young lady refuses to cooperate, then Wei Zhao will have no choice but to bind her and await her punishment upon their return to the capital. Hanzhu fell suddenly silent, acutely aware that Wei Zhao was a person of her word. Anger surged within her, and without a moment's hesitation, she sank her teeth into Wei Zhao's ear. Wei Zhao froze as if struck by lightning. Her bitten ear, followed by her neck, flushed a deep crimson. Initially, Hanzhu had bitten down with considerable force, but upon sensing Wei Zhao's stillness, she released her grip, though her lips lingered on the delicate lobe of her ear. A wave of tingling warmth radiated from that ear throughout her entire being, leaving Wei Zhao feeling ensnared as if under a spell, enveloped in a haze of ethereal sensations. Chapter 18. As bright as fire, Wei Zhao stood motionless for a considerable time, while Hanzhu's eyes flickered and she finally released her lips. "Are you still going to take me back?" she inquired, her eyes sparkling with mirth, a playful smile gracing her features, tinged with a hint of pride. Wei Zhao pressed his lips together, remaining silent, and turned to place her gently upon the couch before striding away with determination. Hanzhu thought to herself, "This person truly lacks a sense of humor." Nevertheless, it was sufficient that Wei Zhao did not forcibly push her away. At that moment, Xia entered the room, carrying a bundle. "Miss, shall we continue packing?" she asked. "What do you think?" Hanzhu replied, raising an eyebrow. Xia understood that once again her mistress had triumphed. "Miss, the Prince of Kong headed south the other day, perhaps in a few days. He will pass through here on his way back to the capital." Should we not accompany him? Mo Xia expressed her concerns about the current insecurity of their surroundings and wished for Ji Hanzhu to leave. Ji Hanzhu's gaze lifted, her expression suddenly taking on a more serious demeanor. Mo Xia, mistaking her mood for anger, quickly added, "Miss, I am merely worried, and the residents cannot remain unguarded." "I am not angry. I merely recalled something," Ji Hanzhu interrupted. Mo Xia exhaled in relief. Xia Chenglin had traveled south, and during the previous flood, he too had ventured in that direction. Ji Hanzhu remembered that after this incident, the Minister of Works was dismissed and imprisoned, soon to be executed publicly for embezzlement. Though labeled as a natural disaster, the flood was in truth exacerbated by human folly. Each year, the court allocated a portion of silver to construct levees to prevent the rivers from overflowing during flood seasons. She vaguely recalled that the Minister of Works had certain connections with the governor overseeing that area. They had conspired together to misappropriate funds, leading to the catastrophic flood. However, this was not the crux of Ji Hanzhu's concern. She suddenly recalled that after the dismissal of the minister, the new appointee was affiliated with Xia Chenglin and also with Sun Wencheng. Whether the dismissed minister had actually embezzled, she could not ascertain, but she was certain he was not aligned with Sun Wencheng. Had this been in the past, Ji Hanzhu would have paid it no mind. Yet, in light of Sun Lu's words, she felt a lingering suspicion regarding the flood's true nature. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, Ji Hanzhu abruptly rose, eager to seek out Wei Zhao. Just then, a guard approached, announcing that the Prince of Kong had arrived and requested to see her. Indeed, Mo Xia's prediction had proven accurate. Yet, what did he wish to discuss with her? Ji Hanzhu initially considered a flat refusal, but reflecting on her earlier suspicions, she altered her response and acquiesced. Accompanied by Mo Xia, she exited the courtyard and immediately spotted Xia Chenglin waiting beneath a nearby locust tree. Clad in white garments, beside a magnificent white horse, he appeared exceptionally distinguished and ethereal. However, Ji Hanzhu's heart stirred not in the least. Upon reflection, she realized that in her past life, she had not held him in particularly high regard. It had merely been a childlike perception coupled with a desire for retribution against Wei Zhao. Ji Hanzhu instructed Mo Xia to wait at the entrance while she approached Xia Chenglin. Upon her arrival, Xia Chenglin's face lit up with evident delight. "Hanzhu, I am truly pleased that you could come to see me." Ji Hanzhu's countenance was less frosty this time. She wondered what business the King of Kong had with her. She had heard about the assassination attempt and was aware of the danger that lingered in this place. Coincidentally, she was due to return to the capital to report. So she said, "Hanzhu, why don't you accompany me back?" Xia Chenglin spoke earnestly. Hanzhu had not anticipated that he sought her for this matter. Yet she knew Xia Chenglin too well. This was merely his tactic to soothe her. His true intention lay in the hidden arrows. "I appreciate the King of Kang's goodwill, but I am not yet inclined to return," she replied. Xia Chenglin was not surprised by Ji Hanzhu's response. He gazed at her, his eyes shimmering with a hint of hesitation. "Hanzhu, regarding the previous incident, I was compelled by circumstances beyond my control. Please do not hold it against me." Ji Hanzhu smiled, making an effort to mask the sarcasm in her expression. "Your Highness, you exaggerate." A touch of helplessness flickered in Xia Chenglin's eyes. Ji Hanzhu continued, "Is your Highness here to investigate the flooding? But isn't Lord Wang here as well? Lord Wang has already sent the memorial back to the capital. I was ordered to verify the situation." Xia Chenglin's demeanor shifted as he spoke of official matters. Ji Hanzhu nodded, sensing it prudent to refrain from further inquiries. She then changed the subject. "Do you have any leads on the bandits who robbed us that day? They managed to escape. Rest assured, I will continue to pursue them," he assured her. However, Ji Hanzhu's eyes narrowed with a hint of amusement. "There is no need. They are merely a group of vagrants. Then, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." "Your Highness, take care on your journey," Ji Hanzhu said, offering a slight bow before turning to depart. As she walked away, Xia Chenglin observed her retreating figure, his lips slowly forming a thin line until she vanished at the courtyard's entrance, after which he mounted his horse. Upon returning to the courtyard, Ji Hanzhu's expression turned icy. She had hoped to extract some information from Xia Chenglin, but it seemed she had overestimated her chances. Throughout the afternoon and during dinner, she did not catch a glimpse of Wei Zhao. After finishing her meal, she spotted Lu Guang, who was busy tending to the horses. With Xuanfeng nearby, "Where is your captain?" Hanzhu approached and stroked Xuanfeng's neck. The horse nuzzled her hand, displaying familiarity despite the years apart. "The captain has gone out and did not allow us to accompany him. He may have gone to the small stream at the back," Lu Guang replied. There was indeed a stream flowing down from the mountains, serving as their water source. Hanzhu pondered for a moment. "I shall take Xuanfeng to find Wei Zhao. You all wait here." Lu Guang inhaled deeply. "County Princess, while our men are concealed around here, those assassins are quite cunning. If I'm merely going to find Wei Zhao, the distance is too short for any trouble, and besides, I have Xuanfeng. If danger arises, he will lead me away." Hanzhu interjected as she mounted her horse. Lu Guang knew further persuasion was futile, so he simply handed her the reins. Hanzhu rode out, her presence radiating like a brilliant flame. The sun had yet to set, casting a tapestry of clouds resembling fish scales and hues of red across the sky. But none were as striking as the vivid crimson of her figure. What Wei Zhao beheld was a scene of exquisite beauty. The girl upon the horse exuded a vibrant spirit, her smile radiant and captivating, gradually merging with the memories of the young Hanzhu from their childhood. When Wei Zhao first arrived at the Ji household, he was merely 10, while Hanzhu was just 5. At that tender age, she resembled a delicate dumpling, soft and endearing, yet shrouded in sorrow due to her mother's passing. Wei Zhao's presence gradually coaxed Hanzhu from the shadows of her loss. He played with her, lavished her with affection, and shielded her, leading to an increasing brightness in her smile. By the age of 6, she had learned to ride, possessing a small horse named Hanyan, which suited her perfectly. In those days, she would sit atop the horse, waving at him from afar, calling out to him as Brother Wei Zhao. Alas, it seems he may never again hear her utter such sweet words. Chapter 19. The dream talker Hanzhu approached Wei Zhao, who appeared momentarily lost in thought as he gazed at her. She pouted slightly in displeasure and called out, "Wei Zhao." Coming back to his senses, he maintained his usual indifference. "Miss, what brings you here? If there are assassins." "All right, I understand. Lu Guang has informed me. No need to reiterate." Wei Zhao paused, his thin lips pressed together. He regarded Hanzhu, seemingly attempting to discern something elusive. The girl merely glared at him in frustration, as if the disdain she previously harbored for him had been but a figment of his imagination. How he wished it were merely a dream. Yet, he distinctly recalled her smiling at the one she favored not long ago, and the reason for his punishment was also tied to her actions. Wei Zhao had come to a realization on the day of his reprimand. He longed to inquire what Hanzhu truly desired. If she would articulate her wishes, he would grant them, provided they bore no connection to the Duke's household. There was no need for such complications. "Wei Zhao, you promised me that we would ride together. Have you forgotten?" Hanzhu would not let such a promise slip from memory. Wei Zhao's voice was slightly hoarse as he replied, "No." "Then, would you lead me for a stroll?" Hanzhu suggested. Wei Zhao nodded, taking the reins and guiding her along the gentle stream. As they walked, Hanzhu spotted a wild jujube tree, laden with crimson fruits. "Wei Zhao, I want to eat those," she exclaimed, her voice bright and melodious. Wei Zhao obliged, gathering some jujubes in a cloth and presenting them to her. Hanzhu sampled one. Though it was slightly tart and lacked substantial flesh, its flavor was exquisite. She munched on the unassuming little fruit as they continued their walk, pleasantly surprised by its lingering taste. As the sun began to set and dusk enveloped the surroundings, Wei Zhao turned the horse around to head back. Throughout their journey, conversation was sparse, yet Hanzhu's spirits remained high. Upon their return, after a brief refreshment, she lay down on her bed, but Wei Zhao had yet to return. She waited patiently until her resolve waned, at which point Wei Zhao finally arrived. He opened the door cautiously, pausing momentarily upon seeing Hanzhu watching him before entering with composed ease. "This afternoon, I had someone sprinkle insect repellent around the house. There should be no more insects," he assured her. "But what if there are especially spiders? They love to hide in crevices." Hanzhu frowned. Wei Zhao pressed his lips together, and after a moment, he replied, "You should rest. I will keep watch here." Content at last. Ji Hanzhu lay down and closed her eyes. After a brief interval, she stealthily opened them a crack to observe Wei Zhao, who sat at the edge of the bed like a statue. "How is the investigation into the recent flooding proceeding?" she inquired. "Nearly complete, though the plight of the victims remains unresolved," he replied. Following their exchange, silence enveloped the room once more. "Do you believe this is merely a case of embezzlement?" Ji Hanzhu pressed. Wei Zhao remained silent. She rose, wrapping herself in the blanket as she sat beside him, revealing her fluffy head like a soft little kitten. "I've always sensed that this matter is far from simple, and it undoubtedly pertains to the Sun family." Ji Hanzhu gazed at Wei Zhao with a serious expression. Wei Zhao met her gaze, inquiring as to the basis of her assertion. "I encountered Sun Lu at the Shuangwu Academy and dealt with him rather decisively. He was powerless against me and claimed I had come to provide disaster relief, stating that I would soon become a widow, which is why I sought you out." Wei Zhao frowned slightly. "You visited the Shuangwu Academy?" Ji Hanzhu's eyes widened. "Is that the crux of the matter?" "The essence lies in the fact that he seems to possess some knowledge, hence my suspicion that the situation is intricate." Wei Zhao's gaze flickered momentarily before returning to a solemn demeanor. "However, the magistrate has fled in fear of punishment, and there remains a substantial amount of silver in his residence. Furthermore, the dam was indeed constructed with inferior materials, and the evidence is irrefutable." In truth, both Wei Zhao and Lord Wang harbored doubts about the situation. They had encountered assassination attempts even before reaching Changhe County, though they had narrowly escaped the previous two. The latter attempts, however, which occurred just 2 days prior, were markedly different. The number and skill of the assailants had significantly escalated. In comparison, the earlier attempts seemed to serve as warnings, indicating that the flood was not a mere coincidence and urging them to investigate. Lord Wang, upon uncovering these facts, was incensed. He loathed corrupt officials who disregarded the lives of the common people merely to line their own pockets. Nonetheless, after submitting his memorial, he found the situation somewhat suspicious and proceeded to compose a confidential letter to the emperor. Indeed, with such a vast sum of silver left untouched, what could he possibly desire? Ji Hanzhu queried. Wei Zhao regarded the young woman's clear and earnest eyes, and that peculiar sensation resurfaced within him. She had previously shown little interest in such matters. "Thus, I believe this incident is linked to the Sun family." Ji Hanzhu echoed Wei Zhao's thoughts. Wei Zhao's expression softened slightly. "I understand. I shall speak with Lord Wang about this. You should rest for now." Ji Hanzhu nodded, stifled a yawn, and reclined once more. Perhaps owing to Wei Zhao's presence, she soon succumbed to slumber. Once she was asleep, Wei Zhao rose and gently covered her with a blanket. At that moment, Ji Hanzhu murmured a name in her sleep. "Xia Chenglin." Wei Zhao froze, observing the young girl's furrowed brow, as if she were reluctant even in her dreams. With this thought, he could no longer contain himself and strode out, albeit with the utmost care in his steps. As the door closed behind him, Ji Hanzhu turned over in her sleep, murmuring, "I won tea, let you have it easy." Her words fell upon Wei Zhao like a bucket of cold water, rousing him to full awareness. Was she merely using this conversation to gauge Xia Chenglin's feelings? Reflecting on her innocent, sparkling eyes, a sharp pain pierced Wei Zhao's heart. He swallowed the bitterness in his mouth and managed a self-deprecating smile. The little girl Ji Hanzhu brought back was named Ling. That night, she had slept in the carriage alongside Mo Xia, and upon awakening the next day, she had chosen to accompany Ji Hanzhu. Linger was well-behaved and could read and write, clearly hailing from a background of affluence. In recent days, Wei Zhao has been exceedingly busy, and Ji Hanzhu has refrained from disturbing him, opting instead to play with Linger. According to Lu Guang, they shall soon be able to travel to the next county. On this particular day, Wei Zhao returned home earlier than usual, and Ji Hanzhu invited him to share dinner with her. After a moment of contemplation, Wei Zhao acquiesced. Linger appeared somewhat intimidated by Wei Zhao, often retreating to the side and casting timid glances at him with her large eyes. After their meal, Ji Hanzhu went to wash her hands and rinse her mouth, while Wei Zhao took out an official document to peruse. At that moment, Neither of them noticed Linger stealthily approaching Wei Zhao from behind. Her eyes, filled with fear, also bore a flicker of resolve and animosity. From within her sleeve, she withdrew a dagger and lunged fiercely towards Wei Zhao. Chapter 20. Wei Zhao is quite good too. Wei Zhao was inherently vigilant. As the dagger lunged towards him, he instinctively grasped Linger's wrist. Startled, Linger gazed at Wei Zhao with a mixture of terror and despair. Hanzhu, having noticed the commotion, furrowed her brow and swiftly disarmed Linger, her voice low and serious. Linger, why would you do such a thing? To Hanzhu, Linger was merely an innocent girl with no grievances against them. None had anticipated her attempt on Wei Zhao's life. Linger looked up at Hanzhu, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, yet she remained silent, casting her gaze downwards. Hand her over to me, Wei Zhao spoke, his tone firm. Linger's face turned pale, and with a hint of pleading, she glanced at Hanzhu. However, Hanzhu maintained her composure, stating, "If you do not speak the truth, you will be taken away." Linger pressed her lips together, her large eyes flickering, but ultimately chose to bow her head in silence. Since she was unwilling to speak, Hanzhu did not press her further and relinquished her to Wei Zhao. Hanzhu understood that although Wei Zhao appeared cold, he was not a man of brutality. Entrusting Linger to him would not lead to her being subjected to torture. After all, Linger was still a child, perhaps merely misled by someone. For 2 consecutive days, Hanzhu did not see Linger. She was aware that Linger had been confined by Wei Zhao, yet he did not mistreat her. He provided her with sustenance daily, ensuring she would not starve. Throughout these 2 days, Linger remained mute. After 2 more days, their group departed from Anha County, continuing their journey northward. Since Wei Zhao had previously dispatched individuals to settle the populace across the counties, his visit was merely to assess the condition of the disaster victims. If the situation with the victims was managed effectively, they would soon return to the capital. However, the case of embezzlement and corruption lingered in Wei Zhao and Lord Wang's minds, suggesting that matters were far from resolved. Yet, the flood had obliterated all traces, leaving them with no leads to pursue. While traveling, Hanzhu spotted Linger, whom she had not seen for several days. Linger appeared thinner, slightly dirty, yet unharmed. She was under the watchful eye of Wei Zhao's appointed guards, who were tasked with escorting her back to the capital. On this day, they arrived at another county town, which, due to its elevated terrain, fared better than the previous ones. Many houses sustained only minor damage, and the citizens had resumed their normal lives following the flood. It was a rare delight for Hanzhu to witness such a lively scene, prompting her to wander the streets with Masha several times. The county town boasted an inn, which Wei Zhao reserved for their stay of 2 days. The inn's conditions were significantly superior to their prior accommodations, and Hanzhu was pleased to have her own room. Most exhilarating for her was the prospect of finally enjoying a proper bath. Hanzhu requested the innkeeper to prepare a bathtub and hot water. As she immersed herself in the warm water, she felt her entire body unwind. Masha assisted Hanzhu by scrubbing her back, and as they conversed, Masha eventually voiced her innermost thoughts. "Miss, it seems you no longer despise Wei Zhao as much." Hanzhu smiled softly, replying, "Indeed, I have come to understand certain matters more clearly." Mo Xia contemplated the cold reception that Hanzhu had received from King Kong, pondering that such treatment must have caused her to lose heart and subsequently alter her perception of Wei Zhao. However, upon deeper reflection, it seemed that aside from Ji's previous belief that Wei Zhao had been responsible for the demise of Duke Dinghua, he had never truly harmed her. It was a relief that Ji could see things more clearly. In fact, Wei Zhao was quite amiable. Mo Xia and Bai Qiu naturally wished for Hanzhu to be happy and to lead a fulfilling life. Therefore, the identity of that person was of little consequence. What truly mattered was Ji's own feelings. Mo Xia mused that previously, she and Bai Qiu had occasionally regarded Wei Zhao with disdain, never truly acknowledging him as Ji's legitimate suitor. It appeared that they would need to amend their stance moving forward. In truth, Wei Zhao was also the master of Duke Dinghua. After finishing her bath, Hanzhu donned a white gauze dress and descended to seek out Wei Zhao. Since they had reserved the entire inn, the entrance was guarded by soldiers, leaving the main hall devoid of other patrons. As dinner time approached, Hanzhu, who had previously dined alone in her room, desired to share a meal with Wei Zhao this time. Wei Zhao was engaged in conversation with Lord Wang when he spotted Hanzhu descending. He stepped forward and said, "I have instructed the waiter to prepare food for you. It will be sent shortly." "No need. I shall dine with you," Hanzhu replied with a smile. Wei Zhao, upon hearing her words, said nothing further and instead guided Hanzhu and Lord Wang to their seats. Hanzhu had only exchanged pleasantries with Lord Wang before. They had scarcely spoken and had never shared a meal. Lord Wang, stroking his beard, glanced at Wei Zhao and then at Hanzhu, chuckling to himself. "Ah, indeed, this moment is different from the last. The county princess of Chongning is not the same as before." Intrigued, Hanzhu asked, "Have you heard of me before, Lord Wang?" Lord Wang, still smiling, replied, "Of course, not only have I heard of you, but I also submitted a petition concerning Duke Dinghua on your behalf." Hanzhu was momentarily stunned, prompting Lord Wang to laugh even more heartily. Duke Dinghua, a paragon of wisdom, has only been petitioned once in his life. And that was due to you, my dear county princess. Regaining her composure, Hanzhu smiled faintly. "Then it seems my father ought to thank me, for I have thus contributed to a complete bureaucratic experience." Lord Wang was taken aback, shaking his head while chuckling, thinking to himself that the county princess of Chongning did not appear to be as willful as the rumor suggested. Having great respect for Duke Dinghua, the conversation flowed easily, making the meal quite pleasant. Lord Wang found himself increasingly fond of Hanzhu, reflecting that had he married 2 years earlier, his granddaughter would be of a similar age to her. Duke Dinghua, having become a father in middle age, naturally doted on his sole child. Yet had he possessed a clever and charming granddaughter, he might have been just as indulgent. Unbeknownst to Lord Wang, it was precisely because of Hanzhu that he had narrowly escaped a calamity, given the favorable conditions. The following day, Hanzhu retrieved her tools to continue crafting her sleeved arts. Having successfully created one already, she had grown proficient, making the process considerably easier this time. Mo Xia, unaware of Hanzhu's motivations for continuing this work, refrained from inquiring and simply followed Ji's instructions to procure the necessary materials. In the afternoon, Mo Xia ventured out, leaving Hanzhu alone in the room, diligently carving wood. Suddenly, she was drawn to the raucous sounds emanating from the street below. Approaching the window, she peered down, only to discover 2 vendors embroiled in a heated argument. Unbeknownst to her, as she gazed downward, a man on the street caught sight of her. Hanzhu, possessing a beauty that was strikingly exceptional, typically donned a veil when venturing outside. However, this time, she thought little of it and neglected to wear one. The man, clad in a lake blue brocade robe and elegantly wielding a folding fan, exuded a charming demeanor. Yet, his gaze towards Hanzhu shifted from initial astonishment to one filled with a palpable sense of possessiveness. Chapter 21. The cow chewing on peonies were you gazing at? Hu Yaoji's friend, noticing him lost in thought, returned to call him back to reality. Hu Yaoji snapped out of his reverie and smiled. "Nothing much. I see the inn is guarded by officials. I wonder if someone of significance is staying here." His friend glanced over and replied, "Oh, I've heard that the officials sent by the court for disaster relief have arrived in our county. It must be them." Hu Yaoji nodded, his narrow, dark eyes revealing an inscrutable depth. "It appears out to take a closer look." "What did you say?" His friend did not catch his words. "I said we should be on our way." Before departing, Hu Yaoji cast one last glance at Hanzhu's window, though Hanzhu had long since returned home. The following day, Hanzhu required some small components, which she sketched out for Mo Xia to purchase. However, the blacksmith could not decipher the drawing, and despite Mo Xia's lengthy explanations, clarity eluded them. Thus, Hanzhu had no choice but to make the trip herself. Wei Zhao continued to assign Lu Guang to protect Hanzhu. Whenever she ventured outside, Lu Guang would invariably accompany her. Hanzhu first visited the blacksmith shop, offering additional payment to expedite the work. She hoped for several items to be completed, allowing her to craft on the journey. Upon leaving the blacksmith, she noticed a shop selling rouge and jewelry and decided to enter and explore. Inside, a few scattered female patrons occupied the shop. As Hanzhu stepped in, The shopkeeper promptly approached her. He immediately recognized her attire as that of a well-to-do family, particularly noting the exquisite South Pearl hairpin adorning her head, which even wealth could scarcely procure. "Miss, what would you like to see? Our humble establishment boasts the largest collection of jewelry in the county, and we have just received a new shipment of exquisite items that I am certain will catch your eye." With her face concealed by a veil, the shopkeeper could not discern her expression, yet continued to beam with obsequiousness. "Let's see what you have," Hanzhu replied. The shopkeeper eagerly complied, personally presenting the newly arrived jewelry while elaborating on each piece. However, having been acquainted with various ornaments since childhood, no matter how grandly the shopkeeper described them, Hanzhu felt no desire to purchase. To her, these items appeared rather mundane, except for a simple white jade hairpin that caught her attention. The pin, carved from ordinary white jade, depicted a flower of the other shore, its petals curled and unfurled, the entire blossom no larger than half her palm, exquisitely detailed. She requested the shopkeeper to bring it forth, growing fonder of it with each glance. While she lacked for fine jade, she greatly admired the artistry of the flower and the craftsmanship involved. "This hairpin is indeed lovely," the shopkeeper remarked, "but the material is rather common, and the flower it depicts is the other shore flower, known as the flower of the underworld. While some may write about it, many consider it inauspicious." The pin held little monetary value, and recognizing a potential affluent customer, the shopkeeper naturally wished to sell her more expensive items. "I'll take it," Hanzhu declared. "Very well, Mississippi. Would you like to see anything else?" The shopkeeper, undeterred, sought to continue his sales pitch. As Hanzhu was about to speak, a mocking voice interrupted. "Shopkeeper, spare your efforts. Some people may appear affluent, but they could simply be deceiving others. Please wrap up these pieces of jewelry for me." The shopkeeper's demeanor instantly brightened upon recognizing the speaker. "Ah, Missy? Very well. I shall prepare them for you right away." Hanzhu cast a glance at this Missy, a faint smile tugging at her lips. However, due to the veil she wore, her expression remained concealed, akin to a cow chewing peonies. Hanzhu, hearing this, raised her eyebrows. When had she ever been ridiculed like this? "What do you mean by that?" she retorted, pushing Mo Xia aside and stepping directly in front of Hanzhu. Lu Guang, noticing the tension, raised a hand to shield Hanzhu, yet she paid him no heed. Hanzhu spoke, her voice laced with laughter. "If you are unaware of the meaning of chewing peonies, perhaps this young lady ought to devote herself to her studies." Hanzhu, incensed by Hanzhu's words, raised her hand to strike her, but Mo Xia intervened. "How dare you lay a hand on our young lady? You must be courting death." However, before Mo Xia could say more, Hanzhu abruptly shifted her ire and slapped Mo Xia instead. "Who do you think you are to touch me?" Smack. Before she could finish her sentence, a strike disfigured her face, leaving her momentarily dazed. If she could strike Sun Lu, she could certainly rebuke a mere unknown lunatic. Hanzhu's eyes brimmed with fury, and her maid, now regaining her composure, hesitated to act out of fear of Lu Guang. "You dare to strike our young lady? Do you even know who she is?" Hanzhu tilted her head slightly. "Who might that be? Is she a princess, perhaps?" The maid, taken aback for a moment, then proudly declared, "Our young lady may not be a princess, but she is quite comparable." Comparable to a princess? This was news to Hanzhu. "Oh, I find myself even more curious now. What does it mean to be comparable? It is either true or false, but comparable suggests ambiguity." Hanzhu detected the mockery in Hanzhu's tone. Pushing her maid aside, she covered her face, seething, "Listen well. My aunt is the current empress." Hanzhu inhaled deeply, and Hanzhu, believing Hanzhu was intimidated, grew smug. "Wait and see. I shall have my brother and father imprison you. You shall pay dearly." Hanzhu exhaled, and after a moment, remarked, "So that is the implication. I thought." She gently covered her mouth, and although her expression was hidden, her vivacity and cunning were palpable. "Oh, your majesty, this is not my fault. Anyone would assume you have an illegitimate daughter wandering about." Hanzhu, taken aback that Hanzhu displayed no fear, recalled that their family was never to be trifled with. Just as she was about to explode with rage, Hanzhu spoke again, her tone grave. "Missy, In the future, do exercise some restraint when you venture out. Otherwise, next time, it will not be merely a slap. With that, Hanzhu turned and walked away. Truth be told, despite her previous arrogance, she had never been so dismissive of others. In her current perspective, Yu appeared to be nothing more than a frivolous clown, unworthy of her time. As Yu observed Hanzhu preparing to leave, she realized that she would not relent easily. If only she had the audacity to reveal her name. On this occasion, she ventured out alone, for had she been accompanied, Hanzhu would never have been permitted to depart. Hanzhu did not pause in her steps, uttering those 3 syllables before exiting. Upon hearing her name, Yu's expression twisted in disdain. So was Hanzhu. She vowed to make her regret it, to bring her to her knees in supplication. Yet, there lingered a peculiar sense of familiarity with the name, as if it resonated from some distant memory. Chapter 22. The young lady has disappeared. Upon departing from the jewelry store, Hanzhu glanced at Xia's face. Does it still hurt? You should apply some medicine when we return, she suggested. Xia shook her head. It doesn't hurt. Besides, the young lady stood up for me, so the pain has lessened significantly. Hanzhu purchased some more snacks before they returned to the inn. As they stepped inside, they encountered Wei Zhao. Young master. Xia greeted Wei Zhao. Over the past 2 days, she had addressed him as young master twice, which had puzzled him, leading him to believe it was a form of mockery. However, this time, Hanzhu was present, and her demeanor exhibited no sign of displeasure, as if she had tacitly approved this form of address. Contemplating this, Wei Zhao cast a glance at Hanzhu. Her eyes curved in a smile. Are you going out? Wei Zhao, initially intending to search for her, shook his head upon realizing her return rendered his search unnecessary. Hanzhu then took his hand, leading him upstairs. I bought your favorite dragon beard candy. Do give it a try. Wei Zhao allowed her to guide him into her room, without mentioning her encounter with Yu. Hanzhu cheerfully shared various observations and experiences, resting her chin on her hand as she gazed at Wei Zhao. Is Ling still unwilling to speak? She inquired. Wei Zhao, savoring the sweetness of the dragon beard candy melting in his mouth, found his expression softening, reminiscent of his childhood memories of Hanzhu. Upon hearing her question, he nodded. Ling was indeed still a child, having been confined for a period, surviving on meager rations that barely sustained her, yet she remained tight-lipped. Perhaps I should go see her, Hanzhu suggested. Wei Zhao, gazing in her bright, clear eyes, nodded in agreement. Ling was imprisoned in the woodshed, a dark place even during the day. Hanzhu visited her in the afternoon, and as Ling was merely a child, the guard soldiers were unconcerned about her posing a threat to Hanzhu, allowing her entry without hesitation. Holding a lantern, she stepped inside and spotted a small figure curled up on a pile of hay. It had been many days since they last met, and Ling appeared to have lost even more weight. She lay on her side, arms wrapped around herself, seemingly asleep. Ling, Hanzhu gently called. Ling slowly opened her eyes, a spark igniting in them upon seeing Hanzhu, only to dim again shortly after. I brought you some treats. Please have a bite, Hanzhu offered, presenting the delicacies wrapped in oil paper. Ling glanced at the beautifully presented pastries, swallowed hard, and looked back at Hanzhu. You needn't do this, County Princess. I have nothing to say. Hanzhu paused, smiled. If you don't wish to speak, then don't. I merely came to check on you. Though she hoped to elicit some words from Ling, she understood the limitations when addressing a child. Ling studied her for a moment before picking up a piece of cake and quickly devouring it. She consumed 3 pieces in one go before finally pausing. Hanzhu silently observed her. Once Ling finished, she wiped her mouth and gazed at Hanzhu with a complicated expression in her large eyes. Sister, you are the kindest person I have ever met, Ling declared earnestly. Hanzhu smiled, cautioning, do not be deceived by me. I was once a source of great vexation myself. Moreover, you bear a striking resemblance to someone I once knew. Ling blinked her large eyes, inquiring, was that person a friend of my sister? Hanzhu shook her head, seemingly lost in thought. Not quite a friend. We have merely crossed paths twice. Ling refrained from further questioning. After a brief moment, Hanzhu rose to depart, but Ling grasped her hand, prompting Hanzhu to crouch down once more. Leaning closer to Hanzhu's Linger whispered a phrase. Hanzhu turned to regard her, contemplated for a moment, and then nodded in agreement. That evening, Hanzhu claimed to be unwell and dined alone upstairs. Wei Zhao inquired about Mo Xia, who merely stated that Hanzhu had grown fatigued from her travels that day, which alleviated Wei Zhao's concerns. As night fell, the inn became eerily quiet, the only sounds being the occasional footsteps of patrolling guards below. In the middle of the night, Mo Xia rose to relieve herself and decided to check on Hanzhu, only to be startled awake by the sight before her. The bed was empty. Where was Hanzhu? Mo Xia urged herself to remain calm, reasoning that perhaps Miss had simply stepped out. Yet, she found this peculiar, for she was a light sleeper and would surely have noticed if Hanzhu had stirred. After searching the latrine to no avail, her anxiety mounted. It was the dead of night, and the guards had grown somewhat lax. Fearing Hanzhu might have been abducted by an assassin, she could not afford to delay. She dashed to Wei Zhao's door, rapping urgently. Wei Zhao awoke immediately, having not even changed out of his attire, which was not armor, but rather dark civilian clothing. What is the matter? His heart sank at the sight of Mo Xia's distressed expression, sensing something was amiss. Young master, Mrs. Missing. Wei Zhao's brow furrowed deeply. When did she disappear? Have you searched the inn? I awoke and she was gone. I searched the inn, but found no trace. Mo Xia's voice trembled, on the verge of tears. Just then a soldier rushed in, cupping his fist in salute. Reporting, Lieutenant, the guard at the storeroom has collapsed, and the individuals inside are missing. Hearing this, Mo Xia's heart sank further. Could it be that someone had come to rescue Linger and simultaneously abducted Miss? Wei Zhao's expression darkened, his eyes filled with a fierce intensity. His thoughts mirrored Mo Xia's. The intruder was astoundingly skilled, managing to whisk away two individuals right beneath his nose. Without hesitation, Wei Zhao mobilized his men to search, transforming the once peaceful county into a scene of chaos. Though he had always adhered to principles, this time he cast aside concerns for public disturbance, instructing his soldiers to search every house without exception. He could not bear to contemplate the fate that awaited Hanzhu in the hands of those assassins. The mere thought drove him to the brink of madness. Accompanying the soldiers in their search, Wei Zhao, clad in black, presented a striking silhouette, sword in hand, his expression grim and foreboding, akin to a demon emerging from the depths of hell. As time gradually trickles away, the dawn approaches, yet Hanzhu remains devoid of any clues. Wei Zhao has dispatched a team to search the nearby woods and mountains for any traces of the assassin. Meanwhile, in a secluded forest near the county town, Hanzhu and Linger find themselves trapped in a deep pit, sitting together in disarray. Their breaths held as they listen to the sounds of insects and beasts echoing through the woods. Linger, having injured her leg, clutches her wound and begins to weep softly. Chapter 23. His anger sister. It is I who have brought you harm. Otherwise, you would not have fallen. Linger stifled her sobs, her cries coming in gasps. Hanzhu had also twisted her ankle, but she did not show it. Instead, she reassured, "Do not fear. Someone will come to rescue us." She firmly believed that Wei Zhao would certainly come to their aid. As dawn broke, Linger gazed at Hanzhu's profile, her fear beginning to dissipate. "Sister, I attempted to assassinate Wei Zhao because he murdered my family." Hanzhu turned her head, her delicate brows furrowing. "Wei Zhao killed your family? Did you witness it with your own eyes?" Linger nodded, her body trembling at the mere recollection of that fateful night. "The night before the flood, a man broke into our home, killing my mother and grandmother. My father hid me away, and I saw with my own eyes a knife strike my father's neck. He died before me. Did you see the man's face?" Hanzhu inquired. Linger shook her head. "No, but I saw the insignia that fell from his waist, identical to Wei Zhao's." Hanzhu let out a sigh of relief. She felt certain that the assailant could not be Wei Zhao. "Linger, the insignia carried by Wei Zhao is an official's token, one that many officials possess. While they may appear similar, the inscriptions and certain details vary." Hanzhu patiently explained. Linger's eyes shifted, still holding on to disbelief. Could she have mistaken the identity? Moreover, you mentioned that the person who killed your family used a knife, correct? Linger recalled and nodded. But Wei Zhao has always wielded a sword. Linger's brow furrowed as a realization dawned upon her. It does seem so, but that does not conclusively prove he is innocent. Seeing Linger still unconvinced, Hanzhu stated, "Once we return, you will see other officials' tokens and understand." Linger bit her lip, falling silent. She had initially intended to persuade Hanzhu to release her, promising to reveal the truth if she did. However, after walking a while, Linger suddenly sought to escape and plunged into the forest. Hanzhu chased after her, and ultimately, both fell into a deep pit. As daylight fully emerged, the sounds of wild beasts seemed to diminish, and the sense of fear waned significantly. Hanzhu called out several times, hoping someone would hear her voice. She knew Wei Zhao would be searching for her, but she was uncertain when he might find her. Unexpectedly, just as Hanzhu's voice faded, she discerned the hurried sound of hooves approaching. Someone was coming. Could it be Wei Zhao? With this thought, Hanzhu raised her voice again, and Linger joined in her calls. The sound of hooves grew closer, stopping at the edge of the pit, and she heard the whinny of a horse. Hanzhu looked up toward the edge of the pit, and soon, a familiar face appeared. It was indeed Wei Zhao. Elated, Hanzhu smiled and waved, exclaiming, "Wei Zhao, I am here." As Wei Zhao's gaze fell upon Hanzhu, their eyes met, and she was momentarily captivated by the depth of his eyes. She had never witnessed such an expression on Wei Zhao's face. Was it sheer ecstasy? Was it furious wrath? Or perhaps relief? Wei Zhao's reddened eyes glanced at Hanzhu before he turned away, issuing commands to his subordinates. Soon, a long hemp rope was lowered. A young soldier descended first, cradling Linger in his arms, and then climbed back up with her. Hanzhu patiently waited to the side. However, when the soldier and Linger reached the top, it was Wei Zhao himself who descended. Grasping the rope and stepping lightly over the earth, he approached Hanzhu with remarkable agility. Yet upon seeing her, he uttered not a word, his expression taut with tension. One arm encircled Hanzhu while the other held the rope, and in a few swift movements, they returned to the ground. The moment Hanzhu's feet touched the earth, she couldn't suppress a gasp of discomfort and cast a reproachful look at Wei Zhao. Her face and attire were smeared with dirt, her small countenance appearing quite ashen, yet her eyes shone with an enchanting brightness. Nevertheless, no matter how pitiable or alluring she appeared, Wei Zhao's demeanor remained unchanged. He examined Hanzhu's feet in silence, said nothing, and lifted her once more, placing her upon the horse's back. With a swift motion, Wei Zhao mounted behind her, guiding the horse away from the scene. Along the journey, Hanzhu could faintly sense the firmness of Wei Zhao's chest and his simmering anger. Throughout the ride, Wei Zhao remained utterly silent. Upon returning to the inn, he dismounted with Hanzhu in his arms, where Mo Xia awaited in the hall. Seeing Hanzhu's return, she rushed over, exclaiming, "Miss, where have you been? You frightened me to death." Hanzhu cast a glance at Wei Zhao and replied, "I'm fine, just wait for me here." Wei Zhao continued on without pausing, and Mo Xia, momentarily taken aback by Hanzhu's words, obediently refrained from following. Wei Zhao carried Hanzhu into her room, intending to place her on the couch, but she clung to his neck, refusing to let go. "Wei Zhao, please don't be angry. I won't do it again," Hanzhu said, her delicate lips pressed together, appearing quite remorseful. Wei Zhao furrowed his brow, avoiding her gaze, his voice chillingly devoid of warmth. How could the county princess be at fault? Upon hearing this, Hanzhu realized that Wei Zhao was truly enraged this time. She bit her lip, contemplating how to appease him. Having spent years in Wei Zhao's company during her childhood, she understood his temperament. Although he appeared respectful and composed, beneath the surface lay a fierce tenacity. If he truly became angry, it could linger for quite some time. Hanzhu recognized her misjudgment and resolved not to confront him defiantly. She tightened her embrace around Wei Zhao's arm and leaned in slightly closer, her voice soft and sweet, almost beguiling. "I was wrong. Please don't be angry." Wei Zhao's already tense expression became even more rigid. Oh, how difficult it was to placate him. Hanzhu sighed inwardly and lifted her hand to cup Wei Zhao's face. At that moment, he finally looked at her. Unexpectedly, she swiftly leaned in and planted a quick kiss upon his lips. The kiss was both fleeting and gentle, leading Wei Zhao to believe he was experiencing a mere illusion. After the kiss, Hanzhu tilted her head to gaze at Wei Zhao, resembling a cunning little fox. Is this satisfactory? Wei Zhao stared at her in a daze. Indeed, the anger in his eyes faded, replaced by astonishment and a tumult of emotions. His chest heaved dramatically, and just as Hanzhu was about to speak again, he suddenly bent down and set her down. Hanzhu was taken aback, while Wei Zhao had already turned away, preparing to leave. Wei Zhao, Hanzhu, aware of his desire to escape, straightened her posture and quickly called out to him. Wei Zhao paused momentarily, yet he still came to a halt. Chapter 24. I wish to walk alongside you. Hanzhu rose to her feet, expressing sentiments she had long desired to convey to Wei Zhao since her rebirth. Wei Zhao, regarding my father's matter, I must confess that I harbored prejudices against you. I now comprehend that his demise bears no relation to you. Wei Zhao stood tall, gradually turning to face her, the cold detachment in his striking features somewhat diminished, though his gaze remained inquisitive as it rested upon Hanzhu. During the years he spent at the frontier, Hanzhu's grievances towards him had only intensified. Had she truly experienced a sudden epiphany? Yet, he wished to believe, even if this fleeting softness concealed hidden daggers. Wei Zhao, I recognize the tribulations you have endured along your path, and I foresee that the road ahead will be even more arduous. I wish to walk alongside you. Hanzhu gazed at him, her expression tender yet resolute. Wei Zhao stood in silence, momentarily lost in a surreal sense of disbelief as the reality of his long-held hopes unfolded before him. It was only upon catching a glimpse of a slight grievance in Hanzhu's eyes that he regained his composure and replied, "All right." He had never dared to dream that Hanzhu might harbor feelings for him. He merely wished for her to no longer harbor hatred towards him. Upon hearing his acquiescence, Hanzhu beamed with joy. But before she could utter another word, Wei Zhao added, "However, this matter will not resolve itself so easily." What? Hanzhu smile faltered, her eyes narrowing in discontent as she directed an accusatory gaze at Wei Zhao. He smiled faintly before turning to leave. Hanzhu blinked in astonishment. Had she truly not misjudged him? Wei Zhao had just smiled. Moreover, he looked remarkably handsome when he did so. As she contemplated this, Xia entered the room, her eyes still tinged with redness, though she refrained from inquiring further. "Miss, I have asked the innkeeper to prepare water. Shall we assist you in bathing and changing into fresh garments?" Hanzhu nodded, feeling quite uncomfortable in her current state. Yet she had not forgotten about Linger. "What of Linger?" As Xia arranged the clothes, she replied, "She has been confined to the woodshed." Being locked in the woodshed suggested that Wei Zhao had chosen not to punish her. After bathing, Hanzhu felt immensely more at ease, though she had twisted her ankle, leaving it swollen. The young master mentioned that once you are ready, the doctor will attend to your injury. "I shall see if the doctor has arrived," Xia stated before departing. Before long, Xia returned, accompanied by Wei Zhao and an elderly physician. The doctor examined Hanzhu's ankle and determined that the injury was not severe. A few applications of medicine and some rest would suffice for her recovery. After prescribing medication, the doctor took his leave and Xia escorted him out. Wei Zhao had intended to wait for Xia to assist Hanzhu with her medication. Yet she called out to him, "I have something to discuss with you." Thus, he chose to remain. Hanzhu handed him the medicine bottle and glanced at her foot. Holding the cool vial, Wei Zhao felt an unusual warmth in his hands. It would be best to wait for Xia to apply the medicine, he suggested. But the doctor advised that the application requires a firmer touch for quicker healing, and Xia's strength cannot match mine, Hanzhu asserted, accurately recalling the doctor's words. Wei Zhao contemplated for a moment before settling beside Hanzhu, gently placing her injured foot upon his thigh. He poured some medicinal oil into his palm, warming it between his hands before beginning to apply it to Hanzhu's foot. Her delicate, fair foot, with its elegantly sculpted calf and ankle, appeared as if crafted from fine jade. As Wei Zhao's hand brushed against her ankle, he hesitated slightly, striving to banish any distracting thoughts and focus solely on his task. Hanzhu observed Wei Zhao's earnest demeanor, unaware that in this moment he resembled a meticulous scholar in a classroom. Due to his martial training, Wei Zhao's hands were somewhat calloused, prompting him to exercise caution with his strength. Nonetheless, Hanzhu winced in pain, her brow furrowing in response. Although she harbored a deep fear of pain, she remained silent, her tightly knit brows betraying her stoic endurance. In an effort to divert her attention, Hanzhu recounted the events concerning Ling'er, and initially, Wei Zhao listened in silence. Once he finished applying the ointment and stood, he remarked, "Even so, you should not have ventured out alone. What if someone was waiting for Ling'er outside? What if you encountered an assassin?" The memory of the dread he felt upon discovering Hanzhu's disappearance the previous night sent a chill down his spine, nearly overwhelming him. "It shall not happen again." Hanzhu gazed up at him with a pitiful expression, her seated posture accentuating her delicate beauty. Wei Zhao's heart fluttered, and the anger that had consumed him dissipated. "I will go find Ling'er. You must rest well. Leave the rest to me." Hanzhu nodded, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. Previously, Wei Zhao had instructed the physician to attend to Ling'er's injuries, which turned out to be mere superficial wounds, nothing serious. The door to the storage room swung open once more, and upon seeing Wei Zhao, Ling'er sat up warily. Wei Zhao tossed a token before her, his expression stern. "Is this the one?" Ling'er glanced at Wei Zhao's intimidating visage before picking up the token and scrutinizing it. The distance had obscured her view of the person that day, and while examining the token closely, she noted that it appeared somewhat different from Wei Zhao's. Just then, Lu Guang entered. "Captain, you summoned me? Show her your token," Wei Zhao commanded. Lu Guang, bewildered, complied and presented his token to Ling'er. As she compared the two tokens, she confirmed their striking resemblance. Each department of the court possesses distinct tokens. However, their craftsmanship and materials are identical, making them nearly indistinguishable from afar, Wei Zhao explained. Ling'er realized that she had mistaken the individual. Upon reflection, she vaguely recalled a centipede-like scar on the right wrist of the person she had seen, a mark absent on Wei Zhao. "I apologize," she murmured, her head bowed in shame. "I happened to glimpse your token and mistakenly assumed that person was you. I did not know what this token signified." Ling'er felt deep remorse, having harbored ill intentions despite Hanzhu's kindness towards her. Wei Zhao's expression remained utterly unchanged, his voice still low and indifferent. "Considering your youth, I shall neither kill you nor punish you. I will arrange for your departure and find you a suitable place to stay." Ling'er abruptly lifted her head, her gaze towards Wei Zhao imbued with a hint of supplication. She did not wish to leave. She yearned to accompany Hanzhu. Ignoring her pleading eyes, Wei Zhao continued, "Given your demeanor, your family must not belong to the common folk. Is your father an official? It seems you narrowly escaped a calamity at the hands of the court. Your situation must be quite extraordinary." Reflecting on her father, Ling'er's expression turned tinged with sorrow. "Well, my father is not a high-ranking official. He is merely a minor supervisor of construction. However, he is quite remarkable, as he oversees the construction of bridges and levees. For many years, my father's supervision has been pivotal in the construction of the levees in Chang'an County." Chapter 25. A sudden heartache as Ling'er spoke of her father's past endeavors. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. However, Wei Zhao's gaze darkened. "Has your father participated in the construction of the Longha County Dam over the years?" Ling'er nodded, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she recalled the floods of this year. "But this year we faced torrential rains, and my father is unaware that the dam he built has been destroyed. If he knew, it would surely break his heart." Ling'er's thoughts were simple, and the issue of the dam's shoddy construction had yet to be made public. However, to suggest that her father was oblivious to the matter seemed far-fetched. His death might even be linked to it. Murder to silence him? Wei Zhao's mind raced with possibilities, and his thoughts shifted. "Come out. We shall return to the capital first." After instructing Lu Guang to attend to Ling'er's affairs, he strode away. Upon hearing that Wei Zhao wanted her to stay, Ling'er was overjoyed and stood up, momentarily forgetting the pain in her injured leg. Lu Guang shook his head at her exuberance. "Do not rejoice too soon. He merely mentioned taking you back to the capital, not that you would remain by Princess Ji's side. Children's thoughts are often easy to read, and Lu Guang understood Wei Zhao's temperament. He would not allow an uncertain factor to linger near Ji Hanzhu. Linger furrowed her brow, but relaxed at the thought of returning to the capital with Ji Hanzhu. Sister Princess will let me stay. Although Ji Hanzhu's foot was injured, it did not hinder their journey. Wei Zhao had initially planned to linger for a couple more days, but Ji Hanzhu insisted they adhere to the original schedule. They resumed their journey at a much quicker pace after a brief rest in the county town. Days later, the court issued a decree announcing that in Hongye, the governor overseeing Longhe County had colluded with Gongsun Ling, the Minister of Works. Both were guilty of embezzlement, having embezzled funds meant for the dam's construction and producing substandard work, which resulted in the flood. Gongsun Ling had been dismissed and detained, awaiting punishment, while in Hongye had fled with his family, prompting the court to issue a warrant for his capture and that of his relatives. With this decree, Hongye and Gongsun Ling became the targets of public outrage, with citizens wishing for retribution against them. As they traveled, Linger was initially unaware of these events, and Ji Hanzhu intentionally kept the information from her. However, upon reaching the next county, Linger overheard the townsfolk discussing the embezzlement, leading her to connect it with her family's plight, sending a chill through her very bones. In a frenzy, she raced back to the inn to find Ji Hanzhu, tears streaming down her face, unable to articulate her distress. Ji Hanzhu, recognizing the situation, understood the truth was under investigation by the court, and she hesitated to draw conclusions. Linger, she said gently, regardless of whether this matter involves your father, you are innocent. With tears in her eyes, Linger gazed at Ji Hanzhu, sobbing as she managed to utter, "My father, no, he is not that kind of person. I believe in him." Ji Hanzhu stroked her head in silence, offering comfort without words. She is acutely aware of the nature of humanity. She refrains from viewing people in an excessively negative light, yet she harbors no unrealistic hopes. Linger, do not disclose this matter to anyone else, understand? Linger ceased her tears, but continued to sob quietly, nodding in acknowledgement. This issue has reached a consensus among Ji Hanzhu, Wei Zhao, and Lord Wang, who had decided to keep Linger's identity concealed for the time being. Although Lord Wang is straightforward, he recognizes the innocence of the young and is not a man devoid of compassion. Moreover, he has a lingering suspicion that this situation is peculiar. Perhaps Linger is their final witness. If they can uncover the perpetrator behind the massacre of Linger's family, they might unravel the truth of the matter. Meanwhile, in the southern county of Anha, when this news reached the refugee camp, the people erupted in turmoil. They had all lost loved ones, and those who survived had endured immense hardships. Initially, they believed this to be a natural disaster, a punishment from the heavens, only to discover that it was, in fact, a man-made calamity, a calamity wrought by humans. The lives lost, the souls departed, seemed utterly insignificant in the face of such atrocities. Among the refugees, one young woman reacted differently from the others. She stood frozen, devoid of anger or curses, her eyes filled solely with disbelief. As the surrounding cries and curses began to fade, she suddenly stirred, rising to her feet and stumbling out of the refugee shelter, running southward with fervor. Ji Hanzhu's journey had spanned nearly 2 months, and by the time she returned to the capital, it was the coldest month of the year. The climate in the capital was somewhat drier. However, having grown up here, Ji Hanzhu felt little discomfort. Linger, being a native of the south, found the northern chill unbearable upon her arrival, her skin becoming dry and itchy. Ji Hanzhu instructed Mo Xia to apply balm to her skin after her bath, which provided some relief. Nonetheless, Linger still felt too cold to venture outside. During this period, Bai Qiu had been managing the household affairs alongside Steward Zhou. Initially, it went well as she primarily learned from him. However, half a month prior, Steward Zhou fell ill, and Bai Qiu soon found herself overwhelmed. How did Steward Zhou fall ill, and what is his condition now? Upon hearing of Steward Zhou's illness, Ji Hanzhu hurried to check on him. Bai Qiu supported Ji Hanzhu, saying, "Miss, do not worry. Steward Zhou merely experienced a fit of anger, and he has since recovered. With some time to rest, he will be fine." A fit of anger? Ji Hanzhu caught onto a significant detail. Bai Qiu had withheld this information initially, fearing it might upset Ji Hanzhu. It was those individuals who, under the guise of the Duke of Dinggua's estate, had been leasing land to farmers at exorbitant prices, providing subpar quality, and subsequently coercing the farmers to sell their crops at unfairly low prices, leading to severe exploitation that culminated in grievances reaching the Duke's estate. Ji Hanzhu suddenly halted, her gaze icy and piercing. Is it those from the third house? Bai Qiu nodded affirmatively. Ji Hanzhu resumed her stride, inquiring, how did Steward Zhou address the situation? Bai Qiu cast a glance at Ji Hanzhu. Initially, she was apprehensive that Ji Hanzhu might, in a fit of rage, draw her blade against those individuals. However, upon noticing her calm demeanor, she continued, Butler Zhou has summoned the members of the third household to confront the farmers, asserting that this matter has nothing to do with the Duke's residence. Yet, Ji Hanzhu turned her gaze towards Bai Qiu and continued. Bai Qiu's eyes reflected a simmering rage, yet Ji Kuei declared that it was the Duke's wish during his lifetime that he act in this manner. He was merely executing the Duke's orders. Wretched beasts! Ji Hanzhu exclaimed, her voice laced with suppressed fury. These leeches, as if draining blood were not enough, now seek to tarnish my father's name. They are fully aware that there is no evidence to contradict them, which emboldens their audacity. Previously, I had considered that my father had once supported these individuals, hence I refrained from taking drastic measures. It is now evident that they must be eradicated. Chapter 26. Settling accounts. Ji Hanzhu visited Steward Zhou, who was recovering in bed. He was advised to avoid overexertion and emotional turmoil. With time, he would surely recuperate. Upon seeing Ji Hanzhu, Steward Zhou attempted to rise in greeting, but she quickly approached him, saying, Uncle Zhou, please remain lying down. There is no need to get up. Steward Zhou had never experienced such treatment before. Although Ji Hanzhu had always shown kindness and leniency towards her servants, she had never greeted him with such respect. Yet, as Ji Hanzhu insisted he stay where he was, he had no choice but to comply. Steward Zhou, I am aware of the farmer's issues. You need not worry. Focus solely on your health. I shall take care of everything that follows. Ji Hanzhu reassured him, her demeanor remarkably calm, concealing the anger she had felt earlier on her way there. Steward Zhou glanced at Bai Qiu, then back at Ji Hanzhu, hesitating. He understood her temperament and feared that if she became too agitated, it could lead to dire consequences that would be difficult to manage. Perceiving his concerns, Ji Hanzhu smiled, sweetly yet cunningly. Rest assured, if I intended to resort to violence, I would have rushed over long ago. I am perfectly capable of resolving this matter without force. Steward Zhou observed her serene expression, though he could not overlook the chilling glint in her eyes. It seemed that their impulsive little matriarch had indeed matured significantly. He thought that since Ji Hanzhu would be managing the Duke's residence in the future, it would be beneficial for her to learn how to handle difficult individuals. Very well, miss, I shall leave this matter in your capable hands. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to command me, Steward Zhou replied. Having served the Duke for many years, Steward Zhou was well acquainted with the members of the Ji family. He shared with Ji Hanzhu some past events and entrusted her with the keys to the storeroom, allowing her to act freely. In the days that followed, thanks to Steward Zhou's previous intervention, the farmers had ceased their disturbances, although the issues remained unresolved. That evening, snow began to fall again, and Ji Hanzhu stayed indoors, awaiting Wei Zhao for dinner. Wei Zhao had just returned from the camp, clad in a dark uniform and draped in a fox fur cloak, shaking off snowflakes as he removed his outer garments. Have a cup of tea, Ji Hanzhu said languidly, reclining comfortably as a pot of tea warmed over the red clay stove before her. Wei Zhao brushed off the snow from his clothes, dispelling much of the cold, and poured himself a cup of tea, taking a sip. Knowing Wei Zhao had returned, Mo Xia signaled the kitchen to begin serving the meal, and soon, the dishes were laid out before them. What did the emperor say? Ji Hanzhu inquired as they sat at the table. Lord Wang reported the situation in the south to the emperor and expressed his own concerns. Initially, the emperor was furious and prepared to execute the Minister of Works, Gong Sunling, on the spot. However, after a private discussion with Lord Wang, he decided to temporarily detain him. Lord Wang did not mention Ling. and the emperor also agreed to postpone the execution. Yet, if no conclusive evidence was found, the outcome would remain unchanged, Wei Zhao remarked, his brow furrowed. Lord Wang possesses a unique status, being one of the rare individuals who has garnered the emperor's complete trust. This is why the execution was postponed. Otherwise, Gong Sunling would have already met his demise. Furthermore, while incriminating correspondence between Gong Sunling and Hongye was discovered during the search of Gong Sunling's residence, and although Gong Sunling shares familial ties with Hongye, he steadfastly denies the allegations, claiming he has never seen such letters. The emperor was incensed at the time, nearly ordering his execution on the spot. This situation is indeed quite challenging. Hanzhu nodded thoughtfully. I am aware of the farmer's plight, and I happen to possess certain documents that may prove useful, Wei Zhao remarked, retrieving several papers resembling official documents and placing them before Hanzhu. Upon examining them, Hanzhu's eyes brightened. The following day, Hanzhu and Wei Zhao, accompanied by a group, proceeded to Kuei's residence. Wei Zhao brought along a small contingent of soldiers to guard the entrance, causing apprehension among Kuei's family upon witnessing such an imposing display. Kuei, naturally aware of the purpose behind Hanzhu's visit, attempted to maintain a facade of ignorance, indignantly stating, Wei Zhao, what is the meaning of this? You have surrounded my home. Others may speculate on our affairs. Hanzhu stepped forward, declaring, we have come to settle accounts with you, and if you have no objections, I shall do so here. Kuei's eyes flickered, but his wife, Madame Wang, swiftly interjected with a smile. It is rare for Hanzhu to visit. Let us retreat inside to converse. Hanzhu scoffed and entered with Wei Zhao. Madame Wang cast a glance at the household servants, instructing them to remain outside, before pulling Kuei along, and they all followed inside. Hanzhu took the seat of honor, while Wei Zhao stood beside her, sword in hand, embodying her most loyal protector. Noticing Hanzhu occupying his place, Kuei's expression darkened. What is it you wish to convey that requires such theatrics? Peruse these documents. Hanzhu replied, placing a stack of papers on a nearby table. Kuei, perplexed, approached to examine them, and his countenance immediately soured. These are the promissory notes written by my third uncle when he borrowed money from my father. The total amounts to 7,500 taels. I will be lenient with the interest over the years and calculate it at 500 taels, bringing the total to 8,000 taels. Repay the debt. Kuei's hand trembled. 8,000 taels? Are you extorting me? Hanzhu raised an eyebrow. The extortionist is clearly you. Kuei realized that Hanzhu had come in relation to the farmer's affairs. Yet he was taken aback that instead of addressing that matter, she was demanding repayment. The funds indeed originated from his borrowing from the Duke of Dinghua, but over the years, the Duke had never pressed for repayment. And now that the Duke had passed away, he naively believed no one would pursue him for the money. No more idle chatter. These are documented debts, complete with your signature and seal. Repay promptly, or my patience will run thin, and I shall send you directly to the authorities. Madame Wang's face paled at the mention of such a substantial sum. In previous years, Kuei had developed a gambling addiction, losing vast amounts of silver, much of which had been diverted to settle his gambling debts. Although their family possesses some enterprises, they are merely small ventures, all stemming from the estate of the Duke of Ding. Should they extract 8,000 taels, it would leave them utterly impoverished. Hanzhu, it was your uncle's folly that led to debts owed to others. Rest assured, we shall repay this sum. However, the current state of our household is dire, and your cousin is preoccupied with wedding arrangements, making it impossible to procure such a substantial amount at this time. We kindly ask for your patience a little longer. Mrs. Wang, being more astute than Kuei, gazed at Hanzhu with a sycophantic expression, hoping to prolong the matter. In their eyes, although Hanzhu possesses a fiery temper and displays capricious behavior, she is perceived as somewhat of a simpleton, easily manipulated. Chapter 27, the forthcoming events are now in your hands. Oh, how long do you require, Wang? Hanzhu's eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief. Wang paused, her mind racing with countless thoughts, yet her expression remained one of hesitance. This is truly difficult to ascertain, Perhaps a few months would suffice. A few months? I dare say it could stretch into years, even decades, and you still wouldn't be able to repay. Hanzhu had gleaned the state of Ji Kuei's finances from Steward Zhou, realizing that while they might manage to produce 8,000 taels, it would undoubtedly strain their resources. Their family was notoriously avaricious. How could they possibly relinquish their wealth? Detecting the mockery in Ji Hanzhu's tone, Wang's heart quivered, sensing that Ji Hanzhu had become increasingly challenging to deal with. Hanzhu, we truly find ourselves in a precarious situation. Please, grant us a little more time. Wang was adept with her words, deliberately avoiding a specific time frame, as if this could allow them to prolong the matter indefinitely. At that moment, Ji Kuei, who had remained silent, furrowed his brow at the promissory notes, a flicker of malice igniting in his gaze. He gripped the notes tightly, poised to tear them apart, when a glinting sword suddenly materialized before his throat. Wei Zhao's blade had claimed countless adversaries, mirroring his own sharp and cold demeanor. Ji Kuei froze in terror. Wei Zhao swiftly seized the notes from his hand and handed them to Ji Hanzhu. In any case, I have no money. Either you slay me with your sword, or let the authorities imprison me. I assure you, I possess not a single coin. Ji Kuei had resolved to stand his ground, confident that Wei Zhao would not resort to violence, thus opting to adopt a defiant stance. Witnessing this, Wang began to weep, as if Ji Hanzhu and Wei Zhao had committed some heinous act against them. Hanzhu, are you attempting to drive us to despair? Ji Hanzhu's gaze turned icy. Indeed, the audacity of these individuals had reached unparalleled heights. However, she and Wei Zhao had anticipated such behavior. Wei Zhao twisted his wrist, the sword's tip now aimed at Wang. His voice cold as ice. Silence. Wang, startled, promptly fell silent, her eyes darting about in panic. Ji Kuei, believing Ji Hanzhu and Wei Zhao were powerless against them, felt a swell of arrogance. Yet, Ji Hanzhu merely displayed a flicker of disdain, her demeanor unperturbed. She leaned back casually in her chair and remarked, "If you fear not imprisonment, I wonder if your cousin shares the same sentiment. Oh, by the way, is he not to be wed soon? Should he find himself imprisoned? It may be many years before he can leave, perhaps leaving you without an heir." The expressions of Ji Kuei and Wang shifted dramatically. Ji Kuei stiffened, defiantly asserting, "Do not frighten me. This promissory note is mine, and has no bearing on Chuan Wei." Ji Hanzhu lazily rose, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Yet the sight sent chills down Ji Kuei and Wang's spines. Just then, the door was forcefully pushed open, and Ji Chuanhui stormed in. But upon seeing Ji Hanzhu and Wei Zhao, his fervor dissipated into silence. He pressed his lips together, stepping into the room with a stiff smile, asking, "What brings you here?" "We have come to demand repayment. Your family owes the Duke of Dinghua 8,000 taels of silver," Ji Hanzhu replied with a smile. Ji Chuanhui's lips twitched awkwardly as he said, "Oh, that has nothing to do with me. You all carry on." As he spoke, he attempted to depart. Had he known the purpose of Ji Hanzhu and Wei Zhao's visit, he would have resolutely refused to return. It was truly baffling that Ji Chunlian did not ascertain the details before seeking him out. "Wait a moment," Ji Hanzhu called out. "Your presence is quite timely. The matter ahead directly concerns you." Ji Chuanhui froze, a sense of foreboding creeping in. At that moment, Wei Zhao sheathed his sword and placed a document before Ji Chuanhui, saying, "Take a look. You should be rather familiar with it." Ji Chuanhui furrowed his brow and opened the document, his expression shifting dramatically. Ji Kuei noticed and approached to take a glance, his face a mixture of shock and fury. "Wei Zhao, how did you come into possession of this?" They had been meticulous, leaving few aware of the details. How could Wei Zhao have known, let alone possess evidence? Wei Zhao raised his hand, retrieving the document. "I am aware of more than just this matter. So tell me, will you repay the debt, or do you prefer imprisonment?" At the mention of jail time, Ji Chuanhui's legs weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. Ji Kuei maintained a stern demeanor, weighing the consequences. In that moment, Ji Chuanhui seized Ji Kuei's arm, pleading, "Father, please just repay the debt. I cannot go to prison. If I do, you will be left without a grandson." Ji Kuei had a few daughters from concubines. Yet Ji Chuanhui was his sole son. At 28, Ji Chuanhui had previously wed, but his wife had passed away after a few years. His household was lively, yet none had borne him a son or daughter in recent years. Ji Kuei and Wang Shi had long hoped Ji Chuanhui would expand the family line, and they had recently found a suitable match. Upon hearing the mention of grandson, Ji Kuei suddenly glared at Ji Chuanhui and kicked him fiercely. "You ignorant fool! This is all you're doing!" Ji Chuanhui was kicked, but dared not protest, enduring the pain in silence. Wang Shi felt both anger and helplessness. The thought of the squandered silver only deepened her sorrow, yet she could do nothing. Ji Chuanhui had been surrounded by women, indulging in a life of excess in recent years. Once, he had spotted a striking girl selling vegetables in the street and sought to take her as a concubine. Although her family was humble, they were not swayed by money, and the girl, cherished by her family, longed for a simple life with someone devoted to her, not the intrigues of a grand household. Thus, the negotiations fell through. Undeterred by rejection, Ji Chuanhui persisted in his pursuit twice more, only to be met with the same outcome. Eventually, frustrated by their firm refusal and driven by lust, he forcibly abducted the girl and violated her. Ji Chuanhui believed that this would compel her to beg for acceptance into his household. However, the girl, possessing a fierce spirit, attempted to end her life by throwing herself against the bedpost upon regaining consciousness, nearly losing her life. Her family sought to bring Ji Chuanhui to justice, with evidence that was irrefutable. Subsequently, the Ji family resorted to despicable tactics to defame the girl's family. Lacking power and influence, the girl's family was unable to contend with Ji Kuei. Under duress, they were unable to pursue legal action and ultimately relocated. Nevertheless, the testimonies from that time still linger, and Wei Zhao is aware of the girl's family's whereabouts. Should they choose to press charges, they could do so at any moment. The mere thought of having to part with such a substantial sum of silver made Ji Kuei's heart bleed. After venting his frustration through a series of kicks, he gritted his teeth and declared, "Very well, I shall repay the debt." However, Wei Zhao raised an eyebrow, remarking that repaying the debt now was too late. Chapter 28. The family fortune exhausted. Ji Kuei's eyes widened with anger. "What do you mean, Wei Zhao? Let me tell you, if you dare to touch Chuanhui, I will fight you to the bitter end. You will be responsible for the demise of both of us. And then I shall see how you will face the Duke of Ding." Wei Zhao regarded him with a disdainful indifference. "If you wish to avoid imprisonment, not only must you return the money, but you must also sign a document acknowledging that your actions are unrelated to the Duke and vow never to repeat them. Lastly, you are to explain to the farmers, restoring the normal rental rates without further oppression." With each word Wei Zhao uttered, Ji Kuei's expression grew increasingly grim. "What? Not content with merely returning the money, you require a written statement? And now I must explain myself to those farmers? This only grants you more leverage over me, and I am left utterly humiliated." Ji Kuei furrowed his brow, still pondering whether there was any alternative to avert these losses. Yet, after much contemplation, he realized it was a dead end. Seeing his hesitation, Ji Chuanhui grew anxious but dared not rush him. Ji Hanzhu straightened her clothing, sighed, and said, "Wei Zhao, let's take our leave." Her words jolted Ji Kuei back to reality. Gritting his teeth, the veins on his forehead bulging, he relented. "Fine, I agree to your demands." Half an hour later, Ji Hanzhu and Wei Zhao departed from Ji Kuei's residence, arriving empty-handed but leaving with a substantial bounty. Ji Kuei produced all the cash and silver notes he could muster, and when that proved insufficient, he reluctantly offered 2 of his shops, barely scraping together 8,000 taels. The document was drafted under Wei Zhao's watchful eye, with signatures affixed, leaving no room for denial. Only one matter remained. On their way home, Ji Hanzhu and Wei Zhao shared a carriage, she cradling a wooden box filled with silver notes, grinning like a cunning little fox. "Wei Zhao, you truly are remarkable. You even made him put his signature on a document. Should they attempt any further mischief, we need not fear." Wei Zhao gazed at her, his eyes softening. "Indeed, yet they have suffered a great loss this time. I wonder if they will finally cease their antics. After all, we owe our fortunes to my grandfather and father. We should be content to retain some portion of our estate." Ji Hanzhu's smile gradually faded. "By the way, I have a favor to ask of you." Hanzhu recalled something and opened a nearby wooden box, revealing 5 concealed arrows she had brought from home. Please help me sell these at a reputable weapon shop. Wei Zhao examined the arrows, recognizing them as identical to the one Hanzhu had previously wielded. He asked no questions, merely replied, "No problem. What price do you wish to set? You can decide the price. After all, you are more familiar with the market for weapons." Hanzhu smiled slightly, her eyes filled with trust. Wei Zhao's lips curled into a faint smile as he nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, after Hanzhu and Wei Zhao had left, Kuei's family was engulfed in despair. The thought of their depleted fortune enraged Kuei, who vented his frustration by kicking Chuanhui several times. Only after Hanzhu and her companion had departed did Chunlian dare to enter, gradually uncovering the events that had transpired. Initially, she was filled with fury, but suddenly her expression shifted. "Father, mother, has my dowry also vanished?" She had reached the age for marriage, and her family had prepared her dowry, awaiting a suitable match for her union. Wang sighed, lamenting that not only was the dowry gone, but in recent months, even household expenses had to be meticulously managed. Every available coin had been spent, and now they could only rely on the meager returns from the remaining 3 shops to gradually recuperate. Kuei calculated that they still possessed 3 shops, albeit small in scale and poorly located, yielding minimal monthly income. The rest consisted of some land, but the rental income would hardly suffice. He needed to devise a strategy. Otherwise, how would they navigate the days ahead? The thought filled him with frustration. Upon hearing that her dowry had disappeared, Chunlian broke into tears. Without her dowry, how could she marry? Even if she did, would she not be looked down upon? Or worse, be manipulated by her in-laws? Yet, the situation was settled. Cursing Hanzhu or Chuanhui would yield no results. Chunlian's mood soured further as she furrowed her brow and made her way back to her courtyard. Passing through the garden, she spotted a familiar figure, busily fiddling with something in the corner. With a cold smirk, she strode over and kicked the slender individual to the ground. The unsuspecting person tumbled into the snow, a sight both comical and pitiable. Chunlian's expression softened somewhat. "Chunai, what are you sneaking around here for? Surely you haven't stolen something?" The figure in the snow rose, brushing the snow from her face to reveal a pale, gaunt visage. Chunai, upon seeing Chunlian, displayed a flicker of fear in her eyes before lowering her head, meekly stating, "No, I haven't stolen anything. I was collecting some snow. I heard it can alleviate leg pain, so I thought I'd try on my aunt." Chunlian scrutinized her before scoffing. "I doubt you have the courage to steal. You claim that snow can heal? Very well, let me assist you." With that, Chunlian scooped up a handful of snow and shoved it into the girl's clothing. One handful was not enough. She continued to pack more, laughing all the while. Chunai dared not resist. Her old cotton coat, worn for years, could not shield her from the biting cold as the snow slipped inside, chilling her to the bone. Finally, feeling a sense of satisfaction, Chunlian clapped her hands and departed. Meanwhile, Chunai remained standing there, head bowed, unresponsive for a long time, to prevent Kuei from causing further trouble. The next day, Hanzhu, accompanied by Wei Zhao, took Kuei to rent land. The land Kuei acquired was located on the outskirts of the capital, where farmers resided, making it easy to locate. It was the season for winter storage. The farmers were not working, and with the cold weather, they all huddled at home. Upon learning that someone from the Duke's household had arrived, every household sent someone out, gathering on the flat ground to the east of the village. Hanzhu, feeling the chill, initially remained in the carriage, while Wei Zhao stood with a contingent of soldiers nearby, exuding an imposing presence. Upon witnessing such a formidable display, the farmers naturally refrained from causing any disturbance. As the crowd began to gather, Wei Zhao cast a glance at Kuei, signaling him to commence. Kuei cleared his throat reluctantly and stepped forward, met with the farmers' unwelcoming expressions. "Ladies and gentlemen, I hereby announce that starting next year, the rent will revert to its standard rate, and I shall procure grain at market prices." The farmers exchanged glances, taken aback by Kuei's unexpected proclamation. While they were undoubtedly pleased, skepticism lingered in the air, for Ji Kuei held no credibility among them. At that moment, a young man spoke up, insisting, "Then we must sign a contract." Chapter 29, A Request for Embrace Indeed. We must draft a contract and seek witnesses. The other farmers responded enthusiastically. Ji Kuei, feeling somewhat impatient, recognized he had no choice. The contract was already prepared. Please send someone to review it, and, if all is well, each household should send a representative to sign. As for the witnesses, Hanzhu stood before the carriage and declared, "I shall serve as the witness." Draped in a veil and clad in a crimson jacket, topped with a white fox fur cloak, her face obscured, she still radiated an aura of nobility. The farmers turned to gaze at her, and amidst the frigid landscape, she appeared as a celestial being descended from the heavens. "I am Hanzhu, the sole daughter of the Duke of Dinghua and Princess of Chongning." After introducing herself, she glanced at Ji Kuei. Although Ji Kuei could not see her expression, he understood her intentions. He cleared his throat twice and said, "The previous matters were instigated by me. I misused the Duke of Dinghua's name, and this has nothing to do with the Duke's residence." Though Ji Kuei spoke softly, the nearby farmers heard him. They were momentarily taken aback. Then their expressions darkened with rage. It was precisely because of the Duke's esteemed name that they had endured the exploitation. Despite their resentment towards him, they had remained patient, knowing he was a national hero. If it were not for Ji Kuei's escalating tyranny this year, they would have continued to bear it. "You heartless wretch! How dare you tarnish the name of the Duke of Dinghua? He has fought valiantly for his country, achieving countless merits, ultimately sacrificing his life on the battlefield. How can you utter such treacherous words? Indeed, you dare to commit wrongdoing under the Duke's name. Retribution will surely find you." The farmers, filled with gratitude for the Duke's sacrifices for the nation and its people, were consumed by fury and no longer feared Ji Kuei, erupting in condemnation. Hanzhu, listening to the townsfolk defend her father, felt tears welling in her eyes. "Father, see, your sacrifices shall never be forgotten. They will endure eternally." Ji Kuei felt as though he had been struck. No, it was a sensation far worse than a slap. Bowing his head, he experienced a level of shame he had never known. "Good people, my father would never engage in actions harmful to the country or its citizens. If anyone dares to misuse my father's name for unjust deeds, please do not believe them, even if they bear the surname Ji. However, I must apologize. It is indeed because he shares the Ji surname that you have been deceived. On behalf of the Duke's residents, I will offer some compensation. Additionally, I officially declare that henceforth, the Ji family's collateral relatives have no connection to the Duke's residence." Hanzhu's voice rang clear and resolute, and the populace felt a deep sense of comfort, ignited with fervor. This is truly the legacy of the Duke of Dinghua. Upon hearing Hanzhu declare their complete severance from any ties, Ji Kuei finally raised his gaze towards her. This determined girl possesses quite the audacity. "We support the Duke's residence. We support the Duke's residence." The people united in a chorus of cheers, affirming their trust and allegiance to the Duke's household. Hanzhu smiled, suddenly realizing that this was the pride she should feel as the daughter of the Duke of Dinghua. In the end, under Wei Zhao's leadership, the farmers eagerly signed new contracts and each received a subsidy of 10 taels of silver. This sum was significant. Many farmers had previously struggled, barely making ends meet, and as spring approached, they could not even afford seeds. Now they could endure, due to Wei Zhao's responsibility for organizing the contracts and the distribution of funds. Hanzhu departed first. However, as the carriage moved slowly, Wei Zhao soon caught up with her. He left some individuals to handle the remaining matters, for his concern for Hanzhu outweighed all else. Hearing the sound of hooves, Hanzhu guessed it was Wei Zhao. She lifted the curtain and invited him in. As the carriage halted, Wei Zhao entered while Mo Xia remained outside. Perhaps due to the mention of the Duke of Dinghua, Hanzhu felt a pang of sadness. Her mood somewhat diminished. She missed the Duke deeply. Wei Zhao entered the carriage and took a seat at a distance from Hanzhu. Noticing her somber demeanor, he quickly deduced the cause. "I am sorry," he said, regretting not having protected the Duke at that time. Wei Zhao had long endured Hanzhu's resentment, because he too blamed himself for failing to safeguard the Duke. Seeing the deep sorrow in his eyes, Hanzhu felt a strange comfort wash over her, making her heartache seem less burdensome. On the battlefield, swords and blades are blind, and it has nothing to do with you. However, may I request a word of comfort? Upon hearing her first sentence, Wei Zhao felt an overwhelming warmth envelop him. Stirring emotions he could scarcely articulate. Yet, her second sentence left him momentarily bewildered, gazing at Hanzhu with confusion. How could he provide comfort? Noticing his dazed expression, Hanzhu couldn't help but chuckle. Come here, sit beside me. With that, she shifted to make space. Wei Zhao, captivated by her luminous eyes, rose and settled beside Hanzhu. She smiled softly, resting her head on his shoulder. Wei Zhao sat upright, his shoulder quite rigid, offering little comfort. Yet Hanzhu remained there for quite some time. After a moment, she lifted her head, furrowing her brow with a look of gentle grievance. I would like a hug as well. Wei Zhao, gazing at the girl so close to him, felt his throat tighten. Yet he remained still, unyielding. Hanzhu, feeling a hint of dissatisfaction, reached out, wrapping her arms around his slender waist and resting her head against his chest, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. Wei Zhao's hand moved slightly, yet lingered in the air, hesitant. Hanzhu paid no mind and continued to embrace him, listening to the increasingly rapid rhythm of his heartbeat as she closed her eyes. She was surprised by the immense sense of security enveloping her in Wei Zhao's embrace. Time passed unnoticed as they maintained this position until Imo Xia's voice called from outside, reminding them they had arrived home. Hanzhu released Wei Zhao, her eyes hazy. She had dozed off. Meanwhile, Wei Zhao sprang up, disembarking from the carriage ahead of her. Hanzhu was momentarily taken aback, sensing a certain peculiarity in Wei Zhao. However, she did not dwell on it and promptly disembarked from the carriage. The affairs concerning the third house had been resolved, and the outcome was unexpectedly favorable. Upon learning this, Steward Zhou felt a surge of joy and relief. He mused that he could now entrust the Duke's residence to Hanzhu with complete confidence. Indeed, she had become increasingly adept at managing the household's affairs. As the new year approached, she found herself bustling with activity. The Duke's residence was vast. Although the only masters within were she and Wei Zhao, the number of servants was considerable. The new year was the most boisterous celebration of the year, and given that this was Hanzhu and Wei Zhao's first year of marriage, one would naturally expect an even greater sense of joy. However, as the mourning period for the late Duke had not yet reached 3 full years, the customs of the Chu regarding mourning were not excessively stringent. Just as Hanzhu had married Wei Zhao after a year, the new year still required a semblance of acknowledgement, such as refraining from posting couplets or the character for happiness. Thus, this year's spring festival at the Duke's residence appeared somewhat subdued. Chapter 30. I dare not bully him on the eve of the new year. A grand banquet was held at the imperial palace, and Hanzhu and Wei Zhao naturally attended. In her previous life, Hanzhu lingered by the emperor's side for 3 years after her death, and it was during these years that her resentment towards him gradually dissipated. Initially, she harbored bitterness for being wed to Wei Zhao by imperial decree, and though she concealed her feelings, her heart grew distant from the emperor. Furthermore, in her past existence, she indirectly caused the emperor's health to deteriorate due to Xia Chenglin, and his condition worsened day by day over those 3 years. Yet, he was a truly wise ruler. Had he lived longer, the future of the Great Chu would undoubtedly have been even more radiant. As Hanzhu pondered her past before the banquet, others awaited to witness the spectacle of her and Wei Zhao, particularly Xia Yinyan and her companions. They were all aware that Hanzhu had reluctantly married Wei Zhao, and after several months of marriage, they were curious how she had transformed. Perhaps she had become a woeful and haggard woman. Having not seen her emerge in the past 2 months, they speculated she must be too embarrassed to show herself. While they indulged in fantasies about Hanzhu's plight, she and Wei Zhao arrived, clad in an exquisite pomegranate red palace gown adorned with a set of South Pearl jewelry. Hanzhu's vibrant attire accentuated her beauty, making her resemble a blossoming peach flower, while the South Pearl ornaments added a touch of elegance and vitality. Wei Zhao, initially intending to wear black, was stopped by Hanzhu, who had specially commissioned the finest tailor to craft a white brocade robe for him, complemented by a white jade crown. He appeared as a refined young gentleman. Together, they embodied the harmonious contrast of snow and red plum, each enhancing the beauty of the other. As they entered the grand hall, all eyes turned towards them. Some were merely spectators, while others were captivated by their striking appearances. Although the princess of Chongning was known for her arrogance, her beauty was undeniable, and Wei Zhao, standing beside her, did not appear inferior, making them seem quite well matched. Meanwhile, Xia Yanyan and her companions wore expressions of disbelief. Hanzhu and Wei Zhao not only matched in looks, but also seemed quite intimate. This was unexpected. Xia Yanyan furrowed her brow, convinced that Hanzhu despised Wei Zhao and could not possibly develop feelings for him in such a short time. Thus, they must be feigning their closeness. Hanzhu and Wei Zhao took their seats, and since this was a family banquet, there were fewer formalities, allowing family members to sit together. Hanzhu and Wei Zhao were positioned right behind the princes and princesses, indicating the emperor's high regard for her. Xia Yanyan was seated close to Hanzhu, casting a resentful glare at her, while Hanzhu merely glanced back. Before long, the emperor and empress arrived together. The emperor, though nearing 50, still appeared strong and handsome, while Empress Li beside him showed signs of aging. The guests all bowed in greeting, and the emperor smiled, bidding them to rise. Afterward, his gaze, filled with warmth, swept over his children and ministers before finally resting on Hanzhu. Dear Hanzhu, you have become even more radiant after our time apart. It seems Wei Zhao has treated you well. Upon hearing Wei Zhao's words, he rose and clasped his fists. Hanzhu also stood, her smile enchanting. Your Majesty, you are mistaken. Wei Zhao possesses considerable courage, she remarked. The emperor paused, then burst into genuine laughter. You little girl, I am well aware of your antics. As long as you do not bully Wei Zhao, that is sufficient. After his laughter subsided, he pointed at Hanzhu, his tone and expression imbued with indulgence and affection. Hanzhu sighed. Even the emperor favors Wei Zhao. I dare not provoke him. The emperor chuckled again, pointing at her. The onlookers had long grown accustomed to such exchanges. Yet, only Xia Yanyan glared at Hanzhu with resentment, her hands gripping her skirt so tightly that it almost tore. The emperor had many princes and princesses, but Xia Yanyan was his favorite daughter. Yet, she felt overshadowed, believing that even Hanzhu surpassed her in the emperor's affections. With a light-hearted banter between Hanzhu and the emperor, the atmosphere of the banquet relaxed considerably. As the emperor conversed with several ministers, dishes were gradually served. Hanzhu noted that Sun Wencheng was conspicuously absent. Leaning close to Wei Zhao's ear, she whispered, "Where is Sun Wencheng?" Wei Zhao offered her a piece of venison, explaining that he had fallen ill and had not attended court for several days. Hanzhu nodded and took a bite of the venison, her eyes brightening with delight. With just a glance, Wei Zhao discerned her preferences and added several more pieces to her bowl. As the emperor and ministers toasted and exchanged auspicious words, the ladies present joined in, having a couple of drinks themselves. Hanzhu's tolerance for alcohol was moderate. However, upon seeing the emperor and considering his burdens, she felt a knot in her heart and drank a bit more. Sun Wencheng, the current prime minister, held significant power, second only to the emperor. Recently, he had recommended a new minister of works, but the emperor, citing the need for further evaluation, had temporarily declined, leading Sun to feign illness and abstain from court. The ministers, led by him, were astute enough to navigate the political winds, resulting in numerous troubling matters arising in the court. Today, the emperor, rare in his relaxation, indulged in several cups and soon required assistance from the eunuchs to retire for rest. With the emperor's departure, the atmosphere grew even more relaxed, prompting Hanzhu to rise and seek some fresh air. Wei Zhao intended to accompany her, but a military officer halted him for a conversation. Due to the palace banquet's regulations, personal maids were not permitted, leaving Hanzhu accompanied by palace attendants. Familiar with the palace, she wandered to a nearby small garden. She instructed the maid to wait outside before entering, settling in a pavilion within. The winter garden appeared desolate, adorned only by a few plum trees sprinkled with color. In this garden, memories of Xia Qingyan and a once vivid figure flooded her mind. Xia Qingyan, the fifth prince, was not favored due to his mother's humble origins. He had little interest in courtly strife and had spent the past 2 years wandering, even missing the New Year celebrations. After sitting for a while, the effects of the alcohol began to take hold, prompting her to rest her head on her hand and close her eyes. Not long after, she heard footsteps approaching. At first, she assumed it was Wei Zhao, but as the footsteps drew nearer, she realized it was someone else. The sound of the footsteps became noticeably more cautious, almost furtive, indicating that it could not be Wei Zhao. As the footsteps came closer, Hanzhu remained motionless, as if in slumber. It seemed that the person paused to observe her before she felt a shadow envelop her. Suddenly, she swung her hand, and with a sharp crack, her palm connected squarely with the stranger's face. Chapter 31. I like you, what can you do about it? Hanzhu rose to her feet and noticed the newcomer. Frowning slightly, Sun Lu, what brings you here? Initially flustered, Sun Lu soon raised his chin and retorted, why did you hit me? With a smile, Hanzhu replied, who said I hit you? I was swatting away mosquitoes, and you just happened to come too close. Sun Lu's anger flared even more. In the dead of winter, where could there possibly be mosquitoes? You're doing this on purpose. Hanzhu scanned him from head to toe. No mosquitoes? Surely. There's a big one standing right in front of me. You think I'm a mosquito? His face flushed with indignation. Hanzhu raised an eyebrow. If you're not a sneaky mosquito, then why are you standing so close? What are you trying to do? Sun Lu's face grew even redder. Stammering for a moment, he glanced at Hanzhu, whose beauty was accentuated by the palace lantern's glow, and suddenly resolved, I want to kiss you. What of it? I like you. What do you do about it? Hanzhu was taken aback. Could it be that he had been foolish enough to catch snowflakes during a snowfall? They had often exchanged barbs and insults, and just recently, he had even received a slap from her. Did he possess some masochistic tendencies? Seeing Hanzhu regard him as if he were mad, Sun Lu felt both furious and frustrated. He had previously been reluctant to admit that his antagonism towards Hanzhu was merely a ploy to capture her attention, which had spiraled out of control. Gritting his teeth, he spat, Hanzhu, don't get too pleased with yourself. I've started to dislike you. With that, he fled as if escaping. Sun Lu's declaration left Hanzhu utterly astonished. She had never anticipated that he harbored feelings for her. Knowing that Sun Lu was not particularly astute, he now appeared even more foolish. Not taking his words to heart, Hanzhu turned to leave, only to encounter Xia Qinglin once more. No, he must have been waiting for her here. Xia Qinglin's expression was mild, as he forced a smile, resembling a masked fox. Hanzhu, he greeted. Ah, it's Prince Kong. Hanzhu replied with a smile that was neither fully sincere nor entirely mocking. Xia Qinglin raised an eyebrow. Hanzhu, is it true that the popular sleeve arrow circulating in the market was crafted by you? Feigning ignorance, Hanzhu responded, yes, is there a problem? Prince Kong bit his jaw in frustration, managing a strained smile. No problem at all. I merely wish to confirm. Since there is nothing more to discuss, I shall take my leave, Hanzhu said, turning to depart. Once Hanzhu had left, Xia Qinglin's demeanor darkened. He had intended to ask her for the sleeve arrow for examination, only to discover that they were now everywhere in the city. Moreover, upon closer inspection, he noted that while it had undergone some modifications, most were merely superficial embellishments, lacking the formidable power he had anticipated. Hanzhu was merely putting on a facade. Xia Qinglin felt a twinge of being deceived. He had entertained thoughts of winning her over, but now it seemed unnecessary. Hanzhu observed Xia Qinglin's thoughts keenly, a cold smile gracing her lips. She is indeed being deliberate, and the hidden darts available in the market are merely simplified versions, significantly diminished in power. How could she possibly allow Xia Qinglin to have his way? This is merely the beginning. After the palace banquet concluded, Hanzhu and Wei Zhao returned home together. Wei Zhao appeared to be preoccupied, sitting in silence. Hanzhu, assuming his silence stemmed from matters of the court, turned her gaze and addressed him. Wei Zhao, I have something to share with you. Wei Zhao lifted his head and his previously indifferent eyes softened as they met Hanzhu's. Earlier in the palace, I encountered Sun Lu. Do you know what he said to me? Wei Zhao's eyes flickered before he shook his head. That scion, Sun Lu, actually claimed to have feelings for me. Do you think there is something amiss in his head? She gestured toward her own. Wei Zhao was momentarily taken aback. Then a hint of amusement graced his features. Perhaps. Seeing him smile, Hanzhu couldn't help but join in the laughter. Sun Lu truly bore no resemblance to his grandfather. Sun Lu had always been the epitome of a rich young master, arrogant and frivolous, yet lacking in intelligence. However, perhaps such individuals are the happiest. Upon returning from the palace, they were to keep vigil at home for the new year. Last year, Hanzhu spent New Year's Eve alone, but this year, she had Wei Zhao by her side. Bai Qiu and Mo Xia had long prepared a feast, complete with wine. Having eaten little in the palace, they were now free to indulge. Soon, Hanzhu found herself quite inebriated. By the time the hour had passed, Wei Zhao gently carried Hanzhu to the couch and thoughtfully tucked her in. Hanzhu frowned, her sleep restless. She dreamed of the 3 years spent as a ghost. Wei Zhao, I'm cold, she murmured. Being a ghost was indeed chilling. Hearing her say she was cold, Wei Zhao tightened the blanket around her and placed a hand warmer beneath the covers. So cold. Wei Zhao furrowed his brow, retrieving an extra blanket from the cupboard to drape over her. Perhaps the weight of the blanket made her uncomfortable. Hanzhu pushed her arm out, yet continued to murmur about the cold. Wei Zhao gently took her hand, attempting to tuck it back under the covers, only to have it grasped firmly by Hanzhu. Wei Zhao, don't die. Wei Zhao paused, observing Hanzhu's troubled expression in her sleep. He contemplated, settling down at the edge of the couch. He thought she must be having a nightmare. In this position, he remained until dawn. The 1st to the 3rd of the new year are days of rest. Wei Zhao need not attend court or the military camp. However, early in the morning, Lu Guang arrived in a flurry. Bai Qiu and Mo Xia waited outside, anticipating the awakening of Hanzhu and Wei Zhao. They believed the two had become a genuine couple, and naturally, they wished to preserve this rare moment of intimacy from any interruptions, thus blocking Lu Guang's entry. Young ladies, please relay that I have urgent business, Lu Guang implored, unwilling to intrude upon Hanzhu's quarters and resorting to asking Mo Xia to convey his message. The young lady and the young master have yet to rise, and besides, today is the first day of a new year. What could be so pressing? Mo Xia replied in a hushed tone. Lu Guang, naturally, could not divulge the matter to Mo Xia and the others. His countenance was marked by urgency, for it was a military affair that could not be delayed. Ladies, please hasten, he implored. Just as Mo Xia was about to respond, Bai Qiu restrained her and said to Lu Guang, please wait a moment. I shall go and take a look. Lu Guang nodded vigorously in agreement. Bai Qiu proceeded into the courtyard, and without her calling, Wei Zhao emerged. The young lady has yet to awaken. Please do not disturb her, he informed Bai Qiu. She nodded and stepped aside. Wei Zhao exited the courtyard, walking alongside Lu Guang. Mo Xia approached Bai Qiu, glanced into the room, and stifled a laugh, remarking that her husband was quite attentive indeed. Bai Qiu nodded in affirmation, sharing a smile. Chapter 32. Events resembling the past, Hanzhu's slumber was restless, yet in her inebriated state, she managed to sleep for an extended period. Upon awakening, she still felt lethargic, her head slightly dizzy and her throat somewhat hoarse. Bai Qiu and Ma Xia exchanged glances, stifling their laughter at Hanzhu's disheveled appearance, oblivious to their silent amusement. Hanzhu drank a bit of soup, which alleviated her discomfort somewhat, though she remained sluggish. Miss, the young master instructed us not to disturb your rest this morning, but he left in quite a hurry, as if something urgent had occurred. Should we go and inquire? Ma Xia gently massaged Hanzhu's temples and, recalling the morning's events, could not help but voice her thoughts. Hanzhu blinked. Wei Zhao left this morning? Ma Xia nodded. Hanzhu furrowed her brow, attempting to recollect the events of the previous night, but all that surfaced were the dreams she had, with no memory of when Wei Zhao departed. Feeling unwell, she refrained from seeking him out, reasoning that since today was a day of rest, he would return shortly. However, as she waited, evening fell. Wei Zhao appeared clad in the armor he wore during military campaigns, wielding his sword. He approached to bid farewell to Hanzhu. Some matters have arisen in the army. I must be away for a few days, he spoke softly, his gaze lingering on Hanzhu, who was reclining on the beauty couch. What could be so urgent? Hanzhu inquired as she sat up. Without hesitation, Wei Zhao divulged, a batch of weapons has been lost, seized by bandits. These weapons are of utmost importance, and I must recover them personally. Lost weapons? Hanzhu's eyes flickered, but she heard Wei Zhao continue. Lu Guang will be at the residence. You may consult him should you have any needs. After a final, profound glance at Hanzhu, Wei Zhao departed. It was only after his exit that she regained her senses. She rose, intent on pursuing him, but paused and furrowed her brow once more. Why was this happening? In her previous life, a similar batch of weapons had also been lost, entrusted to Wei Zhao's care, placing a heavy burden of responsibility upon him. In that life, the loss had been orchestrated by her, as she had informed Xia Qinglin of the weapons, leading him to masquerade as a bandit to seize them as an act of revenge against Wei Zhao. However, in this life, she had never mentioned the matter of the weapons to Xia Qinglin. A premonition gripped her. It was Xia Qinglin's doing. Thus, even if she had not informed him in this life, he had likely already set his sights on that batch of weapons. These weapons had been modified and were crafted from superior materials. Should they fall into Xia Qinglin's hands, it would further his ambitions. In her past existence, Wei Zhao had faced punishment due to this incident, sustaining severe injuries during the bandit eradication effort, had he not achieved merit by decisively eliminating the bandits. His position as a lieutenant would have been jeopardized. No, in this life, she must not allow this event to unfold. Yet, knowing Xia Qinglin was behind it, how could she assist Wei Zhao in recovering the weapons? It was impossible to use this incident to undermine Xia Qinglin. Without evidence, no one would believe her, only alerting him to her suspicions. Thus, her immediate task was to devise a means to recover the weapons, sparing Wei Zhao from punishment while simultaneously quelling Xia Qinglin's ambitions. Hanzhu pondered deeply, even neglecting her dinner, as she devised numerous schemes to expose Xia Qinglin's true intentions, only to dismiss each one in turn. She ruminated on the matter until the midnight hour, despite Biqiu and Ma Xiao's persistent pleas for her to rest, which she brusquely rebuffed. Eventually, as dawn approached and her exhaustion became unbearable, she leaned against the couch and succumbed to a brief slumber. Biqiu quietly entered, relieved to find Hanzhu finally asleep. As she tiptoed to exit, Hanzhu suddenly sat up. Her eyes sparkled with vitality, remarkably alert despite a night devoid of rest. Biqiu, prepare the horses and summon Lu Guang. I must pursue Wei Zhao. Biqiu hesitated momentarily, but said nothing, acquiescing to her command. Biqiu and Ma Xia gathered various belongings for Hanzhu, yet she took only a single bundle, leaving the two of them behind as she set off with Lu Guang. The household had prepared a chestnut steed for her, a horse she had nurtured since childhood, named Hongyan. With the cold weather lingering, Hanzhu had not ridden Hongyan for some time, and now, in a rare opportunity to venture out, the horse galloped with unrestrained joy, mirroring her own exhilaration. Despite the chill in the air, Wei Zhao's party was numerous. Even without resting through the night, they could not outrun her swift riding. Moreover, to maintain their stamina, they would certainly take a break at night. Thus, Hanzhu and Lu Guang caught up with Wei Zhao's group by the following morning. Wei Zhao led the front of the procession, riding at a leisurely pace. He heard the hurried sound of hooves behind him, accompanied by faint exclamations. Startled, he turned his mount to see Hanzhu, clad in a white fox fur coat atop her red steed, with a hood concealing most of her face. Only her bright eyes were visible, yet he recognized her instantly. Hanzhu waved at Wei Zhao, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she approached him. Upon reaching his side, she noticed Lu Guang lagging behind considerably. At last, I have caught up with you. Hanzhu pulled down her scarf, revealing her rosy cheeks, which glistened with frost from her breath, clinging to the white fur. What brings you here? Wei Zhao inquired, his brow furrowing slightly, his voice tinged with a deeper tone. Hanzhu smiled. I missed you. Wei Zhao was momentarily taken aback, while his companions nearby averted their gazes, feigning indifference yet keenly eavesdropping. "My legs are numb. May I rest for a moment?" Ji Hanju's glistening eyes met Wei Zhao's, rendering him unable to refuse. Thus, despite their recent departure, Wei Zhao commanded the group to halt for a break. Ji Hanju's legs truly ached, a painful numbness coursing through them. She contemplated dismounting but remained seated, grimacing softly. Wei Zhao swiftly dismounted, striding over to her side and lifting her from the saddle. Ji Hanju beamed at him, wrapping her arms around his neck. "Wei Zhao, carry me to that tree for a rest." He nodded, embracing her as he led her away from the crowd to the shade of a large tree. Everyone watched them, yet none dared to approach. Ji Hanju sat on the ground, rubbing her legs. Noticing that there was no one around, she finally spoke. "Wei Zhao, do not venture south to quell the bandits." Wei Zhao had assumed that Ji Hanju had come merely for a playful outing, unaware that she intended to dissuade him from pursuing the bandits. Previously, they had only hijacked a few merchant ships, and since no significant disturbances had arisen, the court had largely ignored their actions. However, in the past 2 years, their audacity had escalated and their numbers had grown. Now, they even dared to seize vessels belonging to the court, which could not be tolerated. It was rare for Wei Zhao to express himself so extensively. He wished to explain his reasoning to Ji Hanju, yet his resolve remained unchanged. Chapter 33. Do not get hurt. I had previously heard of these bandits. The reason the court did not intervene was that they merely plundered a portion of wealth without inflicting harm on others. And they even safeguarded the merchant ships that paid their tolls. I find it hard to believe that they would suddenly target the court's vessels. Ji Hanju wore an expression of utmost seriousness, devoid of her previous playful demeanor, and articulated her analysis with clarity and logic. Wei Zhao regarded Hanzhu, his gaze reflecting a hint of unusual emotion. Indeed, but one cannot dismiss the possibility that their growing numbers could have inflated their ambitions, Wei Zhao remarked. Ji Hanju bit her lip. She recognized this potential, but urged, "Have you considered that if someone were to masquerade as bandits and steal weapons, then even if you were to eradicate the bandits, the weapons would remain elusive? If we assume that someone is impersonating bandits, what do you think they would do after stealing the weapons?" Ji Hanju guided Wei Zhao toward her line of thought, confident that his intellect would lead him to the conclusion. As expected, Wei Zhao furrowed his brow in contemplation and replied, "The bandits' stronghold lies to the south. If they were to steal weapons, they would surely head south, which coincidentally is our pursuit direction. Conversely, if it were others who seized the weapons, they would likely retreat north, disguising themselves, allowing those weapons to vanish without a trace. If it were me, I would disguise myself in the nearest city, perhaps as a merchant or a bodyguard." Ji Hanju continued. Wei Zhao lifted his long lashes, gazing deeply at Ji Hanju. Noticing the somber hue in his eyes, Ji Hanju averted her gaze, her eyes flickering with a hint of vulnerability and charm. "In fact, I dreamt 2 nights ago that you were injured while combating the bandits, and the weapons remained unaccounted for upon waking. I pondered that perhaps these weapons truly have no connection to those bandits." A beautiful smile curved Wei Zhao's lips as he raised his hand, seemingly to smooth Ji Hanju's stray locks, but instead adjusted her hood. "I understand. I will investigate as you suggested," Wei Zhao stated earnestly. Ji Hanju let out a sigh of relief. "You must investigate. My dreams are quite accurate. Furthermore, you must exercise caution. Wherever you go, do not get hurt." Ji Hanju admonished with evident concern. Wei Zhao nodded. His gaze locked onto Ji Hanju's eyes, as if attempting to dissolve into them. The two shared a moment of mutual gaze before Ji Hanju abruptly averted her eyes, her awkwardness compelling her to rise stiffly. "You should depart. I shall not hold you back any longer." Wei Zhao also stood, casting one last glance at Ji Hanju before striding toward Lu Guang. He exchanged a few words with Lu Guang and spoke briefly with his other subordinates before mounting his horse. Just before issuing the command, he turned back to Ji Hanju. She waved at him. With a stoic expression, Wei Zhao turned away and called for departure, and the grand procession resumed its journey. Ji Hanju stood there until his figure faded from view before retracting her gaze. Lu Guang approached, leading the horse, and as he was about to hand Hong Yin to Ji Hanju, she suddenly stumbled backward. Lu Guang, startled, called out, "County Princess!" as Ji Hanju awoke. It was already the following morning. Glancing around at the unfamiliar surroundings, clarity washed over her. At that moment, a youthful face approached, brimming with delight as she exclaimed, "Sister, you are awake." Ji Hanju nodded, having never encountered this little girl before. "Do not be afraid, sister. This is the Shangyun Inn, and I am the daughter of the innkeeper. That bearded uncle asked me to take care of you." The child's face radiated innocence and vivacity. The bearded uncle must be Lu Guang, she mused. Relieved by the girl's words, Ji Hanju smiled gently. "Thank you, little one. May I meet that bearded uncle?" The girl nodded enthusiastically. "Of course. I will call him and bring you some food." "Thank you," Ji Hanju replied. The girl skipped out, and soon Lu Guang arrived. "Your Highness, you have finally awakened. You have been asleep for a full day and night." Lu Guang, who had worried throughout the night, appeared to have grown a more robust beard. "Have I really slept for so long?" Ji Hanju asked, surprised. She propped herself up, feeling dizzy and still somewhat feverish. "The doctor said your Highness has overexerted herself these past few days, leading to a fever, and advised that you rest," Lu Guang explained. Ji Hanju nodded, acknowledging her fatigue. "What place is this?" she inquired, hearing the lively sounds of people outside. "This is Changning County. Yesterday, when your Highness fainted, I brought you to the nearest county town." Lu Guang replied with a smile. Ji Hanju was taken aback, realizing she had arrived in her own fief. Changning County, not far from the capital, was one of the most prominent counties in the region, with a thriving economy. Although Ji Hanju held no real power, the annual taxes of Changning County were accounted under her name. It was rare for a non-imperial daughter to be granted a county title, especially one with actual territory, demonstrating the emperor's favoritism towards Ji Hanju. This was her first visit to the county, and while she yearned to explore, her physical condition made that impossible for the time being. "Since we are in Changning County, there is no rush to return. Let's wait until I am in better health," she decided. Lu Guang clasped his hands in agreement. "As you wish. Also, please address me as Miss when we are outside," Ji Hanju added. Lu Guang naturally complied. Ji Hanju recognized that the little girl was named Xiaoxiang. She had brought Ji Hanju some light food and stayed to converse until Ji Hanju had taken her medicine before departing. With the effects of the medicine, Ji Hanju fell asleep again. When she awoke in the afternoon, some sweat had broken out, and her fever had subsided considerably, though she still felt weak. After 2 days of confinement and the toll of sleepless nights, horseback travel, and exposure to the cold, her illness had indeed been severe. After 2 days of rest, she finally felt somewhat recovered and was able to venture outside. Although Changning County was not far from the capital, its southern location made it somewhat warmer. Wearing a hooded cloak, Ji Hanju strolled slowly through the streets with Lu Guang. This place, a crucial transportation hub, thrived on trade, bustling with activity even amidst the early days of the Lunar New Year. As they reached the second street, a throng of individuals suddenly surged forth, wreaking havoc upon the vendors by the roadside. The merchants pleaded for mercy, for these individuals were evidently ruffians, demanding protection fees with brazen audacity. "Esteemed sirs, we are but humble tradesmen. How can we possibly gather 500 coins in a month?" An elderly noodle seller trembled as he spoke. The others echoed his sentiments, yet dared not raise their voices too high. The leader of the thugs seized the old man's garment with a menacing glare, declaring, "If you lack funds, do not occupy this space. Be gone." With that, he forcefully shoved the elder aside and kicked over a low table in a fit of rage. Chapter 34. The son's surname, the elderly man was pushed to the ground, and his wife hurriedly helped him up, her face a mixture of fear and anger. The ruffian leader attempted to kick another table, but found himself unable to do so. Suddenly, a robust man pressed down on the table with one hand while pulling over a nearby bench with the other, inviting others to take a seat. This spectacle captivated the onlookers, and even the thugs raised their eyebrows, as though they had encountered someone courting death. The strong man raised his hand, and, at that moment, a woman clad in a flowing white dress, adorned with a veil and draped in a fox fur cloak, gracefully settled into the seat. Although her features remained obscured, her figure and poise commanded the attention of all present. "Old man, 3 bowls of noodles, Please, the woman spoke, her voice melodious and sweet, tinged with youthful softness. Yet, in the face of the fierce gazes around her, her tone remained unflinching. The two elderly noodle vendors stood there, bewildered, unsure of what was transpiring. Just prepare the noodles. The robust man directed the stall owners, his countenance imposing yet calm, which only heightened the elders' trepidation. Trembling, they began to prepare the noodles. Where do you hail from? How dare you? The ruffian leader, feeling disregarded, moved to strike. However, as he reached out, the strong man seized his hand and executed a swift throw. This display incited the other thugs, who charged forward, their eyes glinting with malice. Yet, Hanzhu paid no heed to them. Her focus remained on her noodles. As Lu Guang was halfway through his meal, the noodles were served. She lifted a few strands, blew on them gently, and then unveiled her face to take a small bite. The onlookers caught a fleeting glimpse of her snow-white complexion and delicate pink lips, igniting their curiosity like cats with a tantalizing toy, rendering the discordant scene less peculiar. The young woman, poised in her corner, savored her meal leisurely, while the robust man engaged multiple foes, skillfully dispatching them without breaking a sweat. He seemed particularly mindful of the woman's presence, ensuring his strikes were precise, rarely drawing blood or causing chaos in the surrounding area. Ultimately, recognizing their defeat, the thugs exchanged venomous glances, uttered a threatening remark, and retreated, supporting one another as they fled. Enjoy your meal. These 2 bowls are for you, the strong man said after dispatching the ruffians. The young woman beckoned him to join her, yet he chose to sit at another table with the additional bowls of noodles. Thank you, miss, he replied. Lu Guang devoured his meal, while Hanzhu had already finished. She gestured to the stall owners, who recognized that the duo bore no ill intent and had even aided them in driving away the hooligans, although concerns still lingered on their faces. Miss, you have offended those men. You may face retribution. One of the elderly men approached Hanzhu, his voice trembling with worry and fear. Who are they, and why are they so domineering? Hanzhu inquired. The elderly man surveyed his surroundings, noticing that the crowd was gradually dispersing, and then spoke softly. The ringleader among those ruffians has a brother-in-law, who is the county magistrate. His arrogance has only grown over the past few years. He used to extort some protection fees, but it was never this severe. Now he completely leaves no room for others to breathe. Hanzhu furrowed her brow. So no one can rein them in? Not even that magistrate. Sighing, the old man replied, Yes, there have been complaints before, but the magistrate claimed he had severed ties with him long ago and would not involve himself in the matter. Severed ties? Hanzhu smirked slightly. I suspect they are counting money together every night. Young lady, there is another matter. This magistrate's surname is Sun, which is precisely why everyone has been enduring this situation. Therefore, I advise you to leave here quickly, the old man kindly advised. Oh, so he's a Sunday. No wonder he is so audacious. Hanzhu chuckled, I understand. You need not worry. At that moment, Lu Guang had finished his meal and settled the bill. The two prepared to leave. Miss, would you like me to summon someone to deal with those ruffians? Lu Guang whispered as they walked back. Hanzhu shook her head. Not yet. Even if we resolve the issue, it will be with that magistrate Sunday. Please investigate the relationship between the magistrate of Chongning County and Sun Wensheng. Understood, Lu Guang replied. Chongning County, being a pivotal transport hub between the capital and the south, holds significant geographical importance, which explains why Sun Wensheng has placed his people in such a small county. Yet, it remains uncertain whether she could extract any useful information from this magistrate Sunday. Lu Guang had a method of discreetly communicating with his associates, maintaining his own network behind the scenes. Upon returning to the inn, Hanzhu contemplated writing a letter to Wei Zhao to inquire about recent developments, but ultimately decided against it. Instead, she doodled on paper, organizing her thoughts on recent events. She instructed Wei Zhao to search near the site where the weapons were stolen, just as she and Xia Qinglin had planned in her previous life. Disguising themselves as members of a security agency in a nearby town would allow them to quietly transport the batch of weapons away. She mused that even if she did not conspire with Xia Qinglin this time, he would likely devise a similar plan. Based on her recollection, shortly after the weapons were stolen, The emperor designated a crown prince, though it was not Xia Qinglin, but rather the queen's eldest son, Xia Qingqi. Prior to the weapon theft, Xia Qinglin had been secretly training troops, yet he was exceedingly cunning, and despite spending many years beside him in her past life, she remained ignorant of the whereabouts of those soldiers. As Hanzhu reflected on her past life, she was suddenly jolted by a commotion from downstairs, followed by the sound of rapid footsteps on the staircase. She set down her pen and stood up, only to be met with the sounds of a scuffle outside her door. Upon opening the door, she saw Lu Guang guarding the staircase alone. While the ruffians were attempting to ascend with great fervor, their attempts almost comical. However, it was not long before a squad of officials burst in, brandishing swords and exuding authority. "These two are causing a disturbance. Take them away," commanded the official, as the rest of the officers split into two groups and swiftly ascended the staircase. Lu Guang shifted his stance, preparing to engage. Hanzhu approached him and joined their group. Upon hearing her words, Lu Guang finally relaxed his grip. The moment Hanzhu appeared, the crowd was rendered speechless. The young girl, clad in white like freshly fallen snow, possessed skin as smooth as cream and strikingly beautiful features, exuding a captivating allure amidst her charm. Truly a paragon of exquisite beauty. As Hanzhu descended the staircase, she remarked, "Since this is a gathering, it is evident that we cannot handle this alone. Will you not take these individuals with you?" The leading constable, regaining his composure, assessed Hanzhu with keen eyes, then glanced at the thugs sprawled on the ground, and with a wave of his hand commanded, "Take them all away." Chapter 35. Fear of your inability to endure. Hanzhu and Lu Guang followed the officers to the county government. Upon entering, they lined up on either side, beginning to chant in a low, imposing manner. The ruffians accompanied them, displaying no fear, as though they had returned to their own backyard. The townsfolk, witnessing the opening of the government office, gathered around to observe. Upon recognizing the troublemakers among them, along with a delicate young girl, they felt a pang of anxiety for her well-being. Previously, there had been bold individuals who dared to confront these ruffians, even making a scene at the government office. But ultimately, those efforts had come to naught. Those who had reported the ruffians either faced severe retaliation or were forced to leave with their families. Hanzhu and Lu Guang remained composed, while the ruffian leader cast lewd glances at Hanzhu. Soon, the county magistrate arrived, dressed in official robes, appearing to be around 40 years old, sporting a handlebar mustache and a belly resembling an overturned jar. Upon taking his seat, Magistrate's son struck the wooden block with great force, then looked down upon Hanzhu and the others with an air of superiority. Noticing Hanzhu, he paused slightly, adjusted his mustache, and sternly demanded, "Who dares stand here? Why do you not kneel?" With a slight smirk, Hanzhu retorted, "I fear that kneeling would be more than you can bear." The onlookers, already admiring Hanzhu's demeanor, were further intrigued by her audacity in challenging the magistrate. Such a bold woman, daring to speak so defiantly. Enraged, Magistrate's son commanded, "Kneel." The head officer ordered Hanzhu to submit, but she remained unfazed. "Audacious! Seize her!" The magistrate's furious command prompted officers to approach Hanzhu. These rough men wielded considerable strength, and a mere touch could leave her bruised. The ruffians stood by, reveling in the scene. Just as Lu Guang prepared to intervene against the approaching officer, Hanzhu asked, "And why do they not kneel?" Magistrate's son snorted, "The matter at hand concerns you. Should you continue to provoke, do not blame me for charging you with disturbing the court. Is this how you, as a public servant of the people, uphold justice?" Hanzhu questioned him without the slightest hint of fear, her voice cold and resolute. The townsfolk gasped in shock, while Magistrate's son's face quivered with indignation. "Impertinent woman! How dare you speak so boldly? Seize her and silence her." The ruffian leader interjected, "What a pity it would be to mar such a fine face. Young lady, if you admit your fault and fetch us some wine to make amends, we may yet forgive you." He believed that the thought of punishment would frighten Hanzhu into submission. The crowd held their breath, recognizing that Magistrate's son and his cohort shared a common mindset, yet lamenting the predicament of the young girl. As the head officer advanced to impose punishment on Hanzhu, Lu Guang could no longer tolerate the situation. His heart raced with fear Should the magistrate be harmed, his own life would be at stake. Hanzhu cast a glance at Lu Guang, swiftly raising her hand to release an arrow that grazed the constable's garment and embedded itself into the silk hat atop the head of County Magistrate's son, pinning it firmly against the wall. A collective gasp echoed through the hall. None had anticipated that Hanzhu would dare to act in such a brazen manner within the court. County Magistrate's son was the first to regain his composure, his face turning an ashen shade of rage as he bellowed, "Outrageous! Seize her at once." Even the ruffians were momentarily taken aback, astonished by her audacity. The constable surged forward, yet before they could reach Hanzhu, she suddenly collapsed onto the ground, feigning weakness, and lamented, "Oh dear, I am injured." Her unexpected reaction left the crowd once more in stunned silence, causing the constables to halt in their tracks. However, Lu Guang quickly sprang into action, positioning himself protectively in front of Hanzhu and admonishing in a cold tone, "It is you who are being outrageous. Do you know who stands before you?" It was time for him to take the stage, as the county princess had had her fun. When had County Magistrate's son ever endured such humiliation? His plump face, now a mask of fury, clenched his teeth as he retorted, regardless of her identity, daring to attempt the assassination of a government official in open court warrants her arrest. Lock her away in the dungeon. The ruffians, undeterred, dismissed her as merely a sheltered rich girl, naive and innocent. Who is she? A princess, perhaps? The ruffian leader scoffed. This only served to enrage the magistrate further, foretelling grim consequences for them all. The common folk, too, were consumed by curiosity regarding Hanzhu's true identity. Lu Guang cast a disdainful glance at the ruffian before producing his badge and declaring loudly, "I am Lu Guang, Deputy General under Wei Zhao of the left camp." Wei Zhao? Could he truly be of royal descent? Murmurs rippled through the crowd. This is the only daughter of the Duke of Dinghua, the County Princess of Chongning, bestowed upon her by His Majesty. County Princess of Chongning. Hanzhu? Gasps filled the air as Lu Guang's words sunk in. County Magistrate's son's eyes widened in disbelief. He had initially assumed Hanzhu to be merely a princess at most, but now the reality of her identity posed a significant challenge. Though the title of County Princess was not as grand as that of a princess, she was no ordinary figure, possessing a fief and being the daughter of the Duke of Dinghua. Most importantly, she was favored by the emperor himself. Moreover, she was notoriously headstrong and willful. It was wiser to provoke a princess than to incur her wrath. Realizing they had offended her within her own domain sent a shiver down County Magistrate's son's spine, and the ruffians could no longer muster their earlier bravado. With his complexion shifting from one shade to another, County Magistrate's son finally mustered the courage to step forward, his expression a comical mix of sorrow and mirth. Awkward yet desperate, but is there any proof? Hanzhu remained seated gracefully on the ground, appearing far from disheveled, rather embodying the demeanor of one wronged. Although she bore no imperial seal, she did possess a waist token. "Is this what you speak of, Magistrate's son?" She lifted the token, her voice laced with mockery. Recognizing it as an artifact from the palace, County Magistrate's son felt a jolt of fear and hurriedly knelt before her, his rotund figure bowing low as he stammered, "I was unaware of your visit, and I humbly beg your pardon for my offense." As he knelt, the onlookers outside snapped back to reality, following suit in kneeling. Finally, the ruffians succumbed to the gravity of the situation, collapsing to the ground, some still bewildered by the unfolding drama. Hanzhu raised an eyebrow, linking her arm with Lu Guang's as she rose to her feet. With a graceful flick of her long sleeves, she turned to the gathered townsfolk and declared, "Stand up." Some of the villagers cautiously lifted their gazes to her momentarily before hastily averting their eyes and gradually rising. Magistrate's son and the ruffians remained kneeling. Hanzhu did not permit them to rise, and they, naturally, dared not disobey. She paced slowly before Magistrate's son, stating, "Since you are incapable of rendering judgment, allow me to assist you." With that, she directed her attention to the constables, ordering them to deliver 50 lashes to each ruffian and confine them to the dungeon. Upon hearing this, the ruffians were instantly struck with trepidation. The constables, fearing repercussions, complied without hesitation, subduing several ruffians and commencing the punishment with fervor, driven by a palpable sense of urgency. Chapter 36. We are wrong. The ruffians howled in despair as they faced punishment, and just before being taken away, their leader shouted toward Magistrate's son, "Brother-in-law, please save me." Yet, Magistrate's son was preoccupied with his own troubles and had no time to respond. He remained on his knees, burdened by his corpulence, and found the pressure on his knees excruciating after a mere moment of supplication. At this juncture, Hanzhu turned her gaze toward Magistrate's son, contemplating his fate. "As for you, it is best that you be imprisoned for now." Magistrate's son was taken aback and abruptly raised his head to look at Hanzhu. "Your Highness, I am an official of the court. Even if I were to be imprisoned, it must go through due process." "Is that so?" Hanzhu smirked. "Precisely because I lack the authority to pass judgment, I shall confine you for the time being." While the ruffians were detestable, the true object of her disdain was Magistrate Sunday. He was not a man who could be dealt with by mere corporal punishment. Realizing the implication in Hanzhu's words, Magistrate's son's complexion turned ashen, and he offered no resistance as the officers approached to escort him away. He understood that arguing with Hanzhu would yield no benefit. However, just before he was let off, he exchanged a knowing glance with his assistant. Once Magistrate's son was removed, the townsfolk erupted in cheers. Hanzhu smiled, radiating warmth akin to the rising sun. She glanced at the officers, instructing, "You may withdraw." As the gates of the magistrate's office closed, the officers and the assistant were taken aback to find Hanzhu still present. They dared not inquire further, merely standing by with bowed heads. Hanzhu made her way directly to the courtyard behind the magistrate's office. Typically, this area housed the magistrate's family. However, since Magistrate's son's family resided elsewhere, numerous rooms were available. She instructed an elderly woman responsible for cleaning to prepare a room for both herself and Lu Guang, intending to make this place a residence. The assistant, surnamed Zhang, saw Hanzhu settling in and, after a moment's hesitation, approached her with a forced bravado. "Your Highness, are you truly intending to stay here?" "To be candid, the rooms have been vacant for so long that they are damp and chilly. Might I suggest we escort you to the inn instead?" Hanzhu regarded Zhang with a serene smile. "There is no need for that." Zhang's heart sank, yet he could only watch as Hanzhu and Lu Guang made themselves comfortable. Zhang also resided in the magistrate's office, alongside 2 rooms designated for the duty officers. The elderly woman, who lived nearby, was responsible not only for cleaning but also for preparing meals. After a long day of commotion, by the time Hanzhu and her companions settled in, night had already fallen. The elderly woman timidly presented several dishes, which were her specialties. Having never served nobility before, she feared inadvertently offending them and suffering repercussions. To her surprise, the magistrate from the capital remarked pleasantly, praising the deliciousness of her cooking. Flattered by the compliment, the elderly woman's cheeks flushed with joy. The first night spent in the magistrate's office passed relatively peacefully. The following morning, without the customary drumbeats to signal the start of the day, there was little activity in the office. Nonetheless, the officers reported for duty as usual, albeit with the absence of the magistrate. Hanzhu summoned 2 constables, instructing them to escort her and Lu Guang to the dungeon. The dungeon was dark and damp. Despite the lingering chill in the air, an unpleasant odor greeted them upon entry. Hanzhu furrowed her brow, steeling herself as she stepped inside. The prisoners, upon seeing her, mistakenly believed she was one of them. Some gazed blankly, others appeared exhilarated, while a few merely leaned against the walls, lost in their own thoughts. As they ventured deeper, Hanzhu spotted the ruffians from the previous day. Though injured, they had already received medical attention from the prison's physician and were not in mortal danger. One young thug, upon catching sight of Hanzhu, suddenly lunged forward, falling to his knees and pleading, "Your Highness, please spare me. I have only been involved in these activities for a few days. Truly, aside from collecting rent for a few days, I have committed no other offenses." The other ruffians also wished to plead for mercy, yet they regarded Hanzhu with trepidation, merely gazing at her with hopeful expressions. The most defiant among them, their leader, sat silently in a corner, unyielding. Ji Hanzhu turned her attention to the young thug, stating, "When a new magistrate arrives, your cases will be re-examined. Regardless of the outcome, there will be no escape from justice." Upon hearing this, some of the ruffians felt a glimmer of hope, while others appeared despondent. Meanwhile, from a nearby cell, a patient clamored at the bars, exclaiming, "Your Highness, I am innocent. I am wronged. We are all wronged." Their cries of injustice created a cacophony of confusion. Ji Hanzhu took a deep breath and declared, "I cannot discern the validity of your claims, but rest assured when the new magistrate arrives, he will re-evaluate any problematic cases. If you are indeed innocent, your names will be cleared." Some inmates shouted their innocence, while others, encouraged by Ji Hanzhu's words, displayed expressions of joy, as if they had glimpsed a beacon of hope in the encroaching darkness. Eventually, Ji Hanzhu arrived at the cell of Magistrate Sunday. The constables here offered him special treatment, providing a single room, which was notably more favorable than the other cells. Ji Hanzhu observed everything but chose to remain silent, fearful that placing Magistrate Sun among the other inmates might lead to his demise at their hands. "Your Highness, this is all a misunderstanding. Please let me go," Magistrate's son implored, adopting a subservient demeanor in hopes of appeasing Ji Hanzhu. She smiled faintly, replying, "Whether it is a misunderstanding is not for you to decide, Magistrate Sunday. We shall settle your account when the other officials arrive." Sun was taken aback, his smile faltering. Ji Hanzhu turned away, preparing to leave when she noticed a smaller, separate cell adjacent to Sun's, seemingly containing another occupant. The individual lay motionless atop a pile of hay. "Open the door and see what has happened to him," Ji Hanzhu commanded one of the constables. The constable complied, but after fumbling with the keys, his expression turned grim. "The key for this cell should be with Deputy Zhang. Go retrieve it," Ji Hanzhu ordered, and the constable hastily exited. The magistrate's son from the adjacent cell observed as Ji Hanzhu prepared to unlock that particular prison cell. He clenched his fist tightly for a moment, only to gradually relax it thereafter. He uttered not a single word, merely watching Ji Hanzhu's every move with keen interest. After a brief wait, the constable returned, accompanied by Master Zhang. A sly smile adorned Master Zhang's face, resembling that of a cunning old fox. "Your Highness, this cell should not be opened lightly. The occupant has succumbed to madness, having bitten several individuals to death, which is why she was confined." Yet, Ji Hanzhu paid him no heed, merely raising an eyebrow, her voice imbued with an undeniable firmness as she commanded, "Open it." Chapter 37. The kick that rendered her unconscious Master Zhang discreetly cast a glance at the nearby magistrate's son, retrieving a key from within his garments to unlock the prison cell. Ji Hanzhu stepped inside, with Lu Guang promptly following. Initially, as the figure had its back turned, Ji Hanzhu presumed it to be a man, only to discover upon closer inspection that it was indeed a woman. The woman's complexion was pallid, her cheeks gaunt, and her hair was disheveled, hastily piled atop her head. She appeared quite young, perhaps not yet 20, though she bore the marks of exhaustion. As Ji Hanzhu crouched to examine whether she still drew breath, the woman, who had kept her eyes tightly shut, suddenly sat upright and lunged towards Ji Hanzhu. Lu Guang reacted swiftly, delivering a kick to the woman's shoulder that rendered her unconscious. The entire incident transpired in a blink, and by the time the onlookers regained their composure, the woman lay still upon the ground. "Oh dear, I warned you that she was perilous. She has previously bitten 2 children to death. It would be prudent for the county princess to maintain her distance." Master Zhang, coming to his senses, hastened to escort Ji Hanzhu outside. Once she was safely out, he locked the door, visibly shaken, relieved that Lu Guang had acted quickly, had she bitten the county princess. The consequences could have been dire. Neither Ji Hanzhu nor Lu Guang uttered a word. Upon returning from the dungeon, with no one else around, Ji Hanzhu inquired of Lu Guang, "Did you notice anything unusual last night?" Lu Guang shook his head. "I kept a close watch on Master Zhang. He did not emerge at all, nor did any carrier pigeons take flight." "Very well. You may return to rest, for you shall need to exert yourself again this evening," Ji Hanzhu remarked, her tone slightly grave. Subsequently, she allowed Lu Guang to rest while she remained vigilant over Master Zhang. feeling an inexplicable unease regarding the woman in the cell. The afternoon passed without incident, and by evening, Lu Guang arrived, his demeanor vibrant. After dining, Hanzhu prepared for slumber, comforted by Lu Guang's presence, albeit with lingering concerns for Wei Zhao. She slept soundly through the night. The following morning, Lu Guang approached with purposeful strides, a glimmer of excitement in his expression. County Princess, last night, that Master Zhang stealthily entered the prison cell, intent on killing that madwoman. But I thwarted him. Upon hearing this, Hanzhu recognized the complexity of the situation. Where is he now? She asked. I have confined him within the cell. Lu Guang replied. Nodding, Hanzhu proceeded with him to the prison. Master Zhang and Magistrate's son found themselves imprisoned together, now companions in confinement. Hanzhu regarded them without a word, merely instructing Lu Guang to unlock the adjacent cell and escort the still unconscious woman outside. Upon witnessing this scene, Magistrate's son's expression darkened, his eyes brimming with an intense murderous intent. Hanzhu arranged for the woman to be placed in another room and summoned a physician for her treatment. The doctor took a considerable time to pulse her, shaking his head in dismay. Her vital energy is severely depleted, and having endured extreme torture, I fear she may not survive. At this revelation, Lu Guang stiffened slightly, pondering whether his kick from the previous day had inflicted irreparable harm. Doctor, please prescribe whatever medicine you deem best. As for her survival, we shall leave that to fate, Hanzhu stated resolutely. The physician nodded and proceeded to prepare the medication. Hanzhu instructed the matron to tend to the young woman, cleaning her up, arranging her hair, and providing her with a fresh set of garments. Once the preparations were complete, it became evident that the young woman was indeed quite a striking beauty. After prescribing the medicine, the physician cautioned, this remedy will sustain her breath, yet to truly save her life, what is required is a century-old Ganoderma. Alas, such a treasure is a rarity, and its acquisition lies solely in the hands of fate. Hanzhu expressed her gratitude and had Lu Guang see the physician off. A century-old Ganoderma. There had once been one in the Duke's residence, but that was a distant memory, and she had given it away in her youth. At that moment, Lu Guang returned, his expression grave and earnest. Your Highness, I shall summon the nearest guards to ensure your safety, and I will personally seek the Ganoderma. Lu Guang could not leave Hanzhu alone in her current state. He needed someone to take over his watch before he dared to depart. Observing his remorse, Hanzhu nodded in agreement, acknowledging that her frail condition was not his fault. Lu Guang looked at her, bowed respectfully, and withdrew. A day after Lu Guang sent word. As dusk enveloped the sky, 10 lean youths clad in black arrived, all of whom were subordinates of Wei Zhao, though not from the military ranks. Hanzhu understood that Wei Zhao possessed other resources. His influence extended far beyond the confines of a mere captaincy. These 10 individuals took turns guarding Hanzhu, with 2 stationed at the entrance of a dungeon. Hanzhu was unaware of Lu Guang's whereabouts in his quest for the Ganoderma. Yet he had not returned after 2 days. During this time, there had been no unusual occurrences at the yamen, and the young woman remained in her previous state, yet to awaken. On the 3rd day, a group of people gathered at the entrance of the yamen, peering inside, though none dared to knock. Hearing the commotion outside, Hanzhu instructed the guards to open the door, revealing a throng of oppressed citizens from the street. Among them was the elderly couple who sold noodles, whom Hanzhu distinctly remembered. The couple, upon seeing Hanzhu, were visibly moved. They hastily knelt to pay their respects. Hanzhu urged them to rise, inquiring if they had come for a specific purpose. The elderly couple stood, smiling as they spoke. We have come to express our gratitude, Your Highness. Thank you for dealing with those individuals. It is because of you that we can now live in peace. Indeed, without your intervention, we would have truly struggled to survive. Echoed others in the crowd. Hanzhu smiled gently. There is no need for thanks. Those individuals would eventually face consequences. It merely happened that I crossed paths with them. Despite her words, the townsfolk continued to express their appreciation. Finally, the elderly noodle seller spoke up. A few days ago, I heard from an old friend who runs a clinic that Your Highness requires a century-old Ganoderma for a patient. Hanzhu nodded. not surprised that they were aware of this matter. The century-old Ganoderma was exceedingly rare. However, just yesterday, she had overheard discussions suggesting that the abbot at the Shishan temple in the outskirts might possess one. Is that true? Hanzhu's eyes sparkled with interest. The elder hesitated. I heard it from patrons dining at the inn. I cannot vouch for its authenticity. Whether true or not, it is worth investigating. Thank you, kind elder. Hanzhu expressed her gratitude. Once the common folk had departed, Hanzhu left 4 individuals to guard the prison cells while the remaining 6 accompanied her to Shishan Temple. Nestled atop a mountain, Shishan Temple was situated some distance from the county town, necessitating that the carriage be parked at the halfway point, with the remainder of the journey requiring an uphill trek. Fortunately, Hanzhu was in good health, and the ascent posed little challenge for her. Although Shishan Temple was not particularly grand, and its incense offerings were rather modest, the serene environment rendered it an ideal locale for tranquil meditation. Hanzhu instructed someone to knock on the temple door, and shortly thereafter, a young acolyte appeared to open it, his innocent and crystalline eyes surveying their presence. Are you here to offer incense, esteemed lady? The acolyte inquired, his voice sweet and melodious. I wish to meet your abbot. I would appreciate it if you could relay my request, young master. Hanzhu replied with a smile in her eyes. The acolyte regarded her once more before responding. Please wait a moment, esteemed lady. With that, he slightly closed the door and scampered away. Chapter 38. The son of Wei Zhao. Hanzhu and her companions waited at the entrance for a while before the young monk returned to invite them inside. After walking a short distance, they arrived at a row of meditation rooms, where the young monk led Hanzhu to a door, bowed respectfully, and informed her that only the female benefactor was permitted to enter. Hanzhu smiled at the young monk, gave a few instructions to her bodyguard, and entered the room with him. The room was exceedingly simple yet elegant, adorned with a folding screen depicting landscapes at the entrance. In front of the screen stood a table and a meditation cushion. As she surveyed the room, Hanzhu noticed no one was present, leading her to believe that the abbot must be hidden behind the screen. Greetings, esteemed benefactor. Have you come for divination or fortune-telling? The abbot inquired, his voice unexpectedly youthful. Neither, Hanzhu replied. I have heard that the abbot possesses a century-old Ganoderma. If it is indeed true, I wish to purchase it to save a life. I am willing to pay any price. After a moment of silence behind the screen, the abbot responded, I did indeed acquire a century-old Ganoderma by chance. Hanzhu straightened slightly in surprise. The rumors were true. However, the abbot continued, for those of us who pursue cultivation, wealth is but an external matter. Hanzhu's delight diminished slightly as she grasped the implication that money alone would not suffice. Instead, let us exchange for any item of yours, and we shall consider ourselves even. Caught off guard by the abbot's unexpected proposition, Hanzhu pondered her options. She had brought some silver, but it was clear the abbot was not interested, knowing she had not adorned herself with jewelry for her visit. She recalled the white jade amaranth hairpin she had purchased previously. After a moment's thought, she removed the hairpin and placed it on the table. Would this suffice? The young monk took the hairpin behind the screen, followed by another brief silence. This time, the pause seemed longer until the abbot spoke again, his voice carrying a hint of cheerfulness. Yes, this will do. As the words left his lips, the young monk returned with a wooden box, placing it gently on the table. Hanzhu thanked him and opened the box, revealing the rare, century-old Ganoderma within. Raising her gaze toward the screen, she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, abbot, for this life-saving gift. I shall repay your kindness whenever the opportunity arises. The abbot remained silent. Hanzhu rose to her feet, stating, I shall not intrude any longer, until we meet again. After bowing respectfully, she departed, cradling the wooden box. In truth, Hanzhu had harbored little hope for this visit, so she was pleasantly surprised by how smoothly everything transpired. Although the abbot had not requested payment, she still donated 200 taels to the temple before leaving. Upon her return, Hanzhu instructed the matron to administer the Ganoderma as a medicinal supplement to the woman in need. She also directed her bodyguards to contact Lu Guang, informing him that further searches were unnecessary. For the subsequent 2 days, The woman continued to consume the Ganoderma lucidum. Though she remained unconscious, her complexion visibly improved, and even her breathing became steady and robust. Lu Guang returned 3 days later, and to Ji Hanju's surprise, he was not alone. He was accompanied by Wei Zhao. After a prolonged separation, Wei Zhao sported a light stubble on his chin, appearing travel-worn yet vibrant. He strode into the courtyard and immediately spotted Ji Hanju. Upon seeing his return, she approached him, having surmised the outcome from his gaze, yet she still smiled and inquired, what was the result? Wei Zhao did not respond directly. Instead, he gazed intently at her, his eyes betraying a torrent of repressed emotions. After a brief moment, he regained his composure, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Yes, I found them all, just as you instructed." Ji Hanju felt a subtle pride at his words, responding, "Then you must listen to me from now on." Initially, she intended it as a light jest, yet Wei Zhao took it with utmost seriousness, affirming, "Yes, I will always listen to you." Ji Hanju was momentarily taken aback. Her gaze locked with Wei Zhao's, drowning in the depths of his eyes. She was aware of his feelings for her, yet he had always been so reserved. The intensity of his stare made her cheeks warm. She averted her eyes, arching an eyebrow in playful reproach. "And what do you have to say for yourself? Was it not you who attempted to abduct me last time?" This time, it was Wei Zhao who appeared stunned. The memory of the previous incident flickered in his mind, and with a slight furrow of his brow, he mused, "If there were danger, I would still carry you away." Ji Hanju remained silent. On their journey back, Lu Guang had apprised Wei Zhao of the occurrences here, and Wei Zhao had also submitted a memorial to the capital, expecting someone to take over soon. However, they were both curious about the identity of the unconscious woman. Ji Hanju had contemplated interrogating Master Zhang, yet she had overlooked the matter. On the day they sought medicine at Shishan Temple, County Magistrate's son had executed Master Zhang, claiming he had succumbed to madness. Ji Hanju sensed complexity in this situation and refrained from confronting County Magistrate Sunday. After dinner, Wei Zhao refreshed himself, only to discover the absence of his designated room. It was assumed that since he and Ji Hanju were married, he ought to share a chamber with her. Wei Zhao hesitated, contemplating whether to find accommodation with Lu Guang instead. However, just as he exited the washroom, he encountered Ji Hanju. "The weather is still quite cold, and your hair is damp. You should come inside," she urged. Wei Zhao paused, his mind resisting, yet his legs betrayed him as he followed Ji Hanju into her room. Ji Hanju invited him to sit and took a cloth to dry his hair. Wei Zhao sat stiffly, desiring to do it himself. But Ji Hanju gently moved the cloth away. "Now that we are alone, let us discuss the matter of the weapons in detail." Wei Zhao, recalling the events of the past few days, felt himself relax slightly. "I dispatched a portion of our group further south, while the remainder, alongside myself, scoured the town near where the weapons had been lost, primarily interrogating merchant caravans and escort agencies. To our astonishment, we stumbled upon a rather dubious escort agency, which was indeed transporting the very batch of weapons we sought. In their haste, they had not even bothered to remove the imperial seals. We also managed to capture a live prisoner who will arrive in a couple of days." At this point, his voice quivered with evident excitement. Those individuals were all death warriors. When cornered and unable to fight back, they resorted to poison to end their lives. It was a stroke of fortune to have secured a live captive, and we are pinning our hopes on him for any useful information. Upon hearing this, Ji Hanju felt a surge of joy, yet she chose not to respond to Wei Zhao's words, instead contemplating a playful tease. "So, you returned ahead of time, out of concern for me?" Wei Zhao paused, his breath catching slightly as he murmured an affirmation. During this time, he had been in constant communication with Lu Guang and was aware of Ji Hanju's illness, as well as her solitary efforts in managing the entire county office. He feared that the Sun family, in their desperation, might resort to harming Ji Hanju. However, he believed that in future encounters of this nature, it would be preferable for her to wait for his return to handle matters. Ji Hanju, taken aback and pleased by Wei Zhao's candor, found that his subsequent remark shattered the atmosphere entirely. "Sometimes, it would be better if you said nothing at all." She turned her face away and huffed. "So, you still think I am unreasonable?" Wei Zhao, caught off guard by her ire, rose hastily and insisted, "No, that's not it. I'm merely worried that those people might harm you." Hanzhu maintained her stern expression. "That is precisely your implication." Wei Zhao, flustered, sought to appease her, but found himself at a loss for words. He could never consider Hanzhu to be unreasonable. After all, she had pursued him for day and night, imploring him not to confront the bandits, which ultimately allowed him to retrieve the weapons. Even prior to this, he had never regarded her as unreasonable. Now, he perceived her as increasingly intelligent and radiant, with the sun itself paling in comparison. No, from the very beginning, Hanzhu had been the sun in Wei Zhao's life. After much contemplation, Wei Zhao finally managed to articulate a thought. Hanzhu, desperately suppressing her urge to laugh, cleared her throat and said, "All right, given your earnestness, I shall refrain from being angry with you, but you must no longer address me as Miss." Chapter 39. Call me by my name. Not Miss. Wei Zhao gazed at Hanzhu with a touch of confusion. Hanzhu, in a gentle and persuasive manner, replied, "Consider this. Now that we are married, does it not seem peculiar for you to still address me as Miss? Others would find it strange as well, wouldn't they?" Wei Zhao pursed his lips, contemplating for a moment. "Then what should I call you?" "Naturally, you should call me by my name. Come on, give it a try." In truth, those two syllables had echoed in Wei Zhao's heart countless times, yet he had never uttered them aloud. He had thought he would never have the opportunity to do so in this lifetime. As he met Hanzhu's expectant and tender gaze, a faint smile curled at the corners of his lips. Hanzhu beamed with a radiant smile. "Not bad. You are indeed teachable. How about calling me by my nickname?" Wei Zhao's eyes flickered. He had considered merely saying her name a transgression and calling her by her nickname. Was he truly permitted to do so? Hanzhu winked at him, encouraging him to speak. Wei Zhao's lips moved slightly, and after a moment, he softly uttered, "Zhu." The sound of Zhu was light yet resonant, and paired with his deep voice, it seemed to transcend the fabric of time, allowing her to glimpse the Wei Zhao of a past life. He had called her name repeatedly in that existence, yet he knew he would never hear it returned. That night, Wei Zhao slept beside Hanzhu, though he remained as still as a wooden statue, lying outside like a sentinel. Hanzhu had grown accustomed to this and slept soundly. Early the next morning, before Hanzhu had awakened, she was stirred by the commotion in the courtyard. Rubbing her eyes, she sat up and discovered that Wei Zhao was no longer beside her. After dressing, she opened the door to find Wei Zhao, Lu Guang, and the cook bustling about in the yard, accompanied by several guards, creating quite the lively scene. "What is happening?" Wei Zhao approached her upon noticing she was awake. "Did we wake you?" Hanzhu shook her head. "I was about to rise anyway. What is going on?" "The woman has awakened, though she seems a bit unwell, constantly screaming and refusing anyone to come near," Wei Zhao replied, furrowing his brow. Upon hearing this, Hanzhu's expression darkened. The woman's condition clearly indicated she had endured significant torment. "I have sent for a doctor. You need not worry," Wei Zhao reassured her softly. Hanzhu smiled and nodded in response. By the time Hanzhu finished her breakfast, the doctor had arrived. Fortunately, the woman had not fully regained her strength. After causing a ruckus, she fell back into unconsciousness, or else the doctor might have been unable to examine her. The doctor carefully took her pulse and examined her eyes, pondering for a moment before stating, "Her life has been saved, and there are no further issues. As for the madness you mentioned, it appears to be a result of trauma. I shall prescribe some calming medicine to see if it helps. As for her mental state, that is something she must address on her own. How pitiful this girl is. One can only wonder how long she has been imprisoned," the cook remarked with a sigh. Hanzhu, upon hearing this, turned to the cook. "You have worked in the yamen for a while. Have you ever encountered her?" The elderly matron pondered for a moment before shaking her head, stating that she had never encountered such a person. Her daily responsibilities consisted of cleaning and cooking, leaving her little time within the official precincts. Hanzhu had also inquired with other officials, who were aware that the young woman had entered not long ago, yet the specific reasons remained unknown. Master Zhang had cautioned them against approaching her. Initially, Hanzhu and her companions intended to return to the capital once their replacements arrived. However, to their astonishment, it was Lord Wang who came. Lord Wang harbored a deep disdain for the Sun faction and was known for his unwavering integrity, making him the ideal judge for the case involving County Magistrate Sunday. Hanzhu had anticipated that the Sun family would send someone to defend the magistrate, yet there was no movement from their side. Ultimately, due to a multitude of charges, County Magistrate Sun was sentenced to execution following the autumn harvest. In contrast, the transgressions of the ruffians were considerably less severe. Lord Wang adjudicated their misdeeds according to their gravity. The youngest among them would only face a few days of confinement. Other prisoners could appeal their sentences, but Hanzhu and her group chose not to pursue those matters further and returned to the capital instead. They brought the deranged woman along with them. Over the past few days, her condition had improved somewhat. Although she remained silent, she no longer screamed upon seeing others. Concerned for her well-being, Hanzhu decided against placing her elsewhere and instead took her back to the Duke of Dinghua's residence. Linger was also present at the Duke's manor. Initially, Wei Zhao had opposed allowing Linger to stay within the estate, but after Hanzhu suggested housing her in a different courtyard, he relented. As Hanzhu and her companions returned to the capital, news of County Magistrate Sun's predicament had already reached there. At that moment, within a grand residence near the imperial city, an elderly gentleman with graying hair reclined on a couch, while a maid knelt before him, gently massaging his legs. He inquired if the incident involving the people of Chongning County, allegedly orchestrated by the county's lord, was known to her. Meanwhile, Xia Chenglin sat at a table, holding a cup of tea without drinking, his brows furrowed as he replied, "I am aware. Hanzhu has always acted with her own interests in mind." The old man scoffed, remarking that while she may have been satisfied, Chongning County was likely to fall into the hands of others. The emperor had dispatched someone named Wang to ensure they were denied any chance of resistance. Nevertheless, even had he known of this matter beforehand, he would not have intervened. Regarding the weapons, this time had indeed been a misstep. Xia Chenglin narrowed his eyes, tightening his grip on the teacup. What had initially seemed a success turned sour when Wei Zhao unexpectedly intervened, seizing their weapons and inflicting losses upon them. Most critically, it was rumored that he had captured a live witness. "Send someone, make it clean," the old man coughed. Xia Chenglin snapped back to attention, responding, "Understood, grandfather. Your health is of utmost importance." The elderly gentleman was none other than Sun Wencheng, the current prime minister. He waved his hand dismissively and coughed several more times, expressing his concern over his failing health and his desire to swiftly elevate Xia Chenglin to a position of power. Should he pass before Xia Chenglin ascended to that role, the Sun family would likely face utter obliteration. Xia Chenglin's eyes sparkled with a gleam of ambition. Recently, the court had been embroiled in heated discussions regarding the selection of the crown prince. "Grandfather, do we stand a chance?" Sun Wencheng glanced at Xia Chenglin. His face was etched with wrinkles and dark spots, yet his eyes bore an uncanny resemblance to Xia Chenglin's, glinting with cold intensity. He offered a faint smile, suggesting that time would reveal the truth. Xia Chenglin refrained from pressing further, rising to bow respectfully before taking his leave, advising his grandfather to rest more. Sun Wencheng nodded in acknowledgement. As Xia Chenglin departed from the Sun residence, his expression was one of palpable discontent. He had been outwitted by Hanzhu during the last incident with the hidden darts, and this time, the losses incurred due to her machinations were considerable. Was it mere coincidence? However, in Xia Chenglин's mind, Hanzhu was nothing more than a superficial flower vase. Her previous actions were reckless and likely mere strokes of luck. The survivor brought back by Wei Zhao was imprisoned in the Ministry of Justice's dungeon. Over the past few days, Wei Zhao had interrogated him multiple times, employing torture. Yet the man remained obstinately silent. One day, with nothing pressing to attend to, Hanzhu visited the Ministry of Justice, intending to see Wei Zhao and inspect the dungeons. Upon her arrival, she found the man had just undergone torture and had fainted, subsequently confined to his cell. Hanzhu glanced at him, delicately covering her nose to shield herself from the foul stench of blood permeating the air. "Is he still refusing to speak?" Wei Zhao frowned and nodded. "These individuals are indeed formidable. Had it not been for your earlier warning, I would never have apprehended them," Wei Zhao murmured. "Yet, having captured him, we find ourselves unable to extract any information. Patience is key. A solution will present itself in due course. Hanzhu pondered that since she knew the man was Xia Qinglin, perhaps she could use this knowledge to entice him into revealing something. However, she needed to contemplate her approach carefully. With a glimmer of inspiration, Hanzhu began to devise various strategies, unaware that very night, a masked figure clad in black stealthily infiltrated the dungeon. The figure possessed extraordinary martial skills, swiftly incapacitating the guards. He quickly located the battered man, and just as he was about to eliminate him, the man suddenly spoke. "I possess crucial intelligence. Take me with you." The black-clad figure hesitated momentarily, then hoisted the man and made a hasty escape. Originally, his orders were to silence the man permanently, yet if there was vital information to be had, bringing him back would not constitute a failure of his mission. Wei Zhao learned early the next morning of the man's rescue, his face dark with fury. However, the audacity required to extract someone from such a fortified prison led him to form certain suspicions. Chapter 40. I have seen her as February dawned. The weather in Kyoto grew increasingly warmer, and tiny blades of grass could even be seen peeking out from the corners. On sunny days, Hanzhu would venture into the countryside to ride, accompanied by Linger. During this time, Hanzhu had seen Linger only a few times, as she had arranged for Linger to attend a private school for her studies. One afternoon, they returned from riding, and Linger's cheeks were flushed with excitement. However, upon entering the courtyard, Bai Qiu approached, saying, "Miss, today the mute girl attempted to escape and has made her way to the small gate." Recently, the mute girl had ceased her erratic behavior. She merely regarded everyone with a wary gaze, uttering not a single word, thus earning her the name Mute Girl. "I shall go and see her," Hanzhu declared, handing the riding whip to Bai Qiu as she walked towards the courtyard where the mute girl resided. The mute girl was curled up on her bed, her chin resting on her knees, lost in thought. Upon hearing the door creak open, she lifted her gaze, and upon seeing Hanzhu, her expression turned impassive once more as she cast her eyes downward. Hanzhu approached the bedside and noticed her unchanged demeanor. "Do not fear. I shall not harm you. If you wish to leave, you may, though I am uncertain why the Sun family has confined you and whether you will be safe outside." At the mention of the Sun family, the mute girl's body quivered slightly. "Sister County Princess, has this lady improved?" Linger inquired, having rushed in after Hanzhu. Her curiosity piqued as she had heard of the mute girl but had yet to meet her. Linger stepped into the room, standing beside Hanzhu, and regarded the mute girl with keen interest. "Oh, I have seen this lady before." Hanzhu glanced at Linger, and even the mute girl lifted her gaze. Her vacant eyes studied Linger for a moment, her brow furrowing slightly before she suddenly lunged forward, gripping Linger's shoulders tightly. You are from Changhe County." Perhaps due to her prolonged silence, her voice was hoarse, yet it was evident she was capable of normal speech. Linger nodded, recalling, "I remember now. I saw you at Lord and S residence." The mute girl's eyes sparkled with a flicker of life as she continued to hold Linger's shoulders. Her voice imbued with uncertainty. "You are the daughter of the supervisor of the historical records?" Linger nodded once more. The mute girl gazed at Ling, then broke into a joyful smile. "Wonderful. Marvelous. You are alive. Come with me to see the emperor and tell him that the matter of the dam has nothing to do with the Yin family. It must not involve them." At the mention of the dam, Linger felt a tremor of apprehension and instinctively glanced at Hanzhu. Hanzhu swiftly rescued Linger from the mute girl's grasp, positioning her safely behind herself. "Linger is someone I saved from the refugees. You may trust me." The mute girl calmed somewhat as she regarded Hanzhu and then Ling, finally recounting her tale. She was a maidservant in the household of Enhongye, specifically the chief maidservant, Zihui, attending to Enhongye's eldest son, and Ming. And Ming had treated her exceptionally well. Their hearts resonated with one another, yet due to their differing statuses, she could only be his maid and concubine. The Yin family had repeatedly pressured Ming to take a wife, but he had always declined, wishing only to be with the one he loved. However, such a good person suddenly vanished without a trace overnight, and when news finally reached her, he had become the target of public censure. Ziru could not fathom that the Yin family would commit such acts. She was far more inclined to believe that Ming had abandoned her and fled. After the flood disaster, she had miraculously survived, yet not a single member of the family could be found. Initially, she presumed they had perished in the deluge. But unexpectedly, she received an imperial edict from the court. I believe in him. I know Lord, and they would never do such a thing. Thus, upon hearing this news, she returned in search of clues, and indeed, she uncovered something. Upon hearing this, Hanzhu also felt a surge of excitement within her. Though her expression remained remarkably composed as she listened to Ziru's account. Despite the occurrence of the flood, it was evident that the family had not fled, but had mysteriously disappeared. Moreover, she had found a survivor from Chang'e County, who claimed that on the night before the calamity struck, he witnessed black smoke rising from the hillside behind the inn residence, burning for an extended period. Later, when she went to the hillside, she discovered charred bones and, additionally, a jade pendant. At this point, Ziru broke into tears, stifling her sobs like a solitary crane's mournful cry. That pendant was one Ming had worn around his neck since childhood, never parting with it. Thus, she firmly believed they had been wronged. He would not abandon me. He would never do that. Hanzhu, observing her sorrow, offered her handkerchief. So, you traveled all the way to the north merely to seek justice for them? Ziru wiped her tears, recalling her previous tribulations, and her eyes narrowed, revealing a look of fear and hatred. Indeed, I wish to go to the capital. I must help restore their name. However, upon reaching Chang'e County, they, through meticulous inquiries, discerned that she hailed from Chang'e County and questioned her scrupulously. At that moment, she thought that speaking to the local officials would yield the same results. So she recounted her desire to clear their names, and the outcome. The outcome was that they imprisoned her and subjected her to brutal torture. Hanzhu completed the remainder of her statement. That experience was so harrowing that merely recalling it left her gasping for breath. Yes, my hatred is profound. I loathe myself for trusting others, for being unable to assist the family, for failing him. Thus, during her torment, through the agony of torture, she clenched her teeth tightly, and from that moment on, she uttered not a single word. Hanzhu gazed into Ziru's resolute eyes, filled with admiration for her. She was merely a maidservant, yet with unwavering resolve, she had journeyed from the south, enduring various tortures, solely to vindicate her beloved. I cannot guarantee that I can help you, but you may rest assured I will not allow anyone else to harm you, particularly not the Sun family. The situation has become quite clear. The matter of the levy in Chang'e County is inextricably linked to the Sun family. Yet, the precise role of the family and the supervising officials in this affair remains uncertain, and she dared not make any rash conclusions. Hanzhu comforted Ziru, assuring her to stay here peacefully before departing with Linger. Throughout the journey, Linger maintained a solemn expression. After walking for a while, she inquired Sister County Lord, "Do you think the person who harmed my family and the one who harmed Lord and's family could possibly be the same individual?" Hanzhu also contemplated this question. It was not without merit. If Lord is innocent, does that mean my father is also wronged? Linger gazed at Hanzhu with eager anticipation. Hanzhu smiled gently and patted her head, saying, "I reiterate, regardless of the truth, this burden is not one you should bear." Chapter 41. Zhu. You do not truly understand me. Hanzhu and Wei Zhao initially believed that Ziru possessed other secrets of the Sun family. Yet they were unexpectedly led to the matter of the flood, which they considered a serendipitous discovery. That evening, Hanzhu conveyed this development to Wei Zhao, who also felt a degree of surprise. However, he had anticipated that this issue was related to the Sun family. In due course, the emperor would organize a spring hunt, in which all factions would participate, perhaps allowing them to unearth some truths. Upon hearing this, Hanzhu recalled that Linger had previously mentioned that the individual responsible for the death of her family bore a scar. If they could locate that person, many questions might find their answers. Additionally, Wei Zhao glanced at Hanzhu, pausing for a moment before continuing. The emperor intends to establish the eldest prince as the crown prince, a matter known to but a few, with the official decree to be proclaimed in due time. Hanzhu did not express surprise. She merely smiled faintly, acknowledging the emperor's wisdom. Seeing Hanzhu remain composed, Wei Zhao's apprehension gradually eased. As time was of the essence, he suggested that they retire early. However, upon turning to leave, he noticed his armor resting on a nearby shelf. Looking around, he also spotted books he frequently read on the table. How could these items be here? Hanzhu, noticing his discovery, revealed a mischievous smile. It was Bichio and Mashia who had suggested that since they had been married for some time, sleeping apart was not conducive to nurturing their relationship. Hence they had moved his belongings here, naturally with Hanzhu's consent. Wei Zhao paused momentarily before lowering his head, stating that he would have them removed. Hanzhu frowned slightly, remarking that the items had already been moved, and besides, he was not unfamiliar with sleeping here. In the eyes of Bichio and Mashia, they were already a genuine married couple. Hearing Hanzhu's words, Wei Zhao recalled the night of New Year's Eve, a subtle blush creeping onto his handsome face. As the world outside fell silent and the night grew cold, Hanzhu said, "Wei Zhao, stay and help warm my feet." Wei Zhao raised his gaze to meet hers. Had he heard this request previously, he would have turned away, perceiving Hanzhu as jesting. Yet now, he found it increasingly difficult to control his racing heart, merely bowing his head in tacit agreement. At this moment, she was his nominal wife. Although the term wife still felt distant and unattainable, he yearned to seize any opportunity for intimacy with her. Wei Zhao sensed a growing darkness within himself, recalling that he had once solely desired to ensure her safety and happiness. Hanzhu was true to her word. After they had washed up and lay upon the couch, she placed her slightly cool feet into Wei Zhao's embrace. Wei Zhao's body stiffened momentarily as he extended his hand, cautiously enveloping Hanzhu's delicate feet. His palm was warm, radiating heat akin to that of his heart. Hanzhu felt a sense of comfort and security envelop her. She gazed at Wei Zhao with a smile, the moonlight filtering through the gauzy curtain illuminating her face, bestowing upon her an ethereal and dreamlike beauty. Wei Zhao's heart raced like a drum. They had shared the same bed numerous times, yet this was the first occasion he faced Hanzhu while she was still awake. Captivated by the allure of her eyes, he instinctively closed his own, suppressing desires he ought not to entertain. Hanzhu, seemingly unfazed, leaned in slightly and placed a gentle kiss upon his lips. Wei Zhao's lashes fluttered, his nerves taut, yet he kept his eyes shut. Intrigued, Hanzhu kissed him again. This time, Wei Zhao abruptly opened his eyes, their depths tinged with crimson, and seized her hand that had reached towards him, akin to a caged beast. "Zhu, you do not truly understand me. Do not test me further." Hanzhu paused in surprise, then smiled. "I know you well, perhaps even better than you know yourself." Though he appeared cold, within him burned a fervent fire, while his innocent demeanor resembled that of a soft, cuddly puppy. However, there was one aspect Hanzhu did not quite grasp. Wei Zhao gazed at her for a moment, sighed inwardly, and held her hand close to his chest for warmth. "Go to sleep," he murmured, with a playful smile. Hanzhu obediently closed her eyes. Wei Zhao's gaze drifted from her long lashes to the lips that had just kissed him. He swallowed hard and also closed his eyes. Hanzhu was preparing for the upcoming spring hunt, an event the emperor traditionally hosted each year. Whenever she wished to attend, she would accompany the Duke of Dinghua. If not, it was of little consequence. A couple of days prior, Hanzhu had visited the Zhao family and spent half a day with Zhao Wan, subsequently remaining indoors. To her surprise, Lin Shuiying arrived that day. Each visit to the Duke's residence felt like returning home for Lin Shuiying. Upon seeing Hanzhu, she feigned reproach. "Hanzhu, why haven't you gone out to play recently? I am nearly suffocating from boredom." Hanzhu smiled faintly. "I was away from the capital for a while." Lin Shuiying's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Away from the capital? What were you doing?" Hanzhu settled down, as usual requesting by Chio to pour her a cup of tea. "Oh, just wanted to take a stroll, but unexpectedly stumbled upon the incident with County Magistrate Sunday." Lin Shuiying feigned surprise. "So it was indeed you who uncovered that matter with County Magistrate Sunday. You are quite impressive." Hanzhu regarded her with a smile, remaining silent. Lin Shuiying, feeling somewhat uneasy under Hanzhu's gaze, took a sip of tea and regained her composure. "My father mentioned that Wei Zhao encountered some troubles recently. Could your outing have anything to do with him? Ji Hanju's fingertips lightly traced the rim of her teacup as she regarded Lin Shuiying with an expression devoid of emotion. Then tilted her head innocently. He went out on official business. I have no idea where he went. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuiying chuckled dryly, internally mocking the situation. By the way, I noticed you tidying up earlier. Are you preparing to go out? Lin Shuiying's keen gaze missed no detail upon entering the Duke's residence. Oh, that? The spring hunt is approaching, so I'm getting ready in advance. The spring hunt? Yes. Oh, there hasn't been an official announcement yet, so most people are unaware. Lin Shuiying gazed at Ji Hanju's smiling eyes, her hand tightening around her handkerchief. Indeed, her father was merely a low-ranking official. How could he possibly possess the same level of information as Ji Hanju? Just as jealousy surged within her, Ji Hanju suddenly rose and leaned closer to Lin Shuiying's ear, whispering, "There is one more thing I shall confide in you, but please do not disclose it to anyone else." Lin Shuiying's brow furrowed slightly, her intuition warning her that this was not a piece of good news. As anticipated, Ji Hanju parted her delicate lips and articulated each word carefully. "I have heard that the emperor intends to appoint the eldest prince as the crown prince." The announcement of the eldest prince's ascension to this prestigious position left Lin Shuiying's mind reeling, as though it had been struck by a thunderous explosion. Chapter 42. Only you are worthy of the crown prince position. Lin Shuiying emerged from the Duke of Dinghua's residence in a daze. Once seated in her carriage, she took a moment to compose herself before instructing her maid to leave. She then changed her direction and made her way to the tea house she frequented. Upon arriving, Lin Shuiying regained her composure, sipping her tea while thoughts of Ji Hanju darkened her expression. Although she felt inferior to Ji Hanju in every aspect, she was certain that the man she would marry would surpass Ji Hanju's suitors. Though it was true that Xia Chenglin was a stretch for her, how could she know unless she tried? Besides, Xia Chenglin had shown her considerable kindness and tenderness of late, perhaps recognizing that she possessed more substance than Ji Hanju. That mere flower vase. Lin Shuiying's maid went to the Wang residence to inform Xia Chenglin of their meeting at the tea house, and before long, he arrived. Though spring had arrived, the lingering chill of late winter was not to be underestimated. Xia Chenglin appeared clad in a simple white garment, adorned with a purple jade crown, his feet encased in cloud-patterned boots, and a jade pendant pouch at his waist, truly a rare sight of elegance. Upon seeing Xia Chenglin, Lin Shuiying felt her heart flutter. It was only when he took his seat that she regained her senses and rose to perform a curtsy. "Please rise. There is no need for such formality between us," he replied with a smile that felt like a warm spring breeze. Lin Shuiying's cheeks flushed with color. She could not meet his gaze directly, and even her movements became more delicate. In the presence of her beloved, Lin Shuiying forgot all previous concerns, and they sat in silence for a considerable time. It was Xia Chenglin who finally broke the stillness. "Shuiying, what prompted you to summon me?" Only then did Lin Shuiying recall the matter at hand. She lifted her head, her tone gentle. "A few days ago, the prince asked me to check on Hanzhu. There is no need for the prince to worry. Hanzhu is quite well. The incident in Chongning was merely a misunderstanding, and as for Wei Zhao, I have no involvement in that affair." Xia Chenglin chuckled softly, his gaze imbued with a hint of intrigue. "I see. I was concerned that Wei Zhao's matters might affect her." Lin Shuiying observed Xia Chenglin, believing he had not yet forgotten Ji Hanju, and she could not help but bite her lip. "Your Highness, I also heard something from Hanju that pertains to you." Xia Chenglin raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, what is it?" Lin Shuiying glanced around cautiously, prompting Xia Chenglin to lean in closer, creating an atmosphere charged with ambiguity. Her cheeks flushed anew, yet Xia Chenglin seemed oblivious, his demeanor attentive. Suppressing her racing heart, Lin Shuiying leaned closer to his ear and whispered, "Hanju mentioned that the emperor intends to declare the first prince as crown prince." Xia Chenlin's expression shifted slightly, a crack appearing in his otherwise gentle demeanor. However, Lin Shuiying saw nothing amiss. To her, Xia Chenglin was the most exceptional of princes, and the position of crown prince rightfully belonged to him. After a moment of silence, Xia Chenglin composed himself, though he still bore a hint of melancholy. The decision of who is made crown prince rests with father. My elder brother is the legitimate firstborn. Thus, it is only natural. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuiying became even more agitated than Xia Chenglin. She grasped Xia Chenglin's hand firmly, exclaiming, "No, your highness, you are the most exceptional prince. In my heart, only you are worthy of the title of crown prince." Xia Chenglin's expression shifted slightly as he cautioned, "Shuiying, choose your words with care." Lin Shuiying observed the composed demeanor of Xia Chenglin, yet she could distinctly perceive his disappointment and despondence. "Your highness, I wish to assist you. Though my capabilities are modest, I shall exert every effort in whatever I can do." Lin Shuiying's eyes sparkled with determination. Xia Chenglin regarded her, sighed softly, and shook his head, saying, "This prince has yet to earn Wei Zhao's divine favor. Shuiying, do not speak of this to others." Lin Shuiying's eyes reddened with unwillingness, and she nodded resolutely. In early March, as the gentle winds ushered in warmth and the willows began to sprout tender buds, the forest was awash in delicate shades of green. The day for the spring hunt was set for the 5th of March. On that day, Hanzhu and Wei Zhao set out together, accompanied by Mo Xia and Lu Guan. Hanzhu rode a majestic steed, adorned in a vibrant red short skirt. Her hair elegantly tied in a high ponytail, secured with a matching ribbon, exuding an enchanting aura. The moment she and Wei Zhao appeared, many gazes fell upon her, with Sun Lu's emotions being the most intricate. Since their encounter on New Year's Eve, he had not seen Hanzhu again. That night, having indulged in a few too many cups of wine, he had spoken words he regretted, and upon returning home, he was so vexed he nearly slammed into a wall. However, perhaps the long-buried feelings had finally surfaced, leaving him with a sense of relief. Hanzhu playfully called out to Wei Zhao, expressing a desire to find Zhao Wan, who had mentioned she would also attend. However, upon arriving at the Zhao residence, they were informed that Zhao Wan had fallen ill and could not come. Hanzhu reflected that she hadn't paid much attention to this spring hunt in her previous life, so she was uncertain whether Zhao Wan's presence mattered. Nevertheless, Lin Shuiying was indeed present. She galloped over to Hanzhu with excitement, her smile radiant. "Hanzhu, may I accompany you these days? My brother seems indifferent to me." Hanzhu glanced at Lin Zio, who was loitering not far away, and then back at Lin Shuiying. "I intend to stay with Wei Zhao. Are you certain you wish to follow us?" Lin Shuiying hesitated. Previously, when Hanzhu was unmarried, it was permissible for her to tag along. But now that Hanzhu was wed, it would be rather awkward for her to intrude upon the couple's intimacy. "Very well, but I shall be quite bored alone. Do come and find me to play," Lin Shuiying replied with a hint of disappointment. Hanzhu smiled slightly. "I shall try to find time." These past few days, she had been quite overwhelmed by Lin Shuiying's persistent visits. Ever since she revealed the matter of the crown prince to Lin Shuiying, she had been coming over frequently, claiming to seek amusement. Yet Hanzhu was well aware of her true intentions. Eventually, she grew weary of the situation and instructed by Qiu to inform Lin Shuiying that she was not at home. Now that they had arrived at the hunting grounds, it seemed she would again be besieged by her. Hanzhu rode her horse to Wei Zhao's side as the emperor delivered a few remarks, after which the grand procession set forth towards the royal hunting grounds on the outskirts of the capital. Although the hunting grounds were nearby, the vastness of the capital and the slow pace of the procession meant that the journey would take a whole day. By the time they arrived at the hunting grounds, dusk had already descended, and a series of tents had been erected for their repose. Hanzhu and Wei Zhao found themselves sharing one of the luxurious tents, specifically designed for nobility, which provided ample space and was adorned with all necessary furnishings. Mo Xia tidied the bedding and laid out the exquisite quilt she had brought, preparing for a well-deserved rest. With nightfall upon them and no hunting scheduled for the evening, everyone retreated to their respective tents. Although the tents were thick, they could not compare to the warmth of a house. Despite the presence of a stove and hand warmers inside, Hanzhu still felt a chill in her feet. Wei Zhao had been summoned by the emperor, leaving her uncertain about his return. Chapter 43. The county princess is truly impressive. Hanzhu reclined on the couch, Uncertain of how long she had been waiting when Wei Zhao finally returned, exuding an aura of chill. She promptly closed her eyes, feigning slumber. Wei Zhao removed his outer cloak and refreshed himself in the adjoining room before stealthily returning to the chamber. He glanced at the sleeping Hanzhu and gently lay beside her, keeping a slight distance out of concern for the coldness emanating from his body. Hanzhu quietly opened her eyes to observe him, then turned over to nestle into his embrace. Wei Zhao dared not move. After a moment, he realized that Hanzhu's body was even colder than his, prompting him to grasp her feet in his hands to warm them. Asmila graced Hanzhu's lips, and soon she fell asleep once more. The following day dawned bright and clear, with the sun shining warmly. A splendid day for hunting and mischief alike. My esteemed ministers, today the hunt officially commences. The one who brings back the most and best game tonight shall receive bountiful rewards. The emperor announced cheerfully, standing at the forefront, setting the stage for the hunt. Although each year's hunting events bore a striking resemblance to one another, the desire to claim victory spurred everyone into action. However, Hanzhu's thoughts were far removed from such trivial pursuits. In her youth, she had been driven to capture the finest game to bring glory to the duke's residence. But now she understood the futility of such endeavors. With the emperor's rallying words, the hunt began in earnest, with families dispersing into the woods. Hanzhu, along with Wei Zhao and Lu Guang, entered the forest as well. Wei Zhao hunted a few smaller game, not focused on winning, but rather on preparing roasted rabbit for Hanzhu that evening. By midday, they had only captured 2 wild rabbits. After returning for a meal, they ventured back into the woods. Compared to others, they appeared more as though they were on a spring outing. During the warmest part of the afternoon, drowsiness inevitably crept in. Hanzhu, feeling somewhat lethargic, remarked to Wei Zhao, "There is a small stream to the west. I would like to wash my face." Wei Zhao readily agreed, and the 3 of them turned their horses westward. The stream was crystal clear, and Hanzhu splashed water on her face while Wei Zhao and Lu Guang washed their hands. As Hanzhu wiped her face, she surveyed the surroundings and soon spotted a few figures approaching, seemingly intent on reaching the stream as well. Upon closer inspection, she recognized the crown prince, Xia Qingqi, accompanied by several attendants. Due to their elevated position, the stream's curvature, and the cover of foliage, Xia Qingqi and his party remained oblivious to Hanzhu and her companions. The crown prince was tall and striking, his robust physique lending him an air of solid strength. In contrast, Xia Qinglin and Xia Qingyan were of a more refined beauty, while Xia Qingqi's ruggedness set him apart. Although he lacked the intellect of Xia Qinglin, his straightforward demeanor and genuine heart endowed him with a certain earnestness. It is often said that royal birth demands a heart of steel, yet a sovereign devoid of compassion, regardless of brilliance, cannot be a wise ruler. However, in her previous life, Hanzhu had never witnessed whether he ultimately ascended the throne. Returning her thoughts to the present, Hanzhu glanced across the stream and indeed caught sight of a fleeting figure. "Crown Prince, be cautious." Suddenly, she cried out. At that moment, an arrow shot directly toward Xia Qingqi. Alerted by Hanzhu's voice, Xia Qingqi narrowly evaded the projectile, which grazed his arm as it flew past. "There's an assassin. You stay here and guard this place. I will pursue," Wei Zhao instructed Lu Guang, then dashed in the direction where the black-clad figure had vanished. Following the arrow's flight, Xia Qingqi's companions reacted quickly, surrounding him for protection while some joined Wei Zhao in the chase. Seeing the assassin flee, Xia Qingqi approached Hanzhu, clasping his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, County Master, for your timely warning. You have saved my life. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask." Hanzhu smiled lightly. It was merely a fortunate coincidence. However, you must conduct a thorough investigation regarding the spring hunt. Xia Qingqi nodded solemnly indeed. "I shall report to His Majesty." Previously, Hanzhu and Xia Qingqi had little interaction, having only encountered one another at banquets. After expressing his thanks, Xia Qingqi departed with his entourage, while Hanzhu returned with Lu Guang. The county master possesses remarkable insight. Even the captain and I failed to notice the assassin, Lu Guang remarked, filled with admiration. Ji Hanzhu smiled, attributing her awareness to mere chance. In her past life, she had informed Xia Chenglin about the crown prince's ambitions, which had led to a reckless attempt during the spring hunt, resulting in grave injuries to the crown prince. However, at that time, no evidence was found, and the case was ultimately concluded as an accidental injury from a stray arrow. In this life, she hoped Wei Zhao would capture the assassin. Upon returning to the main tent, Ji Hanzhu saw Xia Qingqi enter the emperor's quarters. She retreated to her own tent, sipping hot tea and nibbling on a pastry while awaiting Wei Zhao's return. Before long, a commotion outside signaled the return of Wei Zhao and Xia Qingqi's subordinates. After a brief announcement, they were quickly summoned by the emperor, who was already present. "Your Majesty, we encountered an assassin in the mountains. This individual possesses formidable skills. I engaged him in combat, but he escaped," Wei Zhao reported, kneeling on one knee and recounting the events accurately. The others also knelt, expressing their incompetence. "Is there any lead at all?" the emperor inquired with a stern expression. Wei Zhao conjectured, "I believe this individual was involved in the spring hunt, and during our struggle, I managed to wound his arm. If we inspect all martial artists, we may be able to identify the assassin." The emperor furrowed his brow, then investigate thoroughly. Allow no one to slip through the cracks. "Yes." Wei Zhao accepted the command and withdrew. In the evening, those who had gone hunting began to return. But the atmosphere was far from lively. A palpable tension hung over the hunting grounds. With the emperor's order, Wei Zhao was tasked with interrogating each returning individual. Although they were puzzled by the unfolding events, they complied without question. Xia Chenglin returned somewhat later, having had a bountiful hunt himself. He had captured a deer and an exceptionally rare snow fox. When Wei Zhao intercepted him, Xia Chenglin sat atop his horse, scrutinizing the standing Wei Zhao. "What do you intend to do, Captain Wei?" Wei Zhao bowed respectfully. "By the emperor's command, all male relatives must undergo a unified inspection. None shall be exempt." Xia Chenglin remained perched high upon his steed. "Since it was the will of His Majesty, we shall naturally comply. Proceed with your examination, Commander." Behind Xia Chenglin trailed 6 guards. Wei Zhao personally scrutinized their arms, and upon catching sight of one man's limb, his eyes narrowed slightly. Subsequently, he approached Xia Chenglin with a measured demeanor and requested that the Prince of Kong dismount. Xia Chenglin cast a glance at Wei Zhao before elegantly lifting his long robe and descending from his horse. Once Wei Zhao completed his inspection of Xia Chenglin's arm, he raised his hand, signaling that Xia Chenglin and his party were permitted to enter. With a composed look at Wei Zhao, Xia Chenglin strode confidently inside. Chapter 44. Why is it Ji Hanzhu again? Wei Zhao meticulously examined each individual who returned, and this endeavor consumed 2 hours, during which the night had already enveloped the sky. "Your Majesty, no suspicious individuals were found," Wei Zhao reported back to the emperor. Throughout this time, Xia Qingqi had been waiting patiently, while Xia Chenglin and others remained outside the main tent. It was evident that something had transpired today, and the ministers could not return home. The emperor glanced at Xia Qingqi. Despite the absence of the assassin, he had already formed suspicions. It was said that Hanzhu had discovered the assassin, and she must have been frightened as well. "Ensure you comfort her upon returning, and as for this matter, continue the investigation." "Understood." Tonight was meant to be a lively feast of roasted meat, yet it was entirely canceled due to the assassination attempt. Even the hunting expedition plan for the following day was called off, with a return to the capital scheduled for the early morning. As Wei Zhao followed Xia Qingqi out of the tent, Xia Qingqi, who held a degree of admiration for Wei Zhao, felt even more cordial towards him after Ji Hanzhu had saved his life. "Captain, you have worked hard today, and I owe my life to the county princess," Xia Qingqi expressed, clasping his hands in gratitude. Wei Zhao promptly returned the gesture, maintaining his usual indifferent demeanor. "Your Highness, you flatter me. It is my duty. And as for the county princess, her saving you was merely fate." Xia Qingqi smiled. "I shall host a banquet for you and the county princess another day." After saying this, Wei Zhao bowed again, and Xia Qingqi departed with his entourage. Their conversation was overheard clearly by Xia Chenglin, who lurked in the shadows. It was Ji Hanzhu who saved Xia Qingqi? Why must it be Ji Hanzhu again? Xia Chenglin's dark expression was concealed in the darkness, resembling a ghastly specter. Previously, among those who had attempted to steal weapons, one had been captured. He dispatched his most formidable assassin to silence him, only to receive unexpectedly revealing news. The individual had overheard that Wei Zhao had retrieved the weapons due to Hanzhu's guidance. Initially, he found this implausible. His meticulously crafted scheme had failed against Wei Zhao purely by coincidence. To validate his suspicions, he employed Yang Shuiying to approach Hanzhu and extract information from her, which confirmed his beliefs. Hanzhu was nothing more than a frivolous woman of the inner quarters. This time, he had sent his most skilled assassin to assassinate Xia Qingqi, only to face defeat at Hanzhu's hands once more. Was all this mere coincidence? This time, Xia Qinglin could no longer persuade himself otherwise. Fortunately, he had refrained from taking matters into his own hands, nor had he directed anyone else to do so. Otherwise, if Xia Qingqi had not been killed today, he would have faced dire consequences. Wei Zhao returned to his tent, where Hanzhu awaited her. Although the roasted meat feast had been cancelled, they could still dine together. That evening, Xia had roasted rabbit meat, prepared fish soup, and several side dishes, while Hanzhu eagerly anticipated Wei Zhao's return to share a meal. "You must be hungry. Come and eat," Hanzhu cheerfully beckoned Wei Zhao. Wei Zhao glanced at Hanzhu, then washed her hands before taking a seat. Hanzhu poured 2 cups of wine and inquired, "So, have the assassins been found?" Wei Zhao shook her head. Hanzhu felt no surprise whatsoever. In her previous life, the assassin had eluded capture, but without witnesses like herself and Wei Zhao, it was dismissed as a stray arrow. This time, however, it was evident that the assassination attempt was directed squarely at Xia Qingqi. Whether or not the assassin was apprehended bore little significance. The emperor, being astute, would surely deduce the perpetrator's identity. Previously, the emperor favored Xia Qinglin, drawn by his abilities and the influence of the Sun family. However, no one enjoys being restrained, especially not an emperor. While the emperor could tolerate the Sun family's past transgressions, an attempt on a prince's life was a grave matter. Both the Sun family and Xia Qinglin had unwittingly planted a thorn in the emperor's heart. Once embedded, this thorn would fester and become infected, eventually leading to decay. Although the assassin remained at large, I made a significant discovery. Wei Zhao gazed at Hanzhu with a faint smile. Hanzhu lifted her eyes. "I have identified the individual responsible for the massacre of Linner's family." Hanzhu's eyes sparkled with unexpected delight. "The culprit is a deputy general under Xia Chonglin named Yuan Dian, who is usually inconspicuous but possesses considerable skill. Yuan Dian bears a scar on his wrist, strikingly similar to the one Linner described. Now that we have identified the perpetrator, our task becomes much simpler." Hanzhu smiled, though her eyes held a glimmer of something Wei Zhao had never seen before. Captivated, Wei Zhao couldn't restrain his curiosity, asking, "Zhu, did you suspect someone would attempt to assassinate the crown prince?" Hanzhu raised an eyebrow, her gaze increasingly approving of Wei Zhao. "Indeed, I have my suspicions. I leaked the emperor's intention to establish a crown prince, and based on my understanding of him, he would undoubtedly act." Initially, Hanzhu had no intention of sharing this with Wei Zhao, but since he inquired, she felt no need to conceal the truth. Upon hearing her words, Wei Zhao's brow furrowed slightly, and the astonishment in his eyes was tinged with a subtle bitterness. She was becoming increasingly radiant, a transformation he found enchanting. Yet he knew Hanzhu well. She would never allow herself to be wronged and would retaliate tenfold if anyone dared to bully her. Furthermore, she remained indifferent to those she deemed unworthy of her concern. Her focused animosity towards Xia Chonglin suggested that he was an unforgettable presence in her life. Unaware of Wei Zhao's turmoil, Hanzhu sipped her drink, feeling exhilarated. "Xia Qinglin, once again you have lost." While Hanzhu and Wei Zhao celebrated their day's achievements with wine, Xia Qinglin found himself embraced by Lin Shuiying in a secluded grove. Initially, Lin Shuiying lacked the audacity to act so boldly, but upon seeing Xia Chenglin's despondency, she could not resist wrapping her arms around him. "Your Highness, I know your heart is as clear as the bright moon and gentle breeze. Yet this incident is clearly a ploy orchestrated by the crown prince to sow seeds of doubt in the emperor's mind. Xia Chenglin remained silent in her embrace. Ironically, it was he who had steered the situation in this very direction from the outset. Although Lin Shuiying may not come from a prestigious background, her bond with Ji Hanzhu, forged from their childhood together, is profoundly deep. Being by Ji Hanzhu's side often yields valuable insights. I understand your reluctance to engage in conflict. However, the current circumstances leave no room for passivity or inaction. Otherwise, you might find yourself ensnared by those with nefarious intentions. Lin Shuiying felt a genuine anger and heartfelt concern. She wished for the one she cherished to ascend to a position of power, a place that he rightfully deserved. I comprehend her sentiments, yet I feel utterly powerless. He is my elder brother, and I cannot resort to fratricide like him. Xia Chenglin spoke with unwavering conviction, perhaps even convincing himself of this absurdity. Chapter 45. Some seek to profit from others' misfortunes. Lin Shuiying lifted her head, gazing into Xia Chenglin's eyes, which glimmered with a hint of red. However, he had already taken action. In the future, should he ascend to the throne, he would certainly not tolerate the presence of the prince. Xia Chenglin furrowed his brow, consumed by anguish and conflict. Previously, Lin Shuiying had intended to assist Xia Chenglin in gathering intelligence, and now, with determination, she bit her lip and assured him, "Your Highness, do not worry. While I may be of little help in other matters, I can be of service regarding Hanzhu." Wei Zhao was deeply trusted by the emperor, and Ji Hanzhu enjoyed the emperor's favor. Valuable information would undoubtedly be obtainable from them. Yet, when she had sought Ji Hanzhu previously, it seemed to have irked her, prompting Lin Shuiying to ponder alternative approaches. If only she could enter the Duke of Dinghu's residence. A fleeting thought crossed Lin Shuiying's mind, causing her to tremble. After a moment of inner turmoil, she raised her gaze to Xia Chenglin once more, this time with tender affection. "Your Highness, I must confess, I have always held feelings for you. Even if I find myself beside another man in the future, I shall safeguard my virtue. I only hope that you do not disdain me." The surprise in Xia Chenglin's eyes flickered briefly before concern creased his brow as he asked, "Shuiying, what do you intend to do?" Lin Shuiying simply gazed at him. "Your Highness, is it permissible?" Xia Chenglin furrowed his brow deeply, grasping Lin Shuiying's shoulders. "Your sincerity shall not be met with betrayal." Receiving this affirming response, Lin Shuiying's heart soared with joy, and her gaze toward Xia Chenglin became increasingly bashful. Xia Chenglin then embraced her tightly. The spring hunt concluded in a hasty manner, and the following morning, various families began returning to the capital in succession. Upon Wei Zhao's return, he promptly entered the palace, while Ji Hanzhu strategized the forthcoming events. If the previous matters had been inconsequential to Xia Chenglin, the calamity of flooding loomed over him like a chronic ailment, threatening to claim not his life, but a significant part of it. Ji Hanzhu refrained from informing Linger about the discovery of the assailant, deciding to reveal it to her only when a plan was in place. Within a few days after the spring hunt, the emperor issued a decree proclaiming the eldest prince, Xia Qingqi, as the crown prince of the state of Chu. Despite Xia Chenglin's reluctance, he dared not act recklessly any longer. In the warm pavilion of the Sun residence, Sun Wenxian angrily smashed the teacup in his hand. Before others, Xia Chenglin appeared to be of superior stature, yet in the presence of Sun Wenxian, he could only acquiesce to his reprimands. After shattering the teacup, Sun Wenxian began to cough incessantly. "Grandfather!" Xia Chenglin stepped forward to assist Sun Wenxian in regaining his composure, but was halted by a raised hand. After several more coughs, Sun Wenxian finally regained his breath, reclining against the couch as his anger seemed to dissipate significantly. "Chenglin, I understand your discontent, but how can you be so impulsive? It is merely a position of crown prince. Throughout history, countless crown princes have been deposed. Why risk such great peril?" Xia Chenglin lowered his gaze, feeling no regret for orchestrating the assassination attempt. Rather, he lamented its failure. However, witnessing Sun Wenxian's demeanor, Xia Chenglin suddenly realized, had his grandfather foreseen this all along? Previously, he had inquired with Sun Wenxian, yet the latter remained silent, leading him to believe he had secured a favorable outcome. Sun Wenxian smirked, asserting that Xia Qingqi, being the legitimate eldest son, should naturally be designated as the crown prince. The emperor had long harbored dissatisfaction towards the Sun family. It was not merely due to the pressure surrounding the Ministry of Works that he would refrain from naming Xia Chenglin as the heir. This, indeed, was a consequence befitting Xia Chenglin as a descendant of the Sun lineage. Nonetheless, he firmly believed that human agency could alter circumstances. By the way, has the matter regarding those impostors in Changhe County who attempted to assassinate Wei Zhao and others been clarified? Xia Chenglin shook his head, indicating that those individuals had executed their plans so meticulously that not a single clue remained. Strangely, despite their failed assassination attempts, they had vanished without a trace. Sun Wensheng narrowed his eyes with a smile, suggesting that someone was evidently attempting to benefit from the chaos. Their people had indeed made 2 assassination attempts, albeit merely to attract the attention of Wei Zhao and Lord Wang, with no intention to kill them. However, another group suddenly emerged, genuinely intent on eliminating Wei Zhao and Lord Wang. This did not appear to be an act of vengeance. It seemed rather aimed at further muddling the waters. Do not waste your thoughts on Xia Qingqi. Instead, exercise caution regarding Wei Zhao and those who stand behind him, Sun Wensheng advised once more. Xia Chenglin nodded in agreement. Wei Zhao had always been a sharp arrow, yet previously he had been stationed at the border, with little interaction between them. Since his return to the capital, however, he had repeatedly thwarted their plans. One could only hope that Lin Shuiying would prove to be of some assistance. The day after the spring hunt, Hanzhu visited Zhao Wan. Zhao Wan was indeed unwell, perhaps owing to the capricious spring weather, having caught a chill. Upon seeing Hanzhu, a smile spread across her somewhat pallid face as she took her hand and ushered her inside. "Sister, you have always been in good health. How is it that you're so severely ill this time?" Hanzhu expressed her concern, noticing Zhao Wan's lackluster spirit. Zhao Wan managed to smile, though it appeared forced. "The weather has been unpredictable. I was careless." The maid, Xiao, brought tea for the 2 of them, her gaze toward Hanzhu laden with unspoken words. Zhao Wan glanced at Xiao, prompting the maid to lower her eyes and step aside. "I was hoping that once you recover, we could go out together to enjoy the spring," Hanzhu said, oblivious to the interaction between Zhao Wan and Xiao, simply wishing to lift Zhao Wan's spirits. "Indeed, I believe this illness shall pass within a few days," Zhao Wan replied cheerfully. Upon reflection, it had indeed been quite some time since they had ventured out together. After conversing for half an hour, Hanzhu took her leave, mindful of Zhao Wan's fatigue and not wanting to overstay her visit. Once Hanzhu departed, the smile faded from Zhao Wan's face, and a veil of sorrow enveloped her eyes. Why does the young lady not confide in the county lord? She is perceptive and kind. Perhaps she would offer a different perspective, Xiao remarked, noticing Zhao Wan's troubled expression, feeling disheartened herself. Alas, how could I burden her with this matter? I merely hope she does not sever our sisterly bond over it. There is no need for concern, for the county princess possesses a magnanimous heart. It is widely believed that her affections for Captain Wei are profound, suggesting she has moved on from Prince Kong. Zhao Wan shares this hope. Yet the furrow in her brow remains stubbornly unyielding. On the eve of the spring hunt, Zhao Wan overheard her parents' conversation. They had privately reached an agreement with concubine Sun, intending for Zhao Wan to wed Xia Chenglin as his princess. Although this matter has yet to be made public, their intentions seem unequivocally determined. Zhao Wan felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over her, chilling her to the core. She understood that her marriage was beyond her control, yet she could not fathom why it had to be Xia Chenglin. Why? She had always adhered to propriety, never daring to transgress, and even in her reluctance, she could only bury her feelings deep within. Indeed, that has always been her way. Chapter 46. A complete break. A few days later, Zhao Wan's health had significantly improved, prompting Hanzhu to invite her for a leisurely outing to the picturesque Yuhu Lake in Kyoto, renowned for its stunning scenery and expansive grassy fields. Yuhu Lake had long been a favored destination for springtime revelers. Coincidentally, Wei Zhao was on leave that day and accompanied Hanzhu, albeit from a distance. ensuring he did not intrude upon the intimate exchanges between Hanzhu and Zhao Luan. The more Zhao Luan observed Wei Zhao, the more she found him commendable. With a playful smile, she jested, "Look how considerate Wei Zhao is, guarding you while allowing you the freedom of space." Hanzhu turned to glance at Wei Zhao, her eyes twinkling with mirth and vitality. Indeed, he has always been quite exceptional. Zhao Luan, unfazed by Hanzhu's teasing, merely chuckled behind her hand, though a hint of envy flickered in her gaze. Hanzhu, noticing Zhao Luan's subtle shift, suddenly recalled something and nudged Zhao Luan's shoulder playfully. "Sister, being a year older than me, surely your family has begun to arrange a marriage for you?" Zhao Luan paused momentarily, casting a mock reproachful glance at Hanzhu. "Naturally, my marriage will be decided by my parents." Hanzhu's probing had been laced with a degree of caution, and she perceptibly noted Zhao Luan's slight change in demeanor. In her previous life, Zhao Luan's engagement to Xia Chenlin had been decided approximately a year later. Could it be that discussions of marriage were already underway? "Sister, what kind of future husband do you envision?" Zhao Luan's gaze darkened slightly as a vivid figure clad in fine attire flashed past her. She widened her eyes, realizing it was not merely an illusion. Hanzhu also heard the commotion, quickly turning to evade as Lin Zio's mischievous antics nearly caught her off guard. "Lin Zio, are you trying to run me down?" Hanzhu exclaimed, indignantly pointing at him. Lin Zio whistled cheerfully, "With a guardian like you beside me, how could I possibly harm you?" It was only then that Hanzhu noticed Wei Zhao at her side, his eyes casting a menacing glare at Lin Zio. As Hanzhu prepared to retort further, a thunderous sound of hooves interrupted them, causing everyone to turn. They beheld Lin Shuiying galloping towards Hanzhu, her horse seemingly out of control. Hanzhu's expression darkened, but Wei Zhao swiftly leaped forward, shielding her as they dodged the frenzied steed. "Get out of the way. The horse has gone mad," Lin Shuiying cried out as she approached. Once Hanzhu had safely moved aside, Lin Shuiying dismounted and rushed to her side, her face a mask of guilt. "Hanzhu, are you all right?" Hanzhu smirked sarcastically. "I'm perfectly fine. Otherwise, you would be staring at a corpse." Lin Shuiying, recognizing the irony in Hanzhu's words, feigned relief. However, she soon turned her admiration towards Wei Zhao, exclaiming, "Wei Xiaowei, your skills are truly impressive." This sudden shift in her demeanor caught everyone off guard. Hanzhu and Zhao Luan were taken aback, and even Wei Zhao furrowed his brow in surprise. Lin Zio approached, abruptly pulling Lin Shuiying's collar and drawing her aside. "You ought to commend your brother for his remarkable skills. Otherwise, you might have tumbled off your horse and broken your neck." Feeling humiliated by the public display, Lin Shuiying cast a shy glance at Wei Zhao. Hanzhu raised an eyebrow slightly. The past few days, Lin Shuiying had refrained from bothering her, suggesting she had devised some new scheme. With Lin Shuiying's presence, the atmosphere of their outing grew boisterous. Hanzhu and Zhao Luan soon lost interest and departed early. In the carriage on their way home, Hanzhu rested her chin on her hand, gazing at Wei Zhao. After a while, she could not help but exclaim, "Wei Zhao, your skills are truly impressive, and your handsome visage is as exquisite as jade. You are indeed a rare gem." Wei Zhao stiffened momentarily, looking at Hanzhu with confusion. Although he could not comprehend the reason behind her praise, he felt a heat rising to his cheeks. Observing his serious demeanor, Hanzhu chuckled softly. Wei Zhao was indeed quite charming. Suddenly, understanding dawned on Wei Zhao. He coughed into his fist, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Is Zhu upset?" Hanzhu, however, unexpectedly perched herself on his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. "Indeed, from now on, I shall be the only woman to admire you." Wei Zhao's eyes flickered, and after a moment, he simply replied, "All right." Hanzhu's pink lips curled into a smile. "You must remember what you said today, especially regarding Lin Shuiying. I noticed her gaze towards you was rather peculiar." With a smile in his eyes, Wei Zhao replied, "Yes, I shall remember." Satisfied, Hanzhu was unconcerned about Wei Zhao's feelings for Lin Shuiying. She merely feared the darkness lurking in the hearts of people, with treacherous methods ever abounding, hoping that Wei Zhao would not fall for Lin Shuiying's tricks. After all, From Wei Zhao's perspective, she and Lin Shuiying were long-standing friends. Ji Hanzhu pondered the possibility that Lin Shuiying harbored ulterior motives towards Wei Zhao, aiming to undermine their relationship or even act as an undercover agent in their midst. Yet, she could never have anticipated that Lin Shuiying would be so self-righteous and shameless. A few days after their spring outing, Lin Shuiying visited the Duke of Dinghua's residence seeking Ji Hanzhu, claiming it was for idle chatter. However, as their conversation progressed, Lin Shuiying began to cry. "Hanzhu, my family has found someone for me to marry, but I have no feelings for him. What should I do? Moreover, his family resides far from the capital, making it difficult for us to meet again." Ji Hanzhu did not look at Lin Shuiying, but instead observed the small buds emerging in the courtyard. "It is of no use for me to speak. I cannot dictate your marriage." Lin Shuiying stood up, grasping Ji Hanzhu's arm tightly. "You can help me, Hanzhu." Ji Hanzhu withdrew her arm. "How can I assist you?" Lin Shuiying wiped her tears. "I only wish to marry the one I love. Even if it means being a concubine, I would willingly accept that." Ji Hanzhu narrowed her eyes. "Hanzhu, I have never told you this, but I have always harbored feelings for Wei Zhao. It is only due to your presence that I have not expressed them. However, if I do not speak now, I shall never have another opportunity. Hanzhu, I beseech you, would you allow me to become a concubine for Wei Zhao?" As she spoke, Lin Shuiying grasped Ji Hanzhu's sleeve once more. Her words were imbued with deep emotion and a touch of vulnerability. Yet Ji Hanzhu could not help but chuckle at her demeanor. With a swift motion, she withdrew her sleeve, utterly severing the connection, showing no mercy. "Do you harbor feelings for Wei Zhao?" Lin Shuiying nodded. "Thus, you implore me to permit you to become a concubine of my husband?" Lin Shuiying glanced at Ji Hanzhu's expression and nodded again. Ji Hanzhu let out a cold laugh and hurled the teacup beside her. "Lin Shuiying, I truly did not anticipate that you could be so shameless." Chapter 47. Luring the snake out of its hole, Lin Shuiying was taken aback by Ji Hanzhu's furious outburst, her expression reflecting a mixture of astonishment and confusion. Regaining her composure, her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she implored, "Hanzhu, how can you speak of me in such a manner? I am aware that Wei Zhao is your husband, yet you have never harbored any affection for him. Your heart has always belonged to Prince Kong. Can you truly deny me this one wish? Who says I do not cherish Wei Zhao?" Lin Shuiying found herself genuinely stunned. Ji Hanzhu loved Wei Zhao. How could that possibly be? It was precisely because she knew of Ji Hanzhu's disdain for Wei Zhao that she believed her plan, albeit absurd, might still hold merit. She had contemplated other avenues, yet Wei Zhao was as impenetrable as ice. Her previous attempts had yielded no results, which is why she sought to exploit Ji Hanzhu's sentiments. Lin Shuiying forced a smile. "Hanzhu, I understand that Prince Kang's actions have deeply affected you, but you cannot claim to love Wei Zhao simply out of spite for my desires." Ji Hanzhu fixed her with a frigid glare, declaring, "Let me be unequivocally clear. I adore Wei Zhao and no one else. As for Xia Qinglin, he was merely a youthful folly, a moment of childish indiscretion. Furthermore, even if I did not love Wei Zhao, he remains my husband, while you covet the man of a dear friend and brazenly voice your intentions. It is utterly astonishing." Ji Hanzhu's words were sharp as daggers, and Lin Shuiying, who was merely performing, felt the sting of humiliation coursing through her. Ji Hanzhu offered her no opportunity for retort, her expression unyielding as she stated, "Since you exhibit such a blatant disregard for our bond, let us cease to be sisters from this moment forth. Please, take your leave." Lin Shuiying had not anticipated such a vehement reaction from Ji Hanzhu. Not only had her scheme failed, but now she had been cast aside as a friend. However, her pride would not allow her to submit so easily, especially after being so vehemently reproached. Thus, she cast a glance at Ji Hanzhu before turning on her heel and departing. She understood Ji Hanzhu well enough to know that after some time, she could approach Zhao Luan to mend fences, and all would be well. What Lin Shuiying could not foresee was that Ji Hanzhu had grown weary of her antics and was seizing this opportunity to sever ties. Even if she could not completely rid herself of this tenacious pest, she had no obligation to continue treating Lin Shuiying with kindness. In truth, Lin Shuiying's assertions were not entirely baseless. The Lin family was indeed seeking a suitable match for her. Upon returning home, having faced Ji Hanzhu's scorn, Lin Shuiying happened upon a matchmaker exiting her residence, instantly darkening her countenance as she strode inside. "Father, mother, cease your efforts. I refuse to marry," Lin Shuiying proclaimed with a stern expression. Lin Dong, a rugged man of simple nature, glared at her, bellowing, "What nonsense is this? What kind of girl refuses to marry?" In stark contrast, Lin Mu regarded her daughter with understanding, pulling her aside. "Do not argue with the child. Shuiying is merely jesting." Lin Dong scoffed. Yet he noticed Lin Shuiying's defiance as she stood her ground, indignantly asserting, "Regardless, I shall not wed. If I must marry in the future, it will only be to someone of my choosing." Lin Dong raised an eyebrow. "Look at you. This is the kind of child you have raised." Lin's mother protected Lin Shuiying, leaving Lin Dong with no choice but to scold her a couple more times before departing. Feeling quite aggrieved, Lin Shuiying wept in her mother's embrace. However, the matter between Lin Shuiying and Xia Chenglin remained a secret, even from Lin's mother. After shedding her tears and feeling somewhat relieved, Lin Shuiying returned to her courtyard. Just as she reached the entrance, she was intercepted by Lin Zhao. Holding a bamboo stick, he blocked her path, inquiring if she had someone in her heart. Lin Shuiying's eyes flickered, and she raised her chin defiantly, asserting that she did not. She simply did not wish to marry someone at random. Lin Zhao's brow twitched, warning her to suppress any inappropriate thoughts. A fleeting sense of guilt washed over Lin Shuiying, but she brushed aside the bamboo stick and continued on her way. After sending Lin Shuiying away, Ji Hanzhu found her days considerably quieter. Zhao Wan sensed that something was amiss between the two of them, prompting Ji Hanzhu to confide in her. Zhao Wan, upon hearing the news, felt both exasperated and helpless. Meanwhile, Wei Zhao and Lord Wang were making progress in investigating the flood disaster case. Lord Wang made another trip to Chang'e County, where he conducted a thorough examination of the old and family site, uncovering suspicious evidence. In the residence of the prefect, he discovered knife marks and even found a seal buried in the ground. Initially, it was presumed that he had fled with the seal. However, it now appeared otherwise. Upon returning, Lord Wang conferred with Wei Zhao and decided to report Ling Er's case to the emperor, contemplating that it might be time to close in on their quarry. Ji Hanzhu previously conceived a plan to draw the snake from its hole, which, although somewhat reckless, proved to be the most effective strategy. Thus, it was not long before news spread that Ling Er, being an orphan of the Chang'e County overseer, intended to travel to the capital with evidence to overturn the corruption case in Chang'e County. However, the locals remained oblivious to her true identity and whereabouts. This revelation ignited a flurry of discussions among the populace. The flood case had ostensibly been closed. Could it be that another truth lay hidden? Xia Chenglin and the Sun family, upon learning this news, found themselves increasingly restless. Moreover, they had previously uncovered that Ji Hanzhu had brought back a woman from Chang'e County, a woman who seemed to hold considerable importance to County Magistrate Sunday. Xia Chenglin sensed that this woman could pose a threat to him as well. "It was a failure on my part. Indeed, I did not see the child that day. I implore the prince to grant me an opportunity for redemption and allow me to eliminate her." Yuan Dian knelt on the ground, his face a mask of loyalty. Hearing this, Xia Chenglin's expression softened slightly. "Then I entrust this matter to you. Ensure it is executed cleanly this time." "Yes," Yuan Dian replied firmly. Locating individuals from Chang'e County was not overly difficult, and Xia Chenglin, suspecting Wei Zhao and Ji Hanzhu, decided to start his inquiries with them. His investigation revealed that Ji Hanzhu had indeed brought back a young girl from Chang'e County. Xia Chenglin's frustration peaked upon realizing it was Ji Hanzhu once again, his teeth nearly grinding in anger. "Did you ascertain how Ji Hanzhu located her?" he asked. "At the refugee camp," Yuan Dian responded. Xia Chenglin closed his eyes momentarily, plotting to seize an opportunity to act. Remember, it is imperative to secure the evidence. Xia Chenglin naturally assumed that the evidence pertained to Sun's threats against the inspector, thus deeming the destruction of this evidence paramount. Yuan Dian performed a bow and withdrew. Xia Chenglin began to reflect on the events of recent times. It seemed that ever since Ji Hanzhu wed Wei Zhao, Her demeanor had transformed. Furthermore, she persistently undermined his interests, one incident after another, leading him to entirely dismiss the notion of coincidence. Could it be due to Wei Zhao? Xia Chenglin pondered. Perhaps Ji Hanju's alteration was indeed influenced by Wei Zhao. He couldn't help but muse whether, had he married Ji Hanju back then, circumstances might have unfolded differently. While Xia Chenglin was lost in thought, the Duke of Dinghua's residence had already become ensnared in a meticulous web of intrigue. Chapter 48. Anticipating the show. Dear sister, do you truly believe we can apprehend the villains? Linger, aware of their elaborate scheme, had taken to sleeping in a different courtyard each night. Nevertheless, the thought of finally capturing the wrongdoers left her exhilarated and restless. Provided all goes as planned, there should be no issues, Ji Hanju remarked thoughtfully. Her concern lay in the possibility of capturing Yuan Dian, yet failing to ensnare Sun Wensheng or Xia Chenglin. In such a scenario, even if Yuan Dian remained obstinate, they could still find a willing scapegoat. This would merely result in the Sun family suffering losses without shaking their foundation. But who might the scapegoat be? This individual would need to hold a high position and possess some connections with the Minister of Works, Gong Sunling. While the Sun family had numerous representatives in court, the only ones who could compel Yuan Dian to act on their behalf appeared to be the Deputy Minister of War and perhaps the Minister of Revenue. If Xia Chenglin had to choose between the two, Ji Hanju found herself at a loss as to whom he might select. However, since he harbored intentions of an alliance with the Zhao family, it indicated that a connection with them still held significant potential. Yet what if Zhao's family, specifically Zhao Wan, were to suffer due to this matter? After all, such an event had not transpired in her previous life. Suddenly, Ji Hanju realized their plans were far from complete. On a night a few days later, the sky was overcast, void of stars and moon, as if it were brewing the season's first storm. During this period, the guards at the Duke's residence had significantly intensified their vigilance. After all, a performance must be executed flawlessly. However, in the latter half of the night, a shadow gracefully infiltrated the roof and stealthily made its way to Linger's quarters. Quietly entering the room, the figure advanced toward the silhouette on the bed. But after releasing an arrow, he soon realized he had fallen into a trap. The bed was empty, devoid of any presence. Reacting swiftly, he turned to flee, only to be met by a sword glinting ominously from the shadows. The two engaged in a brief skirmish, yet the cloaked assailant soon found himself increasingly fatigued, his vision beginning to blur. Aware of the presence of a sleeping draft in the room, he resolved to take his own life with the last of his strength. However, a sharp pain struck his head, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. At that moment, the room erupted with light as Wei Zhao sheathed his sword and instructed Lu Guang, "Search thoroughly and bind him before taking him to the dungeon." Lu Guang complied, stepping forward to remove the black cloth from the man's face, revealing none other than Yuan Dian. He then confiscated the poison hidden within Yuan Dian's teeth and thoroughly searched him, taking away all his possessions before escorting him below. Presumably, by dawn, Xia Chenglin would be informed of Yuan Dian's capture. However, he would certainly have his hands full by then. For the past few days, Wei Zhao had awaited Yuan Dian's arrival, leaving Ji Hanju to sleep alone. Upon waking, Bai Qiu approached with a beaming smile, collecting the bedding as she announced, "Miss, the fish has taken the bait." Ji Hanju stretched lazily. It was time to witness the unfolding drama. By the time Ji Hanju rose, Xia Chenglin had already completed his morning exercises. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he tossed a handkerchief to his personal attendant. "Has Yuan Dian returned?" he inquired. The attendant, eyes downcast in respect, replied, "No, he has not." Xia Chenglin narrowed his eyes, contemplating that Yuan Dian had now become a discarded pawn. He harbored no fears that Yuan Dian would betray him. After all, he had previously saved Yuan Dian's life, and the latter was fiercely loyal to him. Nevertheless, since Yuan Dian was ostensibly under his command, he could not extricate himself from the matter. Should it truly come to that, he would likely have to seek a scapegoat. At this moment, Xia Chenglin remained remarkably composed until one of his subordinates rushed in, wearing a notably distressed expression. "What is the cause of your agitation?" he inquired. The subordinate suddenly knelt down, trembling slightly in fear of Xia Chenglin's wrath. Your Highness, there is a rumor circulating. What rumor? Xia Chonglin furrowed his brow. The subordinate shuddered anew, relaying the information. They're saying that the previous batch of weapons was seized by your highness. Xia Chonglin's eyes darkened. What did you say? The subordinate buried his head in the ground and recounted the events of the previous night verbatim. Last night, I went to Chunfeng Tower merely for amusement, but I overheard discussions within, claiming that on the preceding days, Minister Liu had visited Chunfeng Tower, intoxicated, and asserted that your highness had seized the batch of weapons. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Xia Chonglin's grim gaze. Lu Xiao. Indeed, upon hearing this, Xia Chonglin kicked over a nearby stone chair. Summon Lu Xiao to me at once. Yes. The subordinate complied, not daring to lift his head as he exited. During the morning court session, Wei Zhao brought Yuan Dian, along with Ling Er and Zirue, to expose the matter fully to the light of day. Ling Er recounted the tragic fate of her family, while Zirue spoke of the misfortunes befalling the family. Coupled with the captured Yuan Dian, everything pointed to the existence of suspicious elements in the Chang'e County case. Although the emperor had long been aware of the situation and had permitted Wei Zhao to act freely, his countenance turned pale with rage upon seeing that the apprehended individual was Yuan Dian. Well done, Sun family. Well done, Xia Chonglin. Yuan Dian, if you confess truthfully, I may spare your life. The emperor sat in his elevated position, exuding an air of authority. Yet, Yuan Dian maintained a taut expression, uttering not a single word. The emperor, infuriated, struck the armrest of the dragon throne. Summon Prince Kong. At the mention of Prince Kong, Yuan Dian's demeanor remained unchanged. Before long, Xia Chonglin arrived in haste. Upon observing the atmosphere in the court, he exhibited surprise, but nonetheless greeted everyone with the utmost propriety before inquiring, "Has father summoned me for some pressing matter?" The emperor pointed to Yuan Dian. "You recognize this man, do you not?" Xia Chonglin glanced at Yuan Dian and acknowledged. "Of course, he is a deputy general under my command." The emperor sneered coldly. "He infiltrated the Duke of Dinggua's residence last night, intending to commit murder and silence witnesses. Are you aware of this?" Xia Chonglin's expression shifted dramatically, and he immediately knelt. "Murder and silencing witnesses? I truly know nothing of this." The emperor's countenance remained unchanged. "Your Majesty, although Yuan Dian is nominally under Prince Kong, he has previously served other masters, and those who can command his loyalty are not limited to Prince Kong alone. Indeed, I implore your Majesty to discern. Prince Kong is virtuous and upright. How could he possibly engage in such deeds?" In the imperial court, the members of the Sun faction began to advocate for Xia Chonglin. However, no matter how fervently they spoke, the emperor's countenance remained unchanged. At that moment, Yuan Dian, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. "This matter concerns no prince. It is merely my own selfish desire." "Then pray tell, what have you done?" Yuan Dian's expression remained impassive. "Initially, I was serving Governor In, but upon discovering that the descendants of the supervising historians still lived, I contemplated silencing them." "Do you take us for fools? And Hongye's guilt has been established. There is no need for your silence." In the face of this inquiry, Yuan Dian chose to remain silent. Chapter 49. Wei Zhao, do you lack a heart? Yuan Dian's excuses were indeed flimsy and lacked credibility. However, after stating his piece, he fell silent. The emperor, incensed, handed Yuan Dian over to the Ministry of Justice, instructing Lord Wang and Wei Zhao to interrogate him, determined to extract some truth. Meanwhile, Xia Chonglin remained kneeling, his posture neither servile nor arrogant, as if burdened by numerous grievances. The emperor glanced at Xia Chonglin. His tone, though not as frigid as before, had lost its previous warmth. "You may rise. Regardless of your involvement, Yuan Dian is under your command, and you bear a certain responsibility. Indeed, my son has been remiss. I shall assist in uncovering the truth," Xia Chonglin replied. The emperor responded gravely, allowing Xia Chonglin to rise. After the court session, Wei Zhao approached Xia Chonglin with purposeful strides. "Your Highness, I kindly request your presence at the Ministry of Justice." Xia Chonglin regarded Wei Zhao, his brows subtly furrowed. Yet he remained silent and proceeded to follow. Upon arriving at the Ministry of War, Wei Zhao courteously invited Xia Chenglin to a position of honor before inquiring. Might I ask, Your Highness, when did you first become acquainted with Yuan Dian, and when did he commence his duties under your command? Also, are you aware of Yuan Dian's past experiences? Though Wei Zhao appeared respectful, his tone and demeanor resembled that of an interrogator. Xia Chenglin clenched his fist discreetly. Knowing he could not afford to lose his temper, having just pledged to cooperate with the investigation. Taking a steadying breath to compose himself, he replied coolly, I do not recall precisely, but there are records of when Yuan Dian began working with me. As for his previous affairs, I am even less informed. You may inquire directly with him. Wei Zhao, diligently taking notes, lifted his gaze at this. Your Highness, you currently command Yuan Dian. Therefore, if I were to suspect your involvement in this matter, I presume you would not voice any objections? Xia Chenlin's eyes darkened. Wei Zhao, you are exceedingly bold. Wei Zhao merely smirked. Your Highness may report me to His Majesty. While there is no evidence, Xia Chenglin understood that the emperor would harbor suspicions about him. Even if they knew he was behind it, what could they truly prove? Regardless, the charade must continue. Thus, Xia Chenglin suppressed his fury and continued to endure Wei Zhao's inquiries. The two exchanged banter for well over half an hour before Wei Zhao finally stood. Your Highness may take your leave for now. Xia Chenglin rose and regarded Wei Zhao with a sudden, mocking smile. Approaching him closely, he whispered, You engage in this charade solely because I am favored by Hanzhu. What of it that you are her husband? With but a beckon, she would joyfully come to my side. Ah, and I presume you are well aware of our past. Wei Zhao's indifferent expression remained unchanged. Is that so? Then your Highness may put it to the test. As for the past, I value the future far more. The mocking smile on Xia Chenglin's face vanished, his gaze darkening as he turned to leave. Having returned from the Ministry of Justice, he was enveloped in a dreadful gloom, and at that moment, it was Liu Xiao who should be most fearful. Liu Xiao had been waiting anxiously, and upon seeing Xia Chenglin's return, he fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. Your Highness, I was merely speaking nonsense while intoxicated. I cannot even recall what I said. Xia Chenglin flicked his robe and seated himself. You cannot remember? Is a mere claim of forgetfulness sufficient to absolve you? The matter, which had been conducted with utmost secrecy, had not leaked a word even when a live witness was captured, yet it was betrayed by one of their own. Liu Xiao had previously frequented those places of indulgence, deeming it harmless, but now he realized how perilous such indulgences could be. Liu Xiao, do you recognize your mistake? Xia Chenglin's tone remained relatively calm, leaving Liu Xiao uncertain of his intent. Although matters of the pleasure quarters could often be dismissed as mere hearsay, exposure had nonetheless occurred. I'm aware of my error. Liu Xiao bowed his head. Since you acknowledge your fault, you must make amends. Please guide me, Your Highness. Xia Chenglin tapped his fingers on the table, addressing the matter of the floods. Liu Xiao was taken aback and suddenly raised his head. He was unaware of the events transpiring in the court, yet he was well aware of the floods. The realization struck him as he looked incredulously at Xia Chenglin, understanding that he had been forsaken. However, the Sun family still had others, while the Ministry of War had only him, his hard-fought position at stake. Perhaps the shock in Liu Xiao's eyes prompted Xia Chenglin to sigh. It was unavoidable. You were chosen due to your connection with Yuan Dian, who had previously served in the Ministry of War, and your enmity with Gongsun Ling provided justification for this choice. Liu Xiao recognized the truth in this, wishing to defend himself, yet the words faltered on his lips. Indeed, in the end, he lowered his head, feeling utterly drained. Xia Chenglin was satisfied with his response. Rest assured, we will care for your family. Liu Xiao understood that Xia Chenglin had made up his mind, and thus he said nothing further, departing in a daze. He knew that everything he currently possessed was due to the Sun family, yet he had sacrificed much for them. He did not wish for his life to end, but he felt powerless. Should he refuse, his family would suffer the consequences. Meanwhile, Wei Zhao returned home to find Hanzhu engaged in lively conversation with Ling and the others, their spirits high. The most delighted were Ling and Jirue, as they were on the verge of vindicating their families. Wei Zhao refrained from interrupting, merely nodding slightly at Hanzhu before entering the room. Hanzhu paid him no mind and continued chatting for a while before returning. only to find Wei Zhao had already packed his belongings and was preparing to leave. Why are you doing this? Hanzhu blocked his path. What is the reason for your departure? Wei Zhao's expression was frosty. I feel it inappropriate to reside with you. Mississippi Hanzhu raised an eyebrow. Miss, what has provoked you? What troubles you? Who has wronged you? Wei Zhao maintained a stern expression, asserting, no, I merely wish to return to the position that rightfully belongs to me. What position? Hanzhu inquired, advancing closer. During this period, Wei Zhao had shown the slightest signs of thawing, so why had he suddenly reverted? As the lady, I serve as the servant. That is where I ought to be. Hanzhu felt a pang of anger in her chest at his words. Wei Zhao, do you possess no heart? Wei Zhao's gaze flickered, slowly turning towards Hanzhu. Yet, has the lady repeatedly sought to humiliate me intentionally? Is it amusing to you? Caught off guard by his inquiry, Hanzhu found herself laughing in exasperation. She seized Wei Zhao's collar, rose on her toes, and fiercely bit his lip. Indeed, I am humiliating you. Chapter 50. The ferocious-eyed Wei Zhao lowered his head, locking eyes with Hanzhu at close range. His chest heaved violently, and his gaze held a faint redness, akin to a tempest of rage, yet it seemed he was also struggling to suppress something within. Hanzhu swallowed hard, instinctively attempting to retreat, but Wei Zhao's large hand clamped down on her waist. In the next moment, he pivoted, placing her upon the nearby table. Seated there, Hanzhu found herself encircled by Wei Zhao's arms, his hands firmly positioned on either side of her. Not only that, but Wei Zhao also leaned in closely, his expression bearing a countenance Hanzhu had never witnessed before. Is all this merely a means to exact vengeance on Xia Chenglin? He croaked, finally breaking the silence. Hanzhu paused. Indeed, her motives were rooted in revenge. Yet, a realization struck her. Wei Zhao remained oblivious to her resentment. He only understood the pain of being forsaken by Xia Chenglin. I truly seek to retaliate against him, but not out of affection. I have long ceased to harbor feelings for him, or perhaps I never did. Wei Zhao's demeanor did not soften in response to her words. His brows knitted tightly. I do not mind if you use me to avenge Xia Chenglin, but I will not accept that you exploit me merely because you have feelings for him. Zhu, the human heart is intricate. The more one possesses, the more one desires. His subsequent words brushed against Hanzhu's ear, the warmth of his breath sending shivers down her spine. Hanzhu bit her lip gently. Did Xia Chenglin say something to you? Wei Zhao remained silent, instead wrapping his arm around her slender waist. If you do not harbor feelings for Xia Chenglin, then do you care for me? Since Hanzhu had first kissed him, he initially dismissed it as a form of humiliation. Yet gradually, other notions began to take root in his mind, such as whether Hanzhu might, even slightly, have feelings for him. He posed the question with solemnity, and Hanzhu could see her reflection in the depths of his dark pupils. Her lips quivered, and Wei Zhao pressed on. Just a simple affection. Hanzhu found herself momentarily speechless, lost in a fleeting daze. She believed she indeed held feelings for Wei Zhao. Yet her initial kindness towards him had stemmed from a desire to make amends. Seeing Hanzhu hesitate, Wei Zhao couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating laugh. Indeed, how could she, who so despises me, suddenly come to like me? Even he found it hard to believe. Wei Zhao rose and turned to leave. Once he was gone, Hanzhu snapped back to reality, feeling a pang of regret. Why hadn't she confessed her feelings for him? She truly liked him. Even if her affection didn't match the intensity of Wei Zhao's, she could cultivate her love for him, piece by piece, growing fonder of him each day. With this thought, Hanzhu leapt off the table, ready to pursue him, only to find his departing figure swiftly re-entering the room. He closed the door with a decisive motion, pinning her against the doorframe. Hanzhu's almond-shaped eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Wei Zhao in confusion. Yet he said nothing. With unwavering determination, he pressed forward and captured her lips in a fervent kiss. Hanzhu was taken aback. Wei Zhao's kiss was a far cry from the fleeting pecks she had previously bestowed. She was unaware that the usually reserved and easily flustered Wei Zhao harbored such a passionate side. His domineering advance consumed her breath, leaving Hanzhu utterly breathless. though Wei Zhao's firm embrace around her waist prevented her from collapsing entirely. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as Hanzhu felt her lips tingle, and only then did Wei Zhao release her. His rough fingertips gently caressed her lips, his voice husky and low. "This is what I claimed." Hanzhu gazed at him with glistening eyes, wondering if he still intended to move away. She thought perhaps he was no longer angry. However, she was taken aback when Wei Zhao simply replied with a non-committal whom Hanzhu was stunned. "Are you really going to move?" Wei Zhao released her and took his meticulously packed suitcase, departing without another word. Hanzhu was left in confusion, pondering the meaning of his earlier kiss. Yet, the thought of her feelings for Wei Zhao being so disproportionate quelled her irritation. Yes, she would grow to like Wei Zhao more and more. Wei Zhao returned to his previous room, his mind preoccupied with the kiss rather than tidying up. As he reflected, a smile crept upon his lips. He then retrieved a silk pouch from his pocket, the very one he had shared with Hanzhu on their wedding night. He had kept it close, occasionally taking it out to gaze upon it, as if it contained all his hopes and future aspirations. Hanzhu assumed Wei Zhao was still upset, but aside from moving out, he was unchanged, even privately calling her Zhu as before. Perhaps the male heart was indeed complex. That day, upon returning from the Ministry of Justice, Wei Zhao found Yuan Dian in a state of despair, refusing to eat or drink, seemingly resigned to death. After changing out of his bloodstained clothes, he recalled Hanzhu's craving for roasted venison and decided to personally prepare some for her in the kitchen. Having lived at the frontier, Wei Zhao had acquired some culinary skills, though his specialty lay in grilling meat. In the evening, he brought the roasted meat to Hanzhu, who joyfully produced a bottle of wine to share with him. Wei Zhao readily indulged her. After savoring several pieces of meat and sharing a few cups of wine, Hanzhu looked at him with a satisfied expression, saying earnestly, "Wei Zhao, I like you a little more today than I did yesterday." Wei Zhao nearly choked on his drink, his ears flushing crimson. Hanzhu smiled, resembling an enchanting little kitten. "Tomorrow, Lord Wang will send someone to search Yuan Dian's residence again. I suspect Lu Xiao will make an appearance," Wei Zhao stated with utmost seriousness. "Indeed, your strategy is quite clever. Lu Xiao was never a good person. Making him the scapegoat is hardly unjust. Moreover, it is possible they are inadvertently aiding him." Previously, Hanzhu had hoped for Xia Chunlin to choose Lu Xiao, and when she shared her thoughts with Wei Zhao, she was surprised to learn that he had already taken action. Not only that, but he had also devised his next move. Wei Zhao found himself unable to withstand Hanzhu's unwavering gaze, and the sight of her alluring crimson lips left him parched. Thus, Wei Zhao excused himself, claiming to be satiated, and departed prematurely. Hanzhu smiled softly and took another sip of wine. The following day, as anticipated by Wei Zhao, Lord Wang's men uncovered new evidence at Yuan Dian's residence. This evidence unequivocally indicated that Lu Xiao was the mastermind behind Yuan Dian's actions. Lu Xiao was swiftly taken to the Ministry of Justice. Initially, he refused to confess, but as the evidence mounted and Yuan Dian's testimony corroborated the charges, Lu Xiao was compelled to admit his guilt. Given the gravity of the case, after Lu Xiao's confession, Lord Wang presented all the evidence and testimonies to the emperor for his review. Upon perusing the documents, the emperor let out a cold snort, remarking on how meticulously the matter had been handled. Chapter 51. Clinging to Xia Chunlin, both the emperor and Lord Wang were acutely aware that this affair was orchestrated by the Sun family. However, the Sun family's deep-rooted influence made it exceedingly difficult to eradicate them entirely. Nonetheless, the emperor's resolve to undermine the Sun family's power remained unwavering. "Bring him forth. I shall interrogate him personally." The following day, Lu Xiao and Yuan Dian were once again brought before the court, subjected to questioning in the presence of the civil and military officials. Upon seeing the emperor, Lu Xiao, though resigned to his fate, felt a tremor of anxiety. Xia Chunlin was also present, standing there like an outsider. Lu Xiao glanced at him briefly before quickly averting his gaze. "Lu Xiao, do you acknowledge your crimes?" Kneeling there, Lu Xiao prostrated himself, proclaiming, "The guilty minister acknowledges his sins. You claim to have a grudge against the Minister of Works. Are such trivial matters sufficient to incite you to commit such acts? Lu Xiao had prepared his response. Your Majesty, my grievances with Minister Gongsun are not so simple. Years ago, I took liberties with a woman in the streets. She was none other than the daughter of Minister Gongsun. Later, when I sought to marry her, he berated me and expelled me from his household. The Emperor's beard trembled with fury. It was well known that Lu Xiao had a penchant for women. Yet none could have anticipated his descent into such absurdity. Confess candidly, did you orchestrate this scheme alone, or was there someone who directed you? Lu Xiao's spine stiffened, and he fell silent for a moment. Xia Qinglin's brow furrowed slightly. Speak, the Emperor commanded sternly. And no. Fool, were you not speaking fluently just moments ago? Why do you stammer now? Lu Xiao buried his head even lower. In a fit of anger, the Emperor ordered, take him away and execute him. This was the imperial palace. The Emperor sat above, and any execution could occur at a moment's notice, without waiting until autumn. Realizing his life was drawing to a close, Lu Xiao suddenly rose, crawling towards Xia Qinglin, weeping and pleading, Your Highness, save me. Xia Qinglin's expression darkened, a fleeting shadow crossing his eyes. Your Highness, please save me. You know I did not commit these acts. It was you who compelled me to take the blame, and you conspired with Minister's son. Lu Xiao's words struck like thunder, reverberating throughout the grand court, eliciting varied reactions from the assembled ministers. Xia Qinglin's countenance soured. Lu Xiao, cease your nonsense. When have I ever engaged in such deeds? Do not attempt to shift blame recklessly. But Lu Xiao appeared resolute. You know best whether I am fabricating lies. It was you who instructed Yuan Dian to threaten the lives of the Shi family, to cover up your own misdeeds, and you deliberately left vulnerabilities in the dam. You were also responsible for the extermination of Governor N's family, creating a false pretense for their flight. Furthermore, you orchestrated the assassination of the Shi family to silence them, and sent assassins after Inspector Wang and Wei Zhao to ensure they discovered the dam's issues, all to discredit Minister Gongsun and elevate your own allies. Yuan Dian furrowed his brow, glaring fiercely at Lu Xiao. The secret he had sworn to protect was now laid bare. Father, Lu Xiao speaks utter nonsense, I assure you. I have never committed such acts. Indeed, Your Majesty, this is entirely a one-sided account from Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao, do you have any evidence to support your slander against Prince Kong? Members of the Sun faction began to defend Xia Qinglin. Lu Xiao possesses no evidence, yet he persists in his accusations. I lack proof, but I am aware that the previous batch. Lu Xiao, you must understand that if you are honest and forthcoming, perhaps His Majesty will spare your family from harm. However, should you continue to make baseless allegations, beware of the consequences that may befall you. Although Xia Qinglin's words seemed to counsel Lu Xiao, they were, in essence, a veiled threat. Lu Xiao smiled, recognizing that using family as leverage is indeed a familiar tactic of Prince Kong. Xia Qinglin's countenance darkened, filled with a desire to eliminate Lu Xiao on the spot. Lu Xiao, continue with your previous remarks. What else do you know? The Emperor disregarded Xia Qinglin and continued his inquiry. Lu Xiao addressed the Emperor, stating that he also knew the previous batch of weapons was seized by agents of Prince Kong. At this revelation, the assembly collectively gasped, save for Wei Zhao, who appeared unfazed. In truth, the misdeeds of Xia Qinglin and the Sun family were numerous. Yet previously, they were primarily offenses of collusion for personal gain, lacking the gravity of these two accusations. The Emperor glared at Xia Qinglin, demanding, what do you have to say? Xia Qinglin knelt, maintaining his composure. Father, I have committed no such acts. Yuan Dian is in your employ, and few are privy to the route of those weapons. Qinglin, you have greatly disappointed me. Xia Qinglin's eyes lifted defiantly. Father, I am truly wronged. Even if you seek to punish me, there must be evidence. Otherwise, I am indeed a victim of injustice. The Emperor glanced at Minister Wang, sighed heavily, appearing suddenly aged. Let us end proceedings for today. Take both of them into custody and ensure they are closely monitored. Upon returning to the study, the Emperor was accompanied by Minister Wang and Wei Zhao. This was an opportune moment to weaken the Sun family, should evidence be found. Their downfall would be inevitable. The Emperor instructed Minister Wang to investigate Xia Qinglin, even bestowing upon him the imperial sword. Minister Wang and Wei Zhao proceeded to Xia Qinglin's residence to conduct a search, which he could not resist. The group searched the Prince Kang's residence for half a day. Although they found no direct evidence linking Xia Qinglin to the conspiracy of flooding or the theft of weapons, they uncovered other incriminating materials. No matter how meticulous Xia Qinglin was, there would always be oversights. These findings contained evidence of his illicit financial dealings and his murderous schemes to eliminate rivals, sufficient to warrant severe repercussions. Upon witnessing this evidence, the emperor chose not to strip Xia Qinglin of his title, but instead confined him within Prince Kang's estate, barring any visitors. In the following days, the court was tumultuously shaken by matters concerning Xia Qinglin, a fervor not seen even during the establishment of the crown prince. The emperor, with decisive authority, punished several members of the Sun faction who had defended Xia Qinglin, restoring a semblance of order to the court. Although Sun Wensheng had not attended court for some time, he remained acutely aware of the political landscape and recognized that the emperor's primary focus was on the Sun family. The Sun family and Xia Qinglin are inherently intertwined. Without the Sun family, Xia Qinglin and his mother would not have reached their current standing. Conversely, it is precisely due to the Sun family that Xia Qinglin was not appointed as the crown prince. If the Sun family were to lose Xia Qinglin, what significance would their decades of accumulation hold? A few days later, Sun Wensheng was assisted into the palace. It had been quite some time since he last entered. He had heard that a couple of days prior, Consort Sun had pleaded on behalf of Xia Qinglin, inciting the emperor's wrath, resulting in her demotion to a lesser rank. However, this was entirely within his expectations. Sun Wensheng, trembling, made his way to the imperial study, having received prior notice to enter directly. Dismissing those who supported him, he approached the emperor alone, preparing to pay his respects. Chapter 52. Returning home in old age. Sun Xiang, please dispense with the formalities and take a seat. The emperor gestured toward Sun Wensheng from behind the expansive desk. This had always been Sun Wensheng's treatment. However, this time he did not sit down. Instead, he bowed slightly, paying his respects to the emperor as an elder statesman. Sun Xiang, how is your health faring? Sun Wensheng smiled, the wrinkles on his face gathering together. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. This old minister is nearing the end of his days. There's not much time left for me. With that, he gradually knelt down, expressing his contrition for the matters concerning the court. The young King Kong has acted impulsively. I am willing to accept punishment on his behalf. Although Sun Wensheng did not articulate his thoughts explicitly, both he and the emperor understood each other perfectly. The emperor stood, contemplating. Sun Xiang, have you made your decision? I have considered it thoroughly, and I bear no resentment towards any punishment, replied the old minister. The emperor gazed at his stooped back, and, after a moment of reflection, acknowledged, given your advanced age, it is time for you to retire and return home. Thank you, Your Majesty, Sun Wensheng exclaimed, bowing low. Upon exiting the imperial study, he was met by Consort Sun, now known as Sun Pin. Though she had always maintained her appearance well, the recent events concerning Xia Qinglin had visibly drained her. Father, what did the emperor say? Sun Wensheng simply replied, I am of advanced years and have petitioned the emperor for retirement. From now on, you and Qinglin must take care of yourselves. With that, he was assisted away slowly. It was only then that Sun Pin comprehended the gravity of the situation. She watched her father's retreating figure, covering her mouth as silent tears streamed down her face. She understood that her father had safeguarded Xia Qinglin with the strategic foresight he had cultivated over half a lifetime. There would no longer be a Sun family capable of shielding him from a storm. Yet, there was still her and King Kong. As long as her son remained safe, there would be hope for a turnaround. Sun Pin understood this truth. Thus she merely watched her father's silhouette grow fainter as he departed. With Sun Wensheng's departure, turmoil once again engulfed the court. The emperor seized this opportunity to eradicate the Sun faction, aspiring to restore a sense of tranquility within the court. However, the Sun family's roots ran too deep. Complete eradication would not occur overnight. Gong Sunling, the Minister of Works, was released, as the emperor intended to reinstate him. Yet, Gong Sunling declined the offer. Following these events, He wished only to return to his hometown and spend his remaining years in peace. Before leaving, he recommended his subordinate and disciple, the 20-year-old Yu Jiao, to assume the position of minister. The emperor consented. Furthermore, the emperor issued a decree exonerating the family, though he made no mention of the historical oversight. Upon seeing the notice posted in the streets, Ziru could not help but weep. Though she had done nothing significant, she had truly helped to vindicate the family. The family was innocent. Yet, after the initial joy, she felt sorrowful. The kind-hearted Ming was forever gone. Linger accompanied Ziru to the street, and although she recognized most of the characters, after several readings, she failed to find her father's name mentioned. Ziru, does this notice not include everything? Why isn't my father's name here? Linger questioned, perplexed. Ziru wiped her tears away. She had previously paid little attention to the matter, but upon hearing Linger's words, she scrutinized it again and indeed found no mention of the supervising inspector. In truth, both Ziru and Linger were not well versed in the details of the case. They only knew that their family members had been wronged, all innocent victims. Confused, Ziru noticed Linger could hardly contain herself and hurriedly returned to the Duke of Dinghua's residence to seek out Hanzhu. Surely, the emperor must have forgotten her father's plight. Upon hearing Linger's concerns, Hanzhu immediately grasped the situation. Please do not be anxious. Sit down and have some tea. We shall discuss this slowly. Although Linger was restless, she obediently took a seat. Hanzhu poured tea for them before continuing. Linger, your family was indeed harmed by Yuandian. They used your family's lives to coerce your father into substituting inferior materials and left weaknesses in the dam. I understand your father's actions. Many are left with no choice when it comes to their loved ones. However, those who perished in the flood, those who lost their kin, are also innocent. We cannot presume to forgive in their stead. Do you understand? Linger stared blankly at Hanzhu, and after a long pause, she whispered, so, the dam has collapsed is truly related to my father. I assent it? Hanzhu nodded slowly. He did this for us, correct? Linger pressed forter. Hanzhu nodded once more. Linger fell silent, bowing her head, lost in thought. Hanzhu gently patted her head, wishing to shield her from such burdens. Ziru also encouraged Linger, urging her to live well. After a considerable time, Linger finally lifted her head, managing a smile. I know many people criticize my father. He may not be a good supervising inspector, but he is a good father. I will not resent him, nor will I blame myself. I know what I must do. Hanzhu did not inquire about her plans, but offered her a warm smile. I believe in you. Turning her attention to Ziru, Hanzhu asked, now that this matter is settled, what are your future plans? The emperor has awarded each of you 100 taels. If you wish to leave for other ventures or remain in the estate, it is entirely up to you. Ziru pondered this. She was unfamiliar with the capital, and Hanzhu was someone she trusted. Yet, she yearned to live independently. I wish to settle in the capital and engage in small trade, Ziru replied. However, there was one aspect of the Duke of Dinghua's residence that unsettled her, Lu Guang. She could not forget the incident in Chongning County, though she had not confided in anyone. Even when Lu Guang encountered her, he wore a smile. Do not worry, I will be here. No one will trouble you, Hanzhu assured her with a smile. Having arranged for Ziru's future, Linger grew anxious. What about me, sister county princess? Hanzhu replied. You shall stay here to continue your studies. I will keep the 100 taels for you and give it to you when you come of age. Linger readily agreed, her face lighting up with joy as she exclaimed. All right. As Hanzhu arranged accommodations for Linger and Zihu, Lin Shuiying found herself at Xia Qinglin's residence for the third time. Although Sun Wensheng had already resigned from his official duties and returned to his hometown, the emperor had yet to release Xia Qinglin. Dear officer, please allow me just a moment inside. I wish to glimpse Xia Qinglin, Lin Shuiying implored, slipping silver coins into the guard's hand. However, the guard firmly rebuffed her, stating, the emperor has decreed that no one may visit. If you do not depart, do not blame us for imprisoning you. Lin Shuiying's maid, feeling apprehensive, tugged at her sleeve. But Lin Shuiying, in her agitation, shrugged her off. The prince had been confined for quite some time, and she was genuinely anxious about his well-being. After a moment of contemplation, she resolved to return home to seek assistance from her father or Lin Zhao. Chapter 53. I will make you kneel before me upon returning home. Lin Shuang hurried to the training grounds in search of Lin Dong, who, at this hour, should have returned from the military camp. Indeed, upon arriving at the training arena, she found Lin Dong engaged in a sparring match with Lin Zhao. Both wielded blades. Lin Dong's strikes were fierce and direct, while Lin Zhao exhibited a more agile style. The father and son often exchanged blows for practice. Yet today their engagement was abruptly interrupted by Lin Shuang. Father, brother, please cease at once. I have something of great importance to discuss, Lin Shuang exclaimed, her urgency palpable as she approached them. Lin Dong's blade nearly grazed her, but he managed to divert it at the last moment, though his expression darkened. Are you seeking death? Who told you to come barging in like that? He retorted, his irritation evident. Ignoring his tone, Lin Shuang pressed on. Father, I must ask, when does the emperor intend to pardon Prince Kong? Lin Dong, taken aback by the abruptness of her inquiry, responded, how would I know? Why don't you ask the emperor yourself? As a mere minor military officer who did not even attend court, he had no insight into the emperor's intentions. Father, I am serious. Why not inquire with Hanzhu? She and Wei Zhao must be privy to the emperor's plans. Lin Zhao glanced at Lin Shuang, sheathing his sword. Why are you so concerned about Prince Kong? Were you not previously infatuated with Wei Zhao? What has caused this sudden shift? After voicing his question, he exchanged a look of confusion with Lin Dong. Biting her lip, Lin Shuang decided it was time to reveal her feelings. I shall tell you. I am in love with Prince Kong. Aside from him, I will not marry anyone else. Had it not been for her prior conflict with Hanzhu, she would have approached her directly. Nevertheless, it was best to disclose her feelings now. They would inevitably learn of it sooner or later. You love Prince Kong? Then why did you? Lin Zhao began, only to pause, furrowing his brow, being rough around the edges. Both he and Lin Dong were not particularly attuned to their sister's sentiments. During a previous outing, he had noticed Lin Shuang's peculiar interest in Wei Zhao. If her affection was directed towards Xia Chenglin, what then explained her behavior toward Wei Zhao? It is not what you think, brother. I have always loved Prince Kong, and he has been nothing but kind to me, Lin Shuang replied, a hint of indignation coloring her tone, followed by a shy admission. Foolishness. Lin Dong's voice, though subdued, carried an unmistakable anger. What kind of family are we, that you dare to covet Prince Kong? Even if you were to marry him, you would only be a concubine. My daughter, Lin Dong, will only be wed as a principal wife. The thought of being a concubine is utterly out of the question. Lin Dong, perhaps lacking in intellect but abundant in strength, had spent many years in the military, attaining only a modest rank of a 5th-grade martial officer. He was fully aware that his position was thanks to the patronage of the Duke of Dinghua. Otherwise, he might have remained a mere foot soldier throughout his life. Nevertheless, he held firm to his principles, clearly discerning what belonged to him and what did not. What a concubine! Serving as a concubine for King Kong is still a position of honor, far superior to the stench-ridden soldiers you have presented to me. It is precisely because of your obstinacy that you have failed to ascend even a single step all these years, leaving me perpetually beneath you. Now, I am capable of advocating for myself. On what grounds do you dare to obstruct me? Lin Dong was momentarily taken aback by Lin Shuang's outburst. He had exercised minimal control over her in the past, believing her to be a sensible and well-behaved child. Yet, he was oblivious to the transformation his daughter had undergone. Such ambition, such lofty aspirations, so utterly impractical. Lin Shuang, mind your tongue. Infuriated, Lin Dong's ire was intercepted by Lin Zhao, who spoke on his behalf before he could utter a word. Everything you have consumed, worn, or utilized has been provided by this family. If you hold such disdain for your own, why did you not starve as a child? Lin Zhao had always possessed a sharp tongue, and Lin Shuang's face flushed with a mix of indignation and embarrassment. Speak as you will. I am resolutely determined to pursue King Kong. With that declaration, Lin Shuang turned to leave, but after a few steps, she looked back and added, if you do not assist me, I shall seek out Hanzhu myself. I would rather humble myself once more if it means aiding King Kong, and I shall do whatever it takes. Initially, Lin Zhao had no intention of intervening, but upon hearing her intent, to find Hanzhu, his expression darkened. Once Lin Shuiying had distanced herself, he rose to follow her. While Lin Dong continued to vent his frustrations, lamenting the misfortune of his household, Lin Xiao caught up with Lin Shuiying, blocking her path. It would be futile to visit the Duke of Dinghua. Only the Emperor can decide matters concerning King Kong. Since you do not wish to assist him, go and beseech the Emperor instead. Seek the Emperor? How could a mere daughter of a low-ranking official ever hope to do so? Since you refuse to help me, I shall manage my own affairs, Lin Shuiying furiously declared before striding away. She recognized that her brother favored Hanzhu far more than he did her, and she inwardly cursed Hanzhu, yet she still made her way to the Duke of Dinghua's residence. To her dismay, Hanzhu did not even show her the courtesy of an audience, not even permitting her entry through the gate. Gritting her teeth, Lin Shuiying vowed, Hanzhu, mark my words, there will come a day when you will kneel before me, begging for my favor. She swore that she would rise to the pinnacle of power, compelling all to look up to her and trample everyone beneath her feet. 2 months later, Xia Qinglin was released from house arrest. By this time, summer had graced the capital, and the streets were filled with pedestrians clad in light summer garments, shedding the heavy winter attire. During these 2 months, Xia Qinglin had lost considerable weight, and his demeanor had undergone a significant transformation. Previously radiant and carefree, he now exuded a profound and reserved air. Upon emerging, his first action was to express his gratitude to the palace. The emperor's demeanor towards him remained unchanged, merely advising him to behave and assist Xia Qingqi diligently. Xia Qinglin dutifully acquiesced. Upon exiting the palace, no one dared to approach him. The once bustling residence of King Kong had suddenly fallen into desolation. However, before departing, Sun Wenchang left behind a cadre of elite assassins, individuals of remarkable martial prowess, skilled in reconnaissance and the gathering of intelligence. They are now the sole resource available to Xia Qinglin. He must investigate why Liu Xiao has suddenly reversed his stance. This dilemma has occupied Xia Qinglin's thoughts incessantly. Given his understanding of Liu Xiao, he lacks the audacity for such a drastic shift. Does he not fear the annihilation of his entire family? The assassins received their orders and vanished swiftly, while Xia Qinglin remained seated in the courtyard, gazing at the flowers. This year's blooms appear to lack the vibrancy of previous seasons. At that moment, the steward of the Wang residence hurriedly approached with news that concubine's son had arrived. Chapter 54. Wei Zhao. Today my affection for you grows, Sun Pin, having not seen Xia Qinglin for several days, was moved to tears at the sight of his gaunt appearance. She embraced Xia Qinglin, exclaiming, "My child, you have truly suffered." Xia Qinglin allowed her to hold him, his eyes narrowing slightly. It was not he who endured the hardship, but rather his grandfather. Previously, his father had confined him without further punishment, merely employing him as leverage against his grandfather. Aware of the Sun family's prominence, he understood that his father had long desired to take action against them. Yet, were it not for Liu Xiao, this day would not have arrived so soon. My dear, we may have lost our support, but we must not succumb to oppression. Thus, I believe it is time to discuss your marriage. This was the primary reason for Sun Pin's visit. Fortunately, the Zhao family had maintained a low profile and managed to avoid trouble this time. They currently held the most significant positions remaining in the court. Xia Qinglin nodded in agreement, recognizing the necessity of securing this marriage, especially in his current weakened state. Even if the Zhao family were reluctant, they would have to acquiesce. Very well, I shall return to the palace and speak with your father, conveying your desire to regain your composure. He will not refuse, Sun Pin declared, wiping away her tears and rising to her feet. Mother, do not appear overly strong in front of father, Xia Qinglin cautioned softly. Previously, concubine's son had enjoyed favor and held an air of pride before the emperor, but times had changed. Being overly assertive would only result in her own disadvantage. Do not worry, mother understands, Sun Pin reassured him as she adjusted his garments before turning to leave. The architecture of the Duke of Dinghua's residence exuded an ancient elegance, particularly in the rear courtyard where pavilions and towers were artfully arranged. While not ostentatious, the scenery was undeniably exquisite. A few years prior, the Duke had constructed an artificial lake for Hanzhu, and now the surface was adorned with numerous lotus leaves, the flowers poised to bloom, releasing a faint fragrance. Colorful koi darted beneath the leaves, eagerly congregating whenever food was tossed into the water. Hanzhu sat in a pavilion at the center of the lake, idly feeding the fish. Today, Wei Zhao was supposed to be on leave, but had unexpectedly left for an urgent matter, leaving her to entertain herself. Just then, Bai Qiu approached, holding freshly cut flowers. Noticing Hanzhu's listlessness, she smiled. "Miss, your husband has returned." Instantly invigorated, Hanzhu lifted her skirts and rushed forward, instructing Bai Qiu and the others to remain behind. Upon finding Wei Zhao, she challenged him to an archery contest. She had been diligently practicing and had improved significantly. Most importantly, she had been experimenting with a multi-shot crossbow and wished to demonstrate her new invention to Wei Zhao. Wei Zhao was more than willing. They made their way to the training ground, where targets and wooden stakes were already set up. Hanzhu proudly presented her newly crafted crossbow, saying, "Behold, this is my newly made 3-shot crossbow. What do you think?" Wei Zhao, recalling Hanzhu's previous descriptions, was astonished to see her creation. The structure of a crossbow is inherently more complex than that of a bow. While bows are agile and allow for quick reloading, crossbows require more time for loading. However, the power and range of a crossbow are superior, and should a convenient multi-shot or repeating crossbow be successfully developed, it would provide a significant advantage in battle. Wei Zhao had always harbored a keen interest in weaponry. However, upon observing the 3 crossbows before him, he found them rather too lightweight, even if they could be fired. Their accuracy and power would likely pale in comparison to a single-shot crossbow. Do not wear that doubtful expression. The true measure of prowess can be determined through our competition. Hanzhu gestured playfully at him. With an affectionate gleam in his eyes, Wei Zhao agreed. "Very well. How shall we compete? Let us see who can hit the most targets within a set time frame, and with precision. Moreover, should you lose, you must treat me to dinner at the Moon Invitation Pavilion tonight," Hanzhu declared with unwavering confidence. "Agreed," Wei Zhao replied with a smile. Lu Guang, serving as their referee, was equally intrigued by Hanzhu's prowess with the crossbow. As the competition commenced, Hanzhu and Wei Zhao took their positions at opposite ends of the targets. Wei Zhao swiftly and accurately hit his targets, while Hanzhu was not far behind. Her crossbow's formidable power pierced through several targets. Though her speed in changing arrows could not quite match Wei Zhao's, it surpassed that of traditional crossbow users by a significant margin. Furthermore, she was able to shoot 3 arrows simultaneously, each finding its mark. When the contest concluded, Hanzhu and Wei Zhao were nearly neck and neck. Lu Guang examined the targets with palpable excitement, exclaiming, "The County Princess's crossbow exhibits greater power." Wei Zhao lowered his bow, his eyes sparkling like stars. "You have one. I try a crossbow?" he inquired eagerly. "I wish to give it a go as well." Lu Guang chimed in, even more animated than Wei Zhao. With a smile, Hanzhu handed the crossbow to Wei Zhao, and the two delved into their exploration of the weapon. They were so engrossed in their studies that they did not notice the sun sinking low in the sky until they finally sought out Hanzhu, who had been resting nearby. "County Princess, did you design this crossbow all by yourself?" Lu Guang asked, his gaze filled with admiration. "Indeed," Hanzhu affirmed. "The County Princess is remarkable. Your talents rival that of a military strategist orchestrating strategies on the battlefield." Wei Zhao shot Lu Guang a sidelong glance, seemingly displeased that Lu Guang had stolen his thunder. "Let's be off to dine," Wei Zhao suggested. Hanzhu rose, and since the Moon Invitation Pavilion was not far from the Duke of Dinghu's residence, she opted to walk rather than take a carriage. However, after their meal, a sudden rain began to fall. The proprietor lent them 2 umbrellas, but the rain had already left the streets puddled. As Hanzhu opened her umbrella and prepared to step out, Wei Zhao unexpectedly seized her arm and crouched before her. With a playful grin, Hanzhu climbed onto his back, one hand holding the umbrella and the other draped around his shoulder. Due to the rain, the streets were nearly devoid of pedestrians, and as Wei Zhao carried her with steady strides, the two meandered through the rain, resembling a delicate ink wash painting. Wei Zhao, earlier you mentioned using these crossbows on the battlefield. Is that truly the case? She inquired. Yes, though it depends on your willingness, he replied. Hanzhu promptly asserted. Of course I am willing. My purpose in creating these is to assist you and our soldiers, minimizing casualties and securing victory. Despite her lack of combat experience, she reflected on the Duke of Dinghua's efforts to protect the citizens with sword and blade, recognizing that she could also contribute in her own way. I extend my gratitude to you on behalf of countless soldiers. Wei Zhao's voice softened, tinged with emotion. Hanzhu smiled charmingly and vivaciously, expressing a sentiment she had long desired to convey. However, she cautioned, you must be wary of others, especially Xia Chenglin. Rest assured, leave it to me. Wei Zhao replied solemnly. Moments later, Hanzhu leaned closer to Wei Zhao's ear and softly confided, Wei Zhao, today I like you just a little bit more. Wei Zhao's thick, long eyelashes fluttered, and he responded with a gentle hum. For the first time, Hanzhu observed Wei Zhao from this angle, noticing the subtle quiver of his brows and eyes, which made her heart skip a beat. Without pausing to contemplate, her body instinctively moved forward, planting a kiss on Wei Zhao's cheek. It had been some time since their last kiss, and she craved the connection anew. Wei Zhao momentarily halted, displaying no further reaction, merely pressing his lips together before continuing onward. Unbeknownst to them, at that very moment, two individuals standing by the window on the second floor of a tea house observed their interaction with keen clarity. Chapter 55. Beautiful enough to tear apart in the street. A girl holding an umbrella appeared enchanting, while the tall and handsome man behind her seemed to embody elegance. Together, they resembled figures stepped out from a painting, so strikingly beautiful that it stirred a desire to tear apart the very fabric of their perfection. Xia Chenglin observed this scene, disbelief flickering in his eyes, soon replaced by an insidious sense of possessiveness akin to destruction. He had always believed that Hanzhu's marriage to Wei Zhao was merely a form of spite towards him, convinced she could never harbor affection for Wei Zhao. Yet, witnessing their intimacy firsthand, he was captivated by the beauty of Hanzhu's smile. How could this be possible? Hanzhu despised Wei Zhao, having humiliated him on numerous occasions. How could it be? How could it be Lin Shuiying initially focused on the couple before her? Her emotions tangled. Naturally, she wished for Hanzhu to cease her entanglement with Xia Chenglin, yet she also could not bear the sight of Hanzhu thriving. It was only when she turned to see Xia Chenglin's expression that she jolted back to reality. In his gaze, she seemed to discern an unmistakable desire for possession. Your Highness, Lin Shuiying suddenly threw herself into Xia Chenglin's embrace, interrupting his gaze upon Hanzhu. Your Highness, I have been so worried during this time. Thank goodness you have returned safely. Her voice was laced with sweetness and heartfelt concern. A flicker of impatience crossed Xia Chenglin's brow as he patted Lin Shuiying's back, reassuring her that all was well. Lin Shuiying rose, tilting her head to meet his eyes, blushing as she leaned closer. Xia Chenglin smiled gently, lowering his lips to meet hers, and in that moment, the two vanished from view, leaving only the faint sound of heavy breaths in the air. Since Xia Chenglin's return, Lin Shuiying felt an increasing allure in his reserved demeanor. Their bond had grown closer than ever. Yet, just as she reveled in this clandestine sweetness, an imperial decree fell upon her like a thunderous blow, rendering her momentarily dazed. The emperor had granted a marriage decree. Prince Kong, Xia Chenglin, was to wed Zhao Wan, the daughter of the Minister of Revenue, in the near future. It was Zhao Wan. Lin Shuiying knew that given her own background, it would be challenging to become Xia Chenglin's legitimate wife, but she believed that with a little more effort, it was not impossible. Moreover, learning that she would be marrying Xia Chenglin, the very Zhao Wan she had grown up with, left her heart in turmoil. What others could easily obtain was something she could strive for yet still fail to grasp. That was the most unbearable reality. Upon receiving the news of the marriage decree, Hanzhu rushed to the Zhao family the same day. Seeing Zhao Wan's exuberant demeanor, her heart sank. Hanzhu, please let me explain. Zhao Wan grasped Hanzhu's hand, anxious to speak first. Zhao Wan understood Hanzhu's temperament well, fearing that she might not even get a chance to voice her concerns. Hanzhu was indeed anxious, for the marriage decree had arrived sooner than in her previous life. She knew Xia Chonglin would never relinquish his claim to the throne. He would inevitably conspire for rebellion, and if Zhao Wan married him, she would undoubtedly face peril. However, upon seeing Zhao Wan's nervousness, Hanzhu paused and suddenly smiled. "Sister, you need not be so anxious. I have indeed come regarding the marriage decree, but it is not for Xia Chonglin." Zhao Wan was momentarily taken aback by her smile, followed by a hint of embarrassment. "Are you truly not angry?" she asked. "Why would I be angry? I am content with Wei Zhao," she replied. "Sister, may I inquire if you would be willing to marry Xia Chonglin?" Zhao Wan was startled by Hanzhu's question. For such a long time, her family had only informed her of the advantages of this match, never bothering to ask her feelings on the matter. Yet, what would it matter if she were unwilling? She forced a smile, pondering the lack of choice in marriage, which has always been dictated by parental consent, especially since this was a decree from the emperor. Hanzhu scrutinized Zhao Wan's expression, aware that her sister was traditionally minded and would not openly express discontent, particularly regarding an imperial match. However, her eyes and demeanor clearly revealed her resignation to fate. "I understand, sister. You need not worry about me. I harbor no feelings for Xia Chonglin. I merely wish for your happiness." Zhao Wan offered a sincere smile, responding, "Yes, I comprehend." Knowing that Hanzhu would not hold her accountable for this situation brought her a sense of relief. After all, marrying was a matter of indifference. It would not align with her desires regardless of whom she wed. There exists a custom within the royal family that before the wedding, the bride-to-be must visit a temple to pray for blessings for herself and the imperial family, typically spending several days there to demonstrate sincerity. Traditionally, the bride's family accompanied her, but Zhao Wan's circumstances were unique. Her mother was unwell and unable to attend. Thus, Hanzhu graciously offered to accompany her. Zhao Wan readily agreed, and upon learning of this, the emperor dispatched a contingent of soldiers to ensure their safety, led by Wei Zhao and Lin Zhao. Initially, they were all acquaintances, considering it merely an outing. However, on the day of departure, Lin Shuang unexpectedly pursued them. She arrived at Zhao's residence, accompanied by a personal maid carrying a bundle, both appearing flustered and hurried. "Sister Zhao, I wish to join you," Lin Shuang said with a smile, exuding an air of innocence. Zhao Wan glanced at Hanzhu, who merely tugged at the corners of her mouth. "Shuang, it is inappropriate for there to be too many people at the temple. You should return." Lin Zhao spoke with a hint of authority. Yet, Lin Shuang was undeterred, resolutely intent on accompanying them. "It is merely two additional individuals. It should not pose a problem. Right, Sister Zhao?" Knowing Zhao Wan was accommodating, she felt confident that a nod from her would suffice. "Shuang, do you not feel any discomfort or heat rising to your cheeks?" Hanzhu replied coldly. Had it not been for Lin Zhao's presence, her words would have been far more scathing. Lin Shuang then turned to Hanzhu, asserting, "I am going with Sister Zhao. If you find it displeasing, you need not join us." Indeed, some qualities are not universally possessed, such as a lack of shame. Hanzhu retorted with a mocking smile. Lin Shuang was filled with a desire to retort, for her previous actions were not motivated by any affection for Wei Zhao. In fact, she regarded him with disdain. What was he but a beggar? No matter his abilities, could he ever rise to the ranks of nobility? Nonetheless, the words she had uttered were her own, and she could not allow herself to contradict them. Unbeknownst to her, Hanzhu was well aware of her inner turmoil. "Are you leaving or not? If you choose to stay, I shall escort you back." Lin Zhao dismounted and approached Lin Shuang, his brow furrowed and his demeanor resolute. Indeed, even her own brother did not side with her. "I will not leave." Lin Shuang's eyes brimmed with tears as she gazed at Lin Zhao with a pitiful expression. Lin Zhao pressed his lips together. This sister of his had been cherished by their family since childhood. Although his military duties had led to their diminished interactions, he had always acquiesced to her demands. Chapter 56. Surely she hasn't given up on Wei Zhao, yet wherever you wish to go in the future, I shall accompany you. But this time is not appropriate, Lin Zhao said, his gaze towards Lin Shuang, laced with a hint of admonition. His sister had already changed. Or perhaps it was they who never truly understood her. Lin Shuiying was acutely aware that Lin Zio's temperament was even more stubborn than her own. If she continued to oppose him, it might lead to an unpleasant situation. Thus, after a brief stalemate between the siblings, she chose to depart with her maid. The Huangjue Temple, situated in the mountains on the outskirts of the capital, was a royal temple of considerable stature. Despite its elevated location, the incense offerings were ceaseless. Hanzhu and her companions moved at a leisurely pace and took the better part of the day to reach the foot of the mountain. Fortunately, there was a path leading upwards, allowing their carriage to continue, though it seemed unlikely they would reach their destination before nightfall. However, not long after they began their ascent, they heard the sound of hooves approaching from behind. Lin Zio, positioned at the rear of the group, turned his horse to discern who was following, and upon closer inspection, his expression darkened. Lin Shuiying had ridden up alone, as she appeared rather disheveled. "Why have you come? Do you wish for us to engage in conflict?" Lin Zio's voice was low and stern. Lin Shuiying halted beside him, tears glistening in her eyes. "Brother, are you truly my brother? You show no concern for my plight, only urging me to return. I merely wish to see for myself. Why must you insist I leave?" Lin Zio's voice lowered further. "You are well aware of my reasons for wanting you to go." Previously, she had resolutely declared she would not marry Xia Chenglin. Yet now Zhao Wan was to be his future bride, and still she insisted on following. "Brother, I harbor no ulterior motives, although I am filled with resentment. I understand I cannot be his rightful wife. Is it too much to wish for a beautiful fantasy?" Lin Shuiying's tears flowed freely as she spoke. Lin Zio furrowed his brow, his gaze softening somewhat. As Lin Shuiying cried, her sorrow deepened, and when she raised her hand to wipe her tears, the wounds on her hand were visible. "What happened to you? Where is your maid?" Noticing Lin Zio's demeanor had softened, Lin Shuiying seized the moment. "We had come by carriage, but somehow it fell into a ditch. Fortunately, there were no serious injuries, so I sent them back and came here myself." Seeing Lin Shuiying in such a state, Lin Zio felt a pang of difficulty. Leaving her behind felt inappropriate, yet with nightfall approaching, it was unsafe for her to venture out alone. "Tonight, you shall accompany me up the mountain. I will send someone to escort you back tomorrow." Ultimately, Lin Zio made a concession. Lin Shuiying, however, was elated, perhaps not fully registering the latter part of his statement. "Thank you, brother." Having decided to let Lin Shuiying stay for the night, Lin Zio felt it necessary to inform Zhao Wan and Hanzhu of the situation. He rode ahead and conveyed Lin Shuiying's predicament. Zhao Wan and Hanzhu listened in silence. Once Lin Zio departed, Zhao Wan turned to Hanzhu and whispered, "Do you think she still harbors feelings for Wei Zhao?" Zhao Wan was concerned about Hanzhu, and she noticed that Hanzhu seemed to harbor some worries, which she suspected were related to Lin Shuiying. While Zhao Wan fretted over Hanzhu, the latter was equally troubled about her. Hanzhu refrained from divulging to Zhao Wan that Lin Shuiying's true affections lay with Xia Chenglin. Her apprehension was not about Zhao Wan's potential heartbreak, but rather about what Lin Shuiying might do to Zhao Wan. However, upon reflection, it seemed that in her past life, Lin Shuiying had never acted against Zhao Wan. Nevertheless, as long as Lin Shuiying was present, caution was imperative. "Perhaps it was prudent, dear sister. We must remain vigilant in the coming days," Hanzhu suggested vaguely. Zhao Wan nodded, her understanding only half formed. Upon their arrival at Huangjue Temple, they were promptly greeted by someone who had been informed of their coming, guiding them to their accommodations. The female guests resided in one courtyard, while the male guests were placed in another, with soldiers stationed outside the women's quarters for protection. As night fell upon their arrival at the temple, they had a simple vegetarian meal before retiring for the evening. The following day began early with the ritual of incense, offering, and scripture recitation, with Hanzhu being roused with great difficulty by Emosia. By the time they concluded their prayers, daylight had fully emerged. During breakfast, Hanzhu struggled to keep her eyes open, nearly dozing off, which amused Zhao Wan greatly. "Look at you. Soon, you won't need to accompany me to listen to the teachings. They primarily address me anyway," Zhao Wan remarked. her gaze a blend of exasperation and fondness, tinged with a hint of envy. Hanzhu had enjoyed a life of ease compared to the other young ladies. She was not required to rise early, could wake naturally each day, and was free from learning embroidery or domestic skills, instead pursuing horseback riding, archery, or any other interests she wished to explore. With a yawn, Hanzhu declared, "No, I must accompany you." She had come to the temple to support Zhao Wan, and there was no way she would abandon her on the first day. Resolute, she patted her cheeks and winked at Zhao Wan, exclaiming, "I'm all set." This only further amused Zhao Wan. However, as Hanzhu followed Zhao Wan, she soon found herself nodding off during the brief teachings delivered by the abbot. Kneeling before Hanzhu, Zhao Wan listened intently, oblivious to Hanzhu's adorable yet comical demeanor. Outside, Wei Zhao noticed her, catching sight of a young girl in her plain white attire, struggling to keep her eyes open, rhythmically nodding in time with the abbot's discourse. He genuinely feared that Hanzhu would topple over, which could result in quite a fall. Glancing at Mo Xia, who was standing nearby with her head bowed, he saw her eventually notice him. A quick glance at Hanzhu was all it took for Mo Xia to understand. She approached Hanzhu, and upon seeing her state, couldn't he help but smile. She settled beside Hanzhu, allowing her to rest her head on Mo Xia's shoulder. With this support, Hanzhu slept soundly, and Wei Zhao felt relieved, turning back to await their return. Meanwhile, Lin Zhao waited for Lin Shuang to awaken, ready to escort her home. Lin Shuang limped over, her face contorted in pain. "Brother, I've injured my leg. Let me rest for a couple of days before I move again. I promise to stay indoors and avoid Zhao Wan and the others." Lin Zhao glanced at her leg. "Is it serious? Do you need a doctor to examine it?" "It's merely a superficial wound. I applied some medicine last night. The monks in the temple are likely the same as those here, so it's rather inconvenient," she replied. Lin Zhao fixed his dark gaze upon Lin Shuang, making her feel somewhat guilty. "Very well, if you wish to stay, then stay." Chapter 57. Lin Zhao was injured. Lin Zhao disregarded his own condition, and Lin Shuang finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, after spending 2 days at the temple, she had yet to see Zhao Wan or Hanzhu. While Hanzhu was unaware of Zhao Wan's progress, Lin Shuang had made considerable strides. She could now sit up and sleep on her own. Fortunately, the lectures only lasted until noon, where she feared she would be utterly exhausted. Zhao Wan had accepted the arranged marriage, and she had been sincerely praying these past few days. Yet a lingering concern occupied her mind. That night, she finally found the opportunity to avoid Hanzhu and summoned the elusive Lin Shuang to meet her. Lin Shuang was taken aback that Zhao Wan sought her out, especially for a private conversation. Throughout their walk, she pondered the reason for Zhao Wan's invitation until they reached the secluded backyard and confirmed they were alone. "Shuang," Zhao Wan began, "we three have grown up together, and I do not wish to witness the rift between you and Hanzhu deepen into mutual disdain. If you call me sister, then, as your elder sister, I implore you to relinquish your feelings for Wei Zhao. With so many men in the world, why should a single man drive a wedge between sisters?" Lin Shuang was momentarily taken aback by Zhao Wan's words, only to gradually comprehend the reason for her summons. "Sister Zhao, I was foolish before, but I have come to realize my mistake. In truth, I do not harbor such strong feelings for Wei Zhao," she replied with a smile. As Lin Shuang gazed at the innocent Zhao Wan before her, thoughts of her own intimacy with Xia Chonglin surged within her, accompanied by an unexpected thrill. What if you are to be his future princess? His marriage to you is merely due to your family background. Now, it is I who shares the bed with him." Hearing Lin Shuang's remark, Zhao Wan let out a sigh of relief and earnestly responded, "It is good that you recognize your errors. Take your time. I believe Hanzhu will calm down eventually." Lin Shuang nodded in agreement, fully cooperative. Their conversation flowed surprisingly smoothly, prompting Zhao Wan to glance at the darkening sky. "It is getting late. Let us return and rest," she suggested, turning to leave. Lin Shuang's gaze shifted from Zhao Wan's retreating figure to the sloping ground beside her. She had visited this place before and was aware of the slope leading down to a bamboo grove, dotted with sharp bamboo stakes of varying heights. Compelled by an insidious thought, she stepped forward and forcefully pushed Zhao Luan down the slope. Zhao Luan gasped, losing her balance and tumbling down the incline. Lin Shuiying held her breath, a mix of excitement and trepidation coursing through her. Just then, a dark figure darted past so swiftly that no one could discern who it was. Zhao Luan felt a sharp pain in her back, followed by the sensation of being cradled in someone's arms. The embrace was sturdy, and before she could contemplate further, she heard a muffled grunt from above. Fortunately, after a few rotations, they came to a stop. Zhao Luan abruptly lifted her head, only to be met with the strikingly handsome yet furrowed brow of Lin Zhao. Her body stiffened slightly as she uttered, "Thank you for saving me. Are you all right?" Lin Zhao said nothing, helping Zhao Luan to her feet, his lips tinged with paleness. As the two of them supported each other up the slope, Lin Shuiying gazed at them with a worried expression. However, upon catching sight of Lin Zhao's face, a flicker of resentment flashed in her eyes. "Sister Zhao, are you all right? I accidentally bumped into you earlier because my leg was injured and I couldn't move properly." Lin Shuiying was nearly in tears from anxiety. Zhao Luan, not giving it much thought, assumed Lin Shuiying truly hadn't meant to cause harm, especially since she had noticed Lin Shuiying limping when they arrived. "I'm fine. It's your brother who is injured." Hearing this, Lin Shuiying rushed over to assist Lin Zhao, only to be blocked by him raising his hand. Zhao Luan, eager to attend to Lin Zhao's injury, failed to notice their interaction. At that moment, Hanzhu and Wei Zhao approached swiftly with several soldiers. Hanzhu sought out Zhao Luan, only to find her absent from the room, and even the maid was unaware of her whereabouts. She then proceeded to Lin Shuiying's room, only to discover it empty, which heightened her concern. Upon seeing Zhao Luan and Lin Zhao in such disarray, she realized something had indeed gone awry. Hanzhu cast a cold glance at Lin Shuiying as she moved to Zhao Luan's side, supporting her. "What happened?" "It was an accident. Everything is fine," Zhao Luan replied. "Quickly, fetch a doctor. Lin Zhao is hurt." At that moment, Hanzhu noticed that Lin Zhao's clothing was torn in multiple places, stained with blood. Wei Zhao ordered the soldiers to assist Lin Zhao, helping him to walk. Unsettled, Zhao Luan followed closely behind. Once they departed, only Hanzhu and Wei Zhao remained. Hanzhu approached Lin Shuiying, raising an eyebrow. "This was your doing, wasn't it?" Lin Shuiying's eyes shifted. "I didn't mean to. It was an accident." Before she could further her defense, Hanzhu slapped her across the face. Lin Shuiying stood in stunned silence. "Lin Shuiying, I warn you, if you harbor any ulterior motives again, you will regret it." Hanzhu spoke each word with icy precision. By the time Lin Shuiying regained her senses, Hanzhu and Wei Zhao had already left. Lin Shuiying covered her stinging cheek, her eyes seething with fury and malice. Hanzhu caught up with Zhao Luan's group, who had arrived at Lin Zhao's quarters, where soldiers had already gone to summon a doctor from the monastery. Lin Zhao had lost consciousness, a deep wound near his heart marking his back. Zhao Luan gazed at Lin Zhao, her eyes reddened, neglecting even her own injuries. Hanzhu shared her concern for Lin Zhao, but when she shifted her gaze, she sensed something unusual. Zhao Luan's look at Lin Zhao was not typical. Hanzhu thought she might have misread the situation, so she stepped aside to observe Zhao Luan's demeanor closely, making an intriguing discovery. "Sister, you're injured as well. Let's return and tend to it," Hanzhu suggested to Zhao Luan. Only then did Zhao Luan retract her gaze and realize they were in Lin Zhao's room. Feeling it was inappropriate to linger, she nodded in agreement but paused at the door, turning back multiple times, her face etched with worry and reluctance. Upon returning to Zhao Luan's chamber and shedding her outer garments, she discovered several wounds adorning Zhao Luan's body, most notably a lengthy gash across her back. Albeit not particularly deep, Hanzhu first tended to the wounds, and when the maid fetched the medicinal ointment, she meticulously applied it and bandaged the injuries. Throughout the process of cleansing and treating her wounds, Zhao Luan remained utterly silent. At long last, after addressing all her injuries, Zhao Luan donned her clothing and prepared to leave. "Sister, the hour is quite late. Perhaps I should inquire with Wei Zhao and later inform you of Lin Zhao's situation." Hanzhu interjected, blocking Zhao Wan's path. Given the public setting, with many eyes around, and considering Zhao Wan's unique status, it was prudent to exercise caution. Chapter 58: The most outrageous incident in the past. The monk skilled in medicine at the temple had attended to Lin Zhao, who had sustained severe injuries. Fortunately, his heart veins had remained unscathed. Had the situation been any worse, he might not have survived. Hanzhu sighed with relief, conveying the news to Zhao Wan, whose expression brightened somewhat. That night had been tumultuous, and due to Zhao Wan's injuries, they were spared the early rise and the listening of scriptures the following day. Hanzhu seized the opportunity to sleep in a little longer, though her rest was far from peaceful. Upon awakening, she first went to check on Zhao Wan, finding her in stable condition, needing merely a few days of recuperation. After ensuring Zhao Wan was well, she sought out Wei Zhao, who arrived with several subordinates. They made their way directly to Lin Shuiying's quarters. Lin Shuiying had yet to rise, having been roused abruptly by Mo Xia. Initially dazed, she quickly regained her senses upon seeing Hanzhu. "What do you intend to do, Hanzhu?" she exclaimed, realizing her legs had likely healed sufficiently. "My brother has not yet awakened. I shall wait for him. What right do you have to compel me to leave?" Hanzhu, however, chose not to engage in further discussion, merely glancing at Mo Xia before taking a seat at a nearby table. Mo Xia swiftly yanked the blanket from Lin Shuiying's body and tossed her clothes upon her, instructing her to dress herself. She then rummaged through Lin Shuiying's belongings, helping her pack. Lin Shuiying was taken aback by Hanzhu's ruthless demeanor, her face flushing with anger. "On what grounds do you treat me like this, Hanzhu?" Hanzhu's fingers rhythmically tapped the table. "On no grounds at all, simply because I am Hanzhu." Lin Shuiying was momentarily speechless. Indeed, it was because she was Hanzhu. "I refuse to leave. Either you take me back like this, or I shall remain." Lin Shuiying's resolve was wavering, yet she fought to maintain her composure. Hanzhu smirked slightly. "Are you certain?" At that moment, she glanced towards the door, and Lin Shuiying noticed several imposing figures standing outside. She realized Hanzhu was indeed capable of following through with her threats. Resolving herself, she dressed hastily and snatched the bundle from Mo Xia's grasp. "I will leave on my own," she declared. Leaving independently was preferable to being dragged out by Hanzhu. Ultimately, Lin Shuiying was escorted down the mountain by a few soldiers. As she exited the temple gates, she cast a glance back, her teeth clenched, vowing to repay today's humiliation. Lin Zhao, with his solid constitution, regained consciousness by the afternoon. "Miss Zhao is unharmed, I hope?" was the first inquiry he made upon waking. "She is fine. I have checked on you numerous times this morning," Hanzhu teased lightly. At that moment, only she and Wei Zhao were present in Lin Zhao's room, allowing her to speak more freely, laced with a hint of provocation. Lin Zhao nodded in acknowledgement. "There is one more matter I must inform you of. I arranged for Lin Shuiying's return this morning. Rest assured, she is quite safe," Hanzhu stated. Upon hearing Lin Shuiying's name, Lin Zhao's brow furrowed. "This situation was indeed Shuiying's fault, and I shall apologize to Miss Zhao on her behalf." "There is no need for you to apologize. Those who commit actions must bear the consequences. Lin Zhao, do not blame me for speaking out. Your sister is not quite the same as before." Hanzhu and Lin Zhao have always been forthright, and she does not wish for the actions of Lin Shuiying to implicate the rest of the Lin family in the future. "I understand," Lin Zhao replied solemnly. He had refrained from insisting that Lin Shuiying leave previously, wanting to discern her true intentions. For the past few days, she had been exceedingly compliant, leading him to believe he might have misjudged the situation, until last night when he witnessed Lin Shuiying deliberately push Zhao Wan down. His sister truly instilled a sense of dread even in him, her older brother. Yet, it was he who had wronged Zhao Wan. After all, she was his sole sister, and he had not voiced his feelings, which left him with a sense of guilt. As Lin Zhao's lips moved, preparing to speak, Zhao Wan, having received news, hurriedly approached. Upon seeing Lin Zhao's pale complexion and red-rimmed eyes, she maintained the decorum expected of her station, offering the appropriate greetings without overstepping any bounds. Hanzhu observed Zhao Wan and noticed something tucked within her sleeve. She then pulled Wei Zhao aside, saying, "I believe you two have matters to discuss. We shall wait outside." Without allowing Zhao Wan a moment to respond, Hanzhu took Wei Zhao and exited. In an instant, the room was left with just the two of them, leaving Zhao Wan feeling somewhat at a loss. She glanced at Lin Zio before averting her gaze. Having expressed her gratitude numerous times already, her lips parted slightly, yet the words remained unspoken. Lin Zio, having already offered his apologies, found himself at a loss for words as well. Zhao Wan's hand, concealed beneath her sleeve, gripped something tightly. After a moment of contemplation, she summoned her courage and revealed the object. It was a heart-protecting mirror, entirely jade green, not particularly large, yet somewhat thin. Due to its unique material, it possessed a remarkable rigidity, marking it as a rare treasure. This heart-protecting mirror was acquired many years ago through chance. I have worn it as a pendant all these years, yet it cannot fulfill its purpose while in my possession. I present it to General Lin, hoping he may take it to the battlefield and allow it to see the world, she explained. Lin Zio could easily discern its value, and, given his relationship with Zhao Wan, he felt unable to accept her gift. "Thank you, Miss Zhao, for your kind intentions, but I fear my abilities are limited. I may not be able to harness its potential. Perhaps you should find a more capable owner for it." Anticipating Lin Zio's refusal, Zhao Wan stepped forward, placing the heart-protecting mirror beside him. In her eyes, General Lin was the most suitable recipient, having once saved her life. Lin Zio lifted his gaze to Zhao Wan, noting that this was her first time offering a gift to a man, and the proximity between them only heightened the moment's significance. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, and a hint of unease shimmered in her eyes, casting her previously rigid demeanor in a more vibrant light. Seeing her in this state stirred a thought within him. "In truth, Miss Zhao, you need not thank me. This matter is fundamentally tied to my sister's misdeeds. Therefore, General Lin should accept it." Zhao Wan recognized that Lin Zio was once again attempting to decline. Lin Zio paused for a moment, glancing at Zhao Wan, whose expression betrayed a hint of anxiety. Compelled by an inexplicable force, he uttered a single word: "Good." Upon returning to her room, Zhao Wan felt as though she were treading upon clouds, enveloped in a haze of unreality. This might very well be the most audacious act she had ever undertaken in her years. Yet, she harbored no regrets, only a sense of relief for having summoned the courage to act, for she knew such an opportunity would never present itself again. As for that young man, in the future, someone would surely care for him, and all she wished for was that the heart-protecting mirror would ensure his safety. That alone sufficed. Chapter 59. Do you have affections for Lin Zio? In the subsequent 2 days, Zhao Wan refrained from visiting Lin Zio, merely inquiring about his recovery through Hanzhu. With only 2 days remaining before their departure from the temple, Hanzhu and Wei Zhao went to see Lin Zio. While conversing, Hanzhu noticed something protruding from beneath Lin Zio's pillow. Upon closer inspection, it struck her as remarkably familiar. It was only when she and Wei Zhao departed that she suddenly recalled it was the heart-protecting mirror that Zhao Wan had cherished for many years. Her sister had actually gifted the heart-protecting mirror to Lin Zio. In the past couple of days, Hanzhu had sensed a change in Zhao Wan's demeanor towards Lin Zio, and now she could ascertain that Zhao Wan truly harbored feelings for him. But what of their previous lives? Had her sister also been fond of Lin Zio, or was it merely gratitude for his life-saving intervention? Returning to her chamber, she pondered this conundrum while removing the vermilion hairpin from her head. At that moment, her gaze fell upon the southern pearl hairpin Zhao Wan had gifted her, and a realization dawned upon her. No wonder she had felt a sense of familiarity when Zhao Wan presented her with the hairpin. She had encountered it in her past life, and indeed it was with Lin Zio. Could it be that, due to their unresolved conflicts in their previous lives, Zhao Wan entrusted Lin Zio with the hairpin to deliver to her, but had never found the opportunity? And Lin Zio had kept the hairpin close at hand, undoubtedly tied to Zhao Wan. In that fleeting moment, she felt as though many pieces fell into place, yet uncertainties lingered. In her recollection, Zhao Wan and Lin Zio had no significant interactions in their past lives, and both had met unfortunate ends. What if they silently cherished feelings for one another? Contemplating this possibility, Hanzhu sprang to her feet and made her way to Zhao Wan's chamber. Zhao Wan had already unbound her hair and washed her face, preparing to rest when Hanzhu's sudden appearance caught her off guard. Clutching her blanket, Hanzhu looked at Zhao Wan with round, innocent eyes resembling a little rabbit. "Sister, may I sleep with you tonight?" Zhao Wan smiled and beckoned her over. "Come here." Hanzhu climbed onto Zhao Wan's bed, and they settled down together, realizing it had been quite some time since they had shared a slumber. "Sister, do you have feelings for Xiaoqinglin?" Hanzhu inquired, turning to observe Zhao Wan's expression closely. Zhao Wan's demeanor stiffened slightly. "It is merely a familial arrangement. What is there to like or dislike? But if this marriage does not materialize, is there someone you wish to marry?" Zhao Wan's gaze brightened momentarily before returning to its calm state. She gently tucked a strand of hair behind Hanzhu's ear, a smile tinged with resignation gracing her lips. "But in this world there are no ifs." Suddenly sitting upright, Hanzhu exclaimed, "Sister, if you genuinely have no interest in Xiaoqinglin, I have a plan to help you delay the marriage." Zhao Wan initially thought Hanzhu was jesting, but observing her earnest and serious countenance prompted her to take the matter with due seriousness. She furrowed her brows, seemingly deep in thought. "Sister, rest assured, this plan is both reasonable and sound, and it will leave no room for criticism against the Zhao family," Hanzhu reassured her. Sensing Zhao Wan's unease, Zhao Wan also sat up, as if she had made a certain resolution. What method could it be? Hanzhu leaned closer to Zhao Wan's ear and whispered her idea. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Wan found the suggestion feasible. "Very well, let us proceed thus," she finally resolved. Perhaps it was the courage bestowed upon her by the heart-protecting mirror that enabled her to muster such bravery. Otherwise, she could hardly envision herself undertaking such an endeavor. Hanzhu initially harbored doubts about Zhao Wan's acquiescence, for Zhao Wan's adherence to propriety starkly contrasted with her own rebellious spirit. "Sister, tell me honestly, do you harbor feelings for Lin Zhao?" Hanzhu inquired softly, inching closer to Zhao Wan. Zhao Wan was taken aback. Disbelief etched across her features as she gazed at Hanzhu. Over the years, she had concealed her feelings well. Apart from a slight display of concern in recent days, how could she have been discovered? What of others? "Sister, fear not. You are the only one who knows," Hanzhu assured her with a playful wink. Relieved, Zhao Wan exhaled, casting a reproachful glance at Hanzhu. "There is nothing of the sort. Do not speak foolishly." Hanzhu suppressed a smile, replying, "Ah, but you did bestow that heart-protecting mirror upon Lin Zhao merely out of gratitude for saving your life." Zhao Wan's eyes flickered, her cheeks flushed, yet she stubbornly asserted, "Indeed, that is precisely the case." Observing her shyness, Hanzhu ceased teasing, affirming, Yes, I understand." She recognized that although Zhao Wan denied it, her expressions and gaze betrayed her affection for Lin Zhao. Hanzhu had already formulated a plan. In this life, she was determined to facilitate a favorable outcome for the two of them. 2 days later, as Hanzhu and her companions departed from Huangjue Temple, unexpected heavy rain began to pour as they reached the halfway point. Hanzhu thought to herself how capricious the weather could be. The downpour rendered the carriage's progress laborious, and before long, the wheels became ensnared in a muddy pit, rendering them immobile. To extricate the carriage, Hanzhu and Zhao Wan were compelled to disembark. Though they sheltered beneath an umbrella, their skirts and shoes quickly became drenched. Exchanging glances, Hanzhu informed Wei Zhao of their need to step aside into the nearby woods for a moment, and the two ventured into the thicket. The underbrush was lush, and soon their figures faded from view. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the air. Wei Zhao and the soldiers swiftly drew their weapons, with Wei Zhao leading the charge into the woods. "Hanzhu, are you both all right?" Wei Zhao called out. No sooner had his words left his lips than he spotted Hanzhu supporting Zhao Wan as they emerged, the latter's face contorted in agony, as if she had sustained an injury. "Wei Zhao, my sister has just been bitten by a snake." Upon hearing this, Wei Zhao's expression shifted dramatically. and he promptly instructed the others to assist Zhao Wan. The bite marred her ankle, and the fang marks indicated it was a venomous snake. He retrieved an antidote from his belongings and administered it to Zhao Wan before instructing the men to carry her back on horseback, declaring, "Let us return to the temple at once." Being bitten by a poisonous snake was no trivial matter, and given their proximity to the temple, it was indeed the wisest course of action. The carriage was no longer an option, and when the group returned to the temple, they were all in a disheveled state. Hanzhu, concerned for Zhao Wan, hastily donned a cloak and intended to check on her, but was intercepted by Wei Zhao. "I have prepared ginger tea and heated water. You should take a bath first. Rest assured, the doctor has already arrived." Hanzhu still wished to go, but was suddenly seized by a violent sneeze, prompting Wei Zhao to darken her expression. Indeed, she had no choice but to obediently follow Wei Zhao's advice. Immersed in the bath, Hanzhu was aware that the poison affecting Zhao Wan was not life-threatening, yet she could not find solace. Their desired outcome was for the snake venom to remain in effect, rendering Zhao Wan too weakened to marry. Although the antidote was a secret remedy Hanzhu had acquired previously, she had no experience with its efficacy. Chapter 60. Still jealous? By the time Zhao Wan returned to the monastery, she had already succumbed to unconsciousness. A monk skilled in medicine examined her condition and instructed Zhao Wan's maid to tend to her wounds and apply medicine. Following this, he administered a detoxifying concoction to her. And after this flurry of activity, Zhao Wan's complexion showed slight improvement. When Hanzhu arrived, the monk was advising Wei Zhao to hasten Zhao Wan's return to the capital for medical attention. "What is her condition?" Hanzhu inquired after the monk's departure. Wei Zhao's brow furrowed slightly. "It is grave. The poisoning is severe. We have given her an antidote, but it merely alleviates the symptoms temporarily." Hanzhu appeared worried. Yet internally, she sighed with relief, as it seemed the antidote was effective. "Once the rain subsides, we shall return," she declared. Upon entering to check on Zhao Wan, Hanzhu noted her pale complexion and the purplish hue of her lips. Had she not been aware of the situation, she might have been truly alarmed. Exiting the room, she caught sight of Lin Zio's departing figure. Due to his injuries, he was unfit to travel and thus did not accompany them today. It seemed he was also aware of Zhao Wan's predicament. Zhao Wan remained in a deep slumber for a day and a night, finally awakening to a clear sky the following day. "Sister, you have suffered," Hanzhu said as Zhao Wan leaned against her in the carriage, appearing exceedingly frail. Zhao Wan smiled faintly, her eyes shimmering with determination. "I understand this is but a temporary state I can't endure. To deceive the imperial physician in the palace. Feigning illness alone would not suffice. Real poisoning was imperative." Hanzhu contemplated that with time advancing, perhaps the rebellion led by Xia Chenglin would also occur sooner, and by then, Zhao Wan would be completely liberated. Upon their return to the capital, the news of Zhao Wan's poisoning stirred both the Zhao family and the imperial court. Indeed, the palace dispatched several physicians to treat her, yet they were at a loss. The venom had penetrated too deeply. All they could do was await fate. This news reached the palace, causing Sun Pin to feel both alarmed and furious. What was intended as a pilgrimage for blessings had unexpectedly turned into a snake bite. Moreover, according to the physicians, this marriage prospect seemed doomed. Although they were eager for the union, pursuing marriage without regard for life and death would invite scandal. Seeing Zhao Wan's frail state, the Zhao family deliberated and proactively approached the palace to request a postponement of the marriage. The emperor and Sun Pin had no choice but to acquiesce. Once the announcement of the postponed wedding reached them, Zhao Wan and Hanzhu were genuinely elated. They had succeeded. From that point on, as long as Zhao Wan recuperated at home, they believed Xia Chenlin's patience would eventually wear thin. A few days after their return to the capital, Lin Zio also came back, though he needed to continue his convalescence at home. Previously, the Lin family was aware of Lin Zio's injury, but were unaware of its connection to Lin Shuiying, until Lin Zio recounted the event of that night, inciting Lin Dong's fury to the point where his beard bristled. If his daughter continued to be undisciplined, the lives of the entire family might very well be at stake. In a fit of anger, Lin Dong confined Lin Shuiying to her quarters, forbidding her from stepping outside without his explicit command, and even assigned several servants to guard her yard, indicating just how deeply his ire ran. He even contemplated taking Lin Shuiying to apologize to Zhao Wan, but was deterred by the sight of his mother and Lin Shuiying weeping inconsolably, with his mother threatening to take her own life. Thus, he relented. During the initial days of Lin Zio's return, Hanzhu frequently inquired about him from Wei Zhao, actually on behalf of Zhao Wan. At first, Wei Zhao was quite cooperative, but after a few inquiries, he appeared to grow increasingly displeased. One day, upon his return, Hanzhu once again asked about Lin Zio, to which Wei Zhao merely cast her a glance and replied, "I did not go today." Hanzhu paused and asked, "Will you go tomorrow?" Wei Zhao took a deep breath and, after a long moment, responded with a curt, "No." Noticing something amiss with Wei Zhao, Hanzhu scrutinized his expression, but he turned his face away. She reached out to gently turn his face back towards her, yet Wei Zhao averted his gaze, clearly in a huff. Leaning closer, she inhaled his scent and teased, "Did you just visit the kitchen? You smell of vinegar." Only then did Wei Zhao lift his eyes, solemnly inspecting himself. Though he detected nothing, Hanzhu found his demeanor amusing, and as she smiled, Wei Zhao suddenly grasped the underlying reason for her mirth. He did not deny it. Indeed, he was feeling jealous. Yet, he could hardly be blamed, as Hanzhu had shown a particular interest in Lin Zio during their days at the monastery, and her attentiveness persisted upon her return. With a playful smile, Hanzhu cupped his face and pressed a gentle kiss to his lips, asking, "Still jealous?" Wei Zhao's Adam's apple bobbed as he instinctively nodded. Hanzhu laughed again, planting another kiss on his lips. Wei Zhao's large hand clasped Hanzhu's shoulder with considerable force. Yet she did not feel any pain. He gently pushed her away, his voice slightly hoarse as he murmured, "I understand." He was on the brink of losing control. However, each time he felt himself nearing the edge, he reminded himself that his initial intention in marrying Hanzhu was solely to protect her, and that if she ever encountered a reliable person, he would graciously step aside. Despite the surreal nature of their recent interactions, he found himself reluctant to let go. Yet a profound, inexplicable fear lingered within him. Zhao Wan had spent 3 months in recovery, during which Lin Shuiying remained confined. It was only recently, as the Mid-Autumn Festival approached, that she was finally released. The first thing she did upon her release was to seek out Xia Chenglin, expecting him to be overjoyed at seeing her. To her surprise, as soon as they met, before she could even embrace him, Xia Chenglin coldly interrogated, "I heard you've been ill, staying at home in seclusion. Were you truly unwell, or were you involved in something else?" Knowing that Lin Shuiying had been to Huangjue Temple, he suspected that the recent poisoning of Zhao Wan might somehow be linked to her. Lin Shuiying was taken aback, her eyes brimming with tears of grievance. "Does the prince suspect that I harmed Zhao Wan? Let us not dwell on the fact that Zhao Wan was bitten by a snake while I had already returned to the capital. Even if I had been there, what power could a mere mortal like myself wield over those venomous serpents?" She was genuinely filled with both grievance and indignation, covering her mouth as tears cascaded down her cheeks. Xia Chenglin harbored his suspicions, yet his primary motive was to vent his frustration. Since the calamity of the floods, he was no longer the most favored prince, and the individuals he could rely upon had dwindled to a mere handful. Just when he thought he had secured a promising marriage, it was inexplicably disrupted by a venomous snake. "Very well, I merely spoke in jest. I'm fully aware that you lack such capabilities." Noticing Lin Shuiying in tears, Xia Chenglin felt a twinge of irritation, yet he still endeavored to console her. Lin Shuiying understood the importance of knowing when to retreat. She wiped her tears and said, "Your Highness, no one wishes for your well-being more than I." Xia Chenglin stepped forward and embraced Lin Shuiying, who, in turn, surrendered to his warmth, and they tumbled back onto the couch together. Chapter 61. A method to inflict 100-fold pain on Hanzhu. Lin Shuiying and Xia Chenglin shared a moment of intimacy before he excused himself, claiming he had urgent matters to attend to. After she composed herself, she lingered for a moment before departing. However, as she passed by a private room on the 2nd floor, she overheard the voices of Xia Yinyin and Yang Lanjun. I saw Hanzhu and Wei Zhao on the street a couple of days ago. They were so indecorous. Yang Longjin remarked. Xia Yinyan scoffed. She is merely putting on an act. My sixth brother has no regard for her. Nonetheless, Hanzhu remains as detestable as ever. This clique often gathered to disparage Hanzhu, and while Lin Shuiying had previously chosen to ignore their remarks, this time she pivoted and knocked on the door. Gumin, came Xia Yinyan's voice. Upon entering, Lin Shuiying noticed the slight surprise on the faces of Xia Yinyan and Yang Longjin. Yet, Xia Yinyan quickly ridiculed her. What brings you here? Are you here to defend Hanzhu? I heard you've had a falling out with her? Lin Shuiying closed the door behind her and respectfully bowed to Xia Yinyan. Your Highness, Hanzhu and I are now adversaries. The mention of her enmity piqued the interest of both Xia Yinyan and Yang Longjin, who were previously only aware of the fallout without knowing the details. Pray, enlighten us on the reason, Xia Yinyan commanded with an air of authority. With her gaze slightly lowered, Lin Shuiying replied, perhaps it is due to our inherently different natures. Hanzhu is excessively ostentatious, even belittling her own sisters, which led to our rift. Her feigned rationale convinced Xia Yinyan and Yang Longjin, for they perceived Hanzhu to be precisely that kind of person. After all, even Wei Zhao, raised by the Duke of Ding, had suffered her scorn. What to be said of others? Observing Lin Shuiying's submissive demeanor, Xia Yinyan, not one to be easily fooled, inquired, what is your intention in coming here today? Only then did Lin Shuiying raise her gaze to meet Xia Yinyan's. I am aware that you and Miss Yang harbor a deep-seated hatred for Hanzhu, as do I. I have conceived a plan that would cause her 100-fold suffering. 100-fold suffering? Xia Yinyan's interest was piqued, and she gestured for Lin Shuiying to sit beside her. The three huddled together, whispering intently. However, as Lin Shuiying shared her scheme, the expressions of Xia Yinyan and Yang Longjin varied. Your plan is indeed clever and not overly difficult to execute. Yet, despite my disdain for Zhao Wan, she is still my sixth brother's future fiancé, Ian name. To act against her. But who else could inflict greater suffering upon Hanzhu? Lin Shuiying's eyes sparkled with malice. Xia Yinyan pondered, acknowledging the truth of her words. After all, Zhao Wan maintained the closest ties to Hanzhu. Fear not, Zhao Wan may not endure for long, even without this scheme. Her fate is uncertain before marrying Prince Kong. Thus she may as well serve our purpose. Xia Yinyan nodded slightly, absorbing Lin Shuiying's words, while Yang Longjin, who had remained silent, seemed to harbor her own concerns. Xia Yinyan was still contemplating when she turned to Yang Longjin and inquired, what do you think? Yang Longjin, regaining her focus, began to analyze the situation piece by piece. Indeed, this matter would significantly impact Hanzhu. However, there was first a reasonable justification to bring them together. And secondly, it was imperative that they all attend, or else all plans would be in vain. Xia Yinyan's eyes sparkled. This was easily resolved. The princess manor bestowed upon me by the emperor has just been completed, so I shall host a chrysanthemum appreciation banquet during the Mid-Autumn Festival. I will send invitations to them all, and I trust they will not decline. The likelihood of Hanzhu attending is quite high, but what about Zhao Wan? Has she not been recuperating? After some thought, Xia Yinyan recalled hearing that Zhao Wan had made some recovery during this period. Fear not, I shall have sixth brother bring her along. With Prince Kang's involvement, I am certain Zhao Wan will not refuse. The remainder of the arrangements would be left to her discretion. After all, it was her own princess manor. Orchestrating matters there would be a simple endeavor. Lin Shuiying, witnessing Xia Yin's agreement, could not help but smirk slightly. Hanzhu, let us see how long you can maintain your smile. 2 days prior to the Mid-Autumn Festival, Hanzhu received an invitation from Xia Yinyan, personally delivered by her. Hanzhu felt this resembled more of a call to arms. Unfazed by Xia Yinyan, she readily accepted. To her surprise, later that afternoon, Zhao Wan's maid came to invite her over. Hanzhu assumed Zhao Wan had something to discuss, only to discover upon arrival that Xia Yinyan had also sent her an invitation. Hanzhu, my condition has improved somewhat. However, if I attend, will the topic of marriage arise once more? Zhao Wan expressed her concerns, seeking Hanzhu's counsel. Previously, Xia Yinyan had never invited her to any of her gatherings. This invitation was extended solely due to her engagement with Prince Kong. Should she refuse, it would not only be a slight to Xia Yinyin, but could also bring embarrassment to Xia Chenglin. Upon learning that Xia Yinyin had invited Zhao Wan, Ji Hanzhu could understand the rationale, but sensed an undercurrent of peculiarity. Furthermore, she vaguely recalled a similar banquet from her past life. Zhao Wan had attended that gathering as well, which seemed to have stirred up some controversy. Ji Hanzhu only faintly remembered following a group of noble ladies into a room where a drunken Zhao Wan was found. After that, nothing of note transpired. Reflecting on this now, she suspected the situation was far more intricate than it appeared. Dear sister, do not fret. Let us wait a couple more days. Even if you go, it matters little. You can always return and feign greater frailty, Zhao Wan suggested, nodding slowly. On her way back from Zhao Wan's, Ji Hanzhu was absorbed in thoughts of the events from her previous life. It seemed that the gathering then was not the mid-autumn banquet, but rather a trivial affair that both she and Wei Zhao, as well as Zhao Wan and Xia Chenglin, had attended. At that time, she and Xia Chenglin had already sparked considerable gossip, while Zhao Wan was engaged to Xia Chenglin. In retrospect, their visit to Zhao Wan seemed somewhat out of the ordinary, although she had merely indulged in a few too many drinks and sought a place to rest. Yet, there was still an unsettling detail that lingered. She recalled that day when she returned to the residence with Wei Zhao. Upon arriving home, she intended to humiliate Wei Zhao with her usual taunts, but to her astonishment, he gazed at her with a look that was entirely foreign to her. It was not merely his expression. Wei Zhao seemed altogether out of sorts, as if he were exerting immense effort to restrain himself. Reflecting upon it now, she could vividly recall the terrifying sight of his reddened eyes and the prominent veins at his temples. At the time, she had been oblivious to the significance, but now, piecing together the events, she had surmised their intentions. Moreover, Xia Yinyin would not have acted against Zhao Wan without reason. This must surely be connected to Lin Shuiying. Thus, at this juncture in her previous life, Lin Shuiying had already conspired with Xia Yinyin and others to conspire against her and Zhao Wan. Chapter 62. Just consider her a concubine for Wei Zhao as the mid-autumn festival banquet approached. Xia Yinyin orchestrated an extravagantly grand affair. The princess's residence was adorned with gold and jewels, exuding unparalleled opulence. Since the event was a chrysanthemum appreciation banquet, the gardens and corridors were festooned with various chrysanthemums. Although the flowers had yet to reach their full bloom, this was of little concern to the royal family. When Ji Hanzhu and Wei Zhao arrived, Zhao Wan had just disembarked from the carriage with Xia Chenglin. Initially hesitant about attending, Zhao Wan was persuaded by Xia Chenglin, who came to personally escort her, claiming it would lift her spirits. However, she still appeared somewhat frail, intermittently covering her lips with a handkerchief to suppress a cough. Upon their arrival, the maids of the princess's residence greeted them and guided them into the hall, separating the men and women. Ji Hanzhu and Zhao Wan settled in a quiet corner, observing the multitude of elegant ladies in attendance. While many cast glances in Ji Hanzhu's direction, none dared to provoke her. As the banquet commenced, Xia Yinyin approached Ji Hanzhu shortly after they took their seats. I've heard you possess a remarkable tolerance for alcohol. Are you bold enough to compete with me today? Ji Hanzhu had been anticipating this challenge. Absolutely, she replied. Xia Yinyin led Ji Hanzhu to her main table, situated a considerable distance from Zhao Wan's. Once seated, a maid came to pour them drinks. Ji Hanzhu, it's been over a decade since we met, and yet you remain my most detested acquaintance, Xia Yinyin taunted, raising her glass provocatively. Ji Hanzhu, unfazed, replied, How unfortunate for you, as I do not even consider you among my most disliked. Xia Yinyin shot her a glare filled with resentment before downing her drink. Seeing this, Ji Hanzhu followed suit, finishing her own glass. Afterward, Ji Hanzhu took her time, leisurely peeling a crab. Witnessing her relaxed demeanor, Xia Yinyin felt a surge of irritation, silently vowing that Ji Hanzhu would soon have cause to lament. Thus, the onlookers were treated to the peculiar yet harmonious sight of these two longtime rivals sharing crabs and drinks. After consuming 2 crabs, Ji Hanzhu raised her glass towards Xia Yinyin, declaring, The crabs are delightful, and the wine is commendable. Xia Yinyin, incensed, slammed her hand on the table, rising indignantly. "Enjoy your meal. I shall go change." Once Xia Yinyan departed, Hanzhu glanced towards Zhao Wan's previous position, only to find it empty. She then wiped her hands with a handkerchief and stood up leisurely. Xia Yinyan and her maid proceeded towards the inner courtyard. Pondering Zhao Wan's absence, had she not switched places with someone else? The maid, supporting Xia Yinyan, reassured her, "Do not worry, Your Highness. Everything has been arranged." Zhao Wan likely left temporarily due to her health. Upon hearing this, Xia Yinyan felt at ease. Initially, they had indeed intended to drug Zhao Wan and Wei Zhao. However, due to her apprehension regarding Zhao Wan's status, Xia Yinyan altered her plan and instead sought out a skilled seductress to masquerade as a maid and infiltrate Wei Zhao's chambers. Just a moment ago, I did not catch sight of Yang Lanjin. Over the past few days, she has seemed somewhat distracted during our deliberations. I wonder if she's become timid. I have not seen Miss Yang either. Never mind her. Soon there will be quite a spectacle to behold. Xia Yinyan has changed into a new outfit, her spirits high, making her appear even more radiant. As she approached the side hall, she overheard a servant calling for water. A smile graced her lips as she hurried over. When Xia Yinyan arrived at the guest room in the side hall, it was already crowded with people. The fire had been extinguished, but the smoke lingered heavily. "Princess, Wei Xiao Wei is inside," a servant informed Xia Yinyan. "Then hurry and rescue Wei Xiao Wei. He hasn't been overcome by smoke, has he?" Xia Yinyan replied, glancing at Hanzhu, who was watching the commotion with great interest. Hanzhu, eager to play along, exhibited a worried expression upon hearing that Wei Zhao was inside, and she called upon several servants to quickly go in and save him. A few servants rushed in, but before long, they emerged, their faces a spectacle of shock. "Where's Wei Zhao?" Hanzhu inquired, growing anxious when she saw they had not brought anyone out. The servants exchanged fearful glances, looking at Hanzhu and then at Xia Yinyan, before dropping to their knees, unable to articulate their words. "Speak. Why haven't you rescued Wei Xiao Wei? The smoke is unbearable," Xia Yinyan exclaimed, covering her mouth and nose with a handkerchief, her tone sharp. At that moment, Lin Shuiying approached, feigning concern, yet wearing a smirk of schadenfreude. "Indeed, why haven't you brought the officer out?" Hanzhu shot a glance at Lin Shuiying, noticing her triumphant demeanor, but merely managed a slight smile. "Your Highness, the servants just went in and discovered that there are not just one but two individuals in a room, both unclothed on the bed." The revelation transformed the crowd's expressions, with Xia Yinyan and her companions joining in the performance. "What audacity! Wei Xiao Wei dares to engage in such disgraceful conduct within my residence," Xia Yinyan declared. "Go in and drag them out. I wish to see who possesses the audacity to climb into Wei Xiao Wei's bed in my household." After speaking, she cast a sympathetic glance at Hanzhu. "Hanzhu, do not be too disheartened. You must learn to let go. Indeed, Hanzhu, which man does not stray? Consider it as him taking a concubine," Lin Shuiying added, further fanning the flames. Hanzhu maintained a solemn expression, staring incredulously at the darkened room, as if struck by a blow. Xia Yinyan and Lin Shuiying secretly reveled in their satisfaction, feeling a sense of vindication. Hanzhu's reputation was now sullied. At that moment, the servants re-entered the room, dragging out the unconscious man. The crowd awaited the unfolding drama, for both Wei Zhao and Hanzhu held significant status. Wei Zhao, having married into the duke's residence, brazenly dared to engage in infidelity during the princess's banquet. One could only imagine whether Hanzhu would publicly demand his head. Should Hanzhu create a scene, it would surely be a spectacle to witness. However, as the servants pushed aside the disheveled hair from the man's face, the crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. The man, bare-chested and clad only in a pair of trousers, adorned with numerous ambiguous scratches, was unmistakably not Wei Zhao, but rather the king of Kong, Xia Chenglin. The moment Xia Yinyan and Lin Shuiying recognized his face, their expressions shifted dramatically, particularly Lin Shuiying, whose eyes widened in disbelief. Hanzhu took a deep breath and exclaimed, "Did you not say that Wei Zhao was inside? What is the meaning of this?" Xia Yinyan stood frozen, unable to move. Hanzhu cast a glance at her and Lin Shuiying before turning her attention to the attendant beside them. Chapter 63. It was Wei Zhao who forced me. The initial servant displayed a visage of sheer terror, prostrating on the ground, his voice trembling as he spoke. I did not know, my lord. Earlier, during the banquet, Wei Zhao accidentally spilled food all over himself, so I brought him here to rest. I then went to fetch him a change of clothes, and when I returned, the place was flooded. Upon hearing this, Hanzhu's expression turned icy. So, you assert that it was indeed Wei Zhao inside. The servant shivered in fear, still kneeling on the ground. At that moment, Hanzhu shifted her focus, directing her accusation towards Xia Yinyan. Your Highness, you and Miss Lin also hastily concluded that it was Wei Zhao inside. Could it be that there is some conspiracy at play here? Xia Yinyan, regaining her composure, retorted, What nonsense are you spouting? She then glared at the servant, commanding, Hurry and take His Highness for treatment. Following her orders, the servant promptly carried the unconscious Xia Chunlin to another guest room. However, Hanzhu had no intention of letting the matter rest. Do not forget, there is still another person inside. Xia Yinyan inhaled deeply, instructing several matrons to enter and bring out the woman. Lin Shuiying, her silver teeth clenched, awaited this moment with anticipation. She had inadvertently facilitated a connection between Xia Chunlin and Zhao Wan, although their union was inevitable as long as Zhao Wan remained alive. The current circumstances had solidified that engagement. Before long, the four matrons emerged with the disheveled woman, wrapping her in a blanket to spare her some dignity. Yet, as soon as she appeared, Lin Shuiying nearly lost her composure. It was not Zhao Wan. It was absolutely not Zhao Wan. Xia Yinyan gasped, pointing at the woman, momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, she finally commanded, Quickly take her away. Initially, she had assumed the woman was a courtesan, hence her indifference to the onlookers. However, upon closer inspection, she realized that the disheveled woman was none other than Yang Lanjing. Unfortunately, it was too late for further orders, as the crowd had already recognized Yang Lanjing. Hanzhu smiled slyly at Lin Shuiying and Xia Yinyan. Oh, so this is the woman who shared a bed with His Highness. Lin Shuiying's complexion was even more horrid than Xia Yinyan's. For Xia Yinyan, while the situation was disgraceful, it was not catastrophic. At worst, it meant that King Kong might take Yang Lanjing as his concubine. But for Lin Shuiying, witnessing her beloved man in such compromising circumstances with another woman filled her with a nauseating bitterness. Just as she contemplated entering the royal residence, Yang Lanjing was already stepping inside. At that moment, the door to the adjacent room swung open, and Zhao Wan emerged, looking frail and bewildered. What has happened? Hanzhu approached her for support. Sister, what are you doing here? I felt unwell and dozed off for a moment, Zhao Wan replied, her sickly appearance leaving no room for doubt. Hanzhu sighed. I know this matter cannot be concealed from you any longer. Just now in the adjoining room, King Kong and Yang Lanjing were engaged in indiscreet conduct. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wan's breath hitched. Seizing the moment, Hanzhu cast her a knowing glance, and Zhao Wan, understanding her cue, began to cough violently before fainting away. Sister, sister! Hanzhu swiftly caught Zhao Wan, igniting a flurry of commotion. As the maid hurried to carry Zhao Wan away in search of a physician, Wei Zhao entered through the archway, astonished by the chaotic scene before him. Hanzhu pulled him aside, stating, My sister has fainted. Please summon a doctor first. I shall explain everything else to you later. Once Hanzhu departed, the fervent spectacle gradually came to a halt. The onlookers, having witnessed the dramatic turn of events, whispered excitedly among themselves as they left, while Xia Yinyan exchanged glances with Lin Shuiying before they retired to the courtyard where Yang Lanjing was resting. Upon entering the room, Lin Shuiying could no longer contain her fury. She seized the teapot from the table and doused Yang Lanjing's face with water. She was consumed by a desire to tear Yang Lanjing apart. Yang Lanjing, having endured quite a bit, succumbed to the smoke and fainted. When she finally opened her eyes and saw Xia Yinyan and Lin Shuiying, she jolted awake. Sitting up, she glanced at the ambiguous marks on her body and began to weep. I merely wished to see if everything was proceeding smoothly, but unexpectedly, Wei Zhao seized me and forced me. You claim it was Wei Zhao who forced you? Lin Shuiying seethed. Yes. The moment I entered the room, he suddenly embraced me. He possesses martial prowess, and being a man, with that kind of drug in him, how could I possibly break free? Lin Shuiying could endure no more. She struck her face with a resounding slap. Stop pretending. The one you shared a bed with was clearly Prince Kong. This revelation left Yang Lanjin momentarily speechless. After a considerable pause, she looked to Xia Yinyan for help. This cannot be true. How could it be? That I was intimate with Prince Kong? Yang Lanjin refused to believe it. She had long been enamored with Wei Zhao and had only belittled him due to Hanzhu. Upon hearing Lin Shuiying's scheme, she realized her opportunity had arisen. As long as she could entangle herself with Wei Zhao, she might gain entry into the Duke's household, and furthermore, she could deflect all blame onto Wei Zhao. At that moment, she had entered the room, the lighting dim due to prior arrangements, and saw a man lying on the couch, mistaking him for Wei Zhao. The thought sent a shiver through her. Enough, the deed has been done. What remains is to uncover why the sixth prince was in that room. And what of the woman I arranged? Xia Yinyan, overwhelmed by the tangled situation, felt a throbbing headache. Since Xia Qinglin had remained in a deep unconscious state, Xia Yinyan sought a doctor to tend to him, only to discover that his condition was not due to smoke inhalation, but rather a potent aphrodisiac. Hearing this, Xia Yinyan gasped in disbelief. The situation had escalated into a far greater predicament. The sixth prince, drugged in her residence, had caused a scandal that would not be easily explained. Could it be that the servant mistakenly delivered the wine meant for Wei Zhao to Prince Kong? No, there must be something amiss. Otherwise, how could the circumstances align so perfectly? Xia Yinyan returned to her courtyard and summoned all the individuals involved in the matter. They reported that they had adhered to her instructions without any errors. However, one particular servant, who had guided Wei Zhao to rest, trembled in fear and stammered, "Your Highness, I was originally stationed outside, waiting for the individuals you assigned to enter. But then, someone approached me, claiming to be lost, insisting that I lead the way. Thus, the mistake occurred here. Who was that person?" The servant pondered for a moment, unable to recognize him, though he noted that the attire resembled that of servant. "Do you recall his appearance?" "Yes, should I see him again, I would undoubtedly recognize him." Xia Yinyan contemplated, convinced that this individual was intricately linked to the unfolding events. Chapter 64. 100 times more cowardly Xia Yinyan wished to uncover the truth before Xia Qinglin awoke, so that she could provide a clear account. The banquet in the mansion had yet to disperse, and she instructed a servant to identify individuals, ensuring that no one could leave the premises indiscriminately. In the wake of the preceding events, discussions were rife among the guests, and although the servants' identification efforts were discreet, many speculated that it must be connected to the matter concerning Prince Kong. However, among the servants accompanying the guests, there was no suspicious figure to be found. Once the guests had departed, the servants stood at the entrance, scrutinizing each person as they exited. After failing to locate anyone among the guests, Xia Yinyan summoned all the household staff, including those temporarily borrowed from the tavern for the event. The princess's residence was considerable in size. It did not require so many attendants. Given the grandeur of the banquet, they had not only hired chefs from outside, but also enlisted additional helping hands. The steward meticulously went through the list of names, and the servant followed suit in identification. Yet that individual was nowhere to be found. Xia Yinyan was incensed. Amidst the throngs of people, it was evident that someone had stealthily infiltrated their gathering. However, only the three of them were privy to this scheme. Who could have possibly sabotaged it in advance? After some contemplation, she concluded that it must be intricately linked to Yang Lanjin. Thus, she stormed off to confront her. At that moment, Yang Lanjin had tidied herself. Yet due to her earlier misjudgment, she appeared dazed and disoriented. Upon Xia Yinyan's approach, she exuded an imposing aura. "Yang Lanzhen, you audacieux schemer," attempting to climb the social ladder by plotting against this princess. At first glance, it indeed seemed as though Yang Lanjin had employed such tactics to gain favor with Prince Kong. Yang Lanjin looked up in confusion, quickly realizing the gravity of the situation, and knelt down hastily. "Your Highness, I assure you, it was a misunderstanding. I genuinely believed it was Wei Zhao. How could I have known it was Prince Kong inside? Then tell me, was it you who orchestrated the removal of the servant at the door? Yang Lanjin's eyes shifted nervously, her earlier bravado dissipating. Indeed, it was you. Xia Yinyan's anger surged at Yang Lanjin's guilty demeanor. How dare you conspire against me, the princess? Do you believe I will allow you to gain anything from this? Yang Lanjin realized the consequences of provoking Xia Yinyan and, filled with alarm and urgency, replied, Your Highness, I truly did not intend to scheme against Prince Kong. In fact, I aim to set a trap for Wei Zhao. I have long harbored feelings for him. Seeing her distress, Xia Yinyan's fury began to wane. Then confess every detail of your actions without reservation. Yang Lanjin, sensing no option for deceit, recounted when Lin Shuiying proposed this scheme. I recognized it as my sole chance to interact with Wei Zhao. I thought, even if not Zhao Wan, the fracture between Wei Zhao and Hanzhu would serve my purpose. With my presence beside Wei Zhao, I believed I could be of greater significance. Thus, I instructed someone to remove the servant at the door, seizing the opportunity to enter the room, while ensuring that anyone approaching would be diverted. I truly had no inkling that Prince Kong was inside. Your Highness, even if you granted me 100 lives, I would never dare to scheme against Prince Kong. Upon hearing that Yang Lanjin harbored feelings for Wei Zhao, Xia Yinyan was momentarily taken aback. However, upon reflection, she recalled a figure resembling Wei Zhao who had recently frequented the martial arts academy, and she had been more diligent in her visits than anyone else. It seemed there was indeed some truth to it. Moreover, if the medicine administered to the King of Kong was not her doing, she had merely substituted the courtesan she had originally intended to employ, thus the impact on her scheme was negligible. Yet, what exactly was the nature of the king's medicine? And how did he come to be in that particular room? I hope you speak the truth. Should there be even a hint of concealment, you know the consequences. Yang Lanjin shook her head, asserting that she had not concealed anything. For the moment, Xia Yinyan chose to trust Yang Lanjin, realizing that the only way to unveil the truth was to wait for Xia Chenglin to awaken. Meanwhile, while the princess's residence was embroiled in chaos, Hanzhu had already departed the Zhao residence with Wei Zhao. Zhao Wan had regained consciousness following treatment from the imperial physician, yet she appeared increasingly frail. The physician merely stated that she had been emotionally disturbed and required rest. This incident would likely reach the palace soon, and when it did, it would undoubtedly cause quite a stir. Hanzhu couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. Wei Zhao observed her mischievous demeanor, a smile tugging at his lips. Now, you may enlighten me on what transpired. Previously, Hanzhu had merely hinted that someone might deliberately attempt to lure him away during the banquet, advising him to follow if they ushered him into another room, but to leave swiftly once the coast was clear. She had withheld the specific reasons at that time. Yet today, it was becoming clearer to him. Hanzhu recalled the astonished expressions of Xia Yinyan and Lin Shuiying, feeling a surge of delight, particularly at Lin Shuiying's surprise at her own folly. Yet, she also owed a debt of gratitude to Yang Lanjin, who had made the spectacle all the more thrilling. I initially refrained from informing you because I was uncertain of their intentions. I merely sensed something amiss when they invited my sister and me to the banquet. Thus, I decided to play along, never anticipating it would unfold so dramatically. Unbeknownst to Hanzhu, Xia Yinyan had not drugged Zhao Wan, but she had discreetly arranged for the wine to be swapped, ensuring that the wine intended for Wei Zhao was instead given to Xia Chenglin. It was also she who had guided Xia Chenglin to that room. However, she had not anticipated that Yang Lanjin would enter that chamber. Her intention was merely to observe the developments. It appeared that their motivations were diverse, complicating the situation further and facilitating her own opportunistic endeavors. Upon hearing her recount the day's events, Wei Zhao contemplated the complexity of the situation, recognizing that it was far from simple and fraught with peril. It was then that Hanzhu's expression shifted slightly, though her gaze towards Wei Zhao remained cheerful. I must admit, I had not anticipated that Yang Lanjin would be enamored with you. She had often belittled you in my presence. Could it be that this is what they call deep affection leading to intense resentment? Wei Zhao paused, reflecting on the day's occurrences, his expression tightening with distaste. Who was Yang Lanjin? Numerous young ladies had circled around Xia Yinyin, yet Wei Zhao had never paid them any heed. Had it not been for today's incident, he would scarcely have remembered Yang Lanjin at all. Upon hearing his words, Hanzhu let out a soft chuckle, declaring that she would not harbor any anger. Though she bore no resentment towards Wei Zhao, the scheming thoughts of Lin Shuiying and her companions were truly detestable. Not only did they wish to sabotage her relationship with Wei Zhao, but they also sought to involve Sister Zhao. Meanwhile, on Xia Yinyin's side, she awaited Xia Chenglin's awakening. However, as soon as Xia Chenglin regained consciousness, and before he could comprehend the situation, someone from the palace arrived, instructing them to enter the palace at the emperor's behest. Xia Chenglin composed himself and, with a solemn expression, accompanied Xia Yinyin into the palace. Throughout the journey, Xia Yinyin resolved to deny any involvement in the matter. As long as she steadfastly refused to acknowledge it, the emperor would have no grounds for punishment. Chapter 65. Not one of the same kind as Xia Yinyin and Xia Chenglin entered the imperial study, a teacup suddenly shattered at their feet. While Xia Chenglin managed to maintain his composure, Xia Yinyin trembled in fear. Upon entering the room, they knelt together to pay their respects to the emperor. "Do not greet me," the emperor bellowed. "Look at the mess you've caused. You've made Zhao Luan faint from anger. Yet you still dare to inquire about my well-being. Father, I am wronged. I was drugged and in a daze, which led to these unfortunate events. Father, my sixth brother was indeed also drugged. Someone must have plotted to create chaos in my princess's residence, deliberately framing both me and my brother." Xia Chenglin and Xia Yinyin were taken aback by the emperor's fury. "Absurd. It is your residence. Who would dare to create chaos there? Do not think I am unaware of your little schemes. I have heard that this matter initially involved Hanzhu and Wei Zhao. Xia Yinyin, confess the truth. What exactly transpired?" Xia Yinyin shuddered at the mention of Hanzhu and Wei Zhao. It appeared that the emperor's anger was indeed connected to Hanzhu. Realizing this, Xia Yinyin bit her lip and, in a moment of reckless abandon, confessed, "Indeed, I initially intended to drug Wei Zhao, but I did not foresee my sixth brother falling victim to it as well, nor the involvement of Yang Lanjin. I simply could not stand Hanzhu, especially since father has always shown her favoritism. Preposterous." The emperor roared, slamming his hand on the table. "I thought you were merely headstrong, but I never anticipated you would resort to such despicable means and involve others." The emperor had favored Xia Yinyin for her spirited yet inherently good nature, akin to Hanzhu, who displayed a more vibrant personality. However, at this moment, he was genuinely disappointed in Xia Yinyin. Stung by the disappointment in the emperor's gaze, Xia Yinyin felt momentarily dazed. Indeed, her previous conflicts with Hanzhu had been mere verbal sparring. Her dislike stemmed from jealousy over her father's affection towards Hanzhu. They held no deep-seated enmity. She was of noble birth, yet due to a twinge of jealousy, she had allowed herself to fall to such depths. With a tight-lipped silence, Xia Yinyin ceased to speak. The incident had stirred up a tempest throughout the city. "Chenglin, although you too are a victim, the deed is done. You shall take Yang Lanjin into your residence as a concubine, and as for the Zhao family, the two of you must go together to offer your apologies." The emperor's anger began to subside, and his tone softened. "Yes," Xia Chenglin replied with a firm nod. "And you, after apologizing to the Zhao family, should remain in your princess's residence to reflect on your actions." Xia Yinyin despondently acknowledged, "Yes." The two emerged from the imperial study, spirits low. Xia Chenglin, being merely a victim, fared better, while Xia Yinyin walked with a downcast expression, lost in thought. Observing her, Xia Chenglin chose not to depart, but instead joined her in the carriage. He had only understood that he had been drugged and had engaged in relations with Yang Lanjin, lacking clarity on the finer details. Now, having exited the palace, he could finally inquire further. Xia Yinyin leaned against the carriage and remarked, "I am uncertain how it transpired. I intended to administer a potion to Wei Zhao and had enlisted the help of a courtesan. Unexpectedly, Yang Lanjin entered that room, leading to the subsequent events." Xia Yinyin refrained from disclosing that their initial target had been Zhao Wan or that Yang Lanjin was meant to share Wei Zhao's bed. After all, Yang Lanjin had been with her for many years, and now that the deed was done, there was no need to complicate her future. Who else was involved in this matter? Could it potentially be revealed? Xia Qinglin inquired, furrowing his brow. Xia Yanyan pondered briefly before shaking her head. It would be futile to mention Lin Shuiying. After all, the latter events were orchestrated by me, and Lin Shuiying could not have arranged such a scenario. Sixth brother, what prompted you to enter that room? Xia Yanyan focused on the crux of the matter. Xia Qinglin's gaze darkened. On that day, a servant accidentally spilled soup on me, and feeling somewhat unwell, I departed with him. I only recall entering a room, and the subsequent events are a blur. The drug was exceedingly potent, preserving only the most primal desires. In hindsight, I can only recall a few indistinct images, not even the appearance of that servant. Thus, the trail of clues on Xia Qinglin's side had also come to an abrupt end. Very well, let us first pacify the Zhao family. Xia Qinglin was equally vexed, having lost face that day. Whether or not he took a concubine held little consequence for him. He merely worried about the Zhao family's sentiments. He instructed the carriage to head directly to the Zhao residence, deeming it prudent to act swiftly. Minister Zhao, being under son Wenxiang's command, was naturally amenable, especially given Xia Qinglin's sincere apology. He merely remarked that his daughter's health had been uncooperative and suggested that Xia Qinglin proceed with taking a concubine. By the time he exited the Zhao household, twilight had nearly descended and the tumult had finally subsided. Xia Qinglin returned to his royal residence, while Xia Yanyan made her way back to the princess's palace. After a day of commotion, the princess's palace had finally settled into tranquility. Yang Lanjin remained within the palace, for Xia Yanyan had not permitted her departure, and she dared not leave, while Lin Shuiying had already taken her leave. Noticing Xia Yanyan's unusual demeanor upon her return, Yang Lanjin felt a heaviness in her heart. Father Emperor has decreed that you shall enter the Kong Wang's residence as a concubine. Rest assured, I have not disclosed your misidentification of individuals. Upon hearing this, Yang Lanjin looked at Xia Yanyan in disbelief, her eyes glistening with tears as she earnestly bowed her head. Thank you, Your Highness. The reality of her relationship with Xia Qinglin had solidified. Being allowed to enter the royal residence as a concubine was her best avenue. Xia Yanyan waved her hand. You may go now, but remember to keep your distance from Lin Shuiying in the future. Yang Lanjin pressed her lips together and acquiesced. She believed that Xia Yanyan's warning to avoid Lin Shuiying stemmed from suspicion regarding the latter's involvement in the matter. In truth, while Xia Yanyan had harbored doubts about Lin Shuiying, she felt they were fundamentally different people. If this was merely a play enacted by Lin Shuiying and Hanzhu, she would accept it. However, if Lin Shuiying's motivations were solely to retaliate against Hanzhu, then she was indeed a most formidable individual. Xia Yanyan chose not to pursue the matter further, suddenly realizing how close she had come to becoming the very person she despised. She had witnessed and heard far too much of the intrigues within the palace, and she refused to become a person driven by jealousy and desire, willing to resort to any means to achieve her goals. In the aftermath of this entire affair, it was undoubtedly Lin Shuiying who suffered the greatest loss. While Xia Yanyan faced punishment in solitary reflection, Xia Qinglin acquired a new concubine, and the Yang family secured a favorable marriage alliance. She, however, had been pushed out of a position that rightfully belonged to her. How could Lin Shuiying possibly accept this? Thus, upon leaving the princess's residence, she made her way to a tea house to await Xia Qinglin. Yet, the maidservant conveyed the message that Xia Qinglin had returned to his estate after leaving the Zhao family and would not be coming back out. She had already sent word, indicating that Xia Qinglin had no desire to meet her. In her fury, Lin Shuiying smashed the teacup upon the table. Perhaps overwhelmed by her tumultuous emotions, she doubled over, retching after the outburst. Chapter 66. Just returned and almost sent away the absence of a primary wife while a concubine enters the household is a matter of much speculation among the prominent families, especially within the royal circles. Thus, the affair between Xia Qinglin and Yang Lanjin was conducted with utmost discretion. However, it was evident to all in the capital. On the day Xia Qinglin took a concubine, the weather was refreshingly crisp, prompting Hanzhu to venture into the streets to witness the commotion. Alas, there was little excitement to be found at the royal residence. Her interest lay instead in the happenings surrounding Lin Shuiying. Standing on the second floor of a tea house, Lin Shuiying gazed towards the residence of Prince Kong, seemingly indifferent to the bustling pedestrians below. It must be disheartening to watch someone she cherishes marry another. As she lost herself in thought, a familiar voice broke through, charming yet irksome to her ears. Lin Shuiying turned to see the county princess approaching, puzzled by the meaning behind her earlier words. She had thought that her affection for Xia Qinglin was a secret known only to her family, who would never divulge it to others. Hanzhu joined her, glancing in the direction of Prince Kang's residence. TSK, 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 the prince truly enjoys considerable fortune and love. Leaving you here to suffer in silence is quite unjust. Lin Shuiying's eyes darkened in shock as she stared at Hanzhu. Her lips moved as if to feign ignorance. But suddenly it dawned on her, this was your doing, she asserted with conviction. Hanzhu did not deny it, merely smiling at her. Lin Shuiying's expression shifted rapidly. She could not comprehend what had gone awry, allowing Hanzhu to exploit her vulnerability, nor did she know when Hanzhu had discovered her feelings for Xia Qinglin. However, the thought that her current predicament was due to Hanzhu filled her with rage. Recently, she had confided in Xia Qinglin about her pregnancy, expecting him to be delighted. Instead, he frowned and insisted she terminate the child. He refused to accept her as his primary wife, let alone as a concubine. Had it not been for the matter of Yang Lanjin, she might have had a chance to be his concubine, but with the situation as it stood, how could he possibly allow her into the residence now? And her child, whom she had hoped would secure her position within the Prince Kang's household, had now become her most vulnerable weakness. Hanzhu, as sisters for many years, knowing I do not harbor feelings for Wei Zhao, why must you be so cruel? Hanzhu found amusement in her words, retorting, is it not you who seeks to harm me and Wei Zhao? Lin Shuiying was momentarily speechless, her eyes brimming with resentment. Do take a good look. Hanzhu flashed a bright smile before turning to leave. Enraged, Lin Shuiying seized a teacup from the table and hurled it at Hanzhu. In a swift motion, Hanzhu drew a whip and sent the teacup flying out of the window. She regarded Lin Shuiying with cold disdain. It seems you wish to challenge me? Lin Shuiying, though taller, had no skill in martial arts, and now felt a twinge of fear at the sight of Hanzhu's icy demeanor. She is currently expecting, and Hanzhu is indeed someone who dares to take action. Should anything untoward happen to her in the streets, her reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Lin Shuiying's thoughts were in turmoil when a knock at the door interrupted her reverie. Hanzhu withdrew her gaze and abruptly opened the door. Brandishing a whip in her hand, her expression icy, which startled the person outside. However, upon recognizing her face, the visitor's demeanor transformed into a warm and cheerful smile. May I inquire if this teacup belongs to you, my lady? Hanzhu was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the visitor. Then a mix of surprise and joy washed over her. Xia Qingyan, when did you return? Xia Qingyan, twirling the teacup, replied, I just arrived in the city and nearly got whisked away by this very teacup. Hanzhu chuckled, snatched the teacup from his grasp, and, disregarding any disputes with Lin Shuiying, tossed the teacup in front of her and declared, let us go somewhere else to converse. After Hanzhu and Xia Qingyan left, Lin Shuiying stood there momentarily stunned before knitting her brows in contemplation. She had not anticipated Xia Qingyan's return from his travels at this time, and she wondered if it would have any implications for Xia Qinglin. Although Xia Qingyan was older than Xia Qinglin, his mother was merely the daughter of a wealthy merchant from a county, lacking any significant background, and she had passed away many years ago. Thus, he had never enjoyed great favor and held no noble title presently. However, it was only a matter of time. Typically, royal princes were granted titles upon marrying their primary wives, while Xia Qinglin was an exception. That said, Xia Qingyan shared a close bond with Hanzhu, showering her with particular affection, which stirred feelings of jealousy within Lin Shuiying. During this time, Hanzhu had become so entangled in matters concerning Lin Shuiying that she had forgotten the timing of Xia Qingyan's return. It was likely around this time in her past life that he had returned too. Hanzhu intended to take Xia Qingyan to a tavern to reminisce, to which Xia Qingyan smiled and replied, revisiting the past sounds delightful. However, I have a male friend accompanying me. You wouldn't mind, would you? Of course not. Your friend is my friend, Ji Hanzhu beamed. In her youth, during the years when Wei Zhao was absent from the capital, Xia Qingyan had acted like an elder brother to Ji Hanzhu, even more so than Xia Chenglin. Though he had traveled for several years upon their reunion, Ji Hanzhu felt no trace of unfamiliarity. Xia Qingyan possessed a gentle demeanor, exuding an aura akin to a refreshing spring breeze. Our little girl has grown up, he remarked. Ji Hanzhu smiled. Indeed, I am married now. Seeing her speak of her marriage with such natural ease, Xia Qingyan was momentarily taken aback. But he smiled and instinctively raised his hand to ruffle her hair, only to retract it. As they exited the tea house, a young gentleman dressed in brocade awaited outside, accompanied by his servant. Yaoji, this is my sister, Ji Hanzhu. This is the newly appointed top scholar, he Yaoji. Xia Qingyan introduced them to one another. Ji Hanzhu greeted them with a bright smile and a nod, while Yaoji, upon seeing Ji Hanzhu, hesitated briefly before performing a respectful greeting. Miss, greetings. As the newly appointed top scholar, he Yaoji was distinguished in both appearance and manners, yet Ji Hanzhu felt a sense of discomfort under his gaze. It is possible that this person never existed in a previous life, and the fact that he returned with Xia Qingyan left her with an unsettling feeling. The group dined at a restaurant, and he Yaoji appeared unaware of Xia Qingyan's true identity, while Ji Hanzhu chose not to elaborate. However, unbeknownst to them, he Yaoji had already surmised Xia Qingyan's identity upon encountering Ji Hanzhu. With he Yaoji present, Ji Hanzhu and Xia Qingyan engaged in lively conversation about their experiences along the journey, which proved to be both captivating and delightful. They became so engrossed in their discussion that they lost track of time, while Xia, seated nearby, attempted several times to remind Ji Hanzhu, yet hesitated to speak up. Chapter 67. What she desires as evening fell, the attendant entered the inn to light the lamps in the room. And it was then that Ji Hanzhu realized how late it had become. Xia let out a sigh of relief, thinking that her young lady had finally remembered that there was a son-in-law waiting at home. To her surprise, Ji Hanzhu turned and said, Xia, please return and inform Wei Zhao that he need not wait for me for dinner. You need not come either. Later, let fifth brother escort me home. Xia was momentarily taken aback and glanced at Xia Qingyan. Xia Qingyan smiled and said, You may leave. I will see her home. With the fifth prince's words, Xia naturally dared not object, and after a respectful bow, she departed. Ji Hanzhu then ordered a few more dishes from the inn, contemplating that she would return home after the meal. She felt it was imperative not to keep Xia Qingyan too late. However, just as they had consumed half of their meal, Wei Zhao arrived, dressed in a black formal robe with his hair neatly tied back. His expression was stern and unyielding, showing no change upon seeing Xia Qingyan. Wei Zhao, what brings you here? Ji Hanzhu asked, surprised by his presence, and waved him over. Since you're here, do sit and join us for a bite. I have already dined at home. I merely came to ensure your safe return, Wei Zhao replied, standing protectively behind Ji Hanzhu, exuding an air of authority. Ji Hanzhu thought to herself that with such a demeanor, it would be quite difficult for anyone else to enjoy their meal. Xia Qingyan glanced at Wei Zhao and chuckled, noting that Wei Zhao had not changed a bit. He Yaoji also scrutinized Wei Zhao, his deep brown eyes betraying a contemplative mood. Wei Zhao clasped his fist towards Xia Qingyan, acknowledging, You flatter me. Ji Hanzhu nearly choked on her tea, rising to link her arm with Wei Zhao's. I shall take my leave now. We shall converse another day. Xia Qingyan nodded with a smile. Before departing, Ji Hanzhu offered a slight nod to He Yaoji and then led Wei Zhao away. Did I not say that Xia Qingyan would escort me? Why have you come? Wei Zhao looked at her, inhaling deeply, his voice tinged with concern. Ji Hanzhu gave him a sidelong glance and smiled softly. Upon returning home, she recalled Wei Zhao's previous remarks about Xia Qinglin and suddenly felt curious about his views on Xia Qingyan. Thus, she held on to Wei Zhao's arm and motioned for him to lean down. Wei Zhao bent closer, attuning to her inquiry. What do you think of Xia Qingyan? Wei Zhao hesitated, a shadow passing over his brow. Yet, he eventually replied, more reliable than Xia Qinglin. He was aware of the close bond between Ji Hanzhu and Xia Qingyan, recognizing Xia Qingyan's dependability, but Satisfied with this response, Hanzhu smiled gently. I understand. Xia Qingyin cannot be compared to Xia Qinglin. In her past life, they had both been ensnared by Xia Qinglin and met their tragic end together. In their final moments, he had smiled at her and said, "Little girl, do not cry." Despite being wronged and accused of treason, he bore no grudge against her, who was an unwitting accomplice. After their demise, the crown prince Xia Qingqi, who had been close to Hanzhu, also suffered repercussions. Though not demoted, he too faced punishment. As for who ultimately occupies that position, she did not witness it. However, despite the Sun family's decline in her past life, Xia Qinglin still held a significant status in the emperor's eyes. Yet, this life is different. She will not allow those who have shown her kindness to repeat the same mistakes. After encountering Xia Qingyin today, Hanzhu did not permit Wei Zhao to accompany her for conversation in the evening, and upon returning, they each retreated to their own chambers. Wei Zhao gazed at the closed door, his lips pressed tightly together. Hanzhu pondered how this life would diverge from the previous one. Xia Qinglin could no longer exploit her, but what would he do then? The following day marked Wei Zhao's day off, and Hanzhu, preoccupied with her thoughts, failed to notice Wei Zhao's increasingly tense expression. In the morning, Xia Qingyin arrived at the Duke of Dinghua's residence, bringing with him an assortment of novel and intriguing items. Hanzhu spent the better part of the day conversing with him in the courtyard, and it was not until after dinner that Xia Qingyin took his leave. Wei Zhao escorted Xia Qingyin, who invited him for a stroll. I heard it was you who requested the emperor's favor for the marriage. Do you believe that marrying you is what Hanzhu desires? Xia Qingyin stated directly, though his tone and demeanor were remarkably gentle. Wei Zhao furrowed his brow. I will provide her with the best. Xia Qingyin shook his head with a smile. What you perceive as the best may not be what she truly wants. Not what she wants. Wei Zhao's countenance tightened, his dark eyes profound. I have promised the Duke of Dinghua that I will protect her at all costs, even if it means sacrificing my life. As long as she finds happiness, what is there that I cannot relinquish? Seeing Wei Zhao's earnest expression, Xia Qingyin sighed in resignation. Very well, take your time. After Xia Qingyin returned, Hanzhu seemed busier than Wei Zhao, rarely inviting him to join her in leisure. Each day, Xia Qingyin took her on excursions, exploring nearby sites or seeking out renowned eateries in quaint alleys, making each day fulfilling and delightful, reminiscent of her childhood. The dishes at these eateries were exquisite. She resolved to bring Wei Zhao to savor them someday. On their way back, whenever Wei Zhao was mentioned, Hanzhu's eyes sparkled with delight. Xia Qingyin teased, "It's only been a short while since your marriage, and you are already so preoccupied. We are nearing a year of marriage. It has not been a brief time," Hanzhu replied, though she soon furrowed her brow again. It seemed that Wei Zhao was still reluctant to express his feelings, proving to be quite a dense individual. Moreover, it was likely that if she were to speak of it, no one would believe that she and Wei Zhao had yet to consummate their marriage. Could it be that you too? Xia Qingyin discerned immediately. Hanzhu was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing. Xia Qingyin shook his head knowingly. He had anticipated this. Wei Zhao was a man of profound thoughts, but he could see that he had harbored feelings for Hanzhu for quite some time. His decision to marry her was likely motivated by a desire to prevent her from being wed to someone unreliable, which is why he had previously inquired whether Wei Zhao understood what Hanzhu truly wanted. For the past year, Hanzhu had yearned for Wei Zhao to take the initiative, even though she was aware of his affections for her. His silence was a source of great discomfort. Do not worry. I believe it won't be long before Wei Zhao realizes. Xia Qingyin wore a smile, his warm eyes glimmering with a hint of mischief. Hanzhu had spent some time playing with Xia Qingyin, but as the weather grew colder, her outings diminished, leaving her to carve away at something within the confines of her home. However, she did not venture out anymore. Instead, Wei Zhao became increasingly busy, and, at times, several days would pass before they crossed paths again. As the day of their wedding approached, Hanzhu took the initiative to remind Wei Zhao to return home early that day, as it marked their first anniversary and deserved to be celebrated properly. When the day finally arrived, Hanzhu personally took to the kitchen, preparing several of Wei Zhao's favorite dishes and warming some wine, eagerly awaiting his return in their room. Yet, As the appointed hour drew near, Wei Zhao had still not returned. Hanzhu waited for another hour, but still, there was no sign of him. Chapter 68. Do you like me? Hanzhu was uncertain how long she had waited. It was only when she abruptly awakened that she realized she had fallen asleep. She called out for Mo Xia, only to discover it was already the witching hour. Has Wei Zhao not returned yet? Hanzhu, still drowsy, pondered. Mo Xia entered with downcast eyes, unwilling for Hanzhu to perceive her expression. Nevertheless, her tone bore a hint of dissatisfaction as she replied. He instructed the young lady to rest and has returned to his own courtyard. Instantly, Hanzhu was fully awake. She wondered what had transpired with Wei Zhao during this time. Could something have happened? With this thought in mind, Hanzhu donned an outer garment and proceeded to Wei Zhao's quarters. The room was unlit, indicating he had likely retired for the night. Yet considering the peculiar circumstances of the day, Hanzhu hesitated but ultimately decided to knock on the door. No response came from within. She instructed Mo Xia to keep watch outside while she cautiously pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room was shrouded in darkness as Hanzhu navigated her way to the bedside, where she found Wei Zhao lying with his face turned towards the bedding. Typically, he was a light sleeper. It was unusual for him not to notice someone entering. Could he be unwell? With this concern in mind, Hanzhu raised her hand and gently placed it on Wei Zhao's forehead. Before she could ascertain his temperature, a large hand suddenly grasped her wrist. Miss, Wei Zhao sat up, his face obscured by the shadows, rendering his expression invisible. Why have you come at such a late hour? Is there something urgent? Although his countenance remained concealed, the cold detachment in his voice caused Hanzhu to falter momentarily. After a brief silence, she finally asked, Do you remember what day it is today? Wei Zhao remained silent, the profound stillness of the night pressing heavily upon her chest. Wei Zhao, speak to me. She was aware of his innate reticence, yet she believed she had not provoked him during this time. After a prolonged silence, Wei Zhao finally spoke. The day I requested the Emperor's permission for marriage was solely to protect you, Mississippi. My humble status renders me unworthy of you. At that moment, he thought that if someday the Miss found a reliable partner, he would willingly escort her to her wedding. Pausing, he continued, The divorce decree is prepared. Should you require it, you may take it at any time. As for the Emperor, I shall explain. Wei Zhao, I am giving you another chance. Speak again. Hanzhu interrupted, striving to suppress the blaze of anger within her. She had waited for him for so long, only to hear him speak of separation. She had professed her affection for him countless times, yet he spoke of pushing her towards another. At that moment, her faith in her past understanding of Wei Zhao began to waver. This was what Wei Zhao wished to convey. Hanzhu took a deep breath, attempting to maintain a calm tone. Wei Zhao, I ask you, and I ask you only this once. Do you like me? Even a block of wood should comprehend the blooming of flowers. Wei Zhao did not respond immediately. The stillness in the room was such that it felt as if they could hear each other's breaths. Hanzhu stepped forward, hoping to prompt Wei Zhao to contemplate his feelings. Yet, she heard him softly utter two words, not at all. In an instant, Hanzhu paused, her heart pierced by the weight of those two ethereal words. Each day, she endeavored to cultivate a deeper affection for him. But what of him? Or was it possible that she had merely misconstrued his intentions? A fleeting moment of disorientation enveloped Hanzhu as Wei Zhao's indifferent tone intertwined with the haunting memories of his demise from her past life, leaving her unsure of what was reality and what was illusion, or perhaps it was merely a figment of her imagination, though she had vowed to inquire only once. She could not restrain herself, her voice trembling as she asked, Is it true? Wei Zhao remained seated, unwavering as a mountain, affirming her question. Hanzhu inhaled deeply, raising her hand to hurl the object she held at Wei Zhao, lifting her chin defiantly as she coldly commanded, From tomorrow on, vacate the Duke of Ding's residence. Having uttered her decree, she offered no further words and turned to depart. Perhaps she was indeed mistaken. After all, in both this life and the last, Wei Zhao had never uttered the word love to her. After Hanzhu left, Wei Zhao sat alone in the darkness until dawn broke. As light illuminated his face, he returned to reality, rising to find a jade pendant had slipped from him, clattering to the ground and shattering into two pieces. He picked up the pendant, scrutinizing it, unable to recall its presence. However, he remembered the strike Hanzhu had delivered to him the previous night. This must be it. He tucked the pendant away, gathered his belongings, and silently exited the Duke of Ding's residence. News of Wei Zhao's departure reached Xia Chenglin first. He arranged for surveillance around the Duke's estate, considering it a rare piece of good fortune. The rift between Wei Zhao and Hanzhu was indeed intriguing. A few days later, the news of their separation spread like wildfire, igniting widespread speculation. The most delighted was Lin Shuiying. Though her joy was short-lived as she soon realized that Hanzhu might still harbor feelings for Xia Chenglin. Her own condition could not be delayed. And with Hanzhu now in the mix, she needed to secure her position as the princess consort of Kong as swiftly as possible. After several days of contemplation, Lin Shuiying devised a cunning plan. Since Wei Zhao's departure, Hanzhu had not ventured outside, her enthusiasm waning as she succumbed to a slight chill. Unexpectedly, Xia Chenglin began sending lavish supplies to her, as if to muddy the waters upon witnessing her split from Wei Zhao. Aware of Xia Chenglin's ulterior motives, Hanzhu opted for silence, accepting the gifts without protest. Zhao Wan visited her, offering words of comfort, though she departed with a subdued spirit. That evening, upon returning home, Zhao Wan partook of some restorative medicine, as was her routine. However, just as she received the bowl, it was abruptly knocked from her hands, shattering upon the floor. Perhaps it was too hot. I shall have the kitchen prepare another, the maid remarked, oblivious to the situation as she hurried away with the remnants. Meanwhile, Zhao Wan furrowed her brow, scanning the room with caution. She was certain that someone had struck the bowl, causing it to topple. There was indeed someone in the room. Just as she contemplated fleeing the room, a shadow leaped down from a beam. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Lin Zhao. General Lin? Zhao Wan was momentarily taken aback. Lin Zhao gestured for silence. Though Zhao Wan was uncertain of his intentions, she nodded in acquiescence. Then, she watched as Lin Zhao produced a silver needle, dipped it into a potion on the ground, and before long, the needle turned black. Zhao Wan covered her mouth, her eyes wide with terror. Someone had dared to poison her within the confines of the estate. Observing the needle's dark transformation, Lin Zhao closed his eyes briefly, rose to stow away the needle, and said, "Miss Zhao, I shall provide you with an explanation regarding this matter." Zhao Wan was perplexed by his words. Could he possibly know who had attempted to poison her? "In the future, please exercise caution with your meals," Lin Zhao added, casting a glance at Zhao Wan before departing through the window. Outside, darkness had enveloped the sky, and his black attire blended seamlessly into the night, creating a striking harmony, while Zhao Wan's heart remained tumultuous and restless. Chapter 69. Undercurrents. Upon returning home, Lin Zhao found that the Lin family had been thrown into chaos. Lin Dong summoned Lin Shuiying and her maid, sending away all other servants, leaving only trusted aides to guard the courtyard. Lin Shuiying was perplexed by the commotion at such a late hour. Though her heart raced with trepidation, she maintained a facade of innocence and composure. "Father, mother, what is happening?" she inquired as she entered, glancing at Lin Dong's grim expression before turning to Lin Mu. "Unfilial daughter, kneel before me," Lin Dong bellowed, slamming his hand on the table with such force that it nearly splintered. "Father, speak. Have you secretly bribed the Zhao family to poison Zhao Wan? If it weren't for your elder brother's intervention, Zhao Wan would have surely perished." Lin Shuiying's gaze shot towards Lin Zhao, shock and fury flaring within her. How could her brother possibly know? Was he monitoring her all along? "I do not comprehend what you are accusing me of," Lin Shuiying replied coolly, adopting an air of indifference. "You will speak." Lin Dong turned his attention to Lin Shuiying's maid. The maid, lacking her mistress's courage and intimidated by the master of the household, cowered on the ground, trembling in fear. "Not only her, but also the people you have colluded with in the Zhao residence, and the apothecary where your maid procured the poison. Shall I bring my men to confront each of them?" Lin Zhao said in a low voice. Lin Shuiying bit her lip, looking at Lin Zhao, her eyes slowly reddening. "You are my brother. Why do you always side with others? Regardless, Zhao Wan is nearing death, yet she insists on holding onto the title of Crown Princess. I merely wish to expedite her relinquishment of that position. Unworthy child. Lin Dong raised his hand, throwing a teacup at Lin Shuiying. You dare to employ such malicious methods to harm others and show no remorse? I should have delivered you to the Zhao family last time. The Lin family will consider you as one who never existed. Master, Lin Mu interjected, attempting to reason. Shuiying is merely young and naive. Naive? She is wicked. Lin Dong interrupted harshly. Rising to his feet, he declared this time, I shall indeed hand you over to the Zhao family for them to deal with you as they see fit. Whether it be death or imprisonment, I will not be involved. Lin Shuiying's eyes flickered, panic beginning to set in. She understood that Lin Dong was capable of such an action. Realizing this, she fell to her knees with a thud. Father, you cannot do this. I am a child. Lin Shuiying's revelation caused Lin Dong to stagger, pointing at her in disbelief before collapsing back into his chair, appearing to age a decade in an instant. Lin Mu, shocked, approached Lin Shuiying, softly asking, Shuiying, you are jesting, are you not? Lin Shuiying's expression was resolute. It has been over 2 months. Lin Mu staggered back a step, her face ashen. Father, mother, I carry the air of the crown prince. I am destined to enter the royal household. Once Zhao Luan perishes, I am confident I can become the legitimate consort. Disregarding her parents' stunned expressions, Lin Shuiying's eyes sparkled with ambition, as if the position of princess was within her grasp. Father, do not indulge her any further. Lin Zhao interjected, urging Lin Dong. If leniency continues to prevail, the consequences could be utterly unimaginable. Lin Dong now only regrets not sending his daughter to the Zhao family earlier. Otherwise, these troubles might have been avoided. He clenched his teeth and resolved to take her to the Zhao household. Father, Lin Shuiying exclaimed in surprise. She had not anticipated that even after learning of her pregnancy, Lin Dong would still harbor such intentions. I am carrying the child of the Prince of Kong. This is the heir. Who would dare to act against it? Take her away. Lin Dong commanded in aggraviton. Sir Lin Shuiying rose, retreating while casting incredulous glances at Lin Dong, unable to believe he could be so heartless. However, as she took 2 steps back, her skirt caught beneath her feet, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground. Startled, Lin Shuiying gasped, then inhaled sharply, clutching her abdomen, her face contorted in pain. Lin's mother's expression changed drastically as she hurried to assist Lin Shuiying, instructing a servant to summon a physician. This tense confrontation was momentarily interrupted by Lin Shuiying's unexpected fall. Lin Dong was indeed furious, yet she was his own flesh and blood. He could not bear to watch Lin Shuiying perish. Reluctantly, he arranged for a doctor to attend to her secretly. Fortunately, it turned out she had merely strained her pregnancy and, with proper care, would be fine. Sir, carrying a child is no trivial matter. If mishandled, it could lead to a tragic outcome for both mother and child. Lin's mother cautiously urged Lin Dong, though Shuiying acted impulsively. Is it not true that Zhao Wan faced no such dire consequences? Perhaps we should set this matter aside for now and allow her to recuperate first. Lin Dong pointed at her, pausing for a moment before finally speaking. You continue to protect her. Sooner or later, she will endanger our entire family. With that, he appeared drained of energy, casting a disappointed glance at Lin Shuiying's room before turning away. He felt powerless at this moment. Lin Shuiying remained confined within the household, and the turmoil in the Lin family seemed to have dissipated, yet all were aware that this was merely a temporary facade of tranquility. In stark contrast to the undercurrents within the Lin family, the court was rife with tension these days. Recently, a rebellion had erupted in Taizhou. Initially, the court regarded it as minor disturbances, but the chaos swiftly escalated, plunging the common folk into misery. Of course, mere rioters would not have been sufficient to alarm the imperial court. Although Taizhou was a small city, it was the ancestral home of the Xie family, where Xie Qingyan's maternal lineage resided. Rumors circulated that members of Xie Qingyan's family were also implicated in the unrest. Moreover, these rioters brazenly invoked the name of the crown prince, claiming to defend his honor. It was evident to discerning eyes that this was a deliberate trap. directly targeting Xie Qingyan. Upon returning to the capital, Xie Qingyan had not anticipated such upheaval. He sought an audience with the crown prince. Yet Xie Qingqi dismissed the rumors entirely. "Brother, you need not say much. I am fully aware that this does not concern you at all," Xie Qingqi stated straightforwardly. Xie Qingyan smiled. "Thank you, elder brother. Yet, it is apparent that this incident is aimed at us both, seeking to sow discord between us." Both brothers had already surmised the identity of the orchestrator, but were concerned about the emperor's growing suspicions. Although their imperial father is indeed a rare and enlightened ruler, those in high positions are often ensnared by certain temptations. Rest assured, my fifth brother, I will not fall for his tricks. When our father intended to appoint me as the crown prince, he sought to assassinate me. Although I have not found concrete evidence, I am certain it was he. As Xia Chengxi recalled that attempted assassination, his expression darkened. Xia Qinglin feigned a profound sense of righteousness, yet he harbored a persistent desire for the throne. Xia Qingyan had also heard of this incident and furrowed his brow, cautioning, "Eldest brother, you must exercise greater vigilance." Xia Qinglin's petty maneuvers indicate that he has resumed his schemes. Upon learning of these matters, Hanzhu surmised Xia Qinglin's intentions. He could no longer exploit her in this life. Instead, he sought to incite a conflict between Xia Qingqi and Xia Qingyan, thereby reaping the benefits. Hanzhu approached Xia Qingyan and subtly advised him to remain wary of Xia Qinglin. Xia Qingyan understood her meaning, though he did not express it overtly, merely remarking, "You, little girl, are becoming increasingly perceptive. You need not worry about this matter. Rather, what is your plan regarding your situation with Wei Zhao?" Chapter 70. The County Lord's heart is truly ruthless. Upon mentioning Wei Zhao, Hanzhu felt a tinge of discomfort. In recent days, Wei Zhao had indeed returned to the Duke Dinghui's residence, yet not to seek her out. Rather, he was preoccupied with arranging the guards of the estate. This thought only fueled her ire further. "I am uncertain now. I once believed Wei Zhao harbored feelings for me, but my conviction has waned," Hanzhu confessed, her voice heavy with emotion. Previously, she had disclosed her shifting sentiments towards Wei Zhao, prompting Xia Qingyan to subtly remind him. "Are you implying that Wei Zhao does not care for you?" Xia Qingyan inquired, surprised. Hanzhu furrowed her brows and nodded. He explicitly stated it. "That cannot be. From my observations, Wei Zhao has shown interest in you for quite some time. Perhaps there are other factors at play." Xia Qingyan pondered thoughtfully. He reflected on how he had sensed that Wei Zhao and Hanzhu required a jolt of excitement, which led him to take her on excursions. Had he perhaps overstimulated the situation? Feeling fatigued, Hanzhu decided to leave matters as they were. Affairs of the heart cannot thrive on the efforts of a single individual. She resolved that if Wei Zhao truly did not harbor affection for her, she would nonetheless protect him in this life, repaying the sacrifices he had made for her in their previous existence. As Hanzhu returned from her meeting with Xia Qingyan, she sat in the carriage, cradling a hand warmer. Memories of Wei Zhao warming her hands and feet during the cold days flooded her mind, leaving her heart feeling desolate. Suddenly, the carriage jolted, as if it had collided with something. Mo Xia lifted the curtain to investigate, discovering that two carriages had inadvertently crashed into one another. The drivers were engaged in a discussion, and such matters typically did not require Hanzhu's intervention. Thus, Mo Xia dismissed the incident and returned inside the carriage. However, shortly thereafter, a familiar voice pierced the air. "Hanzhu, it is I. I wish to speak with you." It was Xia Qinglin. Hanzhu straightened her posture, her tone icy and detached. "There is no need. I believe there is nothing to discuss with the Prince of Kong." "Hanzhu, do you harbor some misunderstanding towards me? Grant me a chance. Let us converse at a tea house," Xia Qinglin persisted. Hanzhu narrowed her eyes, contemplating before suddenly relenting. "Very well, Your Highness, please lead the way." Upon hearing this, Xia Qinglin instructed his driver to guide their carriage to a nearby tea house. Before long, the two carriages arrived, one after the other, at the establishment. Mo Xia opened the curtain, and Hanzhu stepped out. Her appearance instantly captivated the attention of those around her. Dressed in a striking red gown with a matching cloak adorned with white fur trim, her complexion was as fair as snow, and her features were strikingly beautiful. Xiao Qinglin paused momentarily at the sight of her. It was undeniable that while there were many beauties in the capital, Hanzhu possessed a radiance that left him utterly astonished. Seeing her still so resplendent only reinforced his suspicions. Xiao Qinglin and Hanzhu entered a private room. After the tea was served, he personally poured a cup for her. Hanzhu, however, did not drink. She simply inquired, "What matters does the prince wish to discuss?" Xiao Qinglin smiled. "Hanzhu, you have grown quite distant. The prince is already betrothed, and I too am engaged. Moreover, in my youth, I was naive. I hope the prince can forgive my past indiscretions." Xiao Qinglin observed Hanzhu's meticulous demeanor with a hint of helplessness as he shook his head. "Hanzhu, as you are aware, many matters are beyond my control. However, you must understand that my feelings for you have always been genuine. But doesn't that seem rather inappropriate, Your Highness?" Hanzhu replied, her brow arching with a touch of scorn and impatience. "Inappropriate? You have divorced Wei Zhao, and I have yet to wed Zhao Wan. Hanzhu, Before Xiao Qinglin could finish, Hanzhu abruptly rose to her feet, her movement jarring the table and causing tea to spill from the cup. "Your Highness, my bond with Zhao Wan is akin to that of sisters. I implore you to treat her with kindness. Such fickleness should not be characteristic of a prince like yourself." With that, she turned her back on Xiao Qinglin and strode away, feeling disgusted at the thought of even glancing at him again. She had assumed Xiao Qinglin might possess some ulterior motive. Not to mention, her separation from Wei Zhao was merely temporary. She had not signed any divorce papers. Yet, he had the audacity to approach her as if she were a fool. While she could certainly engage in a game of wits with Xiao Qinglin, she did not wish to further the ridicule directed at Wei Zhao due to this affair. Hanzhu was determined not to let Xiao Qinglin's presence adversely affect Wei Zhao. Though Wei Zhao was already aware of her encounter with Xiao Qinglin, concerned for Hanzhu's safety, Wei Zhao had dispatched individuals to watch over her discreetly, ensuring he remained informed of her whereabouts. Upon learning of her meeting with Xiao Qinglin, Wei Zhao's expression remained unchanged, yet a shadow fell over his gaze. The recent turmoil in Taizhou was likely connected to Xiao Qinglin, and intelligence from the borders indicated increased disturbances from nomadic tribes, hinting at the possibility of imminent conflict. Xiao Qinglin's approach to Hanzhu at this juncture could only signify ulterior motives. With this thought, Wei Zhao felt an overwhelming urge to hasten to Hanzhu's side and urge her to keep her distance from Xiao Qinglin, lest she be ensnared by his charm. Yet, he restrained himself. Xiao Qinglin was astute. He surely deduced the same, and Hanzhu would undoubtedly place greater trust in his words. Wei Zhao had been residing in the military camp on the outskirts of the capital, tirelessly training day and night, prompting Lu Guang to shake his head in disapproval. Alas, the county princess is truly ruthless. She speaks of expelling someone and does so without hesitation. Look at our officers. They have grown haggard over these past few days. Days later, a heavy snowfall blanketed the capital. Hanzhu, having merely stepped out into the evening breeze, suddenly succumbed to a high fever. Mo Xia and Bai Qiu took turns caring for her for several days, yet her fever fluctuated without fully abating. Lu Guang, attending to matters at home, learned of Hanzhu's illness from Mo Xia and promptly relayed the news to Wei Zhao. Initially, he responded with a mere indifferent acknowledgement. However, that night, under the cover of darkness, he stealthily infiltrated Hanzhu's courtyard. Uncertain of his motivations for sneaking in, perhaps he feared she would not welcome him, he navigated the silent expanse of the Duke of Dingwa's residence. Once inside, he quietly leaped through the window. Mo Xia was fast asleep, blissfully unaware of his presence. He made his way to the inner chamber, approached the bed, and stood for a moment before gently parting the curtains. Hanzhu lay facing outward, deeply ensconced in slumber. Wei Zhao knelt on one leg, gazing intently at Hanzhu's serene, sleeping visage. Though it had only been a brief period since their last encounter, his yearning for her had grown to a near maddening intensity. He greedily admired Hanzhu's innocent beauty, acutely aware that he might never again have the opportunity to witness her slumbering form. The thought of her lying beside another filled him with an almost uncontrollable rage. a feeling that ignited a desire for violence within him. He inhaled deeply, striving to suppress these tumultuous emotions, and gradually scrutinized the delicate features of Hanzhu, ultimately allowing his gaze to linger on her lips. As if entranced, he leaned in and pressed his lips against those tender petals that had occupied his thoughts day and night. Chapter 71. Evidence of the Duke's house. Wei Zhao dared not be too reckless in his affections, yet though his touch was gentle, it lingered longer than one might expect. Unbeknownst to Hanzhu, when he had kissed her before, he truly wished to merge her essence with his own, to possess her fiercely. Reluctantly, he withdrew from her flushed lips, casting a lingering glance at her before silently departing. For several days, Hanzhu had been bedridden due to illness, enveloped in a deep slumber each night. To her surprise, upon awakening today, she found that her fever had subsided, and she felt considerably more at ease. Bai Qiu and Mo Xia finally breathed a sigh of relief, preparing her some light and delectable meals, which she consumed with gusto. 2 days later, Wei Zhao began to cough. Initially, it was but a couple of soft coughs, but soon it escalated, despite his attempts to stifle them with his hand. Others could still perceive that he seemed unwell. "Captain, you have overexerted yourself during this time and fallen ill. You should really take a proper rest," Lu Guang advised with concern. Wei Zhao's eyes flickered momentarily. "I am fine." Seeing his stubbornness, Lu Guang sighed, muttering to himself, "The captain rarely falls ill. It seems that love can wound more deeply than any blade." Wei Zhao knew precisely how he had fallen ill, yet he embraced the affliction willingly. Fortunately, his robust constitution meant that he recovered in a matter of days. Meanwhile, while Hanzhu was unwell, the Lin family was deliberating how to handle the situation regarding Lin Shuiying. Lin Dong suggested either terminating the pregnancy or banishing Lin Shuiying from the capital forever. Naturally, Lin Shuiying refused both options, pleading with Lin Dong, and with Lin Mu's interference, he was unable to take any action. Lin Shuiying was adamant about keeping the child, for this was a royal heir. Should it be a boy, he would be the emperor's first grandson. Although the emperor had several sons, the younger princes were still quite young, and among the current generation of grandchildren, only the crown prince, Xia Qingqi, was married and had 2 daughters. Therefore, she would not consider terminating the pregnancy. Fearing that her family might indeed take drastic measures, Lin Shuiying contemplated escaping. That evening, she stealthily approached Lin Dong's study, hoping to eavesdrop on their plans regarding her. Instead, she overheard something even more exhilarating. After Lin Dong and Lin Zhao emerged from the study, Lin Shuiying quietly slipped inside, pilfered some items, and made her way to Lin Mu's room. She realized that if she wished to leave the household, she could only seek her mother's assistance. Initially, Lin Mu was hesitant to let Lin Shuiying go. On her knees, Lin Shuiying begged, "Mother, please let me leave. I cannot live without this child. Father and brother will kill it, and that will be tantamount to killing me. Mother, you have always cherished me the most. Can you truly bear to see me suffer like this?" Lin Mu, holding Lin Shuiying, felt tears welling in her eyes, torn between loyalty and love. "Shuiying, your father and brother are only acting in your best interest. Mother, rest assured, I will not cause trouble, nor will I bring shame to the Lin family. I simply wish to protect this child. Moreover, trust me, I can indeed marry into the royal residence. At that time, our Lin family shall no longer be looked down upon." Upon seeing Lin Shuiying's eyes swollen from weeping, Lin's mother began to waver. If Lin Shuiying could wed into the royal family, it would be most ideal. As long as she could enter the royal residence openly, all issues would be resolved. "Very well, I shall let you go, but remember your words. You must not repeat your previous actions." Lin's mother finally made her decision. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuiying immediately vowed repeatedly. With her mother's protection, Lin Shuiying departed that very night. She understood that this matter could not be delayed. Once Lin Dong and Lin Zhao discovered the items were missing, she would lose her advantage. Thus, she pondered briefly and headed straight for the princess's residence. By this time, it was already quite late. Xia Yinyan was preparing to retire for the night when, unexpectedly, Lin Shuiying suddenly arrived. She had not anticipated that Lin Shuiying would dare to seek her out. She donned her attire and went to meet Lin Shuiying. "Princess, I have a request," Lin Shuiying said. As soon as Xia Yinyan appeared, Lin Shuiying knelt down. Xia Yinyan took a seat, flicking her sleeve. "Oh, do you have another intention?" Lin Shuiying lowered her head and implored the princess to allow her to enter the palace to present herself before the emperor. She had a matter of great importance to disclose in person. Xia Yinyan paused, thinking she had misheard. She chuckled mockingly. "Do you think the palace is accessible to just anyone?" "Princess, this matter is truly of utmost importance. It may concern the safety of the court. I beseech your grace." With that, Lin Shuiying bowed deeply. The only person she could rely on for this matter was Xia Yinyan. She absolutely had to meet the emperor. Xia Yinyan furrowed her brows in contemplation. Last time, Lin Shuiying had caused her to reflect in seclusion, although she had been released now. If she were to be ensnared again, rest assured, all consequences shall be borne by Shuiying. Lin Shuiying seemed to have anticipated Xia Yinyan's concerns. After a moment of thought, Xia Yinyan replied, "I can take you into the palace, but first tell me, to whom does this matter pertain?" Lin Shuiying hesitated for a moment, then slowly replied, "The Duke of Dinghua's residence." As the palace gates remained unlatched, Xia Yinyan's carriage swiftly entered the imperial grounds. To avoid attracting attention, Lin Shuiying disguised herself as Xia Yinyan's maid and thus entered the palace. The emperor was currently in the study reviewing memorials. Upon hearing of Xia Yinyan's arrival, he permitted her to enter. Accompanying her was Lin Shuiying. Once inside the study, Lin Shuiying knelt, while Xia Yinyan performed a respectful salute to the emperor. The emperor glanced at Lin Shuiying and asked Xia Yinyan, "Why have you entered the palace at such a late hour?" "Your Majesty, it is this person who requested for your servant to enter the palace to meet you. I feared the matter was of great significance, so I brought her along." The emperor raised an eyebrow, turning his attention to Lin Shuiying. "Who are you, and what do you wish to convey to me?" Lin Shuiying had encountered the emperor before, yet never so close and with so few people present. Even with her preparations, she felt a twinge of trepidation when he inquired, "Your Majesty, I am Lin Dong's daughter, and I beseech an audience with your Majesty in the dead of night, because I have acquired some evidence." Lin Shuiying took a deep breath and responded with remarkable fluency. She understood that her success hinged on this very night. Noticing that Lin Shuiying had ceased speaking, the emperor raised his hand to dismiss those in attendance, including Xia Yinyan. Consequently, the chamber was left with only the emperor seated high above and Lin Shuiying kneeling on the floor. Lin Shuiying retrieved several documents resembling letters from her sleeve, raised them above her head, and proclaimed in a clear voice, "This humble servant has unexpectedly learned that the Duke of Dinghua's residence is engaged in the illicit trade of iron ore with irrefutable evidence. I implore your Majesty to review it." After her words echoed in the silence, a moment later, the emperor commanded, "Present them to me." Lin Shuiying, too apprehensive to raise her gaze, held the evidence aloft, rose, and placed the so-called proof upon the table before him. Chapter 72. The secret investigation by Xia Chenglin. The emperor picked up the evidence and examined it, leaving the room filled only with the sound of rustling papers. Lin Shuiying's heart raced. After a prolonged silence, the emperor finally spoke. "You come to the palace at this late hour to present these to me. Do you have a request?" If others had heard such a question from the emperor, they would have responded with grandiose words. Yet, Lin Shuiying understood the gravity of the moment. However, she had already placed all her bets. "Your Majesty, I indeed have a request." "Speak," the emperor replied, seemingly already aware of her intentions, his voice devoid of any discernible emotion. Lin Shuiying kept her head bowed, her eyes gleaming with a mix of excitement and trepidation. After a moment's hesitation, she continued, "I have long harbored affection for Prince Kong and hope your Majesty might grant me the honor of marriage." "Prince Kong?" The emperor's surprise was evident. "You wish to become a concubine of Prince Kong. It is not a significant matter. But to summon you to the palace at such an hour?" Yet Lin Shuiying boldly declared, "I dare to aspire to be the legitimate wife of the prince." The emperor's brow furrowed slightly as he regarded Lin Shuiying on the floor. He replied coolly, "You must be aware that the position of Princess Kong has already been secured." "I am aware," she conceded, "but Zhao Wan is frail and likely unfit to bear heirs for the royal lineage. while I have already conceived a child with Prince Kong. Lin Shuiying revealed her most compelling bargaining chip. The emperor rose and began to pace beside the table, neither confirming nor denying her request, simply stating, "The matters concerning the Duke of Dinghua still require investigation. For your safety, you shall remain in the palace for the time being. As for the marriage, we shall discuss it once the results are in." Although Lin Shuiying felt a tinge of disappointment, she understood that the emperor intended to keep her secretly protected. Furthermore, with the evidence being irrefutable, it would not be long before the emperor's inquiry would conclude, and she would become the Princess Kong. "Thank you, your majesty," she exclaimed. "However, I must be so bold as to add, though the Duke of Dinghua has passed, I implore you to investigate thoroughly, lest those who commit treachery masquerade as heroes. This is a deception against the royal family and the people." The emperor regarded her with a hint of disdain and replied, "You may leave now." He ordered for Lin Shuiying to be secretly assigned to a secluded courtyard deep within the palace, where her needs were met with utmost care, though she was forbidden to step outside. Moreover, the emperor instructed Xia Yinyin not to disclose the events of the night and to refrain from asking questions before dismissing her. The following day, upon Lin Shuiying's entrance to the palace, Lin Dong and Lin Zhao discovered that the evidence of Ji Kuei's illicit iron dealings had vanished. Along with Lin Shuiying herself, Lin Dong was furious and ordered a thorough search of their residence, but found no trace of Lin Shuiying. Next, he summoned the guards on duty, who also reported no sight of her escape. Soon, he thought of Lin's mother, and after employing both gentle persuasion and sternness, she eventually admitted to facilitating Lin Shuiying's departure. Lin Dong's face turned an ashen hue in anger. Lin Shuiying had escaped, but she had also stolen the evidence. Should that evidence fall into the hands of those with malicious intent, it would spell great trouble for the Duke of Dinghua's household. With this thought, Lin Dong composed himself and hurriedly sought out Wei Zhao. The illicit trade of iron is a grave matter. While it may seem less significant when associated with common folk, who merely seek wealth, its implications are far more serious when linked to the Duke of Dinghua. At the very least, it could be seen as a means of amassing riches. At worst, it might suggest a conspiracy to rebel. Wei Zhao, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, promptly entered the palace. Yet the emperor instructed him to refrain from intervening and to delay informing Hanzhu. Uncertain of the emperor's intentions, Wei Zhao could only acquiesce and depart. A few days later, the emperor summoned Xia Chenglin to the palace and presented him with the evidence. Xia Chenglin, upon examination, was taken aback. "Father, the Duke of Dinghua has always served the nation and its people. He could never engage in such activities." The emperor's expression betrayed neither pleasure nor anger. He merely said, "This matter is entrusted to you for investigation. Remember, it must be conducted in secrecy." Xia Chenglin felt a surge of joy within, though he maintained a serious demeanor as he replied, "I shall carry out your orders and ensure the Duke's innocence is established." For some time, he had been overshadowed by Xia Qingqi, and now that the emperor had assigned him such an important task, it indicated that his previous efforts had borne fruit. However, he was astonished to find the Duke of Dinghua entangled in such affairs. Seizing the opportunity, he planned to teach Wei Zhao and Hanzhu a lesson. Perhaps he could also use this chance to bring Wei Zhao down. It seemed as if fate was smiling upon him. As Xia Chenglin commenced his investigation into the illicit iron trade, the Lin family was searching for Lin Shuiying. They suspected she was at the residence of Prince Kong, but after Lin Zhao approached Xia Chenglin, the latter claimed to be unaware of Lin Shuiying's whereabouts. With no other options, they were compelled to temporarily abandon their search. Meanwhile, Xia Chenglin paid little attention to Lin Shuiying's disappearance. His mind was consumed with devising ways to confront Wei Zhao and Hanzhu. After enduring numerous setbacks with them, he finally saw a chance for retribution. Once Hanzhu's health improved, she grew restless in the manor and decided to visit the martial arts arena she had not frequented in quite some time. Coincidentally, that day featured a match involving Qi Xian. Dressed in white, Qi Xian exuded an air of elegance and authority, resembling a nobleman of distinguished bearing. Moreover, after so many days without seeing Wei Zhao, Hanzhu felt that Qi Xian bore an even closer resemblance to him. After Qi Xian completed his match, Hanzhu summoned the waiter, requesting that he bring Qi Xian over. She wished to observe closely how closely he resembled Wei Zhao. However, the waiter, caught in a dilemma, replied, "Your Highness, Qi Xian is always invited to the private room for tea after his match. I cannot ask him to wait. Yet I must not offend the other nobles." Surprisingly, Hanzhu displayed no displeasure, simply stating, "Then let him come over when he is finished." It was customary for competitors to be invited for tea post-match, often receiving generous tips in return. Hanzhu was not in a hurry, so she resumed watching the next bout. When the subsequent match concluded, Qi Xian arrived just in time. Initially unaware of the identities of those present in the private room, he recognized Hanzhu upon seeing her. Since the last altercation between Hanzhu and Sun Lu, he had etched Hanzhu's name into his memory. Hanzhu gestured for Qi Xian to take a seat, and he graciously complied, settling himself comfortably. With her delicate, porcelain-like fingers, Hanzhu toyed with her teacup, all the while scrutinizing Qi Xian with keen interest. In this face-to-face encounter, she found that Qi Xian bore less resemblance to Wei Zhao than she had previously thought. Qi Xian, under Hanzhu's unabashed gaze, felt an unexpected sense of discomfort, despite having been the subject of scrutiny for quite some time. However, it was Hanzhu's words that truly took him by surprise. "Sun Lu has already departed from the capital, yet you remain here for the sake of profit?" Chapter 73. The tormented love of a substitute. Qi Xian gazed at Hanzhu in astonishment, momentarily forgetting his composure. Hanzhu took a sip of tea and remarked, "I can arrange a position for you. Feel free to seek me out at your convenience." Qi Xian finally regained his senses, questioning, "Why would you assist me? Is it merely because I resemble Wei Zhao?" Hanzhu set down her teacup, explaining, "You possess commendable skills. I surmise you would prefer not to earn a living through such means." Qi Xian furrowed his brows, remaining silent. Hanzhu chose not to elaborate further and rose to leave. "Miss, how did you know Qi Xian was brought here by Sun Lu?" In the carriage, Mo Xia remained captivated by the recent events. Initially shocked, she soon recognized the truth in Hanzhu's words upon observing Qi Xian's reaction. Hanzhu smiled languidly, stating, "It was exceedingly simple. During our first encounter with Qi Xian, it was evident he had deliberately lost. His defeat was not for the sake of sham competition, but rather to provide an opportunity for mockery towards Wei Zhao. This aligns with Sun Lu's intentions in bringing Qi Xian here. Indeed, it is a scheme one would expect from a frivolous spendthrift." Montak Xia nodded tuktfully. Hanzhu presumed that Qi Xian would not seek her out, yet several days later, he unexpectedly arrived at the Duke of Dinghui's residence. Clad in black, he approached the courtyard, and from a distance, one might mistake him for Wei Zhao if unaware. Hanzhu encountered Qi Xian in the front hall, where he wielded a sword, his tall stature accompanied by an air of melancholy that belied his youth. "Since you have come to find me, it indicates your willingness to trust me. I, in turn, wish to employ individuals I can rely upon," she stated. Qi Xian lowered his sword and knelt on one knee, assuring her, "Rest assured, I was indeed brought to the capital by Sun Lu, but our dealings have concluded, and we share no further ties. From now on, I am at your service." Hanzhu nodded, considering him astute. "Very well, I present you with two paths. One is to start as a soldier in the army. As long as you are diligent, your future will depend on your own abilities. The other option is to serve as my covert guard, solely in my command." Hanzhu anticipated Qi Xian would deliberate longer, yet he promptly replied, "I choose the latter." Surprised by his swift decision, Hanzhu simply stated, "Good. From today onward, you shall be a part of the Duke of Dinghui's household." "Thank you, my lady." It is customary for affluent families to maintain their own guards, and those with power and influence naturally do so as well. Hanzhu had previously assembled her own covert guard, making the addition of another individual entirely feasible. Once Qi Xian joined the Duke of Dinghui's residence, Hanzhu learned that his family resided in a county near the capital, where he had both elderly relatives and young dependents. His nieces and nephews were left in his care, as both of his elder brothers had succumbed to illness, leaving behind 5 children, while one sister-in-law remarried and the other absconded. It became evident why such a young man bore the weight of the world in his eyes. At this moment, Qi Xian entered the residence of the Duke of Dinghua, while Wei Zhao soon became aware of it. Initially, Wei Zhao paid little heed, assuming him to be merely an ordinary secret guard. However, upon hearing this, Lu Guang's eyes widened in surprise, though he uttered not a word. His expression conveyed an abundance of unspoken thoughts. Wei Zhao furrowed his brow, questioning the meaning behind Lu Guang's demeanor. Is there something amiss with that individual? Lu Guang leaned closer to Wei Zhao and whispered, "Have you not heard of Qi Xian, Captain?" Wei Zhao shook his head. Lu Guang's demeanor suggested he had anticipated this, and then his expression shifted subtly. Qi Xian had previously gained notoriety at the Martial Arts Academy, primarily because he bore a striking resemblance to the captain. Wei Zhao's brows darkened, and he exuded a sense of resignation. As long as he poses no danger, that suffices. Should I discover any impure intentions? As he spoke, Wei Zhao narrowed his eyes. Lu Guang promptly interjected, "We must deal with him immediately." Wei Zhao regarded him with satisfaction. After Wei Zhao departed, Lu Guang found himself perplexed. He was uncertain of the county lord's intentions. Did she harbor feelings for the captain? She had cast him aside. Yet if she did not, why had she kept a substitute by her side? Was it akin to what Zhiruwei had previously mentioned about a love affair with a substitute? While Wei Zhao focused on matters concerning Private Iron, his thoughts drifted to Hanzhu, and now, with the emergence of Qi Xian, he felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Meanwhile, Xia Chenglin entered the palace with the testimonies he had gathered. "Your Majesty, the case you entrusted to me has concluded. Here are the testimonies." Xia Chenglin presented the documents, but the emperor abruptly slammed them down onto the table. "This is preposterous." Xia Chenglin lowered his gaze, a glimmer of pride in his eyes. Though he spoke, "Your Majesty, there may be some misunderstanding. The words of Ji Kuei and Ji Chuanhui may not be entirely credible." The emperor regarded Xia Chenglin for a moment before commanding, "Bring them forth. I shall interrogate them personally." Xia Chenglin complied and summoned Ji Kuei and his son. Ji Kuei and Ji Chuanhui had never encountered such a scene. They trembled like leaves in the wind before the emperor. "Ji Kuei, is the testimony above genuine?" The emperor inquired in a grave tone. Ji Kuei shuddered and replied, "Yes, Your Majesty, it is true. We were merely assisting the Duke of Dinghua. By your words, it seems the Duke has long harbored rebellious intentions. Is that correct?" Ji Kuei wished to glance at Xia Chenglin, but restrained himself. Indeed, the incident involving the lost weapons had also been orchestrated by Wei Zhao. The emperor snorted, "Very well, I grant you one last opportunity. Speak the truth, and I shall spare your lives." Ji Kuei, prostrate on the ground, contemplated for a moment, then gritted his teeth. "The testimony is entirely accurate. It was Wei Zhao and Ji Hanzhu who instructed us to engage in clandestine iron trading. He has stockpiled numerous weapons with the intention of rebellion. Ji Hanzhu has long believed that the royal family was responsible for the Duke of Dinghua's demise, which motivated her clandestine schemes." The emperor scrutinized Ji Kuei and his son before turning his gaze to Xia Chenglin, nodding slowly. Good. Xia Chenglin, believing the emperor was convinced, felt a surge of anger. At the moment when joy surged within him, the emperor pointed directly at Xia Chenglin and rebuked, "Ah, what a fine Prince Kong. How dare you so brazenly distort the truth?" Xia Chenglin's countenance changed abruptly, and both Ji Kuei and the others were taken aback. What could this mean from Father Emperor? Xia Chenglin was utterly perplexed. Yet, the emperor remained unfazed, his voice grave as he declared, "Long before I instructed you to investigate, I had already uncovered the truth. This matter was orchestrated by those two out of greed, merely masquerading under the name of the Duke of Dinghua, with no connection whatsoever to Ji Hanzhu or Wei Zhao. Now they steadfastly assert that Ji Hanzhu and Wei Zhao instigated this. Tell me, what could their motive possibly be?" Chapter 74. Your wishes are fulfilled. Xia Chenglin abruptly lifted his head, gazing incredulously at the emperor seated upon the lofty throne. In that moment, a thought crystallized in his mind. How could this task have been entrusted to him, and why had the process unfolded so seamlessly? It dawned upon him that this was merely a test. Having unraveled the entirety of the situation, Xia Chenglin's eyes dimmed. He could not fathom his father's intentions. He merely interrogated them, and their confessions originated from their own lips. The emperor, aware that Xia Chenglin would not easily concede, turned his gaze to Ji Kuei and spoke in a grave tone. Ji Kuei, considering your surname, if your illicit trade in iron was solely for the sake of wealth, I could spare your lives. Yet, your insatiable greed has led you to slander Ji Hanzhu and Wei Zhao. Do you not fear that I shall eradicate your entire family? Ji Kuei and Ji Chuanhui trembled in fear, cold sweat cascading down their backs. Ji Kuei, particularly unnerved, cast a bewildered glance at Xia Chenglin, who, however, did not deign to acknowledge him. Though Ji Kuei was avaricious and lecherous, he was not a fool. Previously, under Xia Chenglin's coercion, he had shifted the blame onto Ji Hanzhu and Wei Zhao, believing they could escape unscathed, unaware that the emperor had already grasped the truth. Realizing this, Ji Kuei fervently prostrated himself, pleading for mercy. This matter truly has nothing to do with Wei Zhao and his wife. It was I who orchestrated it for the sake of money. Initially, we had no intention of defaming them. It was Prince Kong who instructed us to speak thus, promising us a substantial sum of silver and to absolve us of our crimes. Ji Kuei was indeed easily swayed, yet such individuals were also prone to betrayal. Xia Chenglin silently gritted his teeth, fully aware that he was now irrevocably doomed. Seize them, he commanded, having acquired the answers he sought. The emperor ordered Ji Kuei and his son to be taken away. Once they departed, another individual was ushered in. Lin Shuiying had been residing in the palace for some time. Although her needs were adequately met, a sense of unease lingered in her heart. Upon finally encountering Xia Chenglin, joy surged within her. The departure of Ji Kuei and his son signified that the investigation had yielded results. Thus, she would soon become the princess of Kong. Suppressing her elation, Lin Shuiying approached Xia Chenglin, kneeling before the emperor to pay her respects, yet he did not permit her to rise. Xia Chenglin, taken aback at the sight of her, heard the emperor declare, "You may not yet be aware, but the evidence was brought into the palace by her. She desires to be your legitimate wife and claims to be with child." Xia Chenglin furrowed his brow, casting a heavy gaze upon Lin Shuiying. She felt a tremor in her heart, sensing an unusual tension. "Very well," the emperor continued, "I grant you the title of Princess of Kong." Lin Shuiying lifted her head, a smile gracing her features, prepared to express her gratitude, yet the emperor's expression silenced her words. How could his father harbor such distrust towards him? Testing his loyalty simply because of his lineage to the Sun family? At this juncture, Xia Chenglin realized that all hope had slipped through his fingers. The emperor rose from his seat, remarking that the members of the Sun family, including son Wensheng, were still thriving, yet he remained oblivious to where he had erred. Indeed. However, from a young age, I have been favored, and it is due to the Sun family that I cannot ascend as the crown prince. It is also because of the Sun family that my father— You are truly cruel, Xia Chenglin remarked with a calm demeanor. Lin Shuiying glanced between the emperor and Xia Chenglin, perplexed by the unfolding events, yet their expressions clearly suggested a profound rift between father and son. "I shall retain your title as the Prince of Kong. From this day forth, you are to remain within the confines of the Prince of Kang's residence for all eternity, and do not venture outside again." The emperor regarded Xia Chenglin with unmasked disappointment in his gaze. Xia Chenglin remained remarkably composed, as if they were merely discussing the weather. "Thank you, father," he said, raising his hand to perform a respectful bow. Lin Shuiying was utterly stunned. It was only when she was escorted out of the imperial palace and brought to the Prince of Kang's residence that she regained her senses. Following this, a substantial number of officials and soldiers meticulously searched the estate, confiscating assets and dispersing the servants, leaving only herself and Xia Chenglin within the vast halls. During the raid, Xia Chenglin stood motionless in the courtyard, his expression betraying no sign of change. "My lord, what on earth has transpired?" Lin Shuiying grasped at his garment, her eyes reddening with urgency. At last, Xia Chenglin reacted. He brushed her hand away with indifference, gazing at her with an emotionless countenance. "You truly possess remarkable cunning. To become a princess, you dared to enter the palace on your own." Lin Shuiying was momentarily taken aback. Her lips moved as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. "Yes, She had entered the palace without Xia Chenglin's knowledge, but her intentions were solely to secure a better position for herself and their child. I shall tell you what has transpired. The emperor commanded me to investigate the case concerning the Duke of Dinghua, and I sought to leverage this opportunity to undermine Wei Zhao, employing Ji Kuei to frame him. However, the emperor had already uncovered the truth. This was merely a test. At this juncture, Xia Chenglin ceased to feign innocence, revealing his wolfish ambitions unabashedly. Lin Shuiying gazed at him in shock for a prolonged moment before clutching her chest and murmuring, "I should have told you sooner. I should have told you sooner." When she first heard about this matter from her father and brother, her immediate thought was to inform Xia Chenglin. Yet, she knew that even so, he would never allow her to become the legitimate wife, which is why she had dared to take a gamble, hoping to retaliate against Ji Hanzhu and possibly become a princess. Little did she expect, little did she anticipate. "You have now achieved your desires," Xia Chenglin remarked, a slight smirk tugging at his lips. Lin Shuiying staggered, her legs giving way beneath her, and she collapsed onto the ground. Perhaps the emotional turmoil was too overwhelming. A sharp pain coursed through her abdomen, and soon, blood stained her gown crimson. Clutching her belly, she looked at Xia Chenglin in terror. "Save me, save our child." Xia Chenglin regarded her from a lofty height, unmoved in the slightest. The intense agony sapped Lin Shuiying of her strength, and she gasped for breath, summoning her last reserves to cry out for help. Yet the soldiers had already departed, leaving only the guards stationed at the entrance. Lin Shuiying felt a chill envelop her entire being. Her blood was gradually ebbing away, and it seemed as though her life was dissipating alongside that of her child. Before losing consciousness, she cast a glance at the indifferent Xia Chenglin. Her lips moved slightly, yet not a single word escaped her mouth. Ji Hanzhu became aware of Ji Kuei's illicit dealings in iron after Xia Chenglin had been imprisoned. Although the emperor handled the matter discreetly, the raid on the Wang residence was quite significant, and officials within the court were well aware of it. At that time, Ji Hanzhu pondered the reasons behind the raid on Xia Chenglin when Ji Kuei's wife, Wang, arrived with a large entourage. Ji Kuei had numerous concubines and children. Aside from the legitimate Ji Chuanhui and Ji Chunlian, the rest were born of concubines. Today, as they gathered in a large crowd, Ji Hanzhu finally comprehended the extent of Ji Kuei's progeny. They were obstructed at the entrance by Ji Hanzhu, with Wang leading the charge, kneeling down, and the multitude of children followed suit, bowing in unison. Chapter 75. There is still hope. "Hanzhu, I acknowledge that we have wronged you in the past. It was entirely our fault. Please show us some mercy and save your uncle and cousin." Wang spoke with tearful eyes, her demeanor suggesting that Ji Hanzhu had oppressed them. Yet, Ji Hanzhu assumed that Wang had come to trouble her. With a cold expression, she replied, "I have already stated that the Duke of Dinghui's residence has no further ties with you. Thus, I no longer have any uncles or cousins. It would be prudent for you to leave promptly. Otherwise, I shall have you escorted away. Hanzhu, if you do not rescue them, they will perish. Even Wang Kong has been imprisoned, and they have been thrown into the dungeon. While the imperial edict has not yet been issued, there may still be a chance for redemption." Wang believed Ji Hanzhu was aware of the private iron matter, but her words only confused Ji Hanzhu further. What had they done to become entangled with Prince Kong? Wang, momentarily taken aback by Ji Hanzhu's inquiry, realized that it mattered little whether Ji Hanzhu was informed. After all, she was the only one who could save them. "Hanzhu, let us enter and discuss this," Wang said, wiping her tears. Ji Hanzhu pondered for a moment, glancing at the children behind her. "You may return. Only you and I shall enter." Wang considered this and nodded in agreement. Wang was fully aware of the deeds committed by Ji Kuei and Ji Chuanhui, including the plot orchestrated by Xia Chenglin to frame Ji Hanzhu. Thus, when she recounted the events in detail to Ji Hanzhu, the latter was taken aback, yet more curious about how the evidence reached the emperor. This, however, was unknown to Wang. "Hanzhu, we were blinded by greed. We merely sought to amass wealth, never anticipating such dire consequences. Please, for the sake of our kinship, grant them their lives," Wang implored, preparing to kneel before Ji Hanzhu once more. Ji Hanzhu raised her hand to stop her, her expression devoid of emotion. You understand that I have only just learned of this matter, which indicates that the emperor does not wish for me to intervene. Therefore, I shall not concern myself with their fate. It is their own doing." Wang was taken aback, perhaps not expecting Hanzhu to express such cold-hearted sentiments. Her mouth moved as she stammered, trembling as she questioned, "How can you utter such words? Do you not owe anything to the Duke of Dinghua? Will you have the audacity to face him in the future?" Hanzhu curled her lips in a sardonic smile. "What is it that you, who have tarnished his reputation and sought to kill his own daughter, believe you have the right to meet him?" Wang stared, momentarily speechless, choked by Hanzhu's words. "Show them out," Hanzhu declared, turning her back on Wang. Upon regaining her senses, Wang resumed her tearful pleas, but the guards pulled her away. At last, Hanzhu comprehended why Xia Chenglin had been imprisoned. She had not anticipated that it would be connected to her. Kuei had also sought his own demise, daring to meddle with private iron while bearing the name of the Duke of Dinghua. However, the turn of events was indeed unexpected. Xia Chenglin was confined, rendering his marriage with Zhao Wan null and void, allowing sister Zhao to finally find solace. With this thought in mind, Hanzhu visited the Zhao residence and presented the antidote to Zhao Wan. Clutching the small vial containing the precious elixir, Zhao Wan began to smile, only for her eyes to glisten with unshed tears. She felt as if she had been granted a second chance at life. Yang Lanjin also experienced a rebirth of sorts. Lacking any genuine affection for Xia Chenglin, she and her family had hastily sought a divorce upon his confinement, thus freeing her from the shackles of his imprisonment. However, in the span of mere months, she had transitioned from a prince's consort to a divorced woman, a true testament to life's unpredictable nature. As Yang Lanjin gathered her belongings to leave the royal residence, Lin Shuiying slowly regained consciousness. Believing herself to be dead, she was astonished to awaken. At her bedside lay a bowl of meticulously brewed medicinal soup, alongside unprepared herbal packages. A flicker of hope ignited within her, as she assumed these were gifts from Xia Chenglin. Yet, upon lifting the bowl, she noticed a note on the table, revealing that her savior and provider of the medicine was Lin Dong. The Lin family, aware of Lin Shuiying's shared confinement with Xia Chenglin, had implored the emperor for a chance to meet their daughter, stating that she would no longer be recognized as a member of the Lin clan. The emperor acquiesced. Upon entering the royal residence, Lin Dong was met with the harrowing sight of Lin Shuiying lying in a pool of blood. Though the emperor had imprisoned them, he had no intention of taking their lives, and thus the guards did not hinder Lin Dong from summoning a physician. After much turmoil while the child was lost, Lin Shuiying's life was spared. Lin Dong's letter served as a final farewell. He declared that, regardless of the circumstances, they would never return to see Lin Shuiying. And from that moment forth, she would no longer be their child. As Lin Shuiying read these words, tears cascaded down her cheeks. She merely yearned to step out of the shadows of others, to no longer be a mere accessory. What had she done wrong? She simply wished to earn the respect of those around her. What fault lay in that? They had never supported her, instead callously severing ties. Wiping away her tears, Lin Shuiying cast a glance at the dark potion and drank it in one swift motion. Once the medicine coursed through her, a fierce determination reignited in her eyes. This time she had survived. It was a chance bestowed upon her by fate. Moreover, although Xia Chenglin was imprisoned, the emperor had retained his princely title, indicating that hope still lingered. As long as they were alive, opportunities remained. She refused to believe that she would forever dwell in the shadow of Hanzhu. A few days later, the verdict for Kuei and Chuanhui was announced. The emperor honored his word, not implicating their family, sentencing only the two of them to exile in the distant northern territories, never to return. The news devastated Wang Shi, who lamented as if mourning a death. What difference did it make? Without Kuei and Chuanhui, how would their family survive? Wang Shi sought out Hanzhu on 2 occasions, but she never even caught a glimpse of her. It was only when Kuei and Chuanhui embarked on their path of exile that she finally found peace. In truth, although their family no longer enjoyed the wealth of yesteryears, with diligent management, they could still lead a life of modest comfort, ensuring that all members were adequately nourished. The future of their family depends solely on whether the Wang family wishes to live well. The weather in Kyoto grew increasingly colder with each passing day. Xia Qingyan discovered 2 delightful lamb hot pot eateries and took Ji Hanzhu there to dine. Accompanying them that day was Lin Zio. After snatching a few pieces of lamb from Ji Hanzhu, Lin Zio downed a large bowl of wine and remarked, "I've been exceedingly busy these past few days, which is why I sought you out. There is something I've longed to convey to you in person, yet I suspect you remain unaware." Ji Hanzhu, relishing the meat, was eager to express her thoughts. Lin Zio poured another cup of wine and continued. The evidence in question was brought to the palace by Lin Shuiying. Initially, my father and I intended to inform you and Wei Zhao the following day, but she managed to steal the evidence away. He added, "This matter is a disservice from the Lin family to you." As he spoke, he extended the wine cup toward her. Ji Hanzhu lifted her bowl and replied, "Very well, I forgive you." They clinked their cups, and Lin Zio emptied his bowl in one gulp, while Ji Hanzhu, lacking his capacity for drink, took only a few sips. Ultimately, the Lin family bore no blame for this incident. Yet as for Lin Shuiying, perhaps she would never find forgiveness. "Wait, you mentioned informing me and Wei Zhao. So Wei Zhao has known all along?" Chapter 76. I seek many male companions upon hearing Ji Hanzhu's words. Lin Zio and Xia Qingyan exchanged glances. "It seems that Wei Zhao truly cares for you," Lin Zio teased. If Lin Zio had not previously discerned Wei Zhao's affections for Ji Hanzhu, he certainly had come to realize it during this time. Ji Hanzhu shot Lin Zio a glare, yet inwardly, she felt a surge of delight. A few days later, Hanyan was about to give birth to her first foal, and the delivery proved to be rather challenging. Ji Hanzhu contemplated seizing the opportunity to summon Mo Xia to fetch Wei Zhao. Having spent several years in the military, Wei Zhao was quite adept at horse breeding and presumably would be capable of assisting with the birth. However, her foremost desire was simply to see Wei Zhao. It had been a considerable while since they had parted, and he had not come to visit her even once, leaving her feeling both frustrated and helpless. Since Wei Zhao was so reticent, she resolved to compel him to come. Upon receiving the news, Wei Zhao wasted no time and promptly returned to the Duke of Dinghua's residence with Mo Xia. He appeared weary from travel and had lost weight. "Miss," he greeted Ji Hanzhu with a respectful bow. Ji Hanzhu responded coolly, "Please go check on Hanyan." "Certainly," Wei Zhao replied, but as he lifted his gaze, he noticed a remarkably handsome young man standing behind Ji Hanzhu. With just a glance, he surmised that this youth was Qi Xian, as mentioned by Lu Guang. Qi Xian's eyes flickered upon seeing Wei Zhao. Clenching his fists silently, Wei Zhao turned and made his way to the nearby stable. Indeed, Hanyan's delivery was fraught with difficulty. Ji Hanzhu had already summoned a veterinarian, and after Wei Zhao arrived, it took an additional 2 hours of effort before the foal was finally born. Ji Hanzhu exhaled a sigh of relief, gently stroking the exhausted Hanyan. "You did remarkably well," she praised. Breathing heavily, Hanyan nuzzled her hand. Ji Hanzhu ensured that the finest food was prepared for Hanyan to expedite her recovery before she turned her attention to the newborn foal. The foal, having just entered the world, was not yet able to stand. Once the veterinarian had tended to Hanyan, the foal was placed beside her. It wobbled unsteadily, snuggling up to Hanyan, creating a truly heartwarming scene. As everything was finally settled, night had fallen. "Wei Zhao, I appreciate your assistance with Hanyan today. Please stay for dinner. I have matters to discuss with you." Ji Hanzhu's tone remained notably frosty. She anticipated that Wei Zhao would decline, yet he readily acquiesced. Dinner was soon prepared and set in Ji Hanzhu's room. Initially, Wei Zhao harbored some reservations, but recalling his previous visits, he refrained from voicing them. They sat facing each other, and Ji Hanzhu had even arranged for some wine. In the past, their meals had only been attended by Qiu or Mo Xia, but today, Qi Xian stood attentively behind Ji Hanzhu. Wei Zhao glanced at Qi Xian, then poured himself 2 cups of wine. "Is there something you wish to inquire about?" Miss Ji, after finishing his drink, he set down his cup, having not touched the food. Ji Hanzhu leisurely sipped her wine before speaking. "You were aware of Ji Kuei's situation long before, were you not?" Wei Zhao involuntarily cast another glance at Qi Xian. Indeed, at that moment, Hanzhu seemed to notice Qi Xian's constant gaze upon her, and with a dismissive wave of her hand, she signaled for him to withdraw. Once Qi Xian exited, the room was left with just the two of them, and Wei Zhao's tense expression softened slightly. However, when he regained his composure and turned his gaze toward Hanzhu, he found her appearing somewhat inebriated. Hanzhu clutched her wine glass, her eyes glistening with a watery sheen as she looked at Wei Zhao, subsequently letting out a tipsy belch. Wei Zhao, did you not say that you would personally see me married off once I found the right person? She paused before continuing. Well, now I have. Wei Zhao's pupils dilated in surprise, yet he maintained an impassive facade as he asked, Is it the fifth prince? Hanzhu giggled and shook her head, but now that you mention it, Xia Qingyan is actually quite admirable. Ah, and there is Yaoji. And don't forget Qi Xian, who just left. He is not too bad either. With a hazy smile in her eyes, she gazed at Wei Zhao and inquired, Who do you think is the best among them? Wei Zhao was taken aback, disbelief flickering in his eyes. That Qi Xian was rather bothersome. But when did another Yaoji emerge? He recalled that Yaoji was this year's top scholar, renowned for his handsome and charming demeanor, making him a sought-after figure in the capital. Moreover, his background was rather impressive. The current Empress Li was his maternal aunt. Yaoji had fortuitously met Xia Qingyan on the road, and they had become friends. Upon returning to the capital, he learned of Xia Qingyan's identity, and, consequently, Hanzhu's as well. Following the news of Hanzhu's separation from Wei Zhao, Yaoji frequently visited her residence, bringing gifts and inviting her to outings, all of which Hanzhu declined. Had she accepted, the entire capital would have been abuzz with gossip about her and the top scholar. After a moment, Wei Zhao steadied his thoughts, seemingly contemplating before stating earnestly, The fifth prince is the most suitable for you. As for the others, it would be best for them to keep their distance, especially that Yaoji. I feel uneasy every time I see him. Hanzhu nodded thoughtfully, then sighed. Finding a suitable husband is indeed a daunting task. Perhaps I should abandon the idea altogether and consider taking several handsome male companions instead. It's not unusual for princesses to have male courtiers, and although I am merely a county princess, I have always been rebellious enough to entertain such notions. Upon this thought, Wei Zhao's expression darkened considerably. Did not even think about it. Hearing the mention of male companions, he spoke through gritted teeth, unable to maintain his previous composure. Hanzhu, however, pouted slightly in displeasure at his words. Why not? I am Hanzhu, and I want to keep male companions. Many of them. Why should I forsake an entire forest for a single tree? Wei Zhao, his face stern, took her wine glass away, declaring, What I say is final. You had better dismiss that thought entirely. Otherwise, do not blame me for taking it upon myself to discipline you on behalf of the Duke of Dinghua. Hanzhu staggered her feet, chuckling, Who are you to control me? We have no connection. Wei Zhao, you've had too much to drink. Hanzhu waved her hand dismissively, exclaiming, You are quite bothersome. I wish to retire for the night, so do leave at once. With that, she staggered toward the bedside. Wei Zhao lingered for a moment, observing as Hanzhu navigated around the screen, her form swaying before she collapsed onto the couch, thereafter falling silent. She truly intended to sleep. Yet, were her earlier utterances mere drunken ramblings, or did they harbor a genuine sentiment? Wei Zhao found himself unable to remain seated any longer. It could not rouse Hanzhu to inquire further. Ultimately, he resignedly approached her, removed her shoes, and tucked her in before taking his leave. No, under no circumstances would he permit Hanzhu to seek out any male paramours, unless it meant his own demise. Chapter 77. A potent remedy. Hanzhu was uncertain whether her approach would yield any results. She had previously inquired if Wei Zhao had any feelings for her, but out of dignity, she would not broach the subject again. Thus, she resolved to let him reveal his sentiments on his own. To her surprise, the following afternoon, Wei Zhao arrived at the Duke of Dinghua's residence, requesting to borrow Qi Xian. At that moment, Qi Xian stood behind Hanzhu, both of them wearing expressions of bewilderment. Unsurprisingly, Qi Xian was the most perplexed among them. Is there a shortage of soldiers in your army? Hanzhu pondered, and despite grasping Wei Zhao's intentions, She decided to tease him a little. Wei Zhao maintained a serious demeanor, acknowledging that while there were indeed many soldiers, he lacked a capable subordinate with exceptional martial skills. And Qi Xian seemed quite suitable. Hanzhu glanced from Qi Xian to Wei Zhao, and after a considerable pause, she reluctantly replied, Qi Xian is indeed quite remarkable. I am truly hesitant to lend him to you. Wei Zhao bit his lip, intently gazing at Hanzhu. However, he is somewhat overlooked in my presence, and it would be beneficial for him to gain broader experience alongside you. Hanzhu deftly shifted her stance, agreeing while subtly prioritizing Qi Xian's interests. Wei Zhao felt as if his heart had been struck. He was uncertain whether to feel elated or disheartened. After Hanzhu's statement, she turned to Qi Xian, saying, You need not worry about accompanying Wei Zhao. He is formidable in the military, and you will undoubtedly learn much from him. Additionally, rest assured, aside from your military compensation, I will continue to provide you with your monthly allowance. Qi Xian looked at Hanzhu, his typically indifferent gaze softening, filled with gratitude and admiration. Thank you, County Princess. Hanzhu nodded, her eyes sincere as she addressed Wei Zhao. I entrust him to you. Please take good care of him. Wei Zhao replied, Absolutely. He successfully took Qi Xian away, yet felt as if he were submerged in water, struggling to breathe. His initial intention had been to return Hanzhu to Xia Qingyan, yet things had transformed into this. After parting ways with Hanzhu, he found himself restless each night, nearly driven to madness by his restraint. While she seemed to be contemplating finding a paramour, did her earlier declarations of affection for him hold any truth? Were they merely whimsical sentiments or another form of torment? Not long after Qi Xian was borrowed away, Yaoji's appointment was also announced. He was assigned to a different county and would not remain in the capital. Consequently, the individuals who had previously surrounded Hanzhu suddenly vanished. Wei Zhao's tactics were commendable. He was indeed stubborn. It was time for him to experience the consequences of his obstinacy. Xia Qingyan smiled, his expression remaining gentle even as he spoke such words. Hanzhu munched on an apple. Not necessarily. He is still intent on bringing us together. Xia Qingyan chuckled helplessly. I cannot endure such a spirited girl like you. Hanzhu shot him a glance before sighing. With the new year approaching, it seems I shall once again spend it alone. Determined not to face the new year by herself, she resolved to administer a potent remedy to Wei Zhao. After speaking, Xia Qingyan beckoned Hanzhu with a flick of his fingers. Hanzhu leaned in to listen to Xia Qingyan's words, then gave him a thumbs up. When Wei Zhao next visited the Duke's residence, Hanzhu was embroidering a bridal veil, the pattern of mandarin ducks playing in water beginning to take shape. Wei Zhao paused for a moment upon seeing the veil that Hanzhu was working on. You've come. Perfect timing. What do you think of my embroidery? Hanzhu waved to Wei Zhao, handing him the veil for inspection. Wei Zhao nodded slowly. You are embroidering a bridal veil, so. Hanzhu meticulously stitched each thread, as it was indeed for her upcoming marriage. Last time I didn't embroider it myself, so this time I must do it with my own hands. You're getting married? To whom? Wei Zhao's heart skipped a beat, his tone involuntarily quickening. Of course, to the person you deem suitable. By the way, Wei Zhao, since you have more experience, you must help me manage everything well. Wei Zhao felt a pang in his heart, the bitterness spreading to his lips as he softly replied, All right. He knew this day would eventually arrive. Fortunately, that person was Xia Qingyan. With this beginning, Hanzhu began visiting Wei Zhao every few days, whether to ask for assistance in arranging her dowry or to help purchase jewelry. One day, she summoned Wei Zhao, claiming there was something of great importance. Wei Zhao hurried over, and upon hearing from Baiqiu that Hanzhu was in her room, he quickly made his way there. He knocked on the door, and soon after, Hanzhu's voice beckoned him to enter. As he opened the door, a wave of warmth enveloped him. However, he did not immediately see Hanzhu. I'm here, she called from behind the screen, and then a graceful figure emerged, adorned in a red bridal gown. Hanzhu, who often favored red attire, looked resplendent in her wedding dress, complemented by a phoenix crown resembling a fairy from a painting. Wei Zhao snapped back to reality, his heart feeling as though it had been pierced, sending tremors through his fingertips. Hanzhu gazed at him with a playful expression. And after a brief moment of eye contact, she asked, "Is this bridal gown beautiful?" Wei Zhao's throat tightened, and after a long pause, he finally found his voice. "It is beautiful." She had once donned a bridal gown herself, and they had shared a cup of nuptial wine, tying the knot in a sense. Noticing Wei Zhao's pallor, Hanzhu deliberately stepped closer, waving her hand. "Wei Zhao, are you all right?" Wei Zhao regained his composure, a stiff smile forming on his lips. "I'm fine. I just feel that this gown is a bit thin." The outer layer of the bridal gown was made of light gauze, not suited for winter. "I know, but perhaps it won't be that cold then, and summer styles are more beautiful," she responded cheerfully. Wei Zhao pursed his lips, choosing not to reply. Hanzhu twirled in front of him, her face alight with happiness, a smile he had never witnessed before. After Wei Zhao departed, Hanzhu removed her bridal attire. Feeling satisfied with his reaction, he stubbornly claimed not to like her, yet his expressions and gaze betrayed him. She was convinced that he could not bear to see her marry another. Hanzhu awaited the effect of this potent stimulus, but to her surprise, disturbances arose at the border as the new year approached. The tribes of the grasslands are amassing troops on a grand scale, seemingly preparing for war against the Great Chu. Hanzhu is taken aback, for this very event also transpired in her past life, albeit a year and more earlier than anticipated. Her recollection is not so much of the two nations clashing, but rather that it was during the mobilization of the armies to the borders that Xia Chenglin orchestrated his rebellion. Conversely, the grassland tribes appear to merely serve as a smokescreen. After a few days of the two armies gazing at one another from a distance, they withdrew. In her previous existence, Wei Zhao was dispatched to the borders for this very reason. Thus she never had the chance to meet him before her demise. Hanzhu had believed that even if Xia Chenglin harbored rebellious intentions in this lifetime, he would not act so swiftly, yet she is astonished by his premature actions. Chapter 78. Do you truly believe Wei Zhao would spare you? Lin Shuiying suspected that Xia Chenglin might be suffering from some mental affliction. Ever since their confinement, Xia Chenglin appeared to be utterly unfazed, consuming the simplest of meals with a serene contentment. Observing his peculiar demeanor, Lin Shuiying found herself unperturbed by his past indifference to her plight. Instead, she would offer him words of encouragement, urging him not to lose hope. Yet, Xia Chenglin regarded her with a detached gaze, as if tinged with a hint of mockery. Lin Shuiying's health gradually improved, although she felt far from her former vitality. As the new year approached, the cacophony outside left her wondering when she might be liberated. Hanzhu had not sought out Wei Zhao in recent days, likely preoccupied with military affairs. She had, however, visited Xia Qingyan twice, thereafter remaining within the confines of the estate. Unexpectedly, in the dead of night, a group of cloaked figures infiltrated the Duke of Ding's residence, intent on abducting Hanzhu. The guards and Hanzhu's secret protectors clashed with the assailants for a brief moment, but the intruders demonstrated formidable martial prowess, leading to Hanzhu's capture. Once the black-clad figures vanished from sight, Wei Zhao hastily arrived, pursuing the direction in which they had fled. The assailants had not slain Hanzhu. Rather, they rendered her unconscious, swiftly transporting her a considerable distance before utilizing a hidden passage to exit the city, placing her in a carriage concealed in the woods outside. The carriage then set forth westward, quickly disappearing from the main road. Wei Zhao pursued them with fervor, yet lost their trail upon reaching a dilapidated temple. Entering the forsaken structure, he discovered it devoid of life. They could not have vanished into thin air. Wei Zhao, possessing exceptional tracking skills, meticulously examined the temple, ultimately uncouvrant à conseiller passage. Following it, he exited the city and continued his pursuit westward, guided by the traces left by the carriage in the forest. Meanwhile, Hanzhu, jostled throughout the night, finally regained consciousness at dawn. Startled, she realized her hands and feet were bound, and her mouth gagged. To her astonishment, she found herself in the presence of another. A man sat beside her, grinning broadly. Hanzhu, did you ever anticipate our reunion? Her eyes widened in disbelief as she recognized her captor, Sun Lu. Hanzhu made muffled sounds, imploring Sun Lu to remove the gag. He complied, maintaining his cheerful demeanor. Disdainfully, Ji Hanzhu spat, then fixed her gaze on him. What do you intend to do? Are you planning to drag your family into this as well? Sun Lu crossed his arms, unusually refraining from a verbal spar with Ji Hanzhu, adopting a condescending tone. This is for your own good. Accompanying me is 100 times better than remaining in the capital. Ji Hanzhu laughed, while Sun Lu's expression gradually shifted. Yi Hanzhu, do not presume upon my affections for you. You are now in my grasp. Sun Lu gritted his teeth, but due to his inherently unremarkable appearance, his anger bore a hint of foolishness. Ji Hanzhu suppressed her laughter, adopting a more serious demeanor. Sun Lu, I am merely reminding you that if you abduct me, do you truly believe Wei Zhao and the Emperor will let you go? Do not involve others in your plight. After all, your grandfather has only just managed to leave the capital alive. Sun Lu scoffed, dismissing the possibility of their pursuit, even if they were to chase after us. I would not fear them. Ji Hanzhu nodded in agreement, realizing that Xia Chenglin and Sun Wenshun were indeed preparing to take action. Noticing Ji Hanzhu lost in thought, Sun Lu suddenly raised his hand, leaning closer to her face. What are you doing? Ji Hanzhu snapped back to reality, regarding him coolly. Startled, Sun Lu halted, exclaiming, Your hair got into your mouth. He quickly brushed aside the stray strands, his face flushing crimson. Sun Lu, you should really let me go. If your grandfather finds out you've come to the capital to abduct me, he would surely be furious. Ji Hanzhu attempted to sway his resolve. However, Sun Lu was resolute. Save your breath. I will not release you. Ji Hanzhu studied him thoughtfully and chose not to press further. After the carriage had traveled for another couple of hours, during which Sun Lu fed Ji Hanzhu some food and offered her a bit of water, she could no longer contain herself as noon approached. Sun Lu, I need to relieve myself. Sun Lu hesitated, momentarily caught off guard. But the sight of the ropes binding Ji Hanzhu posed a dilemma. After a brief pause, he seemed to devise a solution, instructing the carriage to stop. He jumped down and soon returned with a bucket. Ji Hanzhu's expression darkened. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Sun Lu maintained a serious demeanor, commanding, I want to let you out. If you truly must go, you can manage it in there. With that, he untied the ropes around Ji Hanzhu and stepped out of the carriage. Outside, 4 skilled guards accompanied the coachman and Sun Lu, making a total of 6 men. Sun Lu was convinced that 6 men could easily prevent Ji Hanzhu from escaping. Indeed, it was not long before Ji Hanzhu announced she was finished. Sun Lu smiled and re-entered the carriage, but the moment he stepped inside, a sharp dagger pressed against his throat. Do not make a sound, Ji Hanzhu said with a smile. Sun Lu's eyes widened in shock. You don't even have a hairpin. How could you possibly have a dagger? She had hastily dressed in a coat over her undergarments after an attempted assassination at night, and Sun Lu had searched her while she slept, finding nothing. Ji Hanzhu pressed the dagger closer. There's much you don't know. If you wish to live, cooperate. Sun Lu's expression shifted from arrogance to disbelief. He had been so confident, only to be outmaneuvered so swiftly. Dismiss the men outside, Ji Hanzhu whispered in his ear. Sun Lu glared at her, then turned his gaze and commanded, Let us take a break. You two go fetch some water and game. Outside, 2 responses echoed, followed by the distant sound of receding hooves. They have all departed, Sun Lu remarked. Ji Hanzhu sighed, though I did not witness it. I could discern that there were 4 horses outside. Sun Lu retorted, You two should accompany us. Gritting his teeth, he urged. Once the other 2 had also taken their leave, Ji Hanzhu finally pushed Sun Lu out of the carriage. The coachman, who was watering the horses, upon witnessing this scene, immediately discarded the water pouch and drew his knife. Do not move. Cooperate, and I shall not harm him, Ji Hanzhu said in a low voice. She then glanced at the carriage and commanded, Unload the carriage, swiftly. Chapter 79. It was you who forced me to this point. The coachman glanced at Sun Lu, pondered for a moment, and ultimately decided to unload the carriage. Then, Ji Hanzhu instructed him to drop the knife, kicking it aside. After all, in their eyes, safeguarding Sun Lu was of utmost importance, so Ji Hanzhu's every command was met with compliance. Once the carriage was unloaded, Ji Hanzhu seized Sun Lu and brought her to the horse, then forcefully pushed her before the horseman. Swiftly mounting her steed, she struck the horse with vigor, and it galloped away with her in haste. Sun Lu steadied herself and pursued for a stretch, shouting, "Ji Hanzhu, you will regret this upon your return. Ji Hanzhu, come back." However, all that met her ears was the distant sound of galloping hooves. Frustrated, Sun Lu struck the tree trunk with her fist, exclaiming, "Why don't you trust me? I only wish to keep you alive." The winds of change were about to sweep through the capital, prompting her to take such a significant risk to abduct Ji Hanzhu. Yet, she had still managed to escape, fearing that pursuers might be on her tail. Ji Hanzhu rode furiously, and after a while, she found solace in the absence of any sounds of pursuit. Nevertheless, she dared not slow her pace. After half an hour of relentless galloping, her bones felt as though they might shatter, and as she lifted her gaze, she spotted a rider approaching her with great speed. Doubt crept into her heart. Could this be one of Sun Lu's associates? But as they drew nearer, recognition dawned upon her, and a radiant smile broke across her face. "Wei Zhao." She waved to him, feeling the tension that had gripped her throughout the journey finally begin to dissipate. The two halted their horses, and Ji Hanzhu rushed forward, enveloping Wei Zhao in a warm embrace. Wei Zhao stood there momentarily taken aback, before gently stroking her back. He then removed his cloak and draped it over Ji Hanzhu. Throughout her anxious flight, she had not felt the cold, but now, enveloped in the warmth of the cloak, she realized just how chilled she had become. "I'm so cold," she said, looking up at Wei Zhao with her glistening, pitiful eyes. Wei Zhao fastened the cloak around her and lifted her onto his horse. He then mounted behind her, encircling her with his arms. Ji Hanzhu smiled slightly. Although she still felt the chill, it was far more comfortable than riding alone. Wei Zhao urged the horse forward at a swift pace, and upon reaching the Duke of Dingguer's residence, he quickly carried Ji Hanzhu into the room. Bai Qiu and Mo Xia, who had been anxious throughout the night, were overwhelmed with joy at Ji Hanzhu's return, their eyes brimming with tears. Upon noticing Ji Hanzhu's pale, frostbitten face, they hurriedly prepared hot water and a ginger soup. Wei Zhao wrapped Ji Hanzhu tightly in a blanket, using his large hand to cover her ears, hoping to help her regain warmth swiftly. Nestled in Wei Zhao's embrace, Ji Hanzhu inhaled the refreshing scent of herbs emanating from him, feeling herself relax completely. "Why don't you ask me who abducted me?" she murmured, her voice somewhat muffled. Wei Zhao held her close, his tone equally subdued. "Who was it?" Ji Hanzhu lifted her gaze to meet his, blinking slowly as she replied, "It was Sun Lu." With that, she sniffled, adding, "If it had been anyone else, I might not have escaped." Wei Zhao fell silent for a moment before softly acknowledging with a hum. "A sense of foreboding enveloped me. Something ominous seemed imminent. Wei Zhao, you must exercise caution. Furthermore, if you encounter Sun Lu in the future, spare him." Wei Zhao tightened his grip around Ji Hanzhu's arm. "All right." In truth, Ji Hanzhu wished for Wei Zhao to remain. Yet she pondered the heightened dangers of the capital compared to other places. This lifetime was different from the previous one, and she could not guarantee her ability to protect Wei Zhao entirely from harm. Thus, she merely offered him a vague warning. If that were the case, it was best to adhere to the predetermined course and allow him to head to the frontier. After taking a moment to gather herself in the room, Ji Hanzhu prepared hot water and ginger soup. She drank the ginger soup first before heading to the bathing room. Before leaving, she cast a smile at Wei Zhao without uttering a word. Wei Zhao lingered in Ji Hanzhu's room for a moment before departing. On the 28th day of the 12th month, under the emperor's command, Wei Zhao set out with an army of 300,000 towards the frontier. Ji Hanzhu stood on the city tower, watching his figure gradually fade into the ranks at the forefront. The rest she entrusted to fate. On New Year's Eve, the citizens of the capital seemed unaffected by the events at the frontier. The streets were aglow with lights, the air filled with the sounds of firecrackers and jubilant shouts, as children frolicked and adults wore cheerful expressions. That evening, the palace hosted a modest family banquet, and the emperor specifically requested Ji Hanzhu's presence, which she graciously accepted. Since the last incident, Xia Yanyan appeared to have learned her lesson. She merely rolled her eyes at Ji Hanzhu without further provocation. "Ah, Hanzhu, I have decreed that Wei Zhao cannot stay home to celebrate the new year with you. You bear no resentment towards me, do you?" The emperor smiled amiably at Ji Hanzhu. However, Ji Hanzhu remained unfazed. Your Majesty, I have parted ways with Wei Zhao. Even if he were to stay, we would not celebrate together. The emperor stroked his beard and chuckled. Is that so? Yet, I have not heard of you submitting the divorce decree to the authorities. Hanzhu hesitated. This matter, I suspect only you are privy to it. I have been rather occupied. I can attend to it later. She laughed it off. The emperor found her response amusing and refrained from further teasing. Instead, he raised his cup, and everyone joined in a toast. With only family present, the emperor was in good spirits, and everyone indulged in a few more drinks. However, just as the atmosphere reached its zenith, a member of the Imperial Guard rushed in, bloodied and breathless. Your Majesty, a band of rebels has infiltrated the palace. There are spies within. Please, Your Majesty and the Empress, flee at once. The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. The emperor's countenance darkened, yet he maintained his composure, directing everyone to retreat through the back of the main hall to seek refuge in the inner palace. Soon, the sounds of combat grew louder, and the once tranquil palace was filled with cries of terror, while the clamor of battle drew ever closer. Xia Qingyan and Xia Chengqi exchanged glances, both gripping their weapons and positioning themselves protectively in front of the emperor and empress, along with the women and children. Your Majesty, all palace gates have been overrun by the rebels. We must devise a means of escape. At that moment, the previous guard returned to report on the situation within the palace. The situation appeared rather dire. At last, they had nowhere left to retreat, with only a handful of Imperial guards standing protectively before them. Suddenly, the outside world was illuminated, and amidst the glow of numerous torches, Xia Chenglin, clad in a simple long robe, walked in with an air of calm assurance. The emperor was taken aback upon seeing Xia Chenglin. He had never anticipated that the imprisoned figure before him possessed the audacity to conspire against him. Father, do not be too astonished. It is you who have compelled me to reach this juncture. After speaking, he surveyed the individuals in the room, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Hanzhu's face. Chapter 80. Was her father's death an accident? Hanzhu, will you thwart my plans once more? If you plead for mercy, I might spare your life. Although he had faced defeat numerous times before, this final victory was all that mattered. Hanzhu raised her chin defiantly, exuding an air of arrogance despite being surrounded. Before others, she had always been the proud and imperious princess of Chongning. It remains to be seen if you possess the ability to take my life, Xia Chenglin. In this lifetime, you are destined to fail. Xia Chenglin believed her defiance was a mere facade and scoffed. Father, for the sake of our father-son bond, if you would simply inscribe the Edict of Abdication, I can ensure you a peaceful old age. The emperor, however, remained unmoved, his demeanor calm. Do not harbor such dreams. I shall never write that edict. He was acutely aware that regardless of his decision, Xia Chenglin would not let them off the hook. Xia Chenglin narrowed his eyes, ceasing further conversation, and gestured for his subordinates to act. Just as the rebel troops attempted to charge in, a cadre of elite soldiers suddenly emerged from the shadows, leading to a fierce clash between the two factions. Hanzhu recognized this as the work of Xia Chengqi and Xia Qingyan. She had informed Xia Qingyan of Xia Chenglin's potential rebellion, and he had concurred, strategizing with Xia Qingqi to lay an ambush within the palace. Moreover, there were additional forces covertly at work. Xia Chenglin did not anticipate their hidden elite soldiers, and his expression darkened. Yet, upon assessing the enemy's numbers, he felt a sense of relief. It was merely a desperate resistance. He approached the emperor and his entourage with a smile, declaring, "The main army has already been dispatched to the frontier. Even if they wish to return, they cannot, for my men will safeguard the southern and northern strongholds. Consequently, no one can save you now." Having conspired with Sun Wenxiang for many years, Xia Chenglin had amassed a considerable private army, and this time he was all in, fully committed. Furthermore, the martial generals of the court had all gone to the border, especially Wei Zhao, who was heralded as the new god of war in Dechu. This time, let us see how he returns to save anyone. However, just as Xia Chenglin finished speaking, an arrow whizzed through the night sky, aimed directly at him. He turned his head, maintaining a composed expression as he glanced back. Soon, a deluge of arrows rained down upon them, revealing the enemy's overwhelming numbers. How could there possibly be so many? Several city gates were under the control of his men. If any troops were returning to the city, he would have been aware. And given their speed, it was impossible for them to arrive so swiftly. Xia Qinglin's heart raced with uncertainty, as the rebel forces realized they had fallen into an ambush and began to lose their composure. After a volley of arrows, another wave of elite soldiers surged forth, engaging the remaining rebels in combat. At that moment, Xia Qinglin finally perceived that the enemy's numbers were not as vast as he had feared. They wielded a sophisticated type of crossbow, seemingly a multi-shot device. Leading the charge was none other than Wei Zhao. Impossible. Wei Zhao had departed 3 days prior. His men had witnessed him leave. The tides of battle shifted, and the guard within the room also emerged to fight, encircling Xia Qinglin and the remaining rebels. Hanzhu initially believed that it was Xia Chengqi who had orchestrated the victory, but upon emerging, she was astonished to find Wei Zhao. Moreover, the soldiers trailing behind him wielded the crossbows she had crafted herself. Xia Qinglin gazed at the fallen rebels before him, his eyes ablaze with fury. He realized that he had been utterly defeated. Why? Why? As this thought coursed through his mind, he abruptly turned to Hanzhu. It was she. These crossbows must have been developed by her, and yet she had deceived him. All of this was because of Hanzhu. Memories of their past flashed rapidly through his mind, and at that moment, he found himself contemplating whether, had he not forsaken Hanzhu, he might have emerged victorious now. However, what consumed him more was an overwhelming sense of resentment. He drew his sword and, in a frenzy, charged towards Hanzhu. Xia Qinglin was no novice in martial arts. After dispatching several guards, he found himself nearer to Hanzhu. She stood calmly upon the steps, with Xia Qingyin brandishing his sword protectively in front of her. Xia Qinglin resembled a wild beast blinded by rage, with no focus left but Hanzhu. Fueled by his last vestiges of wrath, he actually managed to close the distance and clashed with Xia Qingyin. Xia Qingyin's skills paled in comparison to Xia Qinglin's, particularly as the latter was in a near-maddened state. Xia Qingyin was forced to retreat under the onslaught, while Xia Qingqi struggled to find an opening to assist him. Witnessing Xia Qingyin wounded and bloodied, Hanzhu felt a sharp pang of fear. Be careful. Xia Qinglin, if you wish to kill, come for me. Hearing Hanzhu's voice, Xia Qinglin kicked Xia Qingyin aside, then leapt into the air, aiming his sword at Hanzhu. Yet, his blade never reached her. Instead, he was struck in the back by a bolt. The sword slipped from his grasp as he grimaced and spat blood, collapsing before Hanzhu. He lay on the steps, gazing up at Hanzhu, his lips moving as if burdened with unfulfilled grievances. Hanzhu pressed her lips together and approached him step by step. She spoke, Xia Qinglin, what is it like to be struck by an arrow? In my previous life, I perished beneath the very crossbow I had studied. It was your arrow that brought about my demise. Xia Qinglin's eyes narrowed in disbelief as he regarded Hanzhu. Do you now comprehend why you lost? Hanzhu leaned closer to his ear. For all of this is a consequence of your actions in your past life. In this incarnation, you are merely reaping what you have sown. Xia Qinglin looked at Hanzhu, his gaze filled with shock and terror, before he coughed up another mouthful of blood. In that moment, he managed a smile, his lips trembling. I understand now, but Hanzhu, you will come to regret this. Hanzhu remained unmoved. Xia Qinglin inhaled deeply. Do you believe your father's death was an accident? In truth, it was not. Hanzhu's pupils constricted. Do you think I would trust your words? Xia Qinglin, however, wore a visage of indifference, leaving the matter of belief up to you. Yet, should you seek the truth, you might want to inquire with our esteemed crown prince. I'm aware you may think I'm sowing discord, but have you ever contemplated why Kuei's affairs came to light? Hanzhu restrained her emotions, though her chest heaved violently. Suddenly, Xia Qingling seized Hanzhu's garment, veins protruding on his forehead, and with the last of his strength, he declared, Hanzhu, if there's indeed a next life, if his lips moved. But the words abruptly ceased. At that moment, Wei Zhao, bursting forth from the ranks of the rebels, swiftly reached Hanzhu's side and lifted her into his embrace. Xia Qingling's hand remained poised in the air before it collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Upon witnessing Xia Chenglin's demise, Wei Zhao lowered his gaze. His eyes fixed on Hanzhu with a fierce and menacing intensity, tinged with an undercurrent of hostility. Hanzhu was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 81. Is life so easily discarded? She had never witnessed such an expression on Wei Zhao's face. At that moment, Wei Zhao held her waist tightly, his arms gripped so forceful it felt as though he might crush her. The remaining rebels had all been either slain or captured, and the emperor's entourage emerged from the building. The emperor glanced at the lifeless body of Xia Chenglin, closed his eyes for a brief moment, and then turned his gaze towards the injured Xia Chengqi and Xia Chengyan. "Are you both unharmed?" he inquired. Xia Chengqi and Xia Chengyan shook their heads in response. Wei Zhao then released Hanzhu and approached the emperor, kneeling on one knee. "In accordance with your majesty's command, all rebels have been vanquished." The emperor nodded appreciatively. "You have performed admirably. Take him away and inter him alongside the Sun family." "Yes," Wei Zhao replied, accepting the order. Although they had triumphed in this rebellion, the emperor appeared to have aged a decade in an instant. Weary, he instructed Xia Chengqi to handle the subsequent matters and departed with Empress Li. Xia Chengqi first ordered that the concubines and imperial heirs be sent back to their respective quarters before approaching Wei Zhao. "Wei Zhao, tonight your timely arrival with reinforcements and your ability to achieve victory against overwhelming odds has truly opened my eyes." Initially, Xia Chengqi had believed the reinforcements to be numerous, only to discover they matched the number he had previously arranged. Wei Zhao modestly replied, "It was all orchestrated by His Majesty." He spoke the truth. Previously, Wei Zhao had sensed unusual movements from the Sun family and informed the emperor, who, though skeptical, had taken precautions. He had instructed Wei Zhao to retain the skilled soldiers trained in the use of repeating crossbows within the capital. While their numbers were not significant, their expertise and prior training with the crossbows created the illusion of a larger force. The individuals who had left with the army were not Wei Zhao, but rather Qi Xian, cleverly disguised. As for these crossbows, they were truly marvels of engineering. He wondered who had devised such intricate mechanisms. Holding one, Xia Chengqi was filled with excitement and admiration. "It was a carpenter from the military," Wei Zhao stated calmly, omitting Hanzhu's involvement, who stood quietly, seemingly unaware. Xia Chengqi recognized it was not the moment for such discussions. Observing Hanzhu's dazed expression, he assumed she was merely frightened. Thanks to the Princess of Chongning for her timely warning. Today, she too was startled. "Please ensure she returns home to rest properly." "Yes," Wei Zhao said, bowing in respect before departing. Once outside, Wei Zhao acknowledged Xia Chengqi and then turned to Hanzhu. She lifted her gaze to meet Xia Chengqi's eyes, saying nothing, and followed Wei Zhao in silence. Inside the carriage, the two sat across from one another, enveloped in quietude. Upon arriving at the Duke of Dinghua's residence, Hanzhu regained her senses, while Wei Zhao stood first, lifting her into his arms and carrying her inside with ease. Hanzhu gazed at the profile of Wei Zhao, remaining silent throughout the journey. Once in the room, after gently placing her on the couch, Wei Zhao finally spoke, knowing there would be danger. "Why did you still choose to go?" Hanzhu's earlier warning had lingered in Wei Zhao's mind. Yet she could sense the impending danger and could have declined the emperor's goodwill, yet she still chose to enter the palace. Was she truly willing to sacrifice her life for him? Observing that Hanzhu remained silent, Wei Zhao spoke again, his voice thick with huskiness. Hanzhu's brow furrowed in confusion as she gazed at Wei Zhao. He could not forget the moment when Hanzhu, in an effort to shield Xia Chenglin from harming Xia Chengyan, boldly drew his attention. Nor could he erase the sensation of his heart racing when Xia Chenglin's sword lunged toward her. And yet, she remained audacious, even daring to approach Xia Chenglin despite him being struck. "What are you saying?" Hanzhu questioned, a hint of bewilderment in her eyes. Wei Zhao suppressed the bitterness and suffocating pain within him, reminding her that, regardless of her affection for Xia Chengyan, her life held greater significance than anyone else's. He would forsake everything for Hanzhu, so how could he confront the sight of her risking herself for another man? Hanzhu began to comprehend. She recalled how Wei Zhao had endured so much before, Was he now unable to bear it any longer? This is my affair, Wei Zhao. Are you meddling too much? Hanzhu raised an eyebrow at him. Wei Zhao inhaled deeply, his gaze dark and resolute, showing no sign of retreat. I do not interfere in your other matters, but do not challenge my limits. I fear I might act in ways even I cannot foresee. Hanzhu looked up at Wei Zhao, then stood on the couch, elevating herself above him. Wei Zhao, did you not claim I was your master and you my servant? How dare you speak to me in this manner now? The muscles in Wei Zhao's jaw twitched as he slightly lowered his head, yet he had no intention of conceding. Hanzhu understood that Wei Zhao possessed an inherent resolve and pride. Perhaps he refrained from acknowledging his feelings due to his status, but that was not the primary reason. Wei Zhao, let me be frank. There is no engagement between Xia Qingyan and me, and I harbor no affection for him. He does not regard me either. We are merely friends, akin to siblings. Hanzhu articulated each word slowly and earnestly. Wei Zhao lifted his head, his eyes shifting slightly. What I did previously was merely to provoke you, but now I find it unnecessary. I am certain of your feelings for me, and I reciprocate them. However, I prefer the courageous Wei Zhao over the timid one. I shall grant you 3 days. If you seek me out, the bridal gown shall be donned for you. Should you fail to come, I can indeed marry another, truly marry someone else. Hanzhu was not jesting with Wei Zhao. Her feelings for him were genuine, and she had done all that she could. Perhaps the conclusion of today's events with Xia Qinglin had finally loosened the tension she had been holding. She had protected Xia Qingyan and would not allow Wei Zhao to tread the same path as in their past lives. Thus, if he truly hesitated to take that step forward, why should she compel him? Wei Zhao's lips moved slightly as he gazed into Hanzhu's calm and earnest eyes, feeling an indescribable sense of helplessness wash over him. Very well, you may go. Remember, you have only 3 days. With that, she turned away, no longer looking at Wei Zhao, and lay down. Wei Zhao stood for a moment before turning to leave. After his departure, Hanzhu remained still, lost in contemplation. She pondered the words spoken by Xia Qinglin. Deep down, she recognized that she ought not to be swayed by Xia Qinglin's fleeting remarks. Yet she could not help but wonder, what if her father had indeed met with foul play? However, in her previous life, she had never heard the emperor mention such a matter, and the crown prince, aside from being implicated in the rebellion, had committed no other transgressions. Was this merely the instigation of Xia Qinglin? If so, why did he not accuse Wei Zhao or the emperor, but instead chose to implicate the crown prince? Furthermore, what of Ji Kuei's affair? Did it also relate to the crown prince? Chapter 82. Departure and separation. After this night, Kyoto underwent a profound transformation. All rebels and members of the Sun faction within the palace and the city were eradicated, and the power of the Sun family was thoroughly dismantled. It was said that on the morning of the first day of the lunar month, palace servants discovered Sun Pin had hanged herself, and the emperor ordered her to be buried alongside Xia Qinglin and the other members of the Sun family. Sun Wensheng, recognizing the inevitable decline of his family, set their ancestral home ablaze, perishing in the inferno. However, Sun Lu was not found among the remnants of the Sun family. It was the 3rd day since Hanzhu had learned of these events, and she would soon let go completely. Despite the gravity of the situation, Hanzhu appeared remarkably composed, so much so that Bai Qiu and Mo Xia were unaware of her 3-day pact with Wei Zhao. Miss, I heard that Lin Shuiying has been released, but the Lin family has severed ties with her and did not allow her to enter their home. I wonder where she has gone, Mo Xia remarked while serving Hanzhu during dinner. Hanzhu remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. Moreover, it seems that General Lin has gone to the frontier and may not return anytime soon. Although the forces from the grasslands have retreated, the border remains unsettled. Upon hearing this, Hanzhu furrowed her brow, her thoughts drifting to Lin Zio's departure to the frontier and Zhao Jie's advancing age, worrying that the two might miss each other once again. Still, it strikes me as odd that the emperor did not send the son-in-law, she mused. Wei Zhao is the new war god. Logically, he should have been dispatched. Upon hearing Wei Zhao's name, Hanzhu hesitated momentarily, then set down her chopsticks and dabbed at the corner of her lips with a handkerchief. I have finished my meal. You and Bai Qiu need not stay with me tonight. Mo Xia acknowledged her words and called upon the other maidservants to clear the table. In winter, the days grow dark early. After dinner, the night descended swiftly. Once Ji Hanzhu had completed her evening rituals, she nestled on the couch with a book. Outside, the cold wind howled, but the fire within radiated warmth, akin to spring. After reading for a while, Ji Hanzhu glanced out the window and, succumbing to the warmth, soon drifted into slumber. That night, the lamp in her chamber burned until dawn. When Ji Hanzhu awoke, she felt somewhat disoriented, believing she had only dozed for a short while, only to realize that daylight had arrived. With the soft morning light, however, her heart began to feel cold. Wei Zhao had not come. She sat in silence for a moment, then rose, extinguished the candle, and called for Bai Qiu and the others to assist her with her morning routine. Inform the doorkeeper that from now on, anyone entering the residence must notify me, including Wei Zhao. She instructed Bai Qiu during breakfast. Bai Qiu, who managed the household affairs alongside Ji Hanzhu, paused slightly before acquiescing. Her insight was far sharper than Mo Xia's. While she had not perceived anything unusual in the past few days, today she grasped the implication. It seemed the miss intended to restrict the son-in-law's access to the Dingwagong residence. Previously, although the son-in-law had moved out, he had still been free to come and go without hindrance or prior notification. Now, the situation appeared to have shifted. Bai Qiu had yet to fully comprehend this change when Ji Hanzhu finished her meal, rose, and Mo Xia assisted her in donning her cloak. As if preparing to venture outside, is the young lady heading out for shopping? After a few days of confinement, it is time to take a stroll. Ji Hanzhu tugged at the corners of her lips and set off with Mo Xia. Mo Xia assumed that Ji Hanzhu merely wished to enjoy a leisurely outing. With the new year just having passed, the streets were bustling with people, yet many shops remained closed. Uncertain of Ji Hanzhu's destination, she followed closely behind. However, as they walked, they eventually found themselves at the governor's office in Kyoto. Ji Hanzhu stood before the grand entrance, gazing up at the imposing plaque before stepping inside. Mo Xia finally snapped back to reality and hurried to catch up. "Miss, what brings us to the governor's office?" Ji Hanzhu's expression remained calm as she replied, "It's nothing much, just handling a divorce." Mo Xia nodded at Ji Hanzhu's initial statement, but her eyes widened in shock upon hearing the latter part. "A divorce? Is the young lady truly seeking to part ways with Wei Zhao?" Previously, when Wei Zhao moved out, many assumed they had already divorced. Yet Mo Xia and Bai Qiu were aware that Ji Hanzhu had never completed the necessary formalities. She and Wei Zhao had remained husband and wife. Now, however, she was indeed here to finalize the divorce. But just days prior, Wei Zhao had returned with Ji Hanzhu, and on New Year's Eve, they had spent a considerable amount of time together in her chamber. How could it be that after such a brief interval, she now sought to part ways? Mo Xia found herself utterly confounded by the current situation, while Ji Hanzhu had already stepped inside. Today marked the first day of work at the governor's office following the New Year break, and no citizens had yet arrived. The officials still appeared drowsy, evidently struggling to shake off the remnants of their holiday. Yet upon seeing Ji Hanzhu, their spirits suddenly lifted. Though their ranks were modest, Ji Hanzhu was quite renowned, having visited the office previously, so they recognized her instantly. "Long, esteemed county princess, to what do we owe the honor of your visit?" A junior official responsible for record-keeping inquired with a smile, though internally he felt a twinge of anxiety. Surely, on such a festive occasion, she wasn't here to cause trouble again? Without a word of preamble, Ji Hanzhu produced the divorce papers she had prepared in advance. "Please file this for me." As Ji Hanzhu entered the governor's office, a magnificent steed galloped down the long street. On the horse sat a young man clad in silver armor, his tightly pressed lips conveying an air of sternness. Gripping the reins tightly, the veins in his hands stood out prominently. Upon reaching his destination, he dismounted before the horse had fully halted. Wei Zhao rapped urgently on the door of the Duke of Dingwa's residence, his movements a blend of haste and restraint. The door swung open, and just as he was about to enter, he was stopped by the doorkeeper. Awkwardly scratching his head, the young servant said, "Captain, please hold on." This morning, the county princess ordered that everyone wishing to enter must obtain her consent first. A wave of dismay washed over Wei Zhao, and his brow furrowed deeper. Please convey my message. The servant looked troubled. It's not that I refuse to relay your message, but the county princess is currently out and not at the residence. Wei Zhao's expression shifted dramatically. Where has the county princess gone? The servant shook his head. Wei Zhao clenched his jaw tightly. I wish to see Bai Qiu. Seeing Bai Qiu was relatively simple. The servant hurried off to deliver the message, and soon Bai Qiu followed him back. Upon encountering Wei Zhao, Bai Qiu felt a slight surprise. How could Wei Zhao appear even more disheveled than on New Year's Eve, clad in armor, stained with blood, and bearing an air of grim determination upon her face? Do you know where the county lord is gone? Wei Zhao inquired, disregarding Bai Qiu's scrutiny and getting straight to the point. Bai Qiu discreetly averted her gaze and replied, the young lady mentioned she was going for a stroll in the streets, but did not specify a destination. Wei Zhao evaluated Bai Qiu for a moment, then said nothing further, promptly turning and mounting her horse to depart. Bai Qiu was left in a state of confusion. Wei Zhao then visited several shops frequented by Hanzhu, only to find her absent. Unable to fathom where Hanzhu might have gone, she decided to seek out Xia Chengyan. Chapter 83. Taking matters into one's own hands upon seeing Wei Zhao, who appeared disheveled and fierce, Xia Chengyan was momentarily taken aback. But soon a signature smile graced his face. What brings you to me so early in the morning? I seek the princess of Chongning, Wei Zhao replied. Xia Chengyan adjusted his sleeves. If you're looking for her, why not go to the Duke of Dinghua's residence? What brings you here? She has left the estate. I also visited the shops she frequents. If the fifth prince knows of any other places she may be, I would be most grateful for your guidance. Wei Zhao expressed, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. Xia Chengyan scrutinized Wei Zhao, stroking his chin. That young lady typically sleeps in. How could she be out so early? What have you done to provoke her? Wei Zhao felt a pang in his heart. His eyes darkened, and his expression turned indescribably grim. After a moment, he hoarsely replied, I failed to keep my promise. Xia Chengyan, astute as ever, may not have known the specifics of Hanzhu and Wei Zhao's 3-day agreement, but he was well aware of their predicament. Observing Wei Zhao's demeanor, he surmised the situation. The young lady was now resolute and clear-headed. Though she was not as willful as before, her decisions were difficult to alter. I advised you to reflect on what she truly desires, yet you hesitated. Should she choose to let go now, you ought to accept it. Wei Zhao's gaze lifted, his pupils dark and fierce, bloodshot and wild, resembling a beast on the brink of madness. Let go. How could I possibly do that? From the moment I laid eyes on Hanzhu, she has resided deep within my heart for 12 years. Previously, he had never entertained the thought of marrying her. Later, he could not fathom that Hanzhu would genuinely harbor feelings for him. Now, those once unfathomable aspirations had materialized into reality. How could he simply abandon them? Thank you for the information, Fifth Prince, Wei Zhao said earnestly, bowing before turning to leave. Xia Chengyan watched his retreating figure, clicking his tongue. Had I known it would come to this, I would have acted differently. Once back on the bustling street, Wei Zhao gazed at the throngs of passers-by, uncertain of where to seek Hanzhu. The years of suppressed desire, fervent yet concealed, tormented him. All that anguish paled in comparison to the regret and anxiety he felt in this moment. He stood there, as if the world around him had transformed into another realm, leaving him alone, clutching a shard of fragmented jade, isolated in an abandoned world. Captain Wei! Captain Wei! The voice beside him gradually became clearer, pulling Wei Zhao from his reverie. He turned to face the one calling him. Indeed, it is Captain Wei. How fortunate! I just returned from your residence and did not expect to find you here. Wei Zhao regarded him in silence. Captain, please accompany me. The county princess is holding the divorce papers and wishes to record them. This is a decree bestowed by the emperor. We lack the courage to simply document it. You must persuade the county princess. Even if she seeks a divorce, it requires the emperor's consent, does it not? The official's face was filled with trepidation and earnest appeal, hoping Wei Zhao could assist them in dealing with the delicate matter of Hanzhu. Wei Zhao was finally pulled back into the realm of reality, his brow furrowed. The county princess mentioned a divorce? The minor official nodded, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Our people are there trying to stall for time. You must hurry, for I fear they cannot hold out much longer." Although there was concern about inciting the emperor's wrath, this county princess was indeed quite difficult to handle. Without waiting for the official to finish, Wei Zhao galloped straight to the government office. At that moment, Hanzhu had already finished her second cup of tea. She set down her teacup, her voice devoid of any discernible emotion. "I did not come here merely to sip tea. When will you conclude your business?" One moment this is absent, the next that is missing. Hanzhu knew they were simply stalling. "I understand your concerns. You believe this is a decree from the emperor, and you hesitate to act. Rest assured, the emperor has already consented and will not hold you accountable for such trivial matters." "Sir, this is truly—" The registering official began, but with a mere glance from Hanzhu, he faltered. "What? Do you require me to take matters into my own hands?" The official trembled, daunted. Hanzhu, with a hint of impatience, urged, "Do not dawdle. Hurry and affix the seal. I will bear any consequences." Seeing that they could no longer delay, and with Hanzhu's insistence, the official finally retrieved the seal, dipped it in ink, and prepared to stamp it. As Wei Zhao entered, he witnessed this scene. "Hold on." Without a moment's hesitation, he called out. The official looked up, seemingly relieved. Hanzhu turned her head to glance at Wei Zhao, who strode forward with purpose. His heart raced. He was elated at having timely interrupted the divorce, only to see Hanzhu firmly grasp the official's wrist and, with a decisive snap, press the seal onto the document. In that instant, everyone was left in stunned silence. Hanzhu, however, remained unfazed as she picked up the stamped divorce decree, neatly folded it, and tucked it away. Then, she approached Wei Zhao, her smile as charming as ever. "Wei Zhao, have you ventured into battle? Why do you appear in such disarray?" Wei Zhao fixed his gaze on Hanzhu, his lips moved, and after a prolonged silence, he hoarsely replied, "I was out on a mission, Hanzhu. I see. Then you must take more care in the future, lest you return injured." She spoke sincerely, flashing him another smile before turning to leave. Wei Zhao stood there, motionless. Hanzhu remained remarkably composed, even stopping in the street to purchase several skewers of candied hawthorn. Xia was given one as well, yet she had no appetite. She realized she could not comprehend Hanzhu at all. At that moment, she could not discern whether Hanzhu was angry. Moreover, she was baffled as to how, after the divorce, Hanzhu could still speak so gently to Wei Zhao. Given Hanzhu's temperament, it would have been commendable if she and Wei Zhao had not become adversaries. Xia, of course, was unaware that in this lifetime, even if Hanzhu did not end up with Wei Zhao, she would still hold him in high regard. Not as a lover, but as a cherished kin. Wei Zhao had done so much for her. He would not be dismissed because of a mere marriage document, nor would he be scorned for his reluctance to acknowledge his feelings. Yet, Hanzhu understood all too well. To claim she was not angry would be a falsehood. As Hanzhu and Xia strolled along the street, they were abruptly alerted by the sound of rapid hoofbeats approaching from behind. Nearby, a vendor's stall lay overturned, and startled pedestrians narrowly escaped being struck. Hanzhu watched as Wei Zhao charged towards her, wondering if he had lost his senses. If anyone were to be injured, he would surely face impeachment. Yet, Wei Zhao's gaze remained fixed solely upon her, as if she were the only being in existence. Hanzhu stood her ground, fully aware that he would not collide with her. As Wei Zhao rode closer, slowing his steed, he extended his long arms, swiftly pulling Hanzhu into his embrace, and galloped away. Chapter 84. Is it null and void? Hanzhu never anticipated being swept onto the horse by Wei Zhao. At that moment, the horse continued its steady gallop, venturing beyond the city gates. "Wei Zhao, where are you taking me?" Hanzhu inquired calmly. Wei Zhao remained silent, tightening his grip around her waist. Perhaps due to the rigid armor he donned, he maintained a slight distance from her, unlike the last time they were so close. Noticing his reticence, Hanzhu ceased her questioning, and the two traveled in silence, the rhythmic sound of hooves echoing in the air. Wei Zhao led Hanzhu to a riverbank outside the city, where water cascaded down from the mountains, yet a layer of ice lingered along the banks. Fortunately, Hanzhu had dressed warmly for the outing and felt no chill. Wei Zhao dismounted. gently lowering Ji Hanzhu to the ground. Once they stood still, she raised her gaze to scrutinize him. His complexion was pale, and his hair, tied back with a crown, appeared somewhat disheveled. Most striking were his eyes, dark and imbued with an intensity she had never witnessed before. "Zhu," he began, "I intended to come here on the first day of the new year, but the Emperor assigned me an urgent task that required my presence. I thought I could return that same day, but unexpectedly I was ensnared along the way, which delayed my arrival." He grasped Ji Hanzhu's shoulder, veins visibly straining against his skin, yet he did not inflict pain upon her. Ji Hanzhu regarded him with clear, bright eyes, revealing no trace of anger, sorrow, or forgiveness. "Wei Zhao, is it possible not to divorce?" she ventured. However, before he could respond, she continued, her voice steady yet resolute. "I understand your prior hesitance, but comprehension does not equate to acceptance. The divorce proceedings have already been finalized. From this moment forth, we are no longer husband and wife." Her tone was flat, merely stating a fact. Wei Zhao's long lashes fluttered, as if struck by an unseen force, causing his eyes to dim. Once, he had been a man with nothing. Now, he had lost even the one he cherished most deeply. After a brief silence, a realization dawned upon him. He retrieved the fragmented jade pendant, piecing it together, and asked, "Does this jade no longer hold any value?" Hanzhu inhaled deeply. "I remember all the kindness you have shown me, and I will treat you as family. Dispose of this jade." Wei Zhao's heart felt numb with anguish. He understood that he had repeatedly disappointed Ji Hanzhu. Yet, how could he bear to part with it? This shard of jade had been kept safe, later entrusted to a craftsman for repair, finally returning to him just before the new year. He had paid it little mind until that fateful New Year's Eve when he returned from Ji Hanzhu's side, lost in thought while clutching the silk pouch and the jade. It was then he noticed the engraved lines, which had previously blended with the intricate patterns, eluding his attention. "Zhao, Zhao, the clouds and the moon." This sentiment is conveyed through the jade. Thus, this was Ji Hanzhu's anniversary gift, a declaration of her love. Yet, he only now comprehended its significance. Originally, she believed that treating herself with a little kindness was sufficient to make her unwavering. He was mistaken, thinking he lived on the edge, fearing he could not provide her with the finest. Ji Hanzhu noticed Wei Zhao staring blankly at the jade pendant, bit her lip, seized the pendant, and cast it into the river. The ice in the river was not particularly thick, and the pendant shattered upon impact, sinking into the water. "Let us calm ourselves and start anew," Ji Hanzhu declared before turning to leave. Wei Zhao stood there in a daze for a moment, only regaining his senses when Ji Hanzhu's figure disappeared around the corner. Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt into the frigid waters to retrieve the pendant, a token carved for him by Ji Hanzhu herself. He had to find it. Fortunately, it was merely a small river, not very deep, and he soon located it. After emerging from the water, he mounted his horse and rode back to pursue Ji Hanzhu. To his surprise, upon catching up with her, he found a carriage heading to the capital. The carriage halted, revealing He Yaoji within. Subsequently, Ji Hanzhu boarded the carriage. Not wanting to intrude, Wei Zhao maintained a respectful distance behind. The unexpected encounter with He Yaoji was indeed a surprise for Ji Hanzhu, and within the carriage, there was another familiar face. He Yu, upon seeing Ji Hanzhu, was momentarily taken aback, for Ji Hanzhu's beauty incited a twinge of jealousy within her. When Ji Hanzhu glanced her way, He Yu discerned an unusual glimmer in her eyes. "This is my younger sister, He Yu," introduced He Yaoji. The princess of Changning, He Yu suddenly realized. Understanding the significance of Ji Hanzhu's gaze, they had indeed met before. Ji Hanzhu smiled lightly, truly surprised to learn that this young lady was your sister. Primarily, Ji Hanzhu had long forgotten about He Yu, so when she met He Yaoji, this detail had escaped her mind. "Do you two know each other?" He Yaoji, noticing the tension in their expressions, surmised something amiss. "Brother, it's her. She attacked me before." He Yu clutched He Yaoji's arm, commencing her complaint. He Yu had mentioned this previously, but at that time, He Yaoji had paid no heed. He Yaoji glanced at Ji Hanzhu, then shot a warning look at He Yu, suggesting there had been a misunderstanding and urging her not to dwell on it. This time, in the capital, we shall rely on the princess for guidance. She will help you familiarize yourself with the city. He Lanyu, feeling slighted, found it absurd that instead of supporting her, Yaoji suggested Hanzhu assist her in navigating the capital. I dare not presume. The capital is vast, and I am no expert, Hanzhu replied coolly, preempting any response from Lanyu. Lanyu's expression darkened further, her desire to rebuke Hanzhu stifled by her brother's grim demeanor. Though Lanyu was willful, she held a deep-seated fear of Yaoji. His words carried more weight than those of their parents. The atmosphere throughout the journey remained decidedly peculiar. As the carriage entered the city, Yao proposed to escort Hanzhu back to her residence, but she declined his offer. Expressing her gratitude, she alighted from the carriage and soon spotted the guard she had summoned from her household, who then ensured her safe return home. Previously, Hanzhu had been taken away by Wei Zhao, which had left Mo Xia in a state of great distress. Unable to catch up and with no other recourse, she could only return to the estate in search of assistance. Consequently, news of Hanzhu's separation from Wei Zhao had reached everyone in the household. One couldn't help but wonder if Wei Zhao might have ill intentions towards the young lady. His expression certainly appeared rather menacing. Mo Xia was deeply concerned, incessantly voicing her worries to Bai Qiu. Bai Qiu, however, remained relatively composed, asserting that Wei Zhao would not harm the young lady. Under different circumstances, Bai Qiu might not have been so calm. Upon witnessing Hanzhu's return, both Bai Qiu and Mo Xia attended to her, assisting with her ablutions and changing her attire, refraining from inquiring about Wei Zhao. Chapter 85. A visit to the general upon disembarking from the carriage. The countenance of Yaoji darkened immediately as he regarded Lanyu with an expression of grave seriousness. You may have caused a ruckus at home, but this is the capital, and it would be prudent for you to understand the gravity of the situation. Lanyu pursed her lips and nodded. In truth, she had already been forewarned by her family prior to their arrival in the capital. Her purpose for coming to the city was to visit the ailing empress, and she most certainly could not afford to stir up trouble. However, she had not anticipated encountering Hanzhu upon her arrival. Seeing that his sister was somewhat compliant, Yaoji chose not to press the matter further. He first escorted Lanyu to their lodgings, where she freshened up, and subsequently, they proceeded to the prince's residence. The prince had been informed of Yaoji's return to the capital, although their interactions had been limited. The bond of kinship rendered their greeting more cordial than that of strangers. Yaoji, I heard that little Lanyu has come as well. Why did you not bring her along? The prince inquired. She has traveled a long way and is not in the best of spirits. I thought it best to let her rest for a couple of days before introducing her to my aunt, as it would surely bring her joy to see her. Yaoji replied. The prince nodded in agreement. You are indeed thoughtful. My mother has always cherished little Lanyu, and her presence would undoubtedly delight her. Lanyu's journey to the capital was indeed to attend to the ailing empress. Since the eve of the new year, the empress had been beset by nightmares, and her health had rapidly declined. However, her frail constitution had been a matter of concern even prior to this. The He family had long harbored intentions for Lanyu to come to the capital. Coincidentally, she had been in her maternal grandfather's home during the new year, which was relatively close to the city, thus facilitating her visit. Your Highness, in addition to my official duties upon returning to the capital, there is another matter I wish to discuss with you, Yaoji said, steering the conversation back on course after a brief exchange of pleasantries. The prince, unfazed, smiled and replied, Do go on. Yaoji rose and performed a respectful bow. Cousin, I harbor no grand ambitions. I merely wish to serve you. There are some vacant positions within the capital, and I seek to return to duty to relieve you of some burdens. The prince hesitated, the smile on his face gradually fading. He had not anticipated this request from Yaoji. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, I am pleased that you wish to alleviate my concerns, but your previous position was appointed by my father, and I cannot interfere in such matters. Moreover, the recent incident with the Sun family has just settled, and my father is particularly wary of the influence of maternal relatives in governance. While we do not possess the same ambitions as the Sun family, prudence dictates that we maintain a distance to avoid raising his suspicions. The prince's reasoning was sound and devoid of evasiveness. His concerns were indeed valid. Nevertheless, to He Yaoji's ears, the prince's demeanor seemed excessively timid and lacking in fortitude. It was conceivable that, had it not been for Xia Chenglin's treasonous folly, the succession to the throne remained uncertain. He Yaoji understood that it would not be long before the emperor discerned the differences between them and the Sun family. Internally dismissive of the prince's fears, He Yaoji responded with apparent ease. The prince nodded in acknowledgement, and after a brief exchange, He Yaoji took his leave. His return to the capital was motivated by the desire to seek opportunities. It appeared, however, that patience was required. Since Xia Chenglin was imprisoned, Zhao Wan has been gradually taking the antidote. As time has passed, the poison within her has been slowly expelled, and her complexion has significantly improved. Because her recovery has been gradual, it has not raised any suspicions. Now, Zhao Wan's eyes shine brightly, her beauty radiates, and she appears even more attractive than before. Hanzhu, is it true that you and Wei Zhao have divorced? The entire city is aware of it. Zhao Wan inquired as she approached Hanzhu. Hanzhu lazily reclined on the beauty couch, and, upon seeing Zhao Wan, finally rose to greet her. Yes, it is true, she replied, somewhat listless. Didn't you previously express your affection for Wei Zhao? How did this sudden separation come about? Hanzhu exhaled deeply. He always makes me angry. Noticing her lack of gloom, Zhao Wan affectionately tousled her hair. All right, let us not dwell on it. He deserves to suffer a bit. By the way, are you aware of the queen's illness? Hanzhu shook her head, revealing that since her separation from Wei Zhao, she had lost interest in other matters. I've heard that the queen suffers from nightmares every night and has lost her appetite. The imperial physician has examined her, but there has been no improvement. It is said that she was frightened on New Year's Eve, which is why she is in this state. The emperor has even invited a master from the royal Jew temple to the palace to preach and pray for the queen's recovery. I've heard they've even established a meditation hall in the palace for these masters to reside in. There have been instances of monks being invited to recite scriptures in the palace before, but never have they been allowed to stay. It seems the queen has indeed been profoundly shaken. Although Zhao Wan did not witness the events of that day, just hearing about them allowed her to imagine their severity. After spending half a day conversing with Hanzhu, Zhao Wan departed, leaving Hanzhu in a considerably better mood. However, the next day, Lu Guang's arrival at the residence soured Hanzhu's spirits once again. Lu Guang had come to report, but at first, Hanzhu did not permit him entry, instructing the doorkeeper to inquire about his business. Yet Lu Guang remained silent, insisting on seeing Hanzhu before revealing anything. Frustrated, Hanzhu refused to meet him. Lu Guang, however, did not leave, insisting on seeing Hanzhu at the door. Eventually, Bai Qiu noticed Lu Guang's anxious demeanor and spoke a few kind words, allowing him to enter the residence. As soon as Lu Guang saw Hanzhu, he knelt on one knee, clasping his fists with a grave expression. County Princess, you must go and see the general. He has been gravely ill for days and has now fallen into a coma, unable to take any medicine. Wei Zhao had recently achieved great merit, having been appointed as the general of the Xinjuan. Hanzhu furrowed her brow. If he is ill, what good would it do for me to visit? I am not a physician. Or do you wish for me to send for the imperial doctor? The imperial physician has already examined him. The general has always been in good health, but he has gone 3 days and nights without sleep, endured multiple battles, sustained injuries, and even caught a chill from falling into the water, which has led to his current serious condition. Furthermore, the physician mentioned that the general's emotional distress weighs more heavily than his physical ailments. He has been calling out your name, even in his coma. Please, County Princess, go and see the general. Lu Guang had never witnessed Wei Zhao in such a state, clutching a jade pendant tightly, his gaze cold and desolate, instilling fear in those who beheld him. Upon hearing of Wei Zhao's injury and subsequent fall into the water, Hanzhu recalled that just days prior, his armor had indeed been stained with blood. However, she had merely assumed it to be the blood of others. And as for the fall, could it be that he had ventured to retrieve the jade pendant? My lady, the general's heart belongs solely to you. I implore you to show him a measure of compassion and grant him an audience. Lu Guang beseeched once more. The severity of Wei Zhao's condition was alarming. Compounded by his inability to ingest medicine, and Lu Guang truly feared for his survival. Ji Hanzhu bit her lip, momentarily rendered speechless. Chapter 86. Is this considered indecent? Miss, perhaps we should go and see him. General Wei may truly be gravely ill. Bai Qiu spoke up, noticing that Ji Hanzhu was still hesitant. After saying this, she turned her gaze to Mo Xia, who, after a moment of surprise, also offered her encouragement. Ji Hanzhu glanced at them, rose from her seat, and conceded, "All right, let us go and see." Lu Guang sighed in relief upon hearing her agreement. Wei Zhao predominantly resided in the large encampment outside the city, despite possessing a residence within. This time, he had fallen ill while at the military camp. Lu Guang escorted Ji Hanzhu to Wei Zhao's quarters, and as they entered, a heavy scent of medicine mingled with the stench of blood assailed their senses. Wei Zhao lay on the bed, his complexion bearing an unnatural flush, and his lips were chapped, indicating a severe illness. Ji Hanzhu approached, placing her hand on his forehead, which was indeed scorching to the touch. He hasn't been able to take the morning medicine, and this fever shows no sign of abating, Lu Guang remarked, frowning. Ji Hanzhu lifted the blanket to inspect further. His white nightclothes hung loosely on him, and a blood-stained bandage was wrapped around his abdomen. "Bring the medicine," Ji Hanzhu said as she settled beside the bed, cradling Wei Zhao's head against her. The remnants of the morning medicine had been kept warm, and Lu Guang quickly prepared a bowl, offering it to Ji Hanzhu. Mo Xia assisted by holding the bowl, while Ji Hanzhu fed Wei Zhao the medicine in small spoonfuls. Unfortunately, not much was swallowed, as it dribbled from the corners of his lips. With no other option, Ji Hanzhu resorted to a method often seen in stories, feeding him with her own mouth. She took the bowl from Mo Xia, took a sip herself, and leaned toward Wei Zhao. Noticing her actions, Lu Guang quickly turned his head, followed closely by Mo Xia. After considerable effort, she managed to administer only half a bowl of medicine, leaving her tongue bitter and nearly numb. Lu Guang, fetch another bowl of medicine, and Mo Xia. Find some candied fruits, she instructed. Lu Guang and Mo Xia complied and exited. Ji Hanzhu wiped the medicine stains from Wei Zhao's lips, then, in a moment of exasperation, tugged at his handsome face, chiding him for taking advantage of her even in his unconscious state. Wei Zhao's eyelashes fluttered slightly. When the medicine was brought again, Ji Hanzhu employed the same method to feed him another half bowl, and after consuming several pieces of candied fruit, the bitterness on her tongue lessened. Now that the medicine is finished, there should be no further issues. "You may take care of him," Ji Hanzhu announced, preparing to leave. Lu Guang, having made considerable effort to bring her there, was reluctant to let her depart so soon. "Your Highness, please wait a moment. I am concerned that the general may still need assistance." Ji Hanzhu glanced at Wei Zhao, sensing that his condition had improved slightly since her arrival. "Very well. I shall remain until he awakens." Having come this far, she preferred not to make Lu Guang seek her out again. Subsequently, Mo Xia and Lu Guang exited, leaving Ji Hanzhu alone with the unconscious Wei Zhao. She wandered about the room, inspecting her surroundings, but soon grew weary and leaned against the bed, dozing off. By the time Wei Zhao stirred, the sky had darkened considerably. Ji Hanzhu fell into a drowsy slumber, only to be jolted awake. As she turned to the side, she found Wei Zhao's handsome face mere inches from her own, gazing intently at her. To her astonishment, she realized she had unknowingly dozed off beside him. As she attempted to rise, a powerful arm encircled her waist, holding her in place. Wei Zhao propped himself up, leaning close to her ear, his voice husky and intimate, urging her not to leave. His illness rendered his tone raspy, yet combined with its deep and gentle timbre, it became extraordinarily alluring and beguiling. Though Ji Hanzhu initially wished to dismiss him, she had never encountered such a captivating and tender side of Wei Zhao before. He had always concealed his vulnerabilities from others, yet now he unabashedly revealed his need for her. A flutter of emotion stirred within Ji Hanzhu, yet she maintained an air of indifference, stating, "Now that you are awake, I shall take my leave. Be sure to take your medicine. Don't let it worsen." However, Wei Zhao refused to release her. Ji Hanzhu tugged at his arm around her waist, but he showed no intention of letting go. Growing somewhat irritated, she turned to face him, questioning, "What are you doing?" Are you already acting spoiled now that you're feeling better? Instead of answering, Wei Zhao responded with action. He drew her into his embrace and pressed his lips against hers. Their last kiss had been fervent, yet this time he began with urgency, gradually softening his approach as if he sought to melt Hanzhu into a pool of warmth. Unable to break free and wary of his wounds, she surrendered to his kiss, but to her surprise, he continued unabated, leaving her dizzy and unaware of when she had been laid back upon the couch. Time slipped away, the world outside darkening completely, and Hanzhu felt a slight ache in her lips. Finally, Wei Zhao paused, one hand still gripping her waist, his breath heavy in the pitch-black room. As Hanzhu regained her senses, she caught a glimpse of Wei Zhao's nightwear loosened, exposing his toned upper body, while her own attire remained unscathed, revealing how much more disheveled he appeared in comparison. Do you know, he whispered, from the moment I first laid eyes on you, you have been more radiant than the sun in my world. Zhu, I am sorry. Zhu, I love you more than my own life. His fervent confession resonated in her ears, quickening her heartbeat. A smile tugged at her lips as she replied, I'm already aware. Wei Zhao lifted his gaze, their eyes meeting in the darkness. Are you still angry with me? Hanzhu nodded, her eyes sparkling brightly even in the shadows. Wei Zhao chuckled softly, declaring, as long as you are not upset, you may have whatever you desire. Hanzhu was momentarily dazzled by his smile, and then recalled something. By the way, we are already divorced. Does this not count as improper behavior? Then let us marry once more, he proposed. I refuse, she retorted. Wei Zhao tightened his grip, offering her another chance. Hanzhu glared at him, grasping his face. You have quite the audacity. Wei Zhao's eyes sparkled with mischief as he seized her hand and kissed her once more. As the gentle voice of Ma Xia called for Hanzhu, she found herself breathless from tender affections. Pushing away Wei Zhao, she hastily descended from the bed, adjusting her disheveled attire, as though she had committed some mischievous act. I want to go back, Wei Zhao murmured softly in her ear. Upon hearing this, Hanzhu replied in a low tone, No, we have just divorced. What would it mean for you to return now? You shall go back only when I permit it. Otherwise, I shall truly ignore you. With that, she shot a glare at Wei Zhao and stepped outside. Miss, is the general still not awake? Ma Xia inquired, having assumed that Wei Zhao remained in slumber due to the stillness in the room. Hanzhu cleared her throat, then yawned. Well, his fever has subsided, so he's likely fine. Let's return now. Ma Xia, undeterred by any doubts, accompanied her back to the Duke of Dinghua's residence, escorted by a contingent of soldiers. Chapter 87. As long as it is you, Wei Zhao's recovery progressed rapidly. After 2 days, his fever had entirely subsided, leaving only his wounds yet to heal. Without any prompting from Hanzhu, Lu Guang made daily visits to report on Wei Zhao's condition, while Hanzhu refrained from visiting him again. Soon, the Lantern Festival arrived, and the streets were adorned with a myriad of lanterns, seemingly more vibrant than on New Year's Eve. Xiao Qingyan came to escort Hanzhu to enjoy the lantern display. Both were clad in matching furs, one in black and the other in white, presenting an exquisite harmony to the eyes of onlookers. Once the weather warms up, I shall set out again. Little girl, would you care to accompany me? Xiao Qingyan inquired. Hanzhu's eyes sparkled momentarily, but then dimmed. I would love to go, but not just yet. I cannot leave until the cause of my father's death is ascertained. Xiao Qingyan teased, Oh, is it that you cannot bear to part with your estranged husband? Hanzhu's thoughts drifted to Wei Zhao and his domineering demeanor from days prior, causing her cheeks to flush. Do not speak nonsense, she retorted. Fortunately, the surrounding lanterns illuminated her face, concealing her blush. Otherwise, Xiao Qingyan might have seen right through her. As they strolled and chatted, they purchased 2 exquisite lanterns and some snacks. However, the night air remained somewhat chilly, and Hanzhu soon contemplated returning home. Just then, a commotion erupted nearby, resembling a quarrel. Hanzhu casually glanced and spotted Lanyu, who was once again in her characteristic aggressive posture, reprimanding a young girl. The girl, head bowed, stood before several lanterns, seemingly there to sell them. Though Hanzhu typically avoided meddling in others' affairs, she felt compelled to intervene in matters concerning Lanyu. Missy, what seems to be the trouble? Have you just arrived in the capital with the intent to oppress the common folk? Upon hearing the mocking tone, Hanzhu looked up, her expression darkening upon recognizing Hanzhu. This is my affair. It would be prudent for the county princess to refrain from meddling. Hanzhu replied coolly. Hanzhu crossed her arms. My apologies, but I take great pleasure in meddling, especially in your affairs. Hanzhu inhaled sharply, contemplating a tirade, yet hesitated, mindful of Hanzhu's status. Dear girl, do not be afraid. Please tell me how she has wronged you. Hanzhu directed her attention to the lantern-selling girl. The girl raised her head, revealing a slender form and bright eyes, her age not insignificant. Hanzhu felt a sense of familiarity upon seeing her face, as if she had encountered her before. This young lady wished to purchase a lantern that is not for sale, yet insists on acquiring it, the girl timidly explained. Hanzhu raised an eyebrow towards Hanzhu. This is where you err. A gentleman does not usurp another's desires. Why must you coerce her? The onlookers echoed their agreement. Hanzhu's face flushed with anger. I did not say it was for sale at first. I only expressed my fondness for that particular lantern. Hanzhu clicked her tongue twice, realizing that Miss He had not changed her true nature. You! Hanzhu pointed at Hanzhu, her anger surging uncontrollably. She was aware that they were in the capital, not at home, yet her disdain for Hanzhu was palpable. At that moment, a soothing voice broke through Miss He. This voice acted as a balm, quelling Hanzhu's fury instantly. Miss He may wish to examine the other lanterns, as I have gifted them to you. Xia Qingyan stepped forward, smiling gently. As a friend to both the sister and the longtime companion, he felt compelled to mediate the dispute. Ah, you're also here, young master. Hanzhu's haughty demeanor shifted dramatically, her tone rising in pitch, leaving Hanzhu momentarily startled, even questioning if she had been possessed by a vengeful spirit. Since you have said so, I shall heed your words, Hanzhu replied, casting a glance at Xia Qingyan, adopting an expression of gentle grace. Hanzhu rolled her eyes in response. Meanwhile, Xia Qingyan guided Hanzhu to select lanterns, while Hanzhu returned the lantern that Hanzhu had taken to the little girl vendor. Thank you, County Princess. The girl accepted the lantern, her gaze averted from Hanzhu's face. Hanzhu nodded slightly, scrutinizing the girl before inquiring, Have you met somewhere before? The girl, adhering to decorum, curtsied and replied, My name is Chunai. Chunai. She was a natural daughter of Kuei, which explained Hanzhu's sense of familiarity. Recognizing her connection to the family, Hanzhu's expression softened slightly. Please continue with your sales, she said before turning to leave. Although she knew some members of the family had not been involved in Kuei's affairs, their presence still did not endear them to her. Hanzhu exchanged a few words with Xia Qingyan, dismissing Hanzhu from her thoughts as she returned home. The warmth of her abode welcomed her, filled with food and drink, a delightful reprieve. Of course, it would have been even better had it not been for certain someone scaling the walls at night. Hanzhu spent some time with Bichio and Masha, enjoying some snacks and tea before preparing to rest. However, just as she extinguished the lamp and lay down, she heard a noise at the window. Sitting up, Hanzhu retrieved the dagger hidden beneath her covers. At that moment, a tall figure stealthily entered the room, approaching her. It's me. Just as Hanzhu was about to scream for help, the figure spoke unexpectedly. Hanzhu, are you trying to scare me to death? Wei Zhao approached, standing behind the curtain. I merely wish to see you. Hanzhu's brow furrowed slightly. There was an air of grievance in his words. How did you climb in through the window? You mentioned not wanting anyone to know of my return, so I scaled the wall, he replied. Hanzhu sensed something amiss, but found no grounds for rebuttal. She lifted the bed curtain, her long hair cascading down, presenting a delicate appearance as she gazed at Wei Zhao. Well, now that you have seen me, you may leave. Wei Zhao's throat bobbed as he struggled to conceal his emotions. Without further ado, he stepped forward and enveloped Hanzhu in his arms. Hanzhu's eyes widened slightly. She couldn't help but feel that Wei Zhao had undergone a transformation. Previously, she had known him to be reserved and shy, endearingly resembling a playful puppy. Yet now, there was scarcely a trace of that innocent demeanor, as his gaze upon her seemed to possess an insatiable hunger. Wei Zhao, be mindful. We are no longer in a marital relationship, Hanzhu expressed with discontent. Wei Zhao, however, smiled, akin to a tree in full bloom, and reassured her, it's all right. We shall take our time. To be honest, their former marriage had felt rather surreal to him. Now, devoid of that bond, he sensed their hearts drawing closer. As long as it is you, Wei Zhao declared, and with that, he lifted his head and gently kissed her. Chapter 88. It does not deter my embrace, suddenly kissed. Hanzhu felt a sweet sensation in her heart, yet she deliberately maintained a stern expression. Why do I feel as though you were different from before? Wei Zhao's eyes brimmed with affection and tenderness. It is because you did not understand me previously. Hanzhu's brows twitched as if to object, but before she could articulate her thoughts, she was silenced by Wei Zhao's kiss. He held her for a considerable time, and when he finally drew back to catch his breath, Hanzhu pushed him away. Your injury has not yet healed. Let me go. Wei Zhao chuckled. Such a minor injury does not inhibit my ability to hold you. Hanzhu came to realize that her previous kiss upon Wei Zhao was nothing compared to the present moment. During the subsequent period, while Wei Zhao ostensibly recuperated, he clandestinely visited Hanzhu's quarters each night, exhibiting a familiarity that surpassed even their previous days as husband and wife. After the new year, not only was the empress ailing, but the emperor's health was also deteriorating, thus delegating many affairs of the court to the crown prince. Consequently, once Wei Zhao's injuries healed, his interactions with the crown prince increased significantly. Hanzhu refrained from disclosing to Wei Zhao what Xia Chonglin had mentioned, as the matter involved the crown prince. Without evidence, she decided it prudent to remain discreet, intending to inform Wei Zhao once she gathered sufficient proof. In her quest to uncover the cause of her father's death, Hanzhu began her investigation within the military. Given that Qi Xian was also in the army, she enlisted his help to discreetly probe into the war during which her father had sustained fatal injuries. After some time, Qi Xian returned with news. There were no anomalies in that battle. There were no delayed reinforcements, nor was there any betrayal or schemes. It was merely a standard engagement, wherein her father was gravely wounded by the enemy and succumbed to his injuries. Qi Xian had privately inquired with numerous soldiers who had experienced that war, and their accounts were consistent. If there were no foul play on the battlefield, then what could it be? Was it merely Xia Chonglin's deliberate provocation? Hanzhu instructed Qi Xian to continue his investigation while she secretly dispatched individuals to observe the crown prince's residence. In early February, the tribal unrest began to subside, yet a letter arrived before the emperor, eliciting surprise not only from him, but nearly causing Xia Yinyan to erupt with fury. The letter conveyed that their Khan wished to forge amicable relations with the Chu and sought to propose marriage between the young Khan Ashina-Hesse and the Grand Princess Xia Yinyan, to strengthen the bonds between their nations. The emperor did not consent to the alliance immediately. Instead, he summoned Xia Yinyan to the palace to inquire about her wishes. Upon hearing that Ashina-Hesse sought to wed her, Xia Yinyan was momentarily taken aback, her complexion paling to a ghostly white. After a prolonged silence, she finally regained her composure, kneeling before her father. Father, I refuse. I cannot marry Ashina-Hesse. The emperor's brow furrowed. He had anticipated her reluctance towards the marriage, but was unprepared for her intense reaction. Observing his silence, Xia Yinyan grew anxious, exclaiming, Father, Ashina-Hesse is being deliberate. He knows I despise him, yet insists on marrying me. He merely wishes to torment me. In that moment, memories from her childhood surfaced, causing her to shudder involuntarily. The emperor scoffed, How dare you speak so? Were it not for your constant bullying of him, he would not harbor such resentment towards you. Xia Yinyan buried her head, unable to refute. Over a decade ago, Ashina-Hesse, as a hostage of the grassland tribe, was left in the grand palace of the Chu. Xia Yinyan, being a princess, had often humiliated him. Thus, despite the emperor's decree against treating him harshly, Ashina-Hesse endured a less than pleasant existence in the palace due to Xia Yinyan's covert machinations. One winter, she pushed him into a frigid pond, nearly causing him to succumb to illness. The mere thought of his gloomy eyes sent a chill down her spine. Now, as the grassland tribe grew ever stronger, Ashina Hesse had risen to become a minor Khan, and in the future, he would likely ascend to lead the entire tribe. If she were to marry into the grasslands, a hellish fate awaited her. "All right, you may rise. I have yet to acquiesce to them," the emperor remarked, observing Xia Yinyan huddled in her corner, filled with both pity and helplessness. The grassland tribe was indeed formidable, yet Chu held no fear. Although he wished to avoid conflict, he would not sacrifice his daughter's happiness or even life for fleeting peace. Xia Yinyan cast a tentative glance at the emperor, wiped her tear-streaked face, and stood up. "Go on," the emperor gestured dismissively. Xia Yinyan bowed respectfully and departed. During this period, Xia Yinyan behaved quite obediently and refrained from causing trouble, which pleased the emperor. He had already devised a plan. The court had not mandated Xia Yinyan to enter into a marriage alliance, yet for some inexplicable reason, rumors of such arrangements had spread throughout the capital. It was not long before the emperor suddenly issued a decree announcing the betrothal of Princess Xia Yinyan to the newly appointed Prince Yaoji, declaring that they had long held a marriage contract and should choose a date for their wedding. When Xia Yinyan received the imperial edict, she was utterly bewildered. Yaoji. As he was not born of the empress, she was not very familiar with him, having only encountered him twice. She remembered the talented scholar, whose handsome visage was likened to jade and who indeed stood out remarkably. Furthermore, she understood that the emperor's marriage arrangement aimed not only to prevent her from marrying into the grasslands, but also to provide the grassland tribe with a legitimate explanation. Thus, in a daze, she accepted the decree. Conversely, Yaoji was far more astonished than Xia Yinyan. Kneeling on the ground, he gripped his hands tightly within his sleeves, nearly breaking the skin of his palms. He had come to the capital to achieve the highest honors, not to become a powerless prince consort. The emperor's actions appeared to be a means of avoiding the marriage alliance, while simultaneously weakening the power of Empress Li's family, effectively achieving two objectives with one stroke. Yet, regardless of his discontent, he could not defy the imperial will. Ultimately, he accepted the decree, murmuring a low, "Thank you for your gracious favor." As the palace prepared for Xia Yinyan's wedding, a frail figure knocked on the door of the Duke Dinghu's residence. When the door opened, the slender form shrank back, seemingly overwhelmed by the imposing atmosphere. I wish to see the county princess," she stammered. The attendant glanced at her. "Who are you?" "Ji Chunai," she replied. Ji Chunai followed the attendant to the entrance of Ji Hanzhu's courtyard. Upon arrival, the attendant departed, and a maid from the courtyard came out to escort her inside. As the spring season approached, Ji Chunai habitually lowered her head, resembling a frequently bullied ostrich. At that moment, Ji Hanzhu had just finished her breakfast, and Ji Chunai stood timidly at the entrance, hesitant to speak. Ji Hanzhu wiped her hands and invited her to sit. However, Ji Chunai remained motionless. In truth, she was only a few months younger than Ji Hanzhu, but her slender frame, coupled with the oversized, ill-fitting garments she wore and her timid demeanor, made her appear as if she were an immature young girl. "No, please, your highness. I have come to beseech you to save both my life and that of my mother," Ji Chunai exclaimed, suddenly dropping to her knees. Chapter 89. "Give me a reason to save you," Ji Hanzhu reclined lazily, a look of indifference on her face. "You seem to have mistaken me for someone else. I have already stated that I am no longer associated with the Ji family." Ji Chunai lifted her gaze to Ji Hanzhu, then leaned forward, beseeching the county lady for a moment of compassion to save both her and her mother. "I would dedicate my life in gratitude to you. What use do I have for your life? However, you may enlighten me on the events that have transpired," Ji Hanzhu replied, resting her chin on her hand, her tone apathetic. Ji Chunai, seemingly fearful of an outright rejection, sensed Ji Hanzhu's willingness to listen, and her voice grew more urgent. "My mother is a neglected concubine in the household, and for years, both she and I have endured the oppression of the legitimate wife. Now, she wishes to marry me off to a 70-year-old man and refuses to allow my mother to receive medical treatment. She is on the brink of death. She has threatened that if I do not comply, she would have both of us killed. In the Ji family, we illegitimate children have always been at the mercy of others. I refuse to marry that old man. I do not want my mother to die. I implore you, county lady, to extend your hand in our salvation. Ji Chunai spoke with fervor, as if years of pent-up grievances and resentments had finally found an outlet. Yet, Ji Hanzhu remained inscrutable, merely stating, "I could indeed save you, but you must provide me with a reason to do so." Although they shared the same surname, Ji Kuei evoked nothing but loathing in her. What motivation did she have to concern herself with his offspring? In response to her words, Ji Chunai, who had been prostrated on the ground, remained motionless for a long time. After a moment, appearing to have made a resolute decision, she raised her head, her eyes bright and determined. "I am aware of a matter that may be connected to the death of the Duke of Dinghua." Ji Hanzhu's eyes narrowed slightly. At that moment, a maid outside reported that Wang Shi had arrived. Upon hearing this, Ji Chunai recoiled in fear, while Ji Hanzhu stood up and approached her. She squatted down, lifting Ji Chunai's slender chin. "You should understand that provoking me is far more perilous than inciting others." Ji Chunai pressed her lips together, yet her expression remained resolutely steadfast. Ji Hanzhu observed her for a moment before stating, "Come with me." With that, she turned and strode out. Ji Chunai stood there for a moment, then realized that Ji Hanzhu had agreed to help her, her face lighting up with joy as she hurried to follow. Wang Shi stood at the entrance of the Duke of Dinghua's residence, her demeanor markedly less arrogant than before, yet her eyes harbored a sharper bitterness. Ever since Ji Kuei and Ji Chuanhui had been exiled, life had grown increasingly unbearable for her. She had effectively sold off the eligible illegitimate daughters of her household, accepting any suitor as long as the offered silver met her approval. "Hanzhu, I have come to seek one of our family's illegitimate daughters. I have been informed that she was seen entering the residence. That little minx is quite wild. Do take care not to harm her," Wang Shi said with a smile. Despite her deep-seated animosity towards Ji Hanzhu, she understood the necessity of not offending her. Ji Hanzhu glanced at Mo Xia, who tossed a bag of silver onto the ground. "From this day forth, Ji Chunai shall serve as a maid in the Duke of Dinghua's household. You have no objections, I presume?" Wang Shi was taken aback, not expecting Ji Hanzhu to purchase Ji Chunai. Her eyes narrowed as she picked up the bag of coins and weighed it in her hand, then smiled broadly. "No objections. No objections. She shall indeed become a member of the Duke of Dinghua's household." After speaking, she noticed Ji Chunai behind the door, her brows knitting together. "Did you hear that? Consider yourself fortunate. You must serve the county princess diligently from now on." Ji Chunai revealed only a fraction of her face, hesitant to step out. Wang's desire to flatter Ji Hanzhu was met with indifference, as Ji Hanzhu ordered the door to be closed without a second thought. Once the door was shut, Wang's demeanor shifted dramatically. "Is this all they offer? A mere pittance to shoo away a beggar. Yet, this is comparable to what that old hag provided. Worthless little wretches." "Bah!" Wang muttered under her breath, careful not to raise her voice before departing. Upon returning to her chamber, Ji Hanzhu dismissed everyone but Ji Chunai. "Speak," Ji Hanzhu instructed, her tone seemingly unhurried. Ji Chunai stood obediently, not shying away. "About 3 years ago, shortly before the incident involving the Duke of Dinghua, I inadvertently overheard Wang and Ji Kuei discussing a gift for the Duke, which included some clothing. Later, I witnessed Wang and Ji Chunlian applying something to those garments. Although I could not discern what it was, their actions suggested it was no good." Ji Hanzhu scrutinized Ji Chunai, noting her timid demeanor yet resolute gaze, which did not seem fabricated. "Do you know why they acted thus?" Ji Chunai shook her head. Ji Hanzhu, though skeptical of her words, felt a wave of astonishment. Perhaps she had never considered that her father could meet his demise at the hands of such individuals. However, upon further reflection, their motives seemed apparent. As the sole daughter of the Duke of Dinghua, Ji Kuei had often schemed to marry Ji Chuanhui into their lineage, all under her father's name, for the sake of inheriting the dukedom. Despite his repeated propositions, her father had consistently rebuffed him. Eventually, her father even contemplated adopting Wei Zhao as his son and heir. Could this have incited their murderous intent against him? Ji Hanzhu pondered extensively, choosing not to engage further with Ji Chunai, instead instructing for her to be taken away. Subsequently, she entered her father's chamber, unlocked the door, and retrieved several of his personal garments. Ji Hanzhu remained only half convinced by Ji Chunai's account until she consulted a few doctors for confirmation, ultimately determining that there was indeed something amiss with the clothing. The potency of the substance had endured despite the passage of time, underscoring its formidable nature. However, this drug bore no resemblance to those commonly found in the Central Plains. It seemed to originate from the grasslands, leaving her uncertain of its precise effects. Previous physicians had noted the presence of some medicinal substance, but could not identify it. This doctor, however, had discerned a few clues. I once knew a merchant from a grassland tribe. He dealt in all sorts of goods and had traded in medicinal herbs as well. His vast experience may provide insight. With a newfound direction, Ji Hanzhu expressed her gratitude and took down the merchant's address, setting out to find him. Regrettably, she arrived only to discover that the merchant had traveled elsewhere for supplies and would not return for another couple of days. Thus, Ji Hanzhu was left to wait. That night, Wei Zhao once again scaled the wall to enter, but due to the exhausting events of the day, Ji Hanzhu had already succumbed to slumber by the time he arrived. As he gazed upon her serene, sleeping visage, he tenderly brushed aside the strands of hair that fell across her forehead and could not resist planting a gentle kiss upon her. He lingered for quite some time, watching Ji Hanzhu before reluctantly taking his leave. The following morning, upon awakening, Ji Hanzhu opened her eyes to discover a die resting beside her pillow. For a moment, she was taken aback, and she picked up the die and examined it, a smile gracing her lips. The exquisite die, adorned with red beans, encapsulated the essence of deep longing. Do you know the depth of my yearning? This was crafted by Wei Zhao's own hands, solely for her. Chapter 90. Interrogation. Ji Hanzhu retrieved Ji Chunai's mother from Ji Kuei's estate and placed her alongside Ji Chunai in the residence. Furthermore, she arranged for Ji Chunai and Linger to share the same courtyard. Linger, now increasingly perceptive and having grown taller, excelled not only in her studies, but also demonstrated a keen interest in architecture, prompting Ji Hanzhu to send her to the Ministry of Works to find a mentor for her learning. Despite Linger spending little time in the estate, her cleverness and seemingly innocent demeanor made her the perfect companion for Ji Chunai. In the past few days, Ji Hanzhu had not been idle. She dispatched individuals to stealthily infiltrate Ji Kuei's estate for investigation, where they indeed uncovered some peculiar powder in Wang's chamber. Exercising patience, she waited 2 days before approaching the merchant from the grasslands with clothing and the powder acquired from Wang. To her surprise, the merchant was not the elderly or middle-aged man she had anticipated, but rather a remarkably young gentleman, seemingly of similar age to Wei Zhao. He welcomed Ji Hanzhu into his residence with warmth, yet without any hint of brusqueness. You must be the young lady spoken of by my friend. Since it is at his request, I shall do my utmost to assist you. Ji Hanzhu expressed her gratitude, elucidated her purpose, and presented her father's garments along with the medicinal powder. As the merchant meticulously examined the items, Ji Hanzhu scrutinized him in return. She had previously encountered individuals from the grasslands, initially meeting a young Khan who had been a hostage in the palace, and later some grassland merchants. Typically, their physiques were stockier compared to the people of the Central Plains, with most possessing curly hair. Those she had met spoke their language with a distinct accent. Unlike this merchant, whose slightly wavy long hair and more pronounced facial features bore no trace of an accent akin to that of the Central Plains. Unperturbed by Ji Hanzhu's gaze, the merchant continued his diligent inspection. After a moment, he raised his head, his expression solemn. This garment has indeed been smeared with a medicinal powder made from rare plants found only on the grasslands. While seemingly non-toxic, over time, it prevents wounds from healing, leading to excessive bleeding and ultimately death when injury occurs. Ji Hanzhu's eyes narrowed. It was no wonder the military physician who examined her father had failed to detect the poisoning, as it merely inhibited blood clotting. As for the powder within this box, it was of the same nature. The merchant continued, and Ji Hanzhu's expression grew colder. After a brief pause, she rose to her feet. Thank you. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. The merchant stood to escort Ji Hanzhu out, smiling slightly. In that case, might I request your name? Ji Hanzhu revealed. I am the Princess of Chongning, Ji Hanzhu. The The merchant paused slightly before bowing respectfully to her. Upon returning to the Duke of Dingwa's residence, Hanzhu summoned Qi Xian, instructing him to further interrogate the previous military physician for additional details. That evening, Hanzhu sent individuals to Kuei's estate, quietly apprehending Wang and Chunlian, who awoke to find it was already the following morning. As they moved, they realized they were bound, and terror washed over their faces as they glanced around, only to discover they were ensconced in a dungeon. "Who are you?" Wang cried out. She was bewildered by the identity of their captors, having done no wrong to anyone, and now rendered powerless. She could not fathom the situation. Yihunlian, regaining consciousness, struggled against the coarse ropes binding her, but to no avail. Desperation nearly brought her to tears. "Mother, what on earth is happening?" Wang, equally perplexed, sought answers. They had been peacefully slumbering at home the night before, and now awoke in this dreadful place. Wang and Chunlian shouted for an extended period, yet no one responded. Exhausted and parched, they finally ceased their cries, bound for an entire day without a drop of water or the sight of another soul. Their taut nerves and thirst tormented them to the brink of despair. It was not until nightfall that they heard the slow, deliberate footsteps approaching the dungeon door. Instantly, they lifted their heads in unison. The dungeon, dimly lit, revealed Hanzhu, clad in crimson, who slowly emerged before them. Wang and Chunlian widened their eyes in shock, and after a prolonged moment, Wang regained her composure. "Hanzhu, why have you captured us? You desired Chunai, and I have already delivered her to you." Hanzhu remained silent, merely surveying the two with a gaze that instilled fear within them. "Sister Hanzhu, surely there must be some misunderstanding," Chunlian said, recognizing the need for diplomacy rather than confrontation, her face adorned with a forced smile. Hanzhu brandished her soft whip, rhythmically tapping it against her palm. With a smirk, she brought the whip close to Wang's face. "Annie, do you recall approximately 3 years ago when you and Uncle delivered some gifts to the manor, including several garments for my father?" Wang paled further at the sight of the whip, momentarily stunned by Hanzhu's words. After a moment's thought, she nodded. "Yes, I remember. It is true. At that time, they had hoped to curry favor with the Duke of Dingwa, often sending presents to ingratiate themselves." Hanzhu nodded in affirmation. "Then surely you also remember what was done to those garments?" Wang was taken aback. "What was done?" "They were custom-made at the tailor's. I had no involvement beyond that." "No." Hanzhu narrowed her eyes, producing a small porcelain vial. "This was found concealed beneath the tiles in your chamber, cleverly hidden. Surely you are well aware of its contents?" Wang blinked, flustered. "My chamber? I do not know." Hanzhu's gaze turned steely, and with a swift crack of her whip against Wang, she demanded, "Speak again." Wang let out a mournful cry, exclaiming her ignorance. "Indeed, I had once concealed a sum of money within the tiles, but I have since retrieved it for use. I have never laid eyes upon this porcelain vase." Chunlian, witnessing Hanzhu's genuine intent to strike, instinctively recoiled in fear. With the truth still unspoken, it appeared that a few more blows were in order. "No, please don't strike me. I speak only the truth." Wang trembled, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow. Hanzhu raised her whip, and before it could descend, Wang let out a scream and lost consciousness. With Wang incapacitated, Hanzhu turned her gaze directly towards Chunlian, causing her heart to skip a beat. "Now tell me, did you and your mother conspire to drug my father's clothing?" Chapter 91. A conspiracy at this moment. If Chunlian still could not comprehend Hanzhu's intent, she would undoubtedly be a fool. However, upon realization, she was engulfed by both shock and fear. "No, we have never administered any poison." She was utterly bewildered by the situation. What clothing, what medicine? Wasn't the Duke of Dingwa dead? "It seems you, too, wish to experience the sting of the whip." Hanzhu's face was cold as she spoke, and with that, she lashed out with the whip. Wang Shi and Chunlian had always lived in comfort. They had never endured such hardship. With a single strike, Chunlian burst into tears. "Do not wrongfully accuse us. We have done nothing. On what grounds do you claim to seize us? Is there no law in this capital? Even if you're a county princess, can you arrest people at will?" "Very well. But let me be frank. I am truly unafraid." Should the two of you perish here, none would ever know it was connected to me. Ji Hanzhu remarked with a sinister smile. Ji Chunlian was momentarily speechless. Indeed, Ji Hanzhu wielded power and influence. If she desired to eliminate them quietly, it would be exceedingly simple. To be honest, if you can satisfy me with your words, I might grant you a swift end, Ji Hanzhu continued. Ji Chunlian gasped in horror. Although Ji Hanzhu had previously exhibited a capricious nature, she had only ever engaged in harmless mischief. Now, however, Ji Chunlian saw the glimmer of murderous intent in her eyes. She had already concluded that the Duke of Dinghua's demise was tied to them, and she would not let them go. We have done nothing. Why would we wish to do such a thing? The Duke's death holds no benefit for us. They had previously sought to curry favor with the Duke, so how could they possibly wish him harm? Because you conspired for the title of Duke, Ji Hanzhu replied coldly. Ji Chunlian's eyes widened in shock. No, we genuinely wanted our brother to be recognized under the Duke's name, but if the Duke disagreed, there was nothing we could do. Even if he were killed, without his approval, it would be futile. Ji Hanzhu regarded Ji Chunlian. You are indeed sharper than your mother. Nevertheless, the human heart is inscrutable. Who knows your true intentions? Furthermore, you tampered with the garments, and there is ample evidence. Ji Chunlian was taken aback by Ji Hanzhu's words. Evidence? At that moment, Ji Hanzhu clapped her hands, and shortly thereafter, a gaunt figure approached. As the figure drew closer, Ji Chunlian's expression shifted to one of intense fury. It is you. You have betrayed us. Zi Junai, Zuet Ketga. Ji Chunlian's demeanor was fierce. Had she not been bound, she would have undoubtedly struck Ji Chunai across the face. Ji Chunai recoiled slightly at the harsh words, yet her gaze remained resolute. I did not betray you. I witnessed you tampering with the Duke's clothing with my own eyes. You're talking nonsense. Ji Chunlian cursed in anger. She could never have imagined that the illegitimate daughter she had once looked down upon would dare to rise against her, leading to their current predicament. Ji Chunlian's outburst roused Wang Shi, who groggily opened her eyes to see Ji Chunai. Mother, speak a word. This wretched girl has schemed against us, accusing us of drugging the clothing of Duke Dinghua. Wang was initially in a daze, but upon hearing Ji Chunlian's words, she immediately regained her senses. Her eyes widened as she glared at Ji Chunai. It was you all along.